Chapter 1, Second Chance. Thwack. A big bulky leg landed on a young man's stomach who looked like he was just a bag of skin and bones. Did I or did I not ask you to bring more lunch money today? Do you expect me to starve, bitch? A short and healthy youngster wearing a school uniform spat out as he landed another kick on the skinny figure. This made him buckle down and collapse, coughing up more blood on the ground. Be careful, dude. Don't kill him or something. Another student standing near chimed in. Nah, this bitch might be spineless but he is pretty durable. Isn't that right, Liam? Aren't you the best punching bag in the entire school? The healthier student raised his leg to land another kick on the seemingly almost dead and curled up boy lying on the ground, but luckily for him, the school bell loudly rang the very next second, grabbing everyone's attention. All right. Let's go. It's that nasty old woman's class. I don't want to spend my evening in detention staring at that ugly ass face again. The group of tall and sturdy high school students chatted amongst themselves and casually strolled out of the small alleyway, where the so-called punching bag was left behind without any care or concern. Liam laid still, completely silent and frozen, afraid to even take another breath, but it was not because he feared the bunch of high school bullies who had just thrashed him. Rather, it was because of something entirely different. Just a few seconds ago, he had been battling for his life, fighting for an elixir that was one of the heavenly treasures. But how could he compare to the other monsters who were also competing with him for the same treasure? After all, he was just a small fry. So in the end, an attack landed and he was killed without any sweat, but somehow instead of dying, he had instead returned to the past, to 3 years ago when everything began. As seconds slowly ticked by, Liam became more and more sure that everything that was happening was in fact real and not just a twisted wishful dream. There was no doubt. He had somehow miraculously returned back to the days when he was younger, when he was still in high school, when everything was yet to happen. It was as real as his loudly pounding heart and as real as his burning injuries, giving him stabs of pain everywhere on his body. Liam was not someone who was new to this sort of pain. In fact, he was quite used to this feeling. The thing that he was not used to was luck. That's right. Somehow he ended up lucky enough to get such an unbelievable second chance. Liam's lips curled upwards as he slowly picked himself up from the ground, his body unsteadily wobbling as if he would fall down again any second now. However, contrary to his trembling body, his eyes were sharp and cold. There was unfathomable darkness that swirled within them which would probably scare the kids who were just seconds ago pummeling him down. I am back. Liam grinned, as he banged his bleeding hand made into a fist on the shabby vandalized wall near him. A loud thud echoed and the shock wave which as a result traveled through his body revitalized him. He slowly and steadily limped out of the alleyway and from there, he directly started walking back to his house, not even bothering to take a look at the school where he was currently supposed to be sitting. Liam dragged his bruised body all the way to his cramped apartment, which was about 10 blocks away from the school. Though it hurt like hell, his face only wore an obscene wide grin. As he neared his apartment, a familiar figure peeked her head out, instantly making the big smile disappear from Liam's face. He had been far too focused on other things and he had completely forgotten about her. May. His words came out in a whisper as his voice got stuck in his throat and he lunged forward to pull and hug his little sister. She is still alive. Liam trembled as he held her slender figure in his arms. Brother. What happened? Are you crying? Did they hurt you badly today as well? The little girl lifted her head up and pitifully looked at Liam's face that was swollen here and there, covered with cuts and scraps. Seeing his bad state, she immediately started tearing up and sobbing, rivers streaming out of her eyes. Liam was immediately speechless. For as long as he could remember, he had always been bad at this, at consoling girls. Unsure of how to console the little girl who was almost 4 years younger than him, he ruffled her head and awkwardly. Let's go inside and talk. The two siblings then went inside and Liam closed the dull rusted door behind him. It was only the two of them living in the small cramped apartment. Their parents had died a couple of years ago from a construction accident, leaving these two siblings all alone with no one else. But Liam had a good head on his shoulder and he somehow managed everything and made sure that they got the settlement money that they deserved. He was like a scrappy dog that didn't let go of his bone. Though he was ultimately cheated in the end, he still got something out of it, enough to get them through for a few years. With that money, he rented this cramped apartment in a building in the slum district that clearly needed renovating. But all that didn't matter now. Nothing mattered now because, in just a couple of days, everything was going to completely change. Liam looked around to see the place which was both familiar and unfamiliar to him. Anger and pain surfaced in his eyes as he remembered everything that had happened or rather was yet to happen. Clenching his fist, he collapsed on the ground and let out a burst of loud maniacal laughter. "Brother! Are you really all right?" The little girl blinked and stared at her brother who had seemingly gone completely batshit crazy. "Hey! I am fine, May. Don't worry, everything will be fine now." Liam stood up and heated up a pail of water first to clean all his injuries. His hands moved swiftly as if he was extremely familiar with what he was doing and he finished the first aid within minutes, properly bandaging everything that was bleeding and broken. He also popped in a couple of painkillers which reduced his pain a lot, helping him think better. First things first. He needed to go and purchase that item as soon as possible. Liam took another look to make sure his injuries were all right and he then threw on a pair of clean pants and a shirt. "Brother, are you heading out to school again? It won't be late now?" Maylin worriedly asked. "No, kiddo. I am going out somewhere else." "Huh?" Maylin was surprised. "Grocery shop? But it's not Sunday today?" The two siblings had a routine that they followed, so she was surprised about this new change. Liam ruffled her head again, making the little girl pout cutely. "I am heading out to the game store. I will be back soon. Be good." Eh? Chang Meilin stood at the doorstep in a daze, watching her brother's disappearing figure. "Game store? Since when does brother play games?" Chapter 2 Preparations. With his hands in his pant pockets, Liam casually strolled into the electronic shop at the corner of the street. "Brother, can you give me a blood battle game capsule?" "Huh?" The store clerk looked up, slightly startled as the customer talking to him didn't look like someone who could afford the high-end gaming capsule. Such a thing cost a fortune. In the last decade alone, games and gaming software had developed a lot and gaming capsules were now all the rage. These allowed users to log in for hours together without ever having to step out except for maybe to eat or drain their bodily fluids. But to buy blood battle? The store clerk could tell that the young man in front of him was not that well-to-do. In fact, he looked like he hadn't eaten anything in a while. So he took pity on the seemingly naive youngster and advised. "Brother, are you sure that this is the one you want? Blood battle game is actually not that popular. Why don't you go with Violet Garden or Eden's Hold? I think you can earn more money with those games. I also have an account in them and I am also playing part-time to earn more money." The clerk chuckled awkwardly. He was not that much older than Liam and he was also in the bottom middle class. So he could empathize with him. Liam patiently listened to the man, but after hearing everything he only shook his head. "Thank you for your kindness. I think I am going to stick with the blood battle gear for now." Seeing that he was already set in his decision, the clerk didn't bother anymore. After all, he would also get a nice commission if someone bought that insanely expensive gear. "All right. Give me your address. I will set up the delivery. Half the payment now and half the payment on delivery." Liam calmly smiled and nodded. He took out a card that looked like it had only been used once or twice and swiped it on the machine, finishing the payment. Ding! The machine beeped, eating away a big chunk of his settlement money that he had been meticulously saving and protecting. Gaming capsules were extremely expensive, especially the Blood Battle capsule, which was one of the most high-end ones available in the market currently. Their game might suck, but their capsule was top-notch. Why did Liam still buy this one? That's because he knew something that the others still had no idea about. In about 2 days, every single VR game would be inexplicably hacked and erased into nothingness. It didn't matter whether it was Blood Battle or Violet Garden or Eden's Hold. Everything will magically disappear, to be replaced by the one and only game, Evolution Online, which could somehow be played with any gaming capsule irrespective of the gaming company that had made the capsule. Several computer experts, hackers from the darknet across the world, would try to rectify the situation and crack the mystery, but in the end, they would all only fail. No one would be able to get even a hint about this mysterious new game, Evolution Online, that will inevitably take the world by a storm. However, this was only the beginning. The scary part came after the first major patch, when reality suddenly merged with virtual reality. People who were able to split a rock apart inside the game would surprisingly find themselves being able to do the same in real life as well. Abilities, superpowers, magic, darkness, everything would spill over from the game to reality. However, despite what one might be inclined to think, this would not be a good thing. The world would delve into complete and utter chaos and plunge into an apocalyptic bloodbath. Governments would be replaced by guilds, and kingdoms and corporations would scramble behind them, trying to salvage whatever value that their money still had. It would be the onset of a completely new era. Liam gripped his bank card tightly as memories of the terrifying future flashed past his mind. He still had no idea why or how he was able to somehow come back to the past, but now that he was determined to grab every single advantage that he could get. This was why he had selected the best gear currently available, even though it cost him 5 times what the other capsules cost. After giving all the remaining details required and quickly finishing the transaction, Liam stepped out of the shop. He didn't bother explaining his actions to the store clerk. The man had indeed been kind to him, but he had lost faith in humanity a long time ago. After dealing with the matter of game capsule, Liam then walked over to the nearby consumer store and prepaid a chunk of money for electricity and higher bandwidth internet. He then headed to the grocery store and purchased a huge bulk of supplies and dry food items that didn't need refrigeration. After a few hours, he was finally done with all the preliminary preparations and started heading back home. Liam looked at his card that somehow felt lighter now, and a small chuckle escaped his lips. He was betting everything he had on himself. Some might find it impulsive, but he knew that this was his only chance to survive and change his and his sister's fate. Chapter 3: Log in. Brother. Is this really all right? Maylin peeked at Liam, who was busily cooking a feast for the both of them using their one-top stove. Of course, it is. Both of us are still growing and we need a lot of nutrients. It was only a small studio apartment, so she could clearly see her brother humming and sweating while he cooked a variety of dishes with a smile on his face. The smell was so delicious that she was not even able to focus on her homework. Since when did her brother learn to cook like this? With almost a visible drool on her face, the little girl stood up and walked over to Liam. Brother, what about school? You haven't gone to school for the last 2 days? School ah? Ha ha ha. Liam wanted to laugh out loud and say how useless the educational institutions were about to become, but instead, he just ruffled his sister's head with a smile. Your brother is dumb. So I will count on May to study well and help me in the future. Don't say that, brother. The little girl pouted, puffing her cheeks. The two siblings then joked around and chatted for a while before digging into the feast. It had been a while since Liam was able to enjoy meals like this. He lived like a mongrel in his last life. He was weak to provide for his sister, and in the end, he was also not able to save her when terrible things happened. He would never let all those things repeat this time around. A cold glint appeared and then disappeared, his lips curling into a smile again. The duo chatted and laughed for a while, after which Maylin went back to her homework and Liam sat next to her staring outside the single window of their apartment. There were still 6 more hours to go. The patch and the override of the current video games with Evolution Online would happen this evening at 4 p.m. sharp. Liam gazed at the game capsule which now occupied half of their living room space. Though the inevitable future still terrified him a little, he also couldn't help but feel a vague excitement and anticipation coursing through his veins. He had already sort of formed a plan as to how he would go about everything, so without much to do, he kept an alarm for 3:30 p.m. and decided to take a small nap. But unfortunately, he was far too excited to fall asleep and the sun was beating down with a vengeance. Though they were on the ground floor, they still felt the burn of the summer heat. Liam clicked his tongue and he got up and took out a couple of ice cream sticks from the freezer. He gave one to Maylin and sucked on the other one for a bit. He saw his hard-working little sister immediately go back to her studies even when eating the ice cream. He couldn't help but smile. "If you are working hard this much, then I guess it is about time I begin as well." Liam had initially wanted to start everything when the patch began, giving him a little breather, but since his hard-working sister was putting him to shame, he decided to do some stretching at least. Removing all clothes from his body except for his boxer shorts, he began doing a unique series of exercises. His body was still a bag of skin and bones as he had only been eating well for the past couple of days, so all his stances ended up being very wobbly and awkward. However, in just a few minutes, he steadied even those wobbly postures and easily brought his body under his control. Sweat trickled down his thin body in rivers, scaring the living daylights out of the little girl. "Brother, you are going to break something." "Ah!" Maylin shouted out, seeing him twist his body into various shapes and forms like a pretzel. First of all, her brother looked like a skeleton doing exercises, and secondly, what the hell was with these completely random poses? And when he did the one pose that she could recognize, it still scared her because Liam was standing upside down supporting his entire body with just his index finger. Despite getting worried looks from his sister, Liam continued with his workout for another half an hour before finally melting into a child's pose and relaxing a bit. In the blink of an eye, it was already 3:50 p.m. and Liam knew that it was time. "May come here." He waved his hand and called his little sister. "The door is locked now. Don't open it for anyone even if they knock. Don't go out. Don't go to school tomorrow. There is food in the fridge in case you are hungry. If you are bored, just watch TV. Do some jumping around or dancing once in a while. Don't continuously just be sitting. You should also not touch the game capsule. Be a good girl and sit here and wait for brother, all right?" Liam ruffled her hair and carefully instructed her. He knew that his sister worshipped him and never once failed to listen to him, which was why he trusted the little girl and didn't rent another apartment for the game capsule. After giving her a few more do's and don'ts, he then quickly popped into the capsule, opening it and closing it after him. Inside was pitch black, which was good because otherwise the players would be overwhelmed with a feeling of claustrophobia. The capsule was designed in such a way that the players felt as if they were floating in nothingness, at least until the game was logged into. Once they log in, their entire consciousness would be in the game and they wouldn't feel anything related to the capsule their body was lying in. There was still a couple of minutes for 4 p.m. and so Liam logged into the blood battle game. All he needed to do was say log in and he was in. Almost immediately, a bloody sword, thick red blood dripping from the edges, appeared in front of him, his consciousness already pulled away into the virtual reality. "Welcome to Blood Battle. This." A robotic male voice started announcing, but before it even finished the first line, the voice cracked, the image distorted and the bloody sword completely disappeared. Instead, in the pitch-black space, a small gift box appeared and Beethoven's Für Elise started loudly playing. "This is it." Liam clenched his fists, his breathing ragged and his heart racing by the second. As he hadn't seen this opening part before, he curiously wondered what the gift box was. The small handle on the side of the gift box started slowly unwinding, and in 5 seconds, the darkness surrounding him cracked and shattered, dropping like pieces of black-stained mirror around him. The gift box, the music, and the darkness completely disappeared, and Liam found himself standing, or rather floating, in the very familiar vast bluish-purple sky. He could even already feel the breeze that whooshed past him. Chapter 4: Character Creation. Liam sucked in a big breath of air and shouted, "I am back." Not startling him in the least, a voice suddenly sounded behind him, and he immediately swung around to listen to the familiar words. "Welcome, Earthling. I am Ileana. I will be your guide for today." A little fairy with 2 shiny pink wings on her back buzzed up and down, naturally flying in the air. Liam, on the other hand, knew that he was currently flying atop the world only thanks to the fairy's magic. This is Evolution Online, a new and exciting game. Would you like to be an adventurer in our world? Ileana flapped her wings and asked with a cute smile that revealed her dimples. "I agree," Liam simply replied. Though this was a simple question, he knew that this was in fact a very formal consent that was asked from everyone who wanted to enter this game, or rather this world. In his past life, there were even instances where some people said no, and as a consequence, they were not allowed to enter the game for another month. By then the game had exploded exponentially, and those people who were late by a month could only swallow their bitter truth and be left in the dust, permanently lagging behind. Moreover, it was not possible to create separate avatars or change your appearance in this game. Everything from the real world was directly mirrored in-game, and everyone only had one shot at playing the game. It was impossible to make multiple accounts or start fresh all over again. Such a thing was both a blessing and a curse. After finishing with the consent, the fairy then directly started with a brief introduction. There are different classes. No need. Liam abruptly cut her short. His entire brain was already filled to the brim with information about the game, and he didn't want to waste his time. There were also no secret advantages or hidden prizes for people listening to the entire boring lecture, so he bluntly stopped the fairy. The pretty Ileana flapped her wings with a small frown on her face. Nevertheless, she moved on to the next topic. "I will now be doing a complete scan of your body, player Liam, and your character will be finalized shortly after the scan." Liam nodded as he felt a wave of energy pass through his body. He suddenly felt naked, as if he couldn't hide anything from the woman in front of him, as if she was peering through his very soul. Others might be impressed by this strength exhibited by the fairy, but he knew that this was simply just the usage of a high-level inspection skill. After scanning him from top to bottom, the fairy then spun around and beamed in excitement. "Congratulations! You are now ready to enter our amazing and wonderful world, Xian. I wish you the best of luck, player Liam." Before Liam could react to anything, the space around him distorted once again, and he found himself standing in the middle of a crowded street. Whoa! What the hell is this game, dude? I was playing something else and I suddenly ended up here. This looks so real, right? I didn't know a video game could be so realistic. Why the fuck am I fat in the game too? Can't I change my stupid avatar? Ah. This is too frustrating. Hey. Are you disappointed that you couldn't make yourself look good and catfish some pretty chick? What? What are you even talking about? Most of these players are guys. Look around. I can't see a single girl. I guess the gender, age, and appearance can't be changed. Phew. It's better this way. At least when I am with a girl, I know I am with a girl. Alright. Let's log out and find more information about the game. I have no idea where to even begin with. Liam was completely surrounded by other players in the novice village, and loud chaotic chatter rang out from all directions. Everyone was trying their best to figure out Evolution Online, since it had suddenly been force-launched in their game capsule without any prior warning. The game was also very peculiar and weird in the sense that it was almost too real. One was completely unable to change any part of their identity and was also able to move and feel things as if they were in the outside world. Such a realistic game was leaps and bounds away from the other video games that were currently in the market. Was this some sort of guerrilla marketing strategy for the game? No one knew anything about it, not even the company the game was produced by. This was very unusual as such details were heavily advertised at the beginning of every single game. But here, no such information was provided. No one knew where the game came from and how they were able to log into it. Some were even worried if this was similar to a popular anime where the players are trapped in the game and a death in-game meant death in the real world as well. So they were a bit hesitant to explore the new game freely. Of course, more avid gamers and other courageous youngsters did not dilly-dally around. They immediately started chatting with the local NPCs to start receiving quests as that was the obvious start to any game. Liam, as well, was among this group of players. However, he didn't bother aimlessly walking around and begging for quests. He directly walked out of the novice village until the crowd thinned and there was no more ruckus. All right. Let me first check my status screen. Chapter 5, Starting Stats. Liam sat on a rock, right outside the novice village, and opened his status screen. Next to him, a couple of people were already fighting the rabbits and squirrels which were beginner-level beasts. However, Liam was not in a hurry. In fact, he didn't plan on gaining any experience points for now. He calmly willed his status screen and first took a look at things. Underscore 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 underscore. Name, Chang Liam. Species, human being. Gender, male. Level, 10/200. Title, not applicable. Class, not applicable. Health, 10 out of 10. Mana, 10 out of 10. Underscore 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 underscore. Stamina, 2. Intellect, 2. Strength, 2. Defense, 2. Vitality, 2. Agility, 2. Underscore 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 underscore. Ha ha ha. Liam chuckled at the sight of his familiar pathetic starting stats and quickly closed the screen. The beginner stats ranged from 0 to 20 depending on each individual's prior condition. Liam being very malnourished and his current body lacking any physical training, it was no surprise that his starting attributes were all on the lower side. After all, he had started with the same stats last time as well, but the difference was that he now knew what to do. This small difference in abilities at the start might not seem much, but ultimately it slowed you down and pushed you to the bottom, even before the game began. Liam shook his head sighing and then opened his inventory. There was a worn-out pair of pants, a shabby-looking mismatched pair of shoes, a sleeveless shirt, ripped here-there, and lastly a rusted long sword. These were the beginner items that were uniformly given to all players on entering the game, all level 1 and all pretty much useless. But since Liam was currently in his underpants, he still took these trash items and equipped everything. The 3 items of clothing each gave 1 defense point and his previous 2 defense immediately went up by 3 points. This boost wasn't really that much, but roaming around half-naked sometimes ticked off certain NPCs and Liam couldn't possibly remember each and every single NPC's characteristics. So to be on the safer side, he threw everything on. After the issue of clothing was resolved, Liam then opened the map feature to check where he was. Beginner players typically spawned in novice villages that were on the outskirts of towns and cities, and Liam had spawned in Coldwater Village. It was a small village without many resources in the northern part of the Gresh Kingdom. So an hour walk to the next town. All right. Let me start. Of course, It was also possible to reach the next town in a much shorter time, but Liam took the roundabout main route frequented by villagers and merchants. He did this because he didn't want to come across any wild beasts and be forced to fight them. Not that he was too weak to fight these beasts. Rather, he wanted to keep his slate clean. And so, while others busily hunted for wild beasts and starter quests to increase their level, Liam alone leisurely walked over to the next town. It took him a little longer than an hour, but just like he had wanted, he reached his destination without any hitch. Thankfully, unlike cities, towns did not have any entry fees, so he was also able to smoothly walk past the town guards. If I remember correctly. Liam paused at the entrance of the bustling town and sucked in a deep breath before he scurried along the crowded streets. Compared to the novice village, Basla town was a much bigger place and had several stores and vendors and even an auction house. Liam directly headed towards one of the more flashy buildings in the northern part of the town, the bank. But he didn't enter inside the bank, as it required a certain reputation and fame to borrow money from the bank. Rather, he entered a small building on the same street, just a couple of blocks away from the bank, with a sign that read Leilani's Pawn Shop. Inside the shop, a fat salesperson was sitting who revealed a big suspicious grin as soon as he saw Liam walking in. Hello. Hello. Good day to you, young man. What brings you to my small establishment this fine morning? Liam rolled his eyes and bluntly replied, without bothering with the formalities and fake niceties. I need a loan of 100 gold coins. He knew that there was no point in trying to butter up this fatty as all the loan sharks in the game were extremely cruel and cutthroat. Oh. What a big sum for a little fella like you. Good. Good. Youngsters have to be ambitious. I like your courage, young man. But should I give it to you or not? The shopkeeper rapped on the desk in front of him, looking at Liam up and down. All right. I have decided. This is your lucky day. Though you don't look particularly reliable, I will still loan you this sum of money. What a scam! Liam sneered inwardly. The man was spouting a lot of big nice words, but at the end of the day, it was all lies because he would just about loan anything to anyone. The interest rate was just that outrageous. Ding. Received a loan of 100 gold coins. Ding. Interest, 10 gold coins a day. Ding. If the full amount is not returned by the end of the week along with the interest, the player will be stripped of everything and permanently imprisoned. Ding. You are the first person to receive a loan. Ding. You have obtained the title Rolling in Debt. Rolling in Debt, when the title is equipped, it gives a 5% bonus on auction house settlements. Liam stared at the notifications, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Even though the title hit a little too close to home, he was still happy with the small surprise bonus. He chuckled wryly and left the pawnshop. Chapter 6, Crafting Room. Liam clutched the small pouch containing 100 gold coins and walked out of the pawnshop, the pouch weighing heavily on his hand. Currently, in the game, people were still haggling for copper coins, while he had already borrowed 100 gold coins. The currency denomination was not too complicated and pretty straightforward. 100 copper coins equaled a silver coin and 100 silver coins equaled a gold coin. Gold was the highest currency and items and consumables of bigger values were often traded in gems rather than coins. The exact value of every gem differed and they typically ranged from several hundred to thousands or even higher number of gold coins. So considering everything, a sum like 100 gold coins was an astronomical amount to a level 1 character. However, Liam confidently hopped onto one street after another and ran across the town, only stopping when he reached the familiar trade building. He walked inside and went to one of the open windows. Hi, I would like to rent a crafting room, Liam asked the sales representative. The woman nodded and took out a medallion from under the desk. That will be 10 silvers. Before paying her first, Liam grabbed a sheet of paper from a stack on the side and scribbled on it with the pen tied to the counter. I would also like to buy these ingredients. He handed it over to her. The lady looked at the paper, her eyes slightly widening in shock. Everything listed was extremely expensive, and she now held the scrawny-looking young lad in front of her in much higher regard. That would be 100 gold coins in total, sir. If you give me a few minutes, I, Lana, can personally deliver all the items to your room. The woman batted her eyelashes, even introducing herself, and gave a coy smile to Liam. He was amused, but he was not a noob and he didn't have time to mess around with NPCs. All right. Thanks. He muttered bluntly and then walked over to room number 5, which was the number on his medallion. Ding. You have entered a crafting room. Ding. Your chance of success in crafting is now increased by 5%. A couple of system notifications popped up in front of him, which Liam swiped away. He then sat down at the center of the small room, leaving the door open. Soon, Lana arrived, flashing a big smile on her face. She bowed and greeted him again, revealing her ample breasts, and then took out all the items one by one from her inventory. Within a minute, the small room was completely filled with various things, including a big cauldron, several packets of herbs, bones, vials of blood, and lastly 2 big pails of clean water. Liam nodded in satisfaction. That'll be all. Thanks. The NPC flashed another coy smile before closing the door and leaving the room. Here we go. Liam calmed himself down and then first started by activating the rune on the cauldron, which simply required him to place his thumb imprint on it. This rune enabled a user to regulate the heat produced by the cauldron, but something like that required Liam to have a much higher level and huge amounts of mana at his disposal, not to mention more control on his mana usage. The current him simply pressed his thumb against the cauldron once and then removed his hand to activate the automatic heat regulation. Though it was not that great, it was still decent enough to serve his current needs. Liam then started unfolding the herb stalks, while waiting for the water in the cauldron to reach a rolling boil. Ginseng, Muricarin, Linty root, Bonasitu. He took the herbs in his hand one by one, smelled them, remembering their texture and their properties which had already been deeply drilled into his brain. There was a time in the past when he had been a slave. He and several others were forced into doing dull manual labor from dawn to dusk, collecting herbs from a mountain. But that was just the beginning, and in fact, that was one of the more pleasant memories he had. He had experienced far worse things in his life. Hi. Let me not dwell on the past. Liam smiled bitterly and started adding the herbs to the boiling water. He added them in a specific series according to the recipe that he remembered. In Evolution Online, there were many ways to obtain recipes for crafting, but Liam's method was a unique one as he was replicating everything from his mind. Once the herbs were added, the boiling water in the cauldron turned into a shade of light yellow. Liam then added the beast bones and drops of blood at the same time, which turned the liquid into deep red in color. Almost immediately he backed away, just in time to avoid a powerful roaring aura that seeped out of the cauldron. Ding. Body cleansing low-grade potion created. Ding. Body cleansing low-grade potion recipe obtained. Ding. You have acquired the trade skill alchemy. Ding. Your alchemy skill proficiency has increased to beginner level. The temperature in the small crafting room instantly shot up and Liam was drenched in sweat from top to bottom. The crafting room had suddenly become his personal sauna. Looks good enough. He nodded in satisfaction and then started unbuttoning his shirt to reveal his bony, weak body. He removed his pants, shoes, and his underwear as well, and when he was completely naked, he stepped into the sizzling boiling cauldron. Ding. Health -1. Ding. Health -1. Danger notifications immediately started popping up, but Liam leisurely made himself comfortable in the cauldron. Though it was a huge vessel, it was still awkward for him to fit his entire body inside, submerging it under the boiling red liquid. Chapter 7, Training Hall. Liam opened his status screen to see his health slowly dropping 1 point at a time, and considering that he had only 10 health points currently, he held his breath and stared at the screen even though he was sure of the outcome. His health in fact dropped all the way to March 10th, but then it stopped there. The boiling water now felt cool and refreshing to his body, the various essences thoroughly mixing together. As time ticked by, the deep dark red color of the liquid in the cauldron slowly started fading, all essences now little by little getting absorbed into Liam's body. He closed his eyes, enjoying the warm and nourishing sensation. Within an hour, the dark red liquid turned almost completely transparent and colorless. However, the next instant, the color started changing again. The clear and clean water now started slowly becoming muddier and muddier, with black oily filth floating on top of it. And surprisingly, Liam himself was the source of this filth, his pores leaking the greenish-black sticky liquid. After absorbing the essences of various herbs and bones, his body started expelling the copious amount of impurities present within the flesh and bones. Soon the entire cauldron was pitch black in color and the water had transformed into a thick oil. Bleh! I stink. Liam pinched his nose and stepped out of the cauldron, tracking the dirty filth on the floor of the crafting room. Each room had an attached bath and toilet, so he directly stepped into the shower, scrubbing himself until he felt clean and fresh. Though he still looked like a bag of bones, his body now had a healthy glow and his skin did not have a single blemish. The pimples and freckles on his face had also disappeared, giving him a neat look. Liam then quickly threw his shabby beginner clothes back on. There was an automatic reset rune on the cauldron, which when activated completely cleaned the cauldron inside out. So he opened his inventory space, which only had 10 slots, and tossed the cauldron in one of those 10 slots. Hi. I am done with the crafting room. He handed over the medallion of the room back to Lana, who now stared at Liam even more incredulously. She could see that he had somehow transformed a lot in such a short amount of time. She wouldn't exactly describe him as good-looking because he still had a very off-putting body, as if he was just skin covering a skeleton, but his features were sharper now. His pitch-black eyes looked unfathomably deep. Lana gulped without realizing that she was openly ogling at the young man. She wanted to ask him how he had done it, but unfortunately, he had already walked out, only his back visible at a distance now. Liam summoned his status screen to look at his basic stats again. Underscore 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 underscore. Name, Chang Liam. Species, human being. Gender, male. Level, 10/200. Title, rolling in debt. Class, not applicable. Health, 50/50ths. Mana, 70/70ths. Underscore 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 underscore. Stamina, 10. Intellect, 14. Strength, 10. Defense, 11. Vitality, 13. Agility, 12. Underscore 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 underscore. Not bad, but I can do better. Liam clicked his tongue and walked over to his next destination, which was the main training hall of the town. Though this place was far less crowded than the novice village, the training hall still had a lot of people coming in and going out. There were also several players on the ground in front of the tall rectangular brick wall building, attacking scarecrows relentlessly using all sorts of weapons and even basic magic spells. This space was meant for learning and practicing basic skills from the instructors of the training hall, but some people stayed longer than necessary and repeated the same set of actions over and over again. This was admittedly one of the strategies to gain bonus stat points, but albeit a very time-consuming and boring one. For instance, if one swung a sword continuously 100 times or 1,000 times, stretching out their stamina almost until it broke, it was possible to get 1 or 2 stat point boosts for stamina. However, to receive this benefit again, they would have to swing their sword 1,000,000 times for the next stat boost reward. So ultimately, it was not an efficient way to spend one's time, but some perfectionists still preferred fighting for every bit of advantage that they could grasp. Liam even spotted a couple of women in the group who were swinging their swords without taking a breather. At this point in the game, women were truly very rare, so he couldn't help but give them a glance before turning his attention back to the instructor, who was sitting at the corner on a wooden chair, with a stick on his lap. As soon as Liam's gaze fell on the middle-aged man, the man's eyes also swept over to him, meeting his gaze. Instantly a domineering aura seeped from his body. Other players might have been at least slightly intimidated by such a strong violent aura, but Liam simply nodded at the instructor and walked over to one of the empty spaces on the ground in front of the training hall building. He, of course, did not plan on doing the mundane exercises which others were doing. There was no use chasing over every single stat point. He had a lot more important things to accomplish before his time ran out. He placed the rusted sword he was carrying back into his inventory and then took a deep breath before slowly starting to perform a series of movements. Chapter 8: Body Tempering. Hey! Who the hell is he? Is he trying to get some attention by doing these weird poses? Dude, yoga class is 3 streets down. Go do your cat and cow poses there. How embarrassing. You should just uninstall the game already. What a sissy. Look at how clean his skin is. I bet he is the bottom for some dude. Liam, however, did not even hear the taunts which were aimed at him and what he was doing. Using medicinal herbs and beast essences to remove impurities from the body was just the basic starting step. In order to truly temper one's body and make it a perfect vessel to use and absorb mana, there were still a lot more steps left to be done. And among all the things, Liam had chosen to focus on this particular one first. Even though he had learned many lessons the last time around, all of them in the hardest way possible, one of the most important lessons was the significance of the body's foundation. If the foundation was not perfect, then everything after that would forever hold flaws and one would never be able to reach the pinnacle of power and strength. So Liam ignored the several eyes that looked at him mockingly and continued doing the series of body tempering movements, the purpose of which was to remove the second layer of impurities in his flesh and muscles. In fact, these movements were not some ancient secret art and were nothing flashy. They were just simple movements, and just like someone had commented, they were a combination of strength training and flow yoga exercises. This would be soon revealed to other players in a month or so, but by then the game would have already exploded and several people would regret not having done these basics when they were just starting out, as this was the most optimal time to condition one's body. Of course, it was also possible to do it later on, but the effects were not as pronounced. And there was also one more reason why Liam had chosen to do this set of exercises in the training hall right in front of everyone, and especially the instructor. This was the trigger for a unique quest. Liam worked hard, his body covered by a layer of sticky sweat as he continuously wrung himself into various shapes and sizes. Almost 3 hours had passed and the crowd around him waxed and waned, everyone coming in and out of the training hall watching him for a bit before they chuckled to themselves and left to continue their own quests. Only a few had stayed continuously and had been observing Liam from the beginning. These were the players grinding with the scarecrows for extra stats. How many hours do you guys think this fool is going to burn? I want to see what the idiot accomplishes. A tall, lean, and muscular guy commented as he swung his sword, hitting the training dummy skillfully. Next to him, there were 2 young women who seemed to be in their early 20s and were also quite eye-catching. They had a slender body with ample curves and also good facial features. The one on the right, with long red hair, added to the man's comment. You should stop worrying about others and look at your own progress. Alex, stop being so mean to me. The tall guy immediately sighed, to which the woman named Alex simply scoffed in return. This is taking long. I don't think there is any more point in doing this. Let's go. Mia added, the woman on the left with long curly blonde hair. Ah. But I really want to see what that guy is up to. Shut up, Ray. If you want, you keep wasting your time. Alex and I will be leaving. All right. All right. Sis, please. Don't say such drastic things. The tall guy named Ray folded like a pack of cards and relented to his two headstrong sisters. However, he only did so because unlike his other girlfriends, his two sisters were in fact monsters when it came to gaming. If they had wanted, they could have easily made a career in esports, but they just played for fun occasionally with him. All three of them were from wealthy families and did not have the need or necessity to work for their money or food. The returns from their investments alone were enough to feed their next 9 generations. They had only logged into Evolution Online because of the craze the game had created by hacking and crashing all the other games into oblivion. Since almost everyone and the news channel were talking about Evolution Online, the three of them also entered the game to see what it was all about. And Ray did not want to miss this golden opportunity to be carried by the two goddesses. So he tagged along with them to explore this new and mysterious world. The three of them chatted and quickly gave up on rote grinding for bonus stats and went into the training hall to select their class. Players were able to select a specific class to play anytime starting from level 1, but once they select a class it was not possible to undo their selection or pick a new one, as selecting a class was not as simple as tapping an option on the status screen. Chapter 9 Unique Quest. Just as the trio walked into the training hall, the instructor suddenly shot up from his seat, making the three players stop in their tracks. They turned to observe the instructor's behavior curiously, as the middle-aged man hadn't made any move all this time, except for sitting back on his chair and looking down on all the new players. "What do you guys think is going on?" Ray asked as he watched the instructor walk towards the far corner of the training ground where the Joker was performing his dance moves. "Perhaps this is some sort of trigger for a quest?" Mia suggested. "Or maybe the instructor couldn't put up with the eyesore anymore and took action to personally toss him out," Alex added with a straight face. The three of them continued watching as the man walked up to Liam and stood in front of him with a revered expression on his face. "Young man, you are almost there. Keep doing it." He even encouraged him, becoming his personal cheerleader. All the other players in the training ground immediately became dumbfounded. The instructor, who had been gruff and rude to them, was going out of his way to act polite and nice to the skinny weirdo. Where was justice in this world? Some people even tried imitating Liam, however, the instructor's attention was fully locked onto him and their actions only went unnoticed. So everyone could only helplessly watch as the instructor continued encouraging Liam more and more. Soon, just a few minutes later, something weird started to happen. Instead of sweat, Liam's body started to ooze something dark and black, stinking up the entire training area. What the heck? Did he just fart? This stinks. Everyone scrunched their noses in anger, but the instructor's face beamed in surprise. "You have done well, lad." He patted Liam, who now stopped moving, and stood erect, slightly bowing to the instructor. "It has been such a long time since I have across a competent young man like you. There is a sharpness in your eyes, and I can see that your will and determination burns brightly. You have the tenacity to achieve the impossible. Young man, do you wish to attain perfection? Do you seek absolute power?" The instructor's words utterly shocked everyone around, making their jaw drop on the floor. All the surrounding players could clearly see that Liam was currently receiving a quest, and more importantly, it was not an ordinary quest for sure. It was definitely a special quest. Or perhaps a hidden quest. Or perhaps even a unique quest. While special quests typically offered more rewards than normal quests, in any game, hidden quests and unique quests were rarer and were coveted more. Particularly, unique quests were offered only once, and the entire quest line disappeared after the specific player finishes the quest. Since Evolution Online was brand new, no one was able to guess what was going on, but they could tell that this was something special. To make matters worse, they were only able to hear half the conversation, after which no one was able to hear what the two were talking about anymore. Only Liam was able to hear the instructor's words, and he had a big fat smile on his face. A few years ago, when I was fighting a life-and-death battle in the middle of a terrifying hunting expedition, I came across this small vial. The instructor muttered and handed over a small glass vial to Liam with a solemn expression on his face. Liam as well accepted that vial with a look of reverence on his face, and one could tell that he was not really faking it for gaining the favor of the NPC. Whatever respect he was showing, he truly meant it. In fact, the vial he had received was nothing short of a life-saving elixir. My friend analyzed a small portion of this liquid and found that the medicine inside this vial is priceless. The instructor continued his explanation. It is capable of cleansing impurities from the very root of the body. Unfortunately, my prime has already passed and my body is riddled with injuries that cannot be undone. So I am not able to use it for myself. However, if you are willing to help me, I am more than happy to gift you this. First, I want you to destroy the beast that wreaked havoc on me and caused me to become crippled like this. Bring his head to me. I will only be satisfied if I spit in his severed head every day. Ding, unique chain quest activated. Ding, quest cannot be refused. Ding, kill the Bear King Barabara and bring its head to the training ground instructor. Liam smiled, happy that the information that he had was indeed accurate. This was the main issue about unique quests. The person who managed to get it most often wouldn't spread the details of the quest around unless he was a total fool. But Liam had been fairly confident about this particular quest because the person who managed to get it was none other than the bully who had been tormenting him his entire life. He had pulled up the quest screen repeatedly and boasted to Liam, every time thrashing him around, while the latter could only watch him helplessly as he rose in power because of a single quest. But now, Liam had successfully taken his first step. He had managed to snatch someone else's fate and make it his own. Chapter 10 Explosive Transformation. It's my honor to exact vengeance on your behalf, Senior. Liam's lips curved upwards into a big grin, immediately bowing and accepting the quest. Without waiting any longer, he then opened the small vial and emptied its contents into his mouth, gulping down every last bit. Sheila. Instantly, a strong gust of wind picked up and loud whooshing sounds echoed, almost startling everyone on the training ground. Some players even started running out in fear. Liam's entire body was covered with swirling winds from top to bottom, but if one had the ability they could see that these were in fact waves of mana enveloping him in a sort of cocoon. The few drops of liquid in the vial were breaking his body down from top to bottom, reconstructing his meridians, his blood vessels, bones, muscles, tendons, ligaments, and every inch of his fleshly body. The inferior alchemy potion which Liam had brewed was nothing in comparison to these few drops of liquid in the vial. One was trash while the other was a heavenly elixir, albeit a low-grade one. But more importantly, this quest in itself was the starting point for obtaining the highest grade legendary blood elixir, which was why Liam had chosen to start with this set of quests, giving them more priority above all others. One's body was one's foundation. It was the core upon which everything else was built. Without a perfect vessel, mind, soul, mana core, and everything else would crumble. The importance of body tempering couldn't be stressed enough. And when the mana cocoon finally broke, Liam stepped out, his body explosively transformed. He almost looked as if he was an entirely different person from top to bottom. His eyes were sharp and sword-like, the pitch-black orbs within them seemingly containing the entire universe. He had long inky black hair that swayed in the gentle wind. His skin was as white as snow, not a single scar or blemish visible. His body, which was merely a bag of skin and bones before, now had defined muscles. His lean figure looked as if someone had sculpted it to perfection. Though his appearance was still similar, all the imperfections had been erased out, leaving behind a flawless body. Liam, who once looked like a cowardly stray dog, now had the charm and charisma of an immortal from the heavens. Status window. underscore 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 underscore. Name, Liam. Species, human being. Gender, male. Level, 10/200. Title, rolling in debt. Class, not applicable. Health, 150/150. Mana, 250/250. Underscore 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 underscore. Stamina, 50. Intellect, 50. Strength, 50. Defense, 50. Vitality, 50. Agility, 50. Underscore 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 underscore. Liam clicked his tongue in satisfaction. This is what I call a perfect opening. He grinned wildly, even though everyone else standing in the training ground looked at him, utterly shocked, unable to grasp what had just happened. The fool who had been doing random movements and weird poses had suddenly received a mysterious quest and had undergone some sort of magical transformation. They could even feel a domineering violent aura surging from him, an aura reeking of pure strength and power. But unfortunately, they were all only worthless bystanders. They could only watch on with their jaws on the floor as the mind-blowing scene continued to unfold in front of them. Ah! You are indeed a genius. The instructor clapped his hands, his eyes shimmering with admiration. Thank you, senior. Could you please also help me in choosing a class? Liam casually asked, picking back up his rusted sword from the ground. The two of them then chatted and walked into the training hall, leaving behind everyone dumbfounded. What the hell just happened? The game just started, right? Whoa! Sis, did you see that? Ray banged his fist into his palm. I have eyes, Ray, and I am standing right next to you. What do you think? Mia absent-mindedly muttered. Ah. All right. Come, let's follow him and see what class he chooses. Maybe he will get offered a special hidden class? The three walked into the training hall just in time, as the instructor signaled something to the guards standing nearby, and the doors of the training hall were tightly banged shut the next instant. What the hell? Come on. Let us inside. What is with this special treatment? A few voices slipped in from outside, but they only fell on deaf ears as the guards expressionlessly bolted the doors without caring about the players gathered outside. Just miss. Ray wiped the sweat off of his forehead as the three of them walked behind Liam and the instructor, who were heading towards the testing center in the training hall. Of course, there were already some players loitering around the training hall who had come earlier for testing their aptitude and choosing a class. So it was not a complete lockdown, albeit it helped in stopping more crowds from gathering. Liam, however, did not concern himself with these things. With everything he had planned, it was almost impossible for him to keep a low profile, and he didn't have the time to worry about all these unnecessary details. Chapter 11 Class Selection. There are many paths suitable for a young man such as yourself, brave and extraordinary, and no matter which path you choose, you must work hard and persevere. First, there is the way of the warriors. The instructor's voice droned on as he explained the details of the game. But unlike how he had rudely interrupted the fairy at the beginning of the game, Liam didn't act casually with the middle-aged man. He silently listened to the man's words, as the both of them walked towards the aptitude testing room of the training hall. Even though all players were freely able to choose whatever class they preferred, the game system still gave out recommendations in the name of aptitude testing. Everyone had initially assumed that this was because of the extremely realistic component of the game, but this was in fact an actual test to determine the affinity of the player for different kinds of magic and hidden attributes like perceptivity. Those who didn't take their test results seriously and ignored the system's recommendations could only cry later after realizing that they had missed the chance to pick something more optimal for them. For instance, if the system notified a player that he or she has a very high affinity for mana, it would be a mistake to go for a pure combat class like the warrior class. And inversely, if he or she had a very low, negligible affinity for mana, there was no point in picking a spellcaster class like the mage class. So in the end, even if players had the freedom to pick whatever class they want, they were still inevitably restricted by their own body and its limitations. However, it was also not impossible to overcome these limitations. There were several methods one could use to fine-tune their body according to the class they dared to choose. But these were few and far between, and it was prudent for an average player to rely on these mysterious items. Nodding at the instructor's explanation, Liam placed his hand on a smooth round crystal ball, similar to the one used by charlatans for fortune-telling. Unlike others who treated this step far too casually, Liam's face showed traces of anxiety and nervousness. The first time around, his body constitution was without a doubt pathetic. He had no mana affinity, and so he had chosen to play the class swordsman. But this time around, he had cleansed himself of impurities and tempered his body at least twice, that too once with a powerful elixir. Players who had done this in his previous life were all able to get high mana affinity in their test results, which was what Liam was hoping for as well. But even if he did not get what he expected, he still knew enough things to achieve the results he ultimately aimed for. And Liam's current aim was not the swordsman class, even though he was most familiar with that class. Rather, he aimed for the mage class. This was because Liam knew something that the others did not yet know. In Evolution Online, classes were not set in stone. Some extraordinary players were able to perceive other related classes as well. This inevitably led to the rise of hybrid classes such as combat mages, magic hunters, spear druids, and so on. There were also players who had unlocked hidden classes like dragon warriors. So even though Liam's current plan was to register himself as a mage, he was confident that he would be able to become a magic swordsman on his own. He had been a slave and lackey for almost the entirety of his past life, but he had never once accepted that fate. He had worked very hard, pouring his blood and sweat in order to break through that shackle. And even if he failed in the end, the swordplay he practiced day and night, the close combat instincts he had honed through several life and death battles were still alive and raging within him. He did not need the system's help in reviving those skills again. All he had to do was swing his sword, and he was confident that he would be able to relearn everything on his own. Mulling over his plans mentally, Liam awaited the results of the aptitude test when suddenly the crystal started glowing and a multitude of colors flashed on it. Liam knitted his brows together, observing the behavior of the crystal. His face showed that he was seeing something that even he had not expected. The middle-aged instructor standing next to him also had a look of shock on his face. Though the shock on the instructor's face was several times more dramatic than the one Liam had. The crystal continued blinking with different colors for several seconds before it finally returned back to its blank white translucent resting state. Ah. This? The instructor scratched his head, not knowing what to say to Liam, who as well stared unblinkingly at the crystal ball. The both of them didn't have to wait for too long, as a white screen immediately flashed in front of them displaying the test results. Ding. Mana affinity, S grade. Ding. Perceptivity, SSS grade. Ding. Nature affinity, S grade. Ding. Demonic affinity, S grade. Ding. Undead affinity, SSS grade. Ding. Class recommendation, not applicable. Liam's eyes bulged as if they were about to pop out of the socket. He knew that he was going to get good results, but what the hell was this? Even the class recommendation came out as not available? Did I just break the system? Chapter 12, No class? Ah. Hurry up and pick a class already. Ray wanted to bang his head on the wall, seeing all the dramatic expressions on the instructor's face. Which class do you think he might pick? Is he going to get another unique quest for a hidden class? Damn it, this is totally unfair. What dogshit luck is this? Do you think if we kill him, the quest might get transferred to us? Are you an idiot? Unless this game is drastically different, only pieces of equipment and skill books are usually dropped, no? The few people who had gathered around Liam were going crazy. Unfortunately, aptitude test results were not displayed publicly, and so the others were not able to see anything. They could only patiently wait for Liam to voice out his class selection to the instructor to get more clues. More than these stragglers, the instructor was actually the most curious person who wanted to know which path Liam would choose. In all these years of working at the training hall, he had never come across an evaluation like this. He was very happy that he had entrusted the young man in front of him and put his faith in him. "Which class are you selecting, lad?" He fidgeted with his hands excitedly and asked. Liam, on the other hand, was standing still, completely expressionless. His brain, however, was making a million calculations. He tried to understand the analysis results as best as he could. He had expected the S-grade mana affinity and the S-nature affinity. This was the result of consuming the contents of the small vial which he had received as a part of the unique forced quest. However, what he didn't expect was the demonic affinity and the undead affinity, not to mention the SSS grade perceptivity. Was this because his mind was something that had experienced a whole other life? But what about the undead affinity? Was this because he had already died once? But technically, he had traveled back in time, so does his life earlier even count? There were too many complex explanations, and each one crazier than the other. Liam shook his head and stopped himself from overthinking unnecessarily. The results were right in front of him, and that was what mattered in the end. He took a few deep breaths and calmed himself down first. With his attributes and affinity, he could probably start with any available class and he wouldn't go wrong. He was already head and shoulders above the others, and his growth will only exponentially soar in the future. But unlike other players, Liam didn't want to simply become strong. He wanted to dominate. He wanted to create and master the ultimate hybrid class, which would eventually help him massacre and pave his way through the impending apocalypse. He would only be a fool if he didn't aim and strive for something impossible even after getting a miraculous second chance at life like this. After thinking through things for a while, Liam flashed his eyes open, looking calm and composed. The best path for him was in fact right in front of his eyes, even recommended by the system. He looked at the instructor calmly and answered him with a polite smile on his face. "I will not be selecting a class at the moment, senior." "Ah. I see." The instructor nodded. "Are you sure, lad? This decision might put you at a disadvantage compared to others who restrict themselves to a single path. It is always better to excel in one, rather than be mediocre in many." He tried to convince Liam as best as he could, seeing that the young man had one of the best constitutions he had seen. However, Liam resolutely shook his head, standing firm in his decision. "All right then. I wish you good luck in your journey, young man." The instructor patted him with a sigh. The two of them then walked out of the training hall, ignoring all the other players. There was pin-drop silence in the room as no one even knew what to say. The NPC who typically tested the aptitude for players was the one to break this silence as his voice rang loudly in the room. "Who wants to take the test next? Make a line." However, no one was in the mood to step forward now. They blankly looked at each other, and a loud commotion immediately broke out. Some people who had already selected their class even started to regret their decision now. Playing as a no class was certainly an option in many games, but most often it was not the best. But after looking at the actions of Liam, they were no longer sure about it. Chapter 13. Want to party together? Brother expert. Wait a minute. As Liam walked out, a loud voice sounded behind him. Ray hurriedly ran after Liam, seeing that the latter had no intentions of stopping for him. Finally, he had to pick up the pace and run at his full speed just to catch up with the guy. Huff. Huff. Man, you are fast. Listen, brother. Do you want to party together? Ray panted, patting his chest to catch his breath. Not interested. Liam stepped aside and walked around him, leaving the training hall building area. Considering the unexpected events that had happened, he was busily recalculating everything in his mind. Ah. Wait. 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 See, I am not alone. My two cousin sisters are with me also. Ray awkwardly chuckled, hoping that it would catch his attention. But unfortunately, Liam still continued walking as if he hadn't heard anything at all. Stop pimping out your sisters, dude. Cough. Cough. Ray almost stumbled from his merciless straightforward stab. You do know that people are going to be following you, right? Not everyone would be as friendly as I am. Liam finally stopped, turning around to look at Ray. That is for sure. Not everyone would be as friendly as you. In fact, I am counting on it. He flashed a gentle and polite smile, which for some reason looked cold and sinister to Ray, raising the small strands of hair on his back. Hi. Hi. All right. Ray raised his hands and took a step back subconsciously. Could you at least tell me what you were doing and what quest you received? I am willing to pay for that information. He paused and then added. Generously. 500 gold coins. Liam named his price with the same deceptive smile and walked away, knowing full well that he was not going to go for it. With the current exchange rate, not many people trading the in-game currency, a sum like 500 gold coins was astronomically high and expensive. Even with several people worldwide playing the game, it would probably cost at least a few $1,000s. So unless the other party was insane, they wouldn't agree to something like this. Liam just needed him to stop following him and pestering him. So he tossed out this insane number. He did not have time to spare for dealing with these things. However, unexpectedly, Ray immediately shouted back with a thumbs up. Yes. Add me as a friend, I can send you the gold over ASAP. Are you serious? Liam couldn't help but let out a laugh. It looked like he had inadvertently run into one of the pay-to-play heavy-duty moneybags. He paused, deciding to deal with the matter quickly, and finished the transaction first. Ding. You have received 500 gold coins from your friend. All right. Follow me and observe carefully. I will demonstrate for you 3 times. That's it. At this point in the game, there was no recording option, so he wasn't too worried about revealing his face. Ray nodded, immediately turning around and waving at the 2 women. The 3 of them half jogged and half ran, keeping up with Liam as they walked to the outskirts of the town. Though there were several prying eyes still lingering on the group, Liam was not bothered by it as they were well within the town's protection limits. And also, he was almost 5 times stronger than a normal level 1 player. All right. This is the first stance. Liam balanced himself on his right leg and folded the left leg behind his back, bringing it all the way up to reach his head. This strengthens your spine. He explained. The 3 nodded silently, observing him and taking mental notes as they did. Liam was swift in his transitions and his movements flowed smoothly. He repeated all the stances as if he had done those 100 times before. Sweat trickled down his body, his muscles straining against the thin ragged shirt. It was almost a blasphemy for such trash clothing covering his perfect chiseled figure. Both Mia and Alex gulped simultaneously, Liam's movements only half registering in their minds. They were more busy looking at the tensing up and relaxing movements of his defined muscles. Ray had brought them over because he knew they were more talented than him, but weirdly enough, he was the person paying most attention right now. It took Liam all of 2 minutes to finish the entire set of movements and then he repeated it 2 more times, finishing the whole thing in around 5 minutes. All right then. I am done with the demonstration. As for the explanation, You should have figured out by now how extremely realistic the game is. So this set of exercises are just something I practice every day in real life, and they coincidentally worked in-game as well. He didn't care if they were convinced or not with his explanation and didn't bother elaborating more. I wish you luck. Liam clapped his hands, removing the dirt on them as the three still continued to watch him in a daze. He then turned around to start walking away back to the town, when all three snapped out of their trance and called after him at the same time. Hey! Wait. Liam stopped, already regretting his decision for entertaining the three heavy-duty money bags. I am Alex. Add me also to your friends list. And I am Mia. The two girls introduced themselves. Brother, come on. Now that we have all been introduced, how about we party together? We are all good players. We won't bog you down. Liam sighed. Not interested. He also didn't send any friend requests to the two women and continued walking back to the moneylender. Now that he had more money, it saved him a lot of time and effort, and he intended to upgrade his gear before heading out. Brother Expert, Ray called after him, but Mia stopped him. Leave him be. I don't think someone like him will join any group. Let's just work on things our own way. She muttered, tucking away a few strands of her blonde hair behind her ear. Chapter 14 Rich Boy. What? You are already returning the gold? The fat pawnshop owner shook his head at Liam in disapproval, his chubby chin and neck fat jiggling as he did. He was not able to get a single silver from the young man, and it pained him terribly. As a lone shark, his survival depended on people returning back the money borrowed at the last minute, if at all, but now this young man had returned it back to him within a single day. All right. Don't hesitate to ask for my help again if you need it. The shopkeeper muttered, replacing the frown once again with a big smile. Liam nodded at him and then walked out towards his next destination. He had neither expected this influx of cash nor his unique body constitution. This made his path ahead a lot easier and at the same time also uncertain. After exiting the pawnshop, Liam made a quick trip to the weapons store and upgraded his rusted long sword to a bright and shiny silver sword. It gave him a simple boost of 10 attack power as opposed to the 1 attack power of the rusted sword while costing 10 silver. Unlike the pieces of equipment dropped by beasts and monsters, swords sold by the merchant stores were flashy, extremely good-looking, expensive but had very bad stats. No one in their right mind would buy these. It was far more efficient to obtain pieces of equipment by clearing quests and grinding for monsters or even personally forging them. However, right now time was more valuable than gold for Liam. So he quickly purchased a full set of gear without hesitation, including light leather armor, leather pants, silver boots, and silver gauntlets, spending a little over 1 gold. There was also a thick silver breastplate which Liam did not buy as he preferred keeping his body light and free, rather than being weighed down by clunky pieces of equipment. Combined with his tempered well-toned body, clear skin, sharp look, and fine, polished, and crisp leather clothing, he looked like an heir to one of the rich families. The gear also gave him a decent boost, of course, albeit for an extravagant price. Defense, 50-70. Agility, 50-60. Physical attack power, plus 10. For a player who has just started the game with not a single ounce of experience points, Liam's stats were extremely terrifying, to say the least. All right. Time to head out. He had already spent enough time in the town, so Liam started walking out in long strides. This time he didn't bother taking the busy Commoners Road and directly headed into the wilderness. This guy. What the hell? Just how much money does he have? And not to mention the good items and the unique quest. What a lucky bastard. Robert grimaced. He was one of the players who had noticed Liam back in the training hall and had been following him ever since. Robert was not someone new to VRMMORPG and had a dedicated group of friends playing along with him who were all together as a guild in the last game before they got forcibly pulled into Evolution Online. They had only coincidentally noticed Liam, but after they saw him receiving the special quest from the instructor, they decided to follow him along. His actions were a bit too suspicious and they couldn't help but doubt that he had prior knowledge about the game. Otherwise, how could he get this lucky this soon? Not to mention, Liam also looked unusually calm and steady among the sea of players who were fumbling around. No doubt. This guy is a beta tester, Robert exclaimed. He was a tall young man seemingly in his 20s and he had a wild, unkempt, scraggly beard on his chin. Should we loot him, bro? Ben asked, walking along with Robert. Their group currently had 5 people following Liam. Robert paused and replied after a while, shaking his head. That would only be counterproductive. Let's follow him and see what he does next. Maybe he can lead us to a good grinding spot which can give us an advantage. All the others agreed with him and nodded in response. Though it might seem like they were wasting time, in an exploration game with very little information available, any amount of extra advantage would give them an edge. However, they were not the only group following Liam and not everyone had the same intentions. Janeway slapped the guy standing near him on his back and loudly harumphed. Ah. I can't wait to slaughter that bitch. He is spending my money without any limit. Hey. How stupid. Why would a level 1 loser even invest so much in equipments? Wasting money because he has lots. Another one chimed in. This group of players had oriental features and were also following Liam. Must be some rich sucker who has a death wish. Bish money can't save you in the game. Leader, we should teach him a good lesson while we are at it. Camp at the grave and wait for him to get more in-game gold and kill him again and again. Coo. How many times do you think he will end up recharging before finally giving up and uninstalling the game? Coo. Note, physical attack power is directly proportional to the strength attribute and the boost from weapon is in addition to this. In this case, plus 10. Chapter 15 One-Hit KO. Once he was out of the town's borders, Liam picked up his pace and dashed into the depth of the forests. And since his level was still technically 1, a bunch of rabid rabbits and horny goats picked up his scent, aggroed onto him, and started following him. He as well didn't exactly bother evading them or going around the lower-level beasts, so within a minute about a dozen beginner-level beasts were following him. What the hell? What is this idiot doing? A few disgruntled voices sounded from a distance, as the players who were following Liam had their own worries. They didn't want him to die to some rabbits and goats and resurrect back in the graveyard. Do you think he is doing this on purpose? One of the lackeys asked, making Janeway grit his teeth. It looks like he has some brain after all. Call some of our friends and tell them to stand ready near the town graveyard. I have a feeling that he might die just to try and lose us. Oh. The lackey nodded. Boss, do you think he knows we are following him? Looks like it. Janeway nodded pensively. Otherwise, why would he have pulled so many monsters? There were currently about 5 groups following Liam, along with the horde of beginner-level beasts, and all 5 of them had similar thoughts. Liam, however, was on a completely different page. As soon as he headed into the forests, he started picking up his pace, and right in front of everyone's eyes, men and beast alike, he soon started pulling away, the distance between him and his pursuers gradually increasing. Liam's stats were not that of a level 1 player and he currently resembled a level 4 or level 5 player more, so it took him only a few seconds to shake off the beginner-level beasts and he was eventually out of their aggro range. And as for the other players, they lasted slightly longer than the beasts. Munching on consumables like tough bread and wild mushrooms, the group of them replenished their stamina repeatedly and kept pursuing the elusive rich bastard without giving up. But after a few minutes, only those who had chosen agility classes like swordsman and thief were able to still keep going, and the number of Liam's followers drastically dwindled to a mere 4. Boss, this guy. Huff. Could he have bought some special potions? Why is his speed so high? Guan Yi muttered, barely holding on. Jin Wei scrunched his nose and answered. He should have done something like that because he is too fast for a level 1 character even if he had high starting agility. Both of them had already chosen thief class and were even level 3 at the moment, which was why they had left the novice village and were wandering around in the town for more quests when they had noticed Liam. So it was quite shocking for them to see that even they were not able to keep up with his speed even with a 2-level difference. Boss. I think we are going to lose him. Guan Yi angrily gritted his teeth and muttered, his stock completely running out and his stamina bottoming out. This forced him to come to a stop. Next to him, Jin Wei wasn't doing too well either, and he as well came to a halt in the next second. Just when the duo was about to curse Liam, their eyes flew wide in surprise as they noticed him as well come to a halt. Liam was standing in front of a brook, a small stream of water, and thinking about something with a serious expression. Fuck it. Finally. Our chance is here. Both Jin Wei and Guan Yi dashed forward together, gulping down the last bit of their tough bread. Since they had already chosen their class beforehand, the two of them had a bunch of skills they could use, and they immediately activated one of the basic skills for a thief, stealth. They closed the distance between Liam and themselves and approached him quickly yet carefully. They didn't want to let the golden fish slip away from their fingers yet again. I will stab him in the back. You stab him in the front. Jin Wei silently signaled to Guan Yi with his hand, and the two of them circled around Liam, but before they could take another step forward and carry out their coordinated plan, suddenly a shout sounded near them. Die! 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 A lean figure yelled out loud as he jumped out of nowhere and repeatedly slashed at Liam from the side, aiming for his neck. Jin Wei and Guan Yi were both taken aback as they hadn't expected someone else to beat them to the punch. Moreover, the attacker also seemed extremely skilled as he directly aimed for Liam's jugular. But they weren't also too worried as the person had already revealed himself and there were two of them as opposed to just him alone. All they had to do was wait for him to finish off Liam and then they could jump in and finish him off. So thinking about this, the duo patiently waited for the blood to gush out of Liam's throat and for him to drop dead. However, the next second, it was not Liam who dropped down dead. Rather, it was the skinny figure lying on the floor. Their throats went dry as they watched Liam casually lean back and twist his body to land a punch on the thief's throat. It was only a single attack, with Liam not even having unsheathed the sword hanging on his hip, and the other person dropped dead with just that single attack. As soon as he touched the ground, his body disintegrated into ashes and light and evaporated away, while Liam casually bent down to pick up the dagger that the assassin had left behind. Chapter 16 Massacre. Ding. A new skill, Throat Punch, has been created due to your actions. Throat Punch, each hit will cause 120% damage, cooldown, none. Liam chuckled as he kept the dagger in his inventory and gazed at the light red aura now hovering around his body. This red color aura implied that he had killed another player recently. Other than that, it also attracted more aggro from beasts and widened the aggro range. This was the only penalty for PK, player killing, in the game, at least in the current stage. After he swiftly dealt with the single pest who had dared to show his face, Liam then went back to staring at the brook gurgling loudly near him. His starting point in his last life was also Coldwater Novice Village in the northern part of the Gresh Kingdom. However, he had unfortunately missed out on one of the juicy treasure spots of the kingdom, even though he had started quite close to it. Liam planned to first rectify this mistake this time around. He didn't step into the waters of the brook, though it looked quite cool and refreshing, and continued to walk alongside it, heading further in the northern direction. Not long after, he heard a low growl behind him and turned around to see a dark blue-furred wolf snarling and snapping at him. Its eyes were fluorescent yellow in color and they were unmistakably locked onto Liam. As the animal slowly prowled towards him, a few more growls sounded, and within a minute Liam suddenly found himself surrounded in all directions by a pack of angry wolves. Hey! Dire wolves? Should be level 3 at least. Not bad. They should give me some decent experience points. Liam calmly smiled before finally unsheathing his sword that had been simply hanging around his waist all this time. The long silver sword glittered in the bright sunlight and it dazzled as Liam slashed at one of the wolves coming at him. -100. An unbelievable damage number floated on its head. Growl. Oh whoa. The wolf yelped before its head was cleanly severed from its body and blood splattered in all directions. Ding. 50 experience points gained. Ding. 50 bonus experience points gained due to the level difference. Ding. A new skill slash has been created due to your actions. Slash, each slash of the sword deals 120% damage, a critical hit attack deals 150% damage, cooldown, none. Liam flicked his sword and ignored the notifications that popped up vaguely at the back of his mind. His full concentration was on the fight in front of him. Someone else might have been intimidated if they were suddenly surrounded by an entire wolf pack, with at least a dozen wolves, baring their teeth at them, but Liam remained calm and unfazed. And it was because of a simple reason, the reason being he had seen much worse. The wolves were not gentlemanly enough to come at Liam one by one, giving him enough time and space to slaughter everyone. Seeing their first brethren fall on the ground, they did not wait patiently and let out a loud howl before jumping at Liam all at once. Perfect. Liam grinned and straightened up his stance. He neither attempted to evade them or flee from them, standing erect at the same spot. His tall and steady figure was like an unsheathed sword burning brightly with the souls of 1,000 warriors. This was his sword spirit. To be more precise, this was the sword spirit he had gained enlightenment into after fighting countless battles in his previous life. Though most of them had been losing battles, he had still persevered as much as he could. And his sword spirit reflected that. It shone with a brilliance that mirrored his undying will. His life may have restarted, but how could he possibly forget all the hard work drenched with his sweat, blood, and searing pain? When the first wave of the wolves neared him, Liam calmly took a single step forward and swung his sword. He sent a single slash towards the wolves pouncing at him and then spun around to send another slash towards the wolves coming from behind him. The attack sliced through the air like a beam of terrifying energy and it cut down everything in its path, slaughtering one wolf after another. And when there were no more wolves, the sword beam howled as if it was alive and it hit the tree nearby, splitting it into two and finally quelling its hunger. It took him only a fraction of a second and 2 sword attacks, and instantly the dozen wolves crumbled down like melting butter. Every single one of them was cleanly severed into 2 halves right down the middle of their body. In fact, the cut had been so crisp and fast that it took a few seconds for even the blood to seep out. And when blood finally started dripping, a horrendous pool of blood formed around Liam from where he was standing, his single person surrounded by the dozen corpses. Ding. A new skill Spirit Slash has been created due to your actions. Spirit Slash, each slash of the sword deals 1000% damage, a critical hit attack deals 1500% damage, cooldown, none. Ding. Skill has been locked. Ding. 50 experience points gained. Ding. 50 bonus experience points gained due to the level difference. Ding. 50 experience points gained. Ding. 50 bonus experience points gained due to the level difference. Ding. 50 experience points gained. Ding. 50 bonus experience points gained due to the level difference. Ding. You have leveled up. Chapter 17 Lucky Start. Liam did not have any time to take a look at the drops or the several notifications as he stumbled on the ground, coughing up some blood. What is this? Some sort of backlash? I guess my body is still not strong enough to handle spirit attacks. Liam silently pondered, as he munched on some roasted quail meat to recover his stamina and health, both of which had considerably dropped after he used the spirit/skill. Skill locked, huh? Looks like I won't be able to use this for a while. Alright. It should be fine. I am anyways close to that place and I should be able to get some new skills soon. Liam paused and then as an afterthought he scooped up all the wolf pelts, teeth, and stacks of meat that had dropped. There were also some copper and silver coins, and a piece of equipment that had dropped. He did not even bother to take a look at it and stashed it all in his inventory as if they were trash. He then hurried along the brook, his pace faster than before. A few miles away from Liam, two figures slowly and steadily jogged forward. Boss. What the? He is stepping into level 4 dire wolf territory. Should we still follow him? Our stealth won't hold up if a wolf ends up catching our scent. Guan Yi stuttered as he reluctantly followed Jin Wei. The two of them had given up on attacking Liam after seeing how he had finished off the other assassin in a single hit. Let's just wait for the potion effects or whatever he is using to cool down. Jin Wei muttered, though he was no longer sure if Liam was even using a potion in the first place. If we just wait patiently and continue to follow him, there will surely be a chance. It was now easier for them to follow Liam as he had been only walking alongside the brook without making any other detours. So even though they were lagging behind him, they still hadn't completely lost his trail. As the duo jogged forward, both Jin Wei and Guan Yi came to a complete halt suddenly. Boss. I hear howling sounds. I am not deaf, I can hear too. Let's run now. This should be our chance. We should attack him while he is still weak from fighting from the wolves. The two of them quickly began to run forward but once again came to a halt. Boss. I think there are many wolves howling. Damn it. Let's turn back. There is no way a level 1 could survive a level 4 wolf pack. Both Jin Wei and Guan Yi spun around on their heels and started running away helter and skelter. After making sure that they had put sufficient distance between themselves and the battle scene, Jin Wei quickly contacted their friend who was standing guard near the graveyard. Boss, how much longer do I need to stand there? Gumu asked in annoyance. There had been big talks about harassing a noob and leeching a lot of gold off of him, but till now absolutely nothing had happened. Jin Wei was already in a bad mood and his underlings questioning his authority further irritated him. Shut up and wait patiently. There should be someone resurrecting now. He should be dressed in costly gear. You know how he looks, right? Player details and names were not openly visible for everyone to see, so they could only rely on appearances to identify someone. All right, boss. I will keep an eye out. Gumu could only swallow his grievances and reply. He was not happy with his current assignment, especially since this was a new game, but he didn't have the guts to refuse Jin Wei, so he ended up relenting. A few minutes passed by, however, Gumu still didn't come across anyone that could possibly be Liam. Helplessly, he quickly rang up Jin Wei again. Boss, I don't think he died. At the other end, Jin Wei had a constipated look on his face. All the howling sounds had suddenly stopped, so the duo daringly walked forward to see what happened, only to find the sight of bloodbath in front of them. The drops were all mostly picked up, but the bloody aftermath of the battle still remained fresh in front of them. Boss. Guan Yi weakly muttered. I don't think we should follow him anymore. Jin Wei remained silent for a while, however, he didn't seem quite as scared as Guan Yi. Idiot. Tell me, how can a level 1 player deal with so many wolves on his own? Let me tell you. He purchased a good item. Maybe he purchased some sort of bombs. Did our group make a list of available consumables yet? Not sure, boss. All right. We are already here. Let's just follow him and see what he is up to. If he is this rich to buy good items, maybe he also bought some insider information for the game. Ah. That makes sense. Guan Yi nodded. Boss, you are so smart. All right. All right. You don't have to kiss my ass. I prefer women. Shut up and come. Jean Wei grinned and walked forward. He. What a lucky start. He was now more than ever convinced that they had hooked onto a big money whale rather than a goldfish, and he wasn't planning to let him go. He was going to prepare a sweet trap for him, catch him and then peel him apart, selling every part from flesh to blubber. As Liam hadn't completely cleaned off all the drops from the wolf pack, the two scavenged some meat and fur which were left over and then continued to follow the tracks along the brook. Chapter 18 Dragon and #39's Lair. Liam paused at the junction where the brook joined a huge turbulent river and then started walking in the northeastern direction towards a cluster of mountains. He climbed the winding pathways and then paused at a particular cave near the base of one of the taller mountains. Surprisingly, there was also another cave besides the first cave. He stopped and stared at both the caves, his lips curling into a big smile. I am glad I found it. Liam chuckled at the unbelievable sight in front of him. Now let me see, the cave on the right should be the dungeon entrance, and the cave on the left should be the lair. The person who first uncovers a dungeon entrance received bonus points and additional drops, but Liam was rather interested in the second cave. This cave was in fact the lair of one of the lesser dragons called Neria. Like all dragons, Neria also had the fetish of collecting gems and treasures. However, Liam knew that it also had an additional fetish. The lazy dragon loved to lure travelers into its lair by showing off its treasures and eat them when they least expect it. It particularly enjoyed the look of ecstasy and euphoria which appeared on the faces of its prey because of the treasures right before it changed to complete and utter terror on realizing the fate that awaited them. There was also a specific spell inside the cave which made everyone lose everything in their possession if they died inside the cave, thereby slowly growing the treasure mound of the dragon. However, it was only a lesser dragon and it was not too smart. Otherwise, it wouldn't be this close to a starting area. The solution was also an extremely simple one that anyone can try. In his previous life, there was a player who outsmarted the dragon by only taking half the treasures in its lair and escaped before Neria could lure him all the way to its nest, which was at the back of the cave. The dragon hadn't expected this because it knew all living beings were inherently greedy, and it counted on this greed to lure its unsuspecting victims all the way to the back where it laid in wait for them. So after the player escaped with its treasures, the dragon was outraged and it came out of the cave, permanently settling in front of the dungeon to wreak havoc on anyone who passed by. It became the elite monster that players had to tackle before entering the dungeon behind it. However, its lair and the treasures in the lair were never accessible once the event/scenario was triggered. Though this became quite a popular topic of discussion, no one exactly knew the complete details of the treasures inside the lair. Some players had hyped the whole thing, spreading rumors that legendary items were available, but no one bought it considering that this was a beginner area elite. Liam's purpose for coming here, however, was entirely different. Of course, he was interested in the treasures, but he was more interested in the various skill books which were said to be strewn across the cave. Since he was not selecting a class at the moment, skill books were the things Liam needed the most. He was confident enough to be able to pick up some of the sword skills on his own, but when it came to spells and magic, he was a beginner who had to start from scratch just like the others. He, of course, knew about some tips and tricks, but unless and until he achieved a deeper understanding of the various elements and the mana itself, it would be impossible for him to achieve mastery. Hello again, Neria. Liam sucked in a huge breath of air and entered the cave on the left. Instantly, he could feel a vague ominous aura in the air, his fully trained and honed senses screaming at him that terrifying danger laid ahead, but Liam behaved as if he was casually strolling. He looked around the cramped and moldy cave walls and cringed at the dusty webs in the corners. He then whistled and walked a bit forward, stopping abruptly at the sight of something glittering and sparkling. "Whoa!" Liam shouted, acting completely surprised. He went over to the nearest pile of what looked like a mound of copper coins and quickly shoved everything inside his inventory. He then turned around and went deeper into the cave, once again acting completely stunned and elated on seeing the second treasure pile, which was mostly silver coins, but it also had some equipments. Liam quickly tossed everything in his inventory without bothering to inspect it. However, he left behind a few silver coins, moving on to the next pile, which was almost blinding to look at. This was a pile of gold coins. It also contained some old archaic-looking books, and Liam did not have to look at them twice to know that these were the skill books that he was looking for. There were even several of them, and Liam hurriedly pocketed everything, including the gold coins. He raised his head again. His face was now almost livid with happiness and excitement that he was grinning from ear to ear. Up ahead laid a pile of gems dazzling in multiple colors. There were once again equipments, skill books, and Liam even spotted a few scrolls which could only be recipe scrolls. He clapped his hands loudly and then rubbed them together as if he was ready to snatch everything for himself. However, he suddenly turned around. "Ah. It looks like I have left behind some silver coins. I should pick them up also." He spoke out aloud and casually walked back to pick up the few silver coins that he had purposefully left behind. And as soon as he reached the small scattered bunch of coins, he tripped and fell, losing his balance, some of the gold coins in his hand flying to the entrance of the cave. "Ah. Damn it. My gold coins." Liam let out a surprised yelp and then chased after them, but as soon as he reached the entrance. Chapter 19. Neria is angry. Where did he go? Jean Wei looked around, standing at the junction of the brook and the river. They had followed Liam all the way up to here when they had suddenly lost track of him. Looking around carefully, Guan Yi poked him to show the set of footprints leading to the mountain. "Boss, over there." "Oh. Look up there. Is that a cave?" Jean Wei gasped. "Boss, there is another cave right next to it." Guan Yi also exclaimed in excitement. "Oh shit, boss. This has to be some sort of treasure cave or dungeon, right? We have really hit it big." All right. Calm down. Have you forgotten how strong that guy is? He might also bring back up." Jean Wei rubbed his chin and muttered pensively. "We have to be extra careful here. Finding a dungeon right now would be a very big deal. Not to mention the gold on that rich boy. Let's call for backup first. Get all our friends to come here. Coo. Who knows, even a guild tablet or something like that could drop from the dungeon and we can be the first guild in the game. What a fucking lucky day. This rich boy is my lucky star. Bah ha ha ha." While Jean Wei stood arrogantly and looked around the area, Guan Yi quickly got to work and called everybody they knew who was in and around the area. Within a few minutes, a group of players had gathered around the area, with some more still coming in. Inside the mountain, at the back of the winding tunnels of the cave, a blackish green-skinned creature lazily raised its head. Neria had noticed the weak prey that had wandered into its lair, but it sighed, letting out smoky fumes, seeing that the meat wouldn't be enough to even savor the taste, let alone fill its stomach. Without even opening its eyes, it lazily rested its red spiky head back on the cold cave ground. It knew that the prey was sure to walk right into its mouth, so it made no effort of any kind. It patiently snoozed and waited, absent-mindedly watching Liam through its soul sense. It watched him as he picked up the copper coins, and then it watched him after he picked up the silver coins. It even watched him as he left behind the few silver coins and moved onto the mound of gold, only to come back later for it, stumbling and falling on his face. Heh! What a clumsy little human. Good that stupidity is not contagious. It snorted in arrogance, once again smoke filling the small space. It lazily lifted its one eyelid, its fluorescent slit-like eye half open and half closed, and watched Liam as he ruffled his head and ran out to grab the few coins. Though there were mountains and mountains of treasure inside, the human being had still gone back for a couple of gold and silver coins. Such was the greed of living beings. It harumphed condescendingly. However, the very next second, the enormous terrifying dragon instantly froze. It jerked its head up and flashed its eyes open. Growl. It took a minute, the enormous beast blinked, and it finally understood what just happened. Neria swung its body around in a haste, lashing its tail in anger, as it saw the human being blast out of the cave and the mountain itself with immense speed. Roar! It let out a terrifying howl as it speeded outside as well without a second thought. Trickery. The damned human had outsmarted it. Taking only some of its treasures, the stupid and clumsy human being had run away. Neria trembled in anger, after having been made a fool by a stupid human being. It shot out of the cave following the prey's trail, determined to chew him out today. Roar! It opened its mouth and sent out another terrifying howl, but this time bright red flames shot out of its mouth, matching the color of its skin and scales. Meanwhile, Liam sucked in a huge breath of air and had started to run as soon as he neared the entrance of the cave. He was not sure if he was going to make it. After all, the beast that was about to chase him was a dragon, even if it was one of the lesser dragons. But he couldn't let this opportunity pass by and mustered every last bit of his strength to run as fast as he could. He shoddily climbed down the winding paths of the mountain, half sliding and half slipping, getting the hell out of the zone. However, as soon as he landed on the flat forest ground, Liam came to a screeching halt. Standing in front of him were about 20 to 30 players, each and every single one of them at least level 2, while behind him up on the hill, a terrifying roar sounded, a blast of fire ripping out of the cave entrance. Chapter 20. Thanks for the help. Are you ready to die, bitch? Janeway muttered with a grin on his face, happy to see Liam confused. What? What are you looking at? Are you wondering how we all got here? I have been following you all along. Heh. I bet you didn't even know that. He placed his hands on his waist and laughed arrogantly, sneering at the rich boy in front of him. Liam, on the other hand, was busy looking around. He had a frown on his face as he busily ran through the different scenarios in his mind. He had considered several things as he plotted to exploit this small treasure trove, but never did he imagine such an outcome. Tui. Why are you looking around like a monkey who ate ginger? Just die already. Janeway stepped forward, waving his dagger around. After all, we don't have all day to waste on you. We need to explore the dungeon you showed us. Coo. Am I right? That's a dungeon, isn't it? However, as he neared Liam, he noticed something weird. The person in front of him did not look scared shitless as he had hoped. In fact, he did not look scared at all. Instead, he had a big grin on his face. Thanks for the help. Liam muttered. Eh? Have you lost it? Janeway chuckled and waved his dagger. Behind him, another player had already cast a healing spell on him, as a green mist enveloped him. Janeway had taken these precautions to make sure that he was not one-shot killed like what happened to the other thief. He dashed forward towards Liam and poked his dagger at him, aiming for his stomach, when suddenly a huge boom resonated from within the cave, high on the mountain. Almost immediately, a gigantic red figure shot out of the cave like a bullet and directly jumped onto the ground with a huge deafening thud. Roar! Neria raised his spiky dragon head and let out a burst of hot flames on the few players on the right side. Everything happened in a few seconds, and no one had expected this nor were ready for this. They were still watching the huge dragon with their mouth wide open when the flames scorched them, taking down a chunk of their health. A few of the players who had gathered even died directly, unable to withstand a single attack from the dragon. Damn it. What the hell is that? Janeway shouted in shock. He turned around to ask Liam what was happening when he noticed that the person whom he was in the midst of attacking had already disappeared somewhere. Phew. That little bitch set us up. Janeway roared. Get information. Now. As Neria raised its head and roared again, revving up for the next flame burst, Janeway and the group of players finally managed to gather their bearings, and a volley of attacks showered on the dragon. However, how could it be so easy to subdue a rare elite monster? Just by lashing out its tail here and there, the dragon created a circle of misery around it, not letting anyone near its body. Its physical defense was also on par with its physical attack power, and every time it opened its mouth, huge damage numbers floated on the group of players. And just like that, the bunch of people who had only gathered to bully a single player and perhaps explore a dungeon, were now fighting a losing battle against a beast akin to a raid boss. Janeway was livid with rage. In front of him was a very good opportunity, and yet they couldn't grasp it properly thanks to the element of surprise. If they could have at least had 1 minute to prepare themselves, the result would have been much better, and they could have even beaten the dragon by now, becoming the first players in the game to achieve such a feat. But now they were just barely holding on, struggling to even remain alive. Fucking slut. If I get my hands on him again. Janeway screamed as he once again attempted to stab the dragon from the back. Adding to his dismay, other players had also started to filter in, noticing the commotion in this area. Not to mention, the town and the forest were located very close to the novice village, the starting point for several players. Every time the dragon moved, it sent tremors across the ground, attracting everyone's attention. Of course, everyone's attention except for one person, who was busily scaling the mountain from which he had only jumped down a few seconds ago. Liam's hands and legs scurried up the mountain, climbing up as fast as he could. As soon as he saw the group of players in front of him, he had already decided to act. He was not sure if the treasures had already disappeared from the cave, but as long as he could get to it before the dragon was slain, he knew that there was a good chance for him to still grab it all. Chapter 21, Hitting the Motherlode. Liam panted as he reached the cave entrance. He had never expected this to happen. His long hair whipped in the wind and he quickly ran into the cave, his entire body drenched in sweat and his stamina far too low. But he didn't care about this right now, as he could clearly see that the inside of the cave was still sparkling. Moreover, Neria was clearly in the middle of its tantrum, roaring loudly, so there was no one guarding the treasures this time around. Jackpot! Liam shouted, licking his lips. Even though he had faced enough in his life, giving him a calm and steady mentality, he still couldn't help but be agitated a bit at the sight of the 3 or 4 remaining mounds inside the cave, all sparkling brightly. He hurriedly dashed forward and shoveled everything in sight into his inventory slots. He didn't know when everything was going to disappear, so he didn't bother looking at things and blindly popped everything in. Thankfully, all the gold, silver, and copper were automatically stored as currency and didn't occupy any space in the actual inventory space. Otherwise, he would have run out of slots a long time ago. Apart from more gold coins, there were a variety of gems, more skill books, and recipe scrolls, not to mention ores, herbs, and all sorts of equipments. About 3/4 of his 500-slot inventory was completely filled, leaving Liam most probably the richest player in all of the game. He had cleared out the entire cave from top to bottom in the span of a few seconds. He even took the time to double-check the space, making sure every nook and corner was emptied out. And when he was finally done, Liam approached the farthest corner of the cave, the lair of the dragon, Neria's resting place. The spot looked empty enough, except for the straw and husk bedding on top of which the beast laid. There were also a couple of bones, probably from the dragon's last meal, but other than that no particular treasure was present. Liam hummed, turning around and about to leave when he suddenly paused for a while. He looked at the bedding again and squinted his eyes, and squatted down. He ran his hand through the inconspicuous bedding and started to patiently dismantle it. His hands were quick yet careful as he ripped apart the thick heap of bedding to shreds. Bingo! Liam's lips curled upwards as he caught sight of 3 objects hidden cozily at the center of the bedding. The dragon probably never cared about the other treasures which it displayed casually, while it personally guarded these 3 items by hiding them under its body. This alone told Liam volumes about the potential value of these 3 items. He did not waste any further time and quickly grabbed all 3, only inspecting it afterward. He sat back down and placed them on the ground, picking them up one by one. The first one was a white-colored medium-sized oval object, quite heavy. "Is this an egg?" Liam muttered, carefully placing it in one of the inventory slots. He then took the second item, which looked like a shard, violet in color, probably broken from a gem of some sort. He carefully placed it in his inventory and then took the third item, which was an old and rusted key. What the hell? Again, Liam had no idea what this was, even though this was the second time he was playing this game. The people who had looted this cave previously, or rather died attempting to, never mentioned anything about these 3 items. He had heard lots about the heaps of gold, gems, recipe scrolls, and skill books, but nothing about an egg or a shard or a key. Firstly, he was not sure if someone had managed to loot the entire cave as he did, but even if they did, and on the off chance that these items were extremely valuable, only fools would publicize that information. So either no one got it, or at least the person who got it was not stupid. Well, whatever. Liam ruffled his head and then tossed the key as well into his inventory slot. Without lingering inside longer, he stood up from the dirty cave ground and dusted his clothes before walking back out. All these treasure spots were good and all, but that was not his main purpose in playing the game. In fact, when the inevitable apocalypse descends, these gold coins or even the real-world currency would mean next to nothing. Only true strength and power mattered. As he superficially scrolled through the various items in his inventory, Liam walked out of the cave. His eyes scanned the forest grounds below, where Neria was still kicking up a storm and roaring loudly. He, however, had no intention of dropping down and joining the fight. To defeat Neria, a horde of at least 25 players were required, all battling the dragon in perfect sync and coordination. The people in front of him were just recklessly fighting the dragon with their lives on the line. He knew that they were never going to beat the dragon this way, or at least it was going to take a long time to do so. But Liam knew better than to join a losing fight. Unlike others who couldn't care less about a couple of losses or deaths since it was still the beginning of the game, he knew the true cost of death. Chapter 22 New Team. Every time a player, or rather a human being, died inside the game, their soul became a little weaker. Each death chipped a person's soul bit by bit. This was a fact revealed several weeks into the game when someone eventually died from sheer exhaustion. By then it was too late, and almost the entire population's souls were corrupted in one way or the other. Not a single person possessed a whole and healthy soul. Though Liam had no plans to become a hero or the savior of this world, he was also not cold-hearted enough to keep this particular piece of vital information to himself. I should probably post this later tonight in a forum or something. Liam made a mental note and prepared to leave the mountain, heading to the next place he had in mind. But as he stepped out, he noticed a couple of familiar figures standing in front of the other cave, right next to the dragon's lair. Ooh. What a coincidence. We meet again, expert. Ray quickly walked over to him and eagerly sparked up a conversation. Aren't you fighting the dragon, senior? Liam shook his head before turning to leave. Ah. Wait. Wait a minute, senior. Ray hurriedly shouted and ran over to him, seeing that the man was once again giving them the slip. We just found a dungeon here. Lair of the Ebon Raven. Our party got the discovery bonus and a big experience boost and drop rate bonus. We are still lacking 2 people. Do you want to join us, senior? Ray explained and asked Liam confidently, almost sure that he wouldn't be rejected. The team running the dungeon for the first time typically got a 100% experience boost, which was not an insignificant number, but even so, it was not enough to tempt Liam. But he didn't reject Ray. Instead, He paused for a moment before nodding his head in acceptance. There was a reason why he did this. Liam had a hunch that there might be some clues in the dungeon. After all, the dungeon was located right next to the cave where he had obtained the 3 mysterious items. If only the normal drops of the dungeon or the experience boost were taken into account, then probably he did not need any of it, but he was not sure if any additional drops would be triggered because he possessed the unique items. So Liam decided to run the dungeon at least once. He had to increase his level irrespectively, and this was not a bad way. Yes. Got it, senior. We won't drag you down, I swear. Ray was ecstatic after seeing Liam nod. All right. That's enough. What's your party composition? Liam patted the excited young man and walked towards the dungeon. Ha ha ha. Ray immediately revealed a big grin. Bro. Just like you, I am also playing no class. He even gave a thumbs up and a wink. This idiot. Liam shook his head, smiling bitterly. Add me to the party. He wanted to check their stats before starting the run. If their condition was too bad, then there was no point in teaming up with them. Instead of carrying dead weights and idiots, it would make his life a lot easier if he simply went in all by himself. Especially considering that this was only a beginner's dungeon. He had already tempered his body, and he was also no longer level 1. He leveled up twice from the fight with the wolves and was currently at level 3. So, for him, even solo clear was not impossible. Ray nodded and quickly added Liam to the team. Ding. You have been invited to join a party. Ding. Do you accept? Yes/no. Liam clicked yes and then silently inspected his 3 new teammates. Though he didn't have many expectations, to begin with, he was pleasantly surprised after seeing their stats. All 3 of them were in fact at level 4, a whole level higher than him or the bunch of players fighting with Neria beside them. Also, among the 3 only Ray hadn't chosen any particular class. One of the 2 girls had chosen the path of paladin while the other had chosen the role of a healer, more specifically a priestess. While both a paladin and a priest relied on holy power, mana with the light elemental attribute infused within it, a paladin focused more on protection and preventing damage while a priest focused more on the healing aspect. Not bad. Not bad at all for a makeshift team. Liam muttered, without minding that he was actually speaking the words out loud. Ray didn't care, but he looked at his 2 sisters and nervously smiled, before turning back to Liam. Bro, we are not really a makeshift team. We have played other games together. Machim, all right. Are we waiting for someone else or shall we start? Liam ignored his remark and went directly to the point. This time, it was not Ray who responded to him, but one of the 2 women, the paladin. We will be rolling for equipment drops and skill book drops impartially. Got it? Chapter 23 In Body. Alex tied up her long red hair into a tight bun as she eyed Liam from top to bottom. Every time her gaze fell on him, it was clear to her that she was in a game. No real man could possibly look like that. Though she herself was quite appealing, with a slender body and soft curves, the person in front of her was in a completely different league. With his looks, he could be a top model in the real world earning 6 figures. But except for his appearance and perhaps that special quest he received, nothing else was really that special about him, not to mention the arrogant attitude he wore all the time as if he was better than everybody else. Alex highly doubted that the person deserved all this attention and the ass-kissing which Ray was shamelessly doing. For all she knew, this guy was probably just a fake wannabe. So? Do you agree or not? We will be rolling for equipment drops and skill book drops impartially. She repeated her words again, stressing each of them. Liam chuckled wryly. Why would he care about the drops from a beginner's dungeon? That's fine with me. I don't need any pieces of equipment. We can roll for skill books. But I do have one single condition. If there are any material drops or unique drops, I will be taking it. Alex stared him down, raising her brow at him. Just because he said what he said, she couldn't help but feel that there were going to be unique drops or some special quest items. Was this guy a beta tester? How does he know everything in advance? Nevertheless, she shrugged and agreed. She didn't want to waste too much time talking out here because if they don't clear the dungeon first, it was inevitable that someone else will take their cake. After Alex agreed, the group then quickly walked inside, entering the cave. As soon as they stepped in, it was as if they had been transported to a completely different place. They were now standing in a forest of sorts again, an extremely windy one at that, and the clear blue sky was now an unsettling ominous dark purple in color. What the hell is this dungeon? Ray asked, looking around nervously. There were no beasts or monsters around them and the place was a bit too creepy for a plain empty forest. Not down. Look up. Liam muttered. Ray and the two women heard his words and immediately looked up to see tiny red dots scattered in the dark purple cloudy sky, and when they looked closer, they instantly gasped. The tiny red dots were eyes and the dark purple clouds were flocks of birds swirling around in endless loops. Phew-uck. Ray cursed out loud in shock and the two women also looked apprehensive. Liam, on the other hand, calmly smiled and sat down on the forest ground, opening his inventory screen. Just because the birds were there, it didn't mean that they were going to attack them. Otherwise, they would have done so already. All right. I need 5 more minutes and then I will be good to go. Everyone was too distracted to care about him, so they absent-mindedly nodded. Liam chuckled. The game was indeed a bit too realistic and there was a reason for that. He sighed and shook his head, finally taking a look at the things he had swiped from the dragon's lair. Currency. Gold, 5,000. Silver, 5,000. Copper, 5,000. Not bad. Liam clicked his tongue. He then took a look at the first skill book. Demonic Summon, consumes 200 mana and summons a lesser demon. Spell active for 20 seconds. Level 1. TCH at TCH. What an expensive summoning spell. Liam quickly learned the skill as there was no limit to the number of skills one could learn, but leveling up all of them and making sure that they are actually useful was an entirely different thing. One could learn 100 skills, but it was physically impossible to focus on all of them, level up all of them, and more importantly, gain enlightenment regarding all of them. But this particular skill was well worth the time and effort because Liam knew that when leveled up, it would enable the player to permanently form a contract with a demon. Of course, there was also another prerequisite for this to happen. Only people with an extremely high demonic affinity were capable of achieving this stage. Liam did not have an SSS grade affinity, which was technically the highest, but she still had an S grade affinity, which was good enough. So he didn't hesitate and quickly learned the skill. Alex stood beside him, curiously watching Liam and wondering what he was up to. Hey, Hofstadter. What do you think he is doing? Did he just learn a skill? She muttered under her breath. Liam ignored their chatter and was about to open the next item when his hand suddenly paused. Hofstadter? His eyes quickly scanned the name of the third member of the party, the priestess with whom he had not interacted that much. Ray Thornwood. Alex Thornwood. Mia Hofstadter. He hadn't paid enough attention to their names earlier, and now that he did, Liam was utterly dumbfounded. What was this? Fate? Or simply a coincidence? Liam cursed himself for not noticing this sooner. In his hurry, he would have almost sent away a God-sent gift package. Mia Hofstadter. In his previous life, she was a very famous named player. She had consistently been one of the top healers on the leaderboard. Not to mention, her top-notch skills as a battle priest when she was not healing. In addition to that, the woman was extremely good-looking, with a gorgeous figure, honey blonde hair, and a pair of bright blue eyes. She also had a calm, composed, and cold temperament like a sword that was sheathed, which didn't quite fit the image of a kind and benevolent priestess, and yet she was adored by countless fans and was revered as a goddess. However, all of this was when the world still had a semblance of normalcy. After things started to turn bleak, for some reason, her name had disappeared altogether. She was not even registered with the association. Liam's mind automatically rummaged through the several things he had heard about Mia, and he paused, paying attention to the one particular thing, the only part he cared about. This woman in front of him possessed a pure body. Chapter 24, Dungeon Run. Human beings were not all the same, and some had blessed constitutions even while living on an unawakened planet such as Earth. Liam himself did not have any such special constitutions. In his previous life, he had envied those people who had, because they were able to easily soar up and stand above when everyone else was struggling. The body was the vessel that absorbed, stored, and acted as a conduit for energy and magic. So when one had the upper hand in this aspect, their progress was smooth and steady. In his second time around, Liam had no plans of underestimating such an important factor, especially when the said thing was knocking at his doorstep. "Do you have a divine affinity?" Liam gazed at Mia and asked, directly coming to the point. "SSS grade?" he added. The girl in front of him was stunned. Her lips parted slightly and she asked, "What? How do you know that?" Both Alex and Ray were also shocked and looked at him with questioning eyes. Liam smiled. He did not have to wait for their answer. Judging just from their reactions, he could tell that his guess was indeed correct. "Haha. Nothing like that." He chuckled and raised his hands. "I was just wondering why you would select a class like priest." "Senior, I told you right. We are a strong team." Ray chuckled. Apparently, only he had bought Liam's answer, as the other two women squinted their eyes and looked at him warily. "All right. I am almost done." Liam did not dwell on the topic any longer, as he knew that convincing the other party right now for the thing that he wanted from her was almost impossible. He picked another one of the skill books, the basic skill for a necromancer class, and quickly learned it. This should be enough for this dungeon. He flicked his inventory close and then stood up, unsheathing one of the swords that he had picked up from Neria's lair. Sizzling iron sword. Weapon type, one-handed sword. Durability, 20/40. Attack damage, 15/20. Agility, 5. Let's go. The first mob should be up ahead. Ignore the ones flying in the sky. They won't come down to attack us," Liam explained. The group walked forward with Liam and Alex at the front and Ray and Mia at the back. Mia couldn't help but glance at the lean and muscular man in front of her. Why did he ask me that? She silently wondered. A few seconds later, the first beasts popped up. A group of wandering wolves stood in front of Liam and Alex. Before anyone could say anything, Liam dashed forward and took control of the situation. "Tank, take the two on the left. I will attack the two on the right. Ray, provide support for the tank. Healer, keep an eye out for sudden damages." Alex frowned, wondering who put this guy in charge of their team, but she decided to just go along with the flow and once and for all, really see what the guy was worth. She used her basic paladin skill, block, and jutted her shield forward. The two wolves immediately growled and attacked her, but their claws and canines were blocked by the shield. She skillfully moved, blocking their every single attack, again and again, even anticipating their attack pattern. However, these were just wolves, so Alex was even able to catch a break and swung her sword forward. Ray supported her by shooting arrows from behind, the two of them quickly finishing off the wolves in under a minute. "Woo!" Alex shouted as the string of experience points flowed in. She was about to turn and see how Liam was doing, but the next couple of experience points also flowed in. "He single-handedly finished the two wolves in the same time it took for the both of us?" She was dumbfounded. She wanted to open the system interface and check the damage numbers as they only received notification for experience points, but Liam's voice bellowed again. Get the wolf meat and place them atop that giant rock. He muttered and casually picked up the few copper coins that had dropped. Alex's eyes went wide. This shameless guy. But the other two didn't seem to care and quickly did what Liam told. They sliced the bodies of the animal and prepared a heap of fresh meat. As neither of the women wanted to touch the ultra-realistic chopped-up meat and Liam had already walked over to the rock, Ray volunteered and brought the pile of meat sloppily over to the rock. Now what? Alex asked, crossing her hands in front of her ample chest. Liam remained silent, but soon distant flaps of wings sounded. Now it begins. He smiled. Chapter 25 Unexpected Changes. Do you guys have any potions handy? Keep it ready. Liam barely finished talking when the distant trees shook and the leaves rustled. About 5 black ravens with big red eyes flew towards them like bullets. Tank. Heads up. You take 2. I will deal with the other 3. Ray. The same rule. Follow it. Provide support to the tank first. Come to me after dealing with the 2. Healer, look alive. Alex was furious. What the heck was with this fellow? Did they not have names? Only Ray had a name? She activated her skill, Deafening Roar, and attracted the attention of all 5 ravens, but Liam quickly slashed at 3 of them. His damage numbers were double that of Alex, so he immediately pulled the 3 away from her, giving her a stern look. Follow my instructions. The birds were a bit more agile than the wolves and their main attack pattern was with their beaks and claws, pecking furiously at their targets. Nevertheless, Liam dodged their attacks nimbly, his tempered body keeping up with his movements. Every single move he made was accounted for and had absolute precision. Beside him, Alex also blocked the birds and parried with them. Soon, the first wave of birds was brought down, again almost at the same time. A string of notifications rang in their ears giving out experience points. Alex immediately turned towards Liam and pointed her shield at him. Do you have something against women? What? Watch out. There are 3 more waves. Liam warned her and not long after, the trees once again rustled. This time a flock of 10 birds came down and Alex no longer had the luxury to be pissed at Liam. Deafening Roar, she once again shouted loudly, drawing the attraction of the cluster of black ravens. Tank, can you handle 5? Liam shouted and slashed at the few birds in the back. Heavy damage numbers floated and feathers scattered left and right, but even Liam was not able to dodge all the peckers. A few bloody gashes appeared on his body. However, just as his health dropped, nourishing energy enveloped his body, quickly healing him. Mia's spell casting was on point as she anticipated the damage and aided the team with great timing. Liam nodded in approval. This woman was indeed worthy of being one of the top battle priests. She was a natural. His own movements as well were extremely fluid and confident, but the difference between the both of them was that he had actually swung his sword 1,000,000 times before he got to where he was today. It was something that was drilled into his very bones. But the other party was simply born with a godly talent. The world was truly unfair. The ravens did not have any special attacks, so with just using his basic sword moves, Liam was able to deal with them in a matter of seconds. Alex and Ray, on the other hand, were still barely holding on. Alex grit her teeth in frustration as the experience points pooled from Liam's kills. Unlike the earlier mob, this one showed the skill difference between the two, leaving nothing to the imagination. While they were struggling, Liam was already done and he now dashed forward to help with their half of the mob. He would have gotten to them faster, but he did not want to use any of his new skills just yet. Ding. 10 experience points gained. Ding. 10 bonus experience points gained. Ding. 10 experience points gained. Ding. 10 bonus experience points gained. One of the ravens dropped a skill book this time, which Liam bent down and picked up. What is it, bro? Ray asked excitedly, but to his disappointment, it was only a holy heal spellbook. You have this skill? Liam asked Mia, and she nodded silently. He then turned and tossed the book to Alex. You should also learn it. Why would a paladin need a heal skill? Alex frowned. She was still sulking about the fact that he was much stronger and skilled than them. Your choice. Liam did not engage her and wiped the blood off of his sword, preparing for the next attack, which was about to hit them any time now. He took out a violet-colored fruit from his inventory and munched on it. Another wave incoming. Recover your mana and stamina quickly. Alex gripped her shield tightly, wanting to bash it on the back of his head. What a hateful guy. 10 again this time, Liam shouted as the trees began to rustle and another group of ravens flew towards them. 5 each. Same as last time. He swung his sword, prepared to jump into the battle, but suddenly, he froze. Liam almost couldn't believe what he was seeing. Something that he did not expect to happen. Instead of the norm, the 10 birds mob, a mob of 20 black ravens shot towards them like sharp arrows. Liam's eyes widened in realization. He knew that this had something to do with the special objects he had collected from the dragon's lair. He snapped out of his shock and immediately shouted again. More than 10. Watch out. Yes, I can see that, genius. Alex angrily retorted, but the man was too busy to listen to her. Awaken, Liam muttered under his breath, finally using another one of his skills. Black mist swirled around the many raven corpses littered on the mound, broken pieces of their skeletons slowly coming together. They bonded and fused like there was some sort of invisible glue. Some even had pieces of flesh and feathers stuck to it, making it extremely gory and disgusting to watch. Not to mention the pungent smell. What the hell? Alex took a step back, feeling nauseous. Even Mia's face was scrunched up. Only Ray watched the whole thing with a dazed look on his face that was full of admiration and worship. Bro. How cool. You got the undead skill. Nice. This looks freaking amazing. He gave Liam a thumbs up. Everything happened quickly, and from the mess of the several corpses, 3 raven skeletons rose up from the ground, flapping their rotten bonny wings. Chapter 26, God of Death. Squawk. 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 The cluster of ravens cackled, filling the air with loud shrieking noises. It was barely on the borderline, and even a decibel or so higher would have forced the team fighting against them to cover their ears first instead of fighting to prevent their eardrums from getting punctured. Alex immediately used her deafening roar, coupled with her block, but the birds were far too many and their beaks were everywhere. The group's health was dropping down too fast for even Mia to keep a steady hold on things. She frantically cast her heels, forcing herself to her limits to maintain absolute perfection in timing. Liam sighed. He took one look at how things were going and he immediately shouted. Get down. They were only a little over halfway through and he didn't want the group to be wiped out. And since everyone had been listening to him since the beginning, no one thought twice about what he said and acted first, getting off of the mound. Only after jumping down, they noticed that none of the ravens had followed them back and all the birds were now circling only around Liam. Healer. Keep up. Liam shouted, adding another instruction. He didn't bother giving Mia more detailed commands because he was confident about her abilities. Also, he didn't have the time to spare. Standing all by himself atop of the bloody mound, Liam's body was spinning and twisting in all crazy angles, his agility a notch higher than the ravens. The 3 undead he had summoned were also busily fighting back, taking chunks of flesh and health from the cackling ravens, but it was clear that he was being pushed to his limits. It was clear that he wouldn't last much longer, but lasting so far just by himself was itself a remarkable feat. Everyone was stunned silly. They watched Liam in a daze with dumb expressions on their faces, even forgetting that they could just climb back the mound and join the fight. They couldn't take their eyes off of him as he contorted in various angles, dodging the trajectories of the birds and at the same time, slashing at them with his sword. How beautiful! Alex muttered subconsciously. Mia as well had her eyes peeled open, not missing a single movement on the man in front of her. Ray, on the other hand, was watching on as if he was seeing a ghost. With every second that passed, his movements became sharper and sharper and his random moves slowly became coordinated and beautiful like a dance rather than an intense battle. All three gulped, watching him in awe. Sword slices rippled out in several directions, chunks of flesh and feathers flying everywhere. And before long, the entire flock of birds suddenly dropped down dead. Ding. 10 experience points gained. Ding. 10 bonus experience points gained. Ding. 10 experience points gained. Ding. 10 bonus experience points gained. Experience points rained down continuously, as the entire flock of birds was just like that taken care of by a single player. Ding. A new skill sword dance has been created due to your actions. Sword dance. Each slash of the sword deals 200% damage, a critical hit attack deals 250% damage, cooldown 3 minutes. Liam smiled at the new skill, feeling exhilarated after having executed the familiar set of moves perfectly. He didn't want to use this so soon, as revealing it might bring a lot of questions, but he didn't have any other options. So he just went for it. Awaken, Liam muttered again, this time a group of 5 bony undead ravens slowly rising up from the pile of corpses. He was already preparing for the next fight. Unlike him, all the 3 spectators stood still. Even Alex was stunned speechless with nothing else to say. She inwardly felt embarrassed to have compared both of their gameplay. One was like an aged wine while the other was like a cheap beer. Liam turned to look at them and saw the worshipping look in their eyes. Hey! He chuckled inwardly. He was not used to being looked at in this manner. He ruffled his head and muttered, returning back to dig through the pile of corpses. You should stop daydreaming and get back up. The next group will soon be here. The haul this time was quite good and the birds had dropped 2 skill books and 1 crossbow with good stats. Check this out. Liam threw the crossbow at Ray. Hey! How do you know all of this? Alex asked, ignoring the equipment that was tossed. She climbed back onto the mound, with her gaze fixated on Liam. I don't. I am only roughly guessing. He didn't stop for answering her and continued to pocket all the copper and silver coins he found. Technically, what he said wasn't wrong as his last estimate had been terribly wrong and way off the mark. Even they knew it. But Alex was not ready to give up just yet. What was that sword move thing you did? That was also a skill you learned from a skill book? She asked again. It was impossible for one person to have acquired so many skill books when the game just literally started, so she simply couldn't let it go. She glared at the guy as if he had stolen her lunch money from her. Liam shook his head and looked at her. This time, instead of giving her a random bullshit answer, he paused slightly. I will explain it later to you. The next mob should be coming soon. He turned around without leaving any space for the woman to ask him further questions. You. Alex clenched her fists and glared at him. 5 undead ravens flapped their wings and circled around Liam. This, coupled with the strong and powerful aura he was emitting, the man looked like a god of death. Alex gulped and pursed her lips. She angrily kicked a couple of corpses next to her feet as if checking to search for other drops. Ray was busy looking at the crossbow in his hand and Mia looked around, also checking in between the corpses for drops. But just like Alex, her gaze as well ever so often flickered over in the direction of Liam, looking at him in a daze. Chapter 27, Secret Mode. Liam pensively stared at the distance as the next set of flapping sounds started to echo. This as well sounded louder than what he was expecting. Were there again more birds? Ebon Raven was a simple beginner's dungeon. It should have never been this difficult. It didn't even have the usual modes, like easy, difficult, and hell mode. It was just a single straight-shot run without any hidden twists and turns. Originally, the dungeon should have had 10 birds in the previous mob and 10 more birds in the next mob, with some of the birds in this group having the ability to stun players. This was also the last mob before the final boss, a monstrous raven bird. The boss monster looked like the other ravens except that it was several times bigger and had a third eye. The bird also had exceptional agility and was very skillful at stunning players, keeping everyone on their toes. This was in short the summary of the beginner's dungeon. But Liam had a nagging feeling that this was not how things were going to proceed. Was it because of the items he had taken from the dragon's lair? It also could be because they were the first team to enter and run the dungeon. He didn't know for sure, but that was his best guess as of now. Either way, there was a high possibility that he might not get this opportunity again. Liam did not want to risk taking any chances, so he decided to cast the other skill he had learned as well. He closed his eyes and muttered, "Demonic Summon." His mana instantly bottomed out and thick black fumes started materializing in front of him. These were somewhat similar to the aura exerted by the 5 undead ravens flapping their rotten wings, but at the same time, there were also differences between the two. Both Alex and Mia could feel their skin tingle from such thick demonic and nether energy swirling near them. What the hell? You have one more skill? Alex cried out in exasperation, and the other two as well couldn't remain silent. You have a lot of skills. Mia calmly muttered, though her eyes betrayed her puzzlement. Bro, is there some shop where we can buy skills? Ray chuckled awkwardly. He didn't want to intrude and make Liam feel uncomfortable, but this was too much and he couldn't refrain from asking. While the three looked at him with bulged eyes, Liam's complete attention and focus were on the black blob swirling in front of him. It typically took a couple of seconds for the demon to be fully summoned, so he watched it like a hawk. Just as the last mob of birds started flying towards them, a small red ball slowly revealed itself and suddenly 2 holes materialized on it, one turning into an evil-looking eye and the other turning into a row of teeth. Gah! It made a weird sound, snapping Liam into action. An unevolved beholder. Not bad. He grinned. These aberrations were one of the powerful lesser demons and were capable of dealing several types of damage depending on their type. It can be as powerful as a one-shot death ray shooting out from the single devious eyeball to a harmless slowing ray. Liam would only know its capabilities once it started attacking. And it was about time. More than 30 birds were shooting towards them like black arrows with red eyes. Healer. Watch out for the stuns. If you keep moving around, it will be difficult for the birds to stun you. Liam muttered and clutched the sword in his hands tightly. The beholder demon and the undead ravens zoomed here and there in anticipation as if their only thought was to fight and kill, and when the group of ravens descended, they instantly jumped into action. Each undead managed to grab the attention of at least 2 ravens, and the beholder demon single-handedly grabbed the attention of 5 ravens. This in itself covered half of the mob, and the rest became a lot easier for the team to handle. Alex skillfully bashed her shield against the birds, while Ray now waved a dagger at the birds. Liam couldn't activate his sword dance just yet, so he slashed at the weak points of the birds with precision. Mia was the busiest out of all of them, as all 3 were close combat fighters and were taking quite a lot of damage. But thankfully, because of Liam's warning, at least no one got stunned and managed to pull through. The first bird dropped dead within seconds, boosting everyone's morale. The demon paralyzed a bird, shooting out a black ray from its eyeball, which then dropped down lifelessly after getting caught in the volley of sword slashes Liam was sending out. Following this, one by one, more birds started dropping dead, the group's coordination being much better this time around. Both Alex and Ray even leveled up, giving them instant health refills that additionally made the fight a lot easier. Before long, the big flock of birds was completely demolished and corpses piled up on the mound. Chapter 28, Eye of the Tornado. Huff. 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 Alex and Ray couldn't handle it anymore and sat down on the bloody mound to catch a breather. This last mob had taken everything out of them and they felt like their body had been squeezed dry. No matter how realistic games were, they had never experienced something like this before. It was as if they had physically battled just now, instead of just a mere projection of their mind. Brother. Aio, please tell me that was the last mob. Ray panted and pieces of fruit sprayed from his mouth as he munched while talking. That should be the last mob. Liam absent-mindedly muttered, but his tone implied that he wasn't satisfied with his answer. Next should be a monstrous raven with the ability to cast a lot of stun skills. It likes to paralyze the healer and kill them first. So, Mia, you should watch out. Liam tried his best to explain while at the same time drinking a potion to restore his mana. All the ravens he had resurrected for the last bout were already useless, so he once more had to cast the undead spell, Awaken. This time a total of 10 Revel ghouls flapped their wings and arose from the cluster of bones and flesh that laid around like garbage. Why's the boss taking so long? Ray asked, looking up at the sky. His action made Liam subconsciously look up as well and suddenly his eyes widened. Get down, now. Liam crazily shouted. You have to get down immediately and leave the dungeon. He shouted. Everyone glanced at each other wondering what was going on and looked up as well, their eyes trailing Liam's to check out what could possibly be so damn terrifying. At first, they couldn't see anything, but slowly things became clearer as the small movements became bigger and bigger. The insane number of birds swirling in the sky were unexpectedly showing some sort of activity. Liam had at first assured them that these birds wouldn't be moving or attacking, but now that didn't seem to be the case. The rest of the sky slowly started to clear up and the sky above the mound alone was becoming darker and darker. The others did not know what was happening, but Liam could most definitely guess. Move. Now. He once again shouted. No one had to tell them thrice. Alex, Ray, and Mia scrambled on their feet and jumped out of the mound in a hurry. But to their surprise, Liam was still standing at the mound, not showing any intention of jumping down and following them. And before anyone could even think about what he was doing, the ravens formed a tornado and started descending. The hundreds of ravens flying high in the sky started descending one by one. Alex stumbled and fell back, staring up at the sky dumbfoundedly. Ray had shock and fear etched all over his face. Mia also stood with her mouth wide open. Get down. Get down now. She stuttered, looking at the man who still stood without budging. You. Why are you so stubborn? Alex was speechless. Brother. It's not worth it. Jump down from the mound. Let's come back with a full party and make other preparations. Ray gritted his teeth. In all honesty, he had no idea just what preparations he could do against such a monstrous phenomenon, but all he wanted was for them to get out safe and sound. Death itself was not a big deal. At most, they would lose a level or so, but being pecked to death when the game was so realistic was something no one should suffer through. Liam, however, hadn't even heard any of Ray's words. He simply shouted again. Leave, now. He only warned them these many times because it was after all because of him that they were also facing this dungeon anomaly. They might not know it yet, but he knew the cost of single death and he didn't want to be responsible for theirs. At the same time, he also didn't want to move. It was now more than clear to him that everything that was happening was quest-related. If he left the dungeon now, quitting the run halfway, he might never get another shot at this hidden quest and this unexpected turn of events. Normally, missing a single opportunity perhaps wouldn't matter that much. But Liam was not ready to lose even a single opportunity this time around. Otherwise, what was the point of his miracle, his second chance? If he failed this time, he wouldn't have anyone else to blame. He needed to make this count. Otherwise the repercussions. He would rather die than live the life that was waiting for him. No. I cannot give up now, I have to fight. I have to do it right here and right now. I cannot lose everything again, I will not. I cannot falter with just this much. I have to fight through this, no matter the cost. He turned around to look at the three and shouted at them one last time. Did you not hear me? Get the fuck out now. Mia, Alex, and Ray heard his thunderous roar and for some reason, they couldn't ignore his command. The pressure and the ominous aura coming out from the deadly swirl of ravens in the sky were also putting them under a lot of stress. They couldn't stand still frozen any longer and snapped out of their trance. They ran out of the dungeon at full speed and did exactly what Liam asked them to. Ding. Alex Thornwood has left the dungeon. Ding. Alex Thornwood has left the party. Ding. Mia Hofstadter has left the dungeon. Ding. Mia Hofstadter has left the party. Ding. Ray Thornwood has left the dungeon. Ding. Ray Thornwood has left the party. Continuous notifications rang as the others exited the dungeon and the party as well was automatically disbanded because they quit a dungeon abruptly. Liam was the only one remaining now. He looked up to see the tornado of ravens swirling in the sky above him and the birds finally began their descent. Chapter 29, Sometimes a Hero Runs. Fuck. What the hell am I supposed to do now? Liam had sent everyone else out but now he had no idea what to do in this situation. It was not as if he was a cheat character reborn with maxed out stats. No, he was just a cheat character reborn with normal stats. So he was no closer to dealing with this insane fucking scenario than he was 2 seconds ago and he didn't have very much time left. He would inevitably be pecked to death in about another 5 seconds. He gritted his teeth and watched as the black ominous ravens with crimson-red eyes started descending from the sky one after the other. The massive swirling tornado was going to swallow him whole. Liam looked around here and there and realized that there was only one thing he could do right now. Damn it. I have no other choice. Let me just run for now and then figure out a solution later. He waited for the ravens to get close enough to him and then before the first bird could touch him, he moved. His feet touched the ground lightly and the next second, he shot out of the mound with an explosive speed. Squawk. 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 The ravens screeched with murderous intent and then unexpectedly began following him. I knew it. Liam grinned. It was impossible for anyone to defeat these many ravens while standing atop the singular mound with nowhere to hide. So he had a feeling that no matter where he was in the entire dungeon, he would still hold the attention of the mob and not lose them. Of course, this was a big risk because if he had been wrong, he would have lost everything including this special scenario and the bonus things that were popping out of the dungeon. But still, it was better to take this risk and lose rather than to simply die or exit the dungeon. Liam maintained his steady breathing and ran down from the mound as fast as he could. He wasn't really running in any particular direction. He was just randomly running from one end of the forest to the other. The sight of a lone man being chased by an entire swarm of ravens was simply too comical and irrational, and yet he did just that. Okay. Think. I should only have about 3 minutes. How can I deal with this? Liam racked his brain. Damn it, there isn't enough time to think. If anyone else had heard him say this, they would have surely coughed up blood as the speed with which he was running right now was at least 5 times what his level players were capable of. And to do this, Liam also wasn't using any special skills. There were myriad mysterious movement skills available and he even knew one of the bad ones and the location of some of the good ones, but he wasn't capable of executing any of those at his current level. All he could do now was simply run as fast as he could, and of course, Liam added in a little bit of extra to that. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to successfully outrun the ravens while expending as little energy as possible. He circulated the mana flowing freely through his body, and then taking a deep breath he pushed all of it to his feet. Bang! Dust and wind swirled at the places where his feet touched, and he sprang forth, running around the nook and cranny of the forest. Damn it! Liam cursed. There wasn't a single thing in the wide-open forest that could possibly help him. There were only trees scattered around here and there. No, it cannot be. There should be a way. He gritted his teeth and continued running, taking the flock of ravens along with him, zigging and zagging behind him. The bunch of them had almost covered the entirety of the dungeon's forest when Liam suddenly stopped, a few birds catching up to him. However, he ignored their attacks, now ran perpendicularly towards two big trees. There was nothing special about these two trees except that they were thick, sturdy, and tall, and the lower half of the trees were covered in thick brambles. Liam grinned, and then the next second, he directly sprinted towards this pair of trees, jumping right in between them. "Come at me now!" he shouted, adrenaline coursing through his body. The raven birds were only an issue when they could all attack him at the same time, but now, they would at most be able to come at him 4 or 5 at a time. And that was a number he had no problem managing. Liam grinned wildly with a devilish madness on his face and swung his sword casually to his left and his right. Slash! 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 Blood spurted everywhere. Chunks of flesh and feathers scattered all around, and finally, the black ravens started dropping dead one after the other. Chapter 30, I have been waiting for you. Having finally slowed down the insane gang of birds chasing after him, Liam felt exhilarated and his blood was pumping. Even so, he did not rush. He took his time and slowly dealt with the mob of birds, 1 or 2 at a time. While he was doing this, he replenished his mana and stamina supplies, which were almost depleted. Moreover, because the birds were restricted by the giant trees, they could do nothing as well and were relegated to attacking at the speed that he permitted. Some of the birds even tried to come at him from the top, but the branches of the trees were too numerous with dense clusters of leaves covering them. They couldn't simply scoop down and peck at him. In the end, leaves and twigs were still leaves and twigs. The setup was never going to last. He only had barely enough time to get a grip on the situation. Liam improved his slow and rhythmic speed bit by bit, and his sword danced faster and faster after every single move. Without the advantage of their numbers, the black ravens were completely overpowered and slaughtered mercilessly. At the same time, as each bird died, the experience points that were pouring down on him were also quite significant. Now that he was the one and only member of the party, it was no different than him solo clearing the dungeon. He single-handedly reaped all the benefits, along with the first discovery bonus boosts and effects. Ding! 30 experience points gained. Ding! 30 bonus experience points gained. Ding! 30 experience points gained. Ding! 30 bonus experience points gained. Ding! 30 experience points gained. Ding! 30 bonus experience points gained. Ding! 30 experience points gained. Ding! 30 bonus experience points gained. Ding! You have leveled up. Ding! 30 experience points gained. Ding! 30 bonus experience points gained. Ding! 30 experience points gained. Ding! 30 bonus experience points gained. As the experience points continued adding up non-stop, the giant tornado which had now formed atop the 2 huge trees was hacked by Liam bit by bit. It only took him a few minutes to reduce the unending tide of birds to a few dozen. His entire body was drenched in sweat and his muscles were pulsing with exhaustion. However, he kept going, pushing his limits to the fullest. Luckily, he used the sword that he had picked up from Neria's lair. Otherwise, his weapon would have shattered by now. His current one wasn't doing that great either. The durability was slowly dropping to single digits, and the trees were also now almost destroyed. By the time Liam got to the end of the flock, ripping into shreds the last few birds, his sword covered in blood cracked into two, and coincidentally, the giant trees he was lodged in between also cracked and split apart. Ah! Liam clenched his fist and let out a loud howl, before jumping out of his hiding place and collapsing on the nearby green grass that wasn't covered in blood and fresh corpses. He wasn't sure what was going to happen next, but he calmly took out a fruit from his inventory and laid on the grass munching it. Above him, the sky was now clear blue, no longer dark and ominous as it had been before. Liam looked up, plopping another fruit into his mouth. Did I really just kill an entire mob? Ha ha ha. A burst of loud lunatic laughter echoed in the silent forest, only accompanied by the whistling of the wind and the sound of leaves rustling in the breeze. A few more minutes passed and nothing really happened. No other mobs or beasts or birds showed up. All right. What next? Liam jumped up, picking himself off of the ground, and looked around. At this point in the dungeon, all of this was new to him, so he had no idea what to do next. I guess I should explore a bit. Liam frowned and walked back to the mound, which was the stage for most of the fights. Luckily, he didn't have to wait much longer. Even from the distance, he could see that the mound he had run away from was no longer empty. A giant black raven with 3 heads and several pairs of crimson eyes was perched atop it. This raven is here. This should be the final boss monster fight and the dungeon clear condition. Liam quickly took out a sword from his inventory and rotated his shoulders, preparing himself to go all out. He dashed towards the mound and slashed his sword at the raven, but unexpectedly, the bird remained calm. His sword slash paused mid-air and then magically disappeared. What the hell? You are not attacking me? Liam almost stumbled as he tried to stop abruptly in his tracks, and the raven in front of him casually opened its huge black beak and muttered. Human. I have been waiting for you. Chapter 31, You Bastard. Liam stared blankly, wondering what the hell was happening. The most foolish mistake one can do was to unnecessarily provoke a friendly character, especially considering that the 3-headed raven was the boss of this dungeon domain. So he immediately stopped his actions and changed his attitude. I'm sorry it took me so long. He ruffled his hair, while at the same time scrambling to recall if he heard anything similar in his previous life in relation to the beginner's dungeon. The huge raven looked amused at his behavior, and the bird flapped its wings while shrieking loudly, well, from one of its 3 heads. Before Liam could try and figure out what was happening, the bird's other head reacted and its corresponding beak started moving. Shut up, Runeira. I am talking, aren't I? The first head of the bird that was loudly screeching immediately quieted down as if it was an obedient child. The second head then cleared its throat and continued talking. Human, in the last 100 decades, you are the first person to successfully challenge and pass this trial. It is a great honor to meet you, O valiant warrior. Liam nodded silently, allowing the bird to talk more. At the same time, he noticed something weird about this raven. Its first head was screeching like a bird, but its second, middle head spoke to him with a seductive female voice. Even current top singers in the world would kill to have a pure yet alluring voice like this. As if the bird felt Liam's invasive gaze on it, the second head hurriedly continued. Here is your reward, human. Take it and use it well. A map appeared in front of Liam and disappeared into his inventory when he grabbed it. There are several riches, gems, and treasures waiting for you. Good luck. I am very grateful for the reward. Liam nodded. His face only had a curt, polite expression, bordering on indifference. The several pairs of crimson eyes on the raven scanned him from top to bottom for a while, and then the bird began flapping its wings, its huge body lifting off from the mound. Farewell, human. I wish you good luck in your endeavors. Ahem. Since you seem to be a very capable young man, let me give you another piece of advice. Make sure to visit the treasure trove as soon as you can. Otherwise, there might be other hidden dangers. After leaving this cryptic message, the bird flapped its wings and flew into the vast blue sky until it became a small black, eventually fully disappearing. Liam stared at the distance where the bird had disappeared with a pensive look on his face. His eyes then returned to the mound and he noticed a shining object that the raven had left behind. It looked like a gem shard similar to the one he had obtained from the dragon's lair nearby. He out the other shard as well and examined both closely when the two shards unexpectedly started glowing. The two pieces simultaneously left his grasp and stuck to each other like a pair of strong magnets. Liam tried to move them apart again, but he wasn't successful. They were tightly stuck together, or rather the two shards had now combined into a single bigger shard. The gem still looked incomplete. However, it now had a more brilliant violet sheen to it. So there was a clue in this dungeon after all. Liam put the gem shard back into his inventory and took out the map to examine it more closely. Isn't this just the general map of the world? He flipped it to see all the continents, and then in the corner of a remote kingdom named Beezer, there was a small red cross mark. Liam stared at the red mark for a couple of seconds before putting the map as well back into the inventory. Perhaps he should be more excited by this completely unexpected discovery, but he had an unsettling feeling at the back of his mind. Mainly because he had not even heard a single word about this entire quest chain along with the 3 unique drops from the dragon's lair. If I remember it correctly, this Beezer Kingdom should be one of the Elven Kingdoms. It is a high-level area and there is no way I can get there now. So I will worry about this map when I reach level 50. He let out a deep breath and then took one more look at the empty forest before heading out. He walked out of the portal, directly reaching the entrance of the dungeon. Did they already kill Neria? Liam wondered, as his level was now enough to defeat that field boss. Before he left this spot, why not finish everything in the area? However, before he could finish the thought, a fist came flying at him as soon as he stepped out of the portal. You bastard! Chapter 32 Such a Nice Person. Part 1. Liam was someone who had already faced years of terrifying, grueling combat in his life. So how could he not respond instantaneously to this small soft fist? He only moved an inch to the right and dodged the attack like it was nothing, which in turn made the attacker stumble and fall forward. Liam sighed and caught the person, lest he might make the situation worse. Motherfucker. Greedy scoundrel. Did you seriously take us for fools? Alex cursed loudly, strands of her long red hair coming undone. She quickly steadied herself and huffed angrily, her chests heaving up and down. Whoa. This girl really put a lot of power into that punch. Liam scratched his head. It was not too difficult for him to guess what was happening. Seeing his calm smile only made Alex even more furious. You. How dare you? Sister, calm down, please. Ray tried his best to hold Alex back, but as always he failed miserably. We called you to party together with us, but you ditched us at the last minute and took everything for yourself? Are you serious? What do you mean? Liam calmly replied. Wouldn't you have just died if you stayed back? You would not have gotten any rewards either way. Oh. So now you are back to being Mr. Know-It-All? Don't make me laugh. What a jerk. You could have warned us back there also and we could have finished the dungeon together, but instead, you dragged us along for the ride and then left us hanging. At worst we would have died. So what? You didn't have to kick us out of the dungeon. Liam saw that the woman was ready to murder him. He wanted to point out that they had left the dungeon out of their own accord, but he decided to swallow his words. He had a lot of things to do and standing here and bickering with 2 women was not on his list. And the woman in front of him didn't look like she was going to stop anytime soon. And Liam stopped her and did not let her finish her sentence. I will compensate you guys. Aha. You don't have to, senior. Ray awkwardly chuckled, but he obviously looked very excited. Shut up, idiot. Alex scolded him. What compensation are we talking about? How about I tell you guys the secret to getting more skills? Liam chuckled. The three in front of him, even the silent Mia, immediately became shocked. So senior, you were really not buying them from some shop? Ha ha ha. Ray was the first to mutter something even though he was just blabbering. Liam shook his head helplessly. No. It's not that easy. I only managed to find this by chance. Listen to me carefully, and it is best you keep it to yourself. If you repeat any action enough times, with a significant insight into what exactly you are doing, you can automatically learn that skill without needing the specific skill books. For example, Miss Tank, how about you use your shield and slam into that tree there? Alex narrowed her eyes and looked suspiciously at the greedy scoundrel and then went to test out the theory he had mentioned. If this is not true. Humph. I swear I will take care of you. Liam chuckled. Focus on the way you are hitting the tree. Think about its weak points and slam it with all your strength and power. He knew that she would probably take some time, so he decided to give some pointers to Ray. He didn't bother saying anything to Mia as he didn't want to disturb her natural growth. Why are you playing a no-class character? Liam dragged Ray to the side and asked. Ah. Is that not the best? Ray looked confused because Liam himself was playing the same style. Do you have any special affinities like your cousin there? Ray shook his head. No. What did the system recommend for you? Ah, that hunter, ha ha ha. Liam sighed at the carefree guy. This was definitely a person who hadn't worked hard even for a second in his life. Then you should go with the hunter class in my opinion. Let me add you as a friend and I will bring you guys to another dungeon later to compensate for this one. While these two were talking, a loud sound echoed from the direction Alex was training. Everyone turned to look at her and saw that the tree in front of her had split into two halves. Alex, on the other hand, was busy staring at the new notification that had popped up in front of her. Ding! You have learned a new skill, Shield Slam. What the hell? You were not lying. Liam smiled. So that settles things? I will be leaving now. Thank you, Alex muttered silently while looking away. She felt that she had been a bit hasty in judging this person's character. The mechanic he had revealed to them wouldn't probably have remained a secret forever. Nevertheless, this was a huge boost for them so early on in the game. So she stopped being difficult and swallowed her pride. Since she was the one who had accused him unfairly, she decided to extend an olive branch. Do you want to run the dungeon with us a few more times? We can grind our levels faster. No, that's all right. Liam was actually planning in his mind about his next few steps, but of course, the three in front of him mistook his actions as him trying to be friendly. This made Alex feel even worse and she tried to lighten the mood. Come on, expert. Give us some more pointers. She flashed a weird smile which she had actually meant to be flirtatious but somehow came out as awkward. Liam, however, did not pay any attention to it. More pointers? Make sure not to die. There are huge penalties for death. He blankly replied. Alex widened her eyes as she suddenly realized if this was why he had asked them to get out of the dungeon. Now she felt even worse for having completely misjudged him. By the way, you helped both me and Ray, but you forgot to give Mia any pointers. Ha ha ha. She squeezed out another sentence just to keep making conversation. She didn't actually expect the rigid guy to respond, but to her surprise, Liam, who was preparing to leave, loudly exclaimed. Oh, you are right. I almost forgot. Unexpectedly, he paused in front of Mia and whispered something in her ears. Huh? The other two were confused and looked at him, but he didn't bother explaining anything to them. He jumped down from the cliff and bolted away. Chapter 33, Such a Nice Person. Part 2. Both Alex and Ray watched as the perfect silhouette of the mysterious person disappeared into the forest. On their right, there was still a huge commotion because of the field boss, but Liam had avoided all of that and ran away in the other direction. I really misjudged that person. Alex muttered under her breath. He is not that bad. He. You should trust people more, sis. Ray chuckled, but he shut up immediately after sensing the deathly glare that came his way. The two of them squabbled about for a bit when they finally turned around and noticed Mia. She had an odd expression on her face even for her, and her cheeks were bright red. In fact, her entire face and neck region was completely flushed. Huh? What happened? Alex was confused. She then remembered that Liam had whispered something in her ear. But what could he have possibly said that could make Mia react like this? What did he say? She asked. Mia was usually a very calm and composed girl and seldom showed any emotions, unlike Alex, whose emotions were always in her sleeves. In their high school, she was even revered as the ice goddess by everyone, but now she was showing an expression like this? Hey, what happened? Alex worriedly asked. That guy just now said something weird. Mia answered her in a daze. He said that if we, inside the game. Meanwhile, Ray was already trying to gather other party members so that they could run the dungeon a few more times. He was rather thick in these matters. So he didn't even notice the two women talking about something in hushed voices and weird expressions. He randomly selected a couple of decent damage dealers and headed back, when the three of them stopped in their tracks. Bam! Bang! Bang! Loud explosive noises echoed at the entrance of the dungeon. What the hell? Another field boss spawned? One of the new recruits muttered in confusion. Looks like it. Should we get more people? Whoa. The beginning of this game is so sick. Ray, on the other hand, gulped. Unlike the two new recruits, he was rather familiar with the silhouette of this so-called bear. Shoo. You guys. That's my sister. Don't call her a bear if you love your life. He nervously muttered under his breath and dashed forward. Sis, what happened? He had only left for like a couple of minutes. What could have possibly happened in that short time to make his hot-tempered sister burst out like a volcano? Ray approached the danger zone very cautiously, as if there was indeed an actual bear near him. What happened, sis? Can you calm down a bit? It's fine, Alex. Leave it be. Even Mia muttered. However, Alex was clearly not in a mood to answer him or Mia. She just kept slamming against all the trees that she could get her hands on. I am going to kill him. I am going to fucking kill him. Huh? Who does she want to kill? Ray looked at Mia, who looked away and didn't answer him. After a while, Alex eventually calmed down and the group of them then went back into the dungeon to do a few more rounds. Wait till I get my hands on that pervert again. Fucking loser. Humph. Several curse words flew from the fiery hot woman's lips as she continued to slaughter the ravens in the dungeon. She was so furious that her efficiency was off the charts, and the two new recruits couldn't help but feel as if they had just joined a top-notch team. Meanwhile, the person responsible for all of this. Liam casually sped through the forest as he was familiar with this entire territory like the back of his palm. Now that he had finished dealing with Neria and had obtained quite a bit of wealth, weapons, recipes, and skills, he wanted to consolidate everything and prepare the necessary items before heading to the next place. He also needed to level up some of his skills and make sure that this overall build is balanced. Since he was playing a no class, he was always at the risk of messing up this delicate equilibrium. As for the things that he had talked about with Mia, he didn't really place much importance on them. He had openly told her about the fastest way to become stronger. And if she agreed, it would indeed make things a lot easier, but Liam knew plenty of other alternatives. He didn't care either way. Regardless of whether it was the easy route or the hard route, he knew he was going to succeed in the end. Chapter 34, Crouching Tigers and Hidden Dragons Part 1. After crossing the forest in between, Liam once again returned back to the town near the novice village, Basla Town. He casually strolled in and headed straight to the auction house. However, he didn't go in just yet and sat down on an empty bench outside the auction house in a relatively quiet alleyway. Time to take a look at all the skills. He hummed and summoned out his status screen. Ding. Skill list. Underscore 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 underscore. Throat punch. Each hit will cause 120% damage. Cooldown, none. Slash. Each slash of the sword deals 120% damage. A critical hit attack deals 150% damage. Cooldown, none. Spirit slash. Skill locked. Each slash of the sword deals 1000% damage. A critical hit attack deals 1500% damage. Cooldown, none. Sword dance. Each slash of the sword deals 200% damage. A critical hit attack deal 250% damage. Cooldown, 3 minutes. Demonic summon. Consumes 200 mana and summons a lesser demon. Spell active for 20 seconds, level 1. Awaken undead. Consumes 300 mana and awakens the slumbering dead, giving life to an amalgamation of flesh and bones. Spell active until the undead being perishes, level 1. Underscore 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 underscore. Trade skills. Alchemy, beginner level. Underscore 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 underscore. Currency. Gold, 5005. Silver, 5011. Copper, 5034. Underscore 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 underscore. Not bad. Liam chuckled and he then opened his inventory to take out the rest of his skill books. Holy Heal, Tame, Ice Shard, Lightning Bolt, Fireball, Pickpocket, Unlock, Stealth. Hey. Liam grinned. That Neria really saved me a lot of trouble. The game had only barely begun and he already had a plethora of skill books in his possession. If anyone else knew this, they would probably cry into their pillows, but to Liam, this wasn't anything big. He might have a huge collection of skill books right now, but most of them are only basic skills. Their true power and abilities would only be revealed after a lot of effort, and Liam was more focused on that part as his life and death depended on it. Those would lead him to true power and strength. He took a deep breath and started learning all the skills one by one. His body alternatingly flashed with a bright light and then faded, this process repeating several times until he was done learning all the skills. Well, all except one. Liam wasn't exactly able to learn Holy Heal. This skill was absolutely useless for him as he had affinities to the demonic and the undead energy and therefore lacked any sort of affinity to the divine energy. But that didn't mean that there wasn't any healing spell that Liam could learn. There were a few nature healing spells which he could learn, but he currently did not possess those skill books and hence he didn't dwell on it too much. Alright, time to get back to it. Liam cracked his neck left and right and then strolled into the auction house. Please place your items here, sir. A sweet voice rang out and a translucent screen similar to the status screen popped out in front of him as he entered the building. Liam quickly tossed in the skill book and then scrolled down the available items. He had plenty of gold and silver with him, so he wasn't planning on selling anything this time, rather he was planning on making certain bulk purchases. Ding. Congratulations. Dire Wolf Pelts X50 have been purchased. Ding. Congratulations. Wind Wolf Pelts X50 have been purchased. Ding. Congratulations. Dire Wolf Pelts X150 have been purchased. Ding. Congratulations. Wind Wolf Pelts X70 have been purchased. Ding. Congratulations! Dire Wolf Pelts X500 have been purchased. Ding! Congratulations! Wind Wolf Pelts X500 have been purchased. Ding! Congratulations! Stoneflower Stalks X20 have been purchased. Ding! Congratulations! Melora Stalks X65 have been purchased. Ding! Congratulations! Rigweed Stalks X40 have been purchased. Ding! Congratulations! Spiky 9 Flower Stalks X15 have been purchased. While Liam hurriedly began purchasing every single herb he could find and also all kinds of wolf pelts, a huge commotion started in front of the auction house building. Hey, someone is buying everything even if it is at a ridiculous price. Whoa! You are correct. I put mine at silver apiece and still got sold. Holy hell! Let's sell off everything now. Some moneybags has obviously decided to empty out the auction house. Yes. Yes. Some players started rapidly putting everything in their inventory slots into the auction house. However, a veteran player watched their actions and scoffed. You guys are idiots. If someone is buying something in bulk, it means that he is planning to sell them back at an even higher price and make a killing. Chapter 35, Crouching Tigers and Hidden Dragons Part 2. You guys are idiots. If someone is buying something in bulk, it means that he is planning to sell them back at an even higher price and make a killing. The market will fluctuate and the price will increase further. There is no need to sell now when you can sell later and make even more gold. Hearing the veteran's astute remarks, some players immediately stopped selling their wares, but not everyone trusted his judgment. Heh! That guy is just jealous and spouting nonsense. Maybe we will get more money later on, but having a lot more copper and silver right now is more valuable. Someone else shouted and they continued unloading everything without caring too much. After all, these were still beginner area items and their values would probably never really increase that much. The veteran could only watch these noobs silently and move on. He didn't plan on wasting his time advising a bunch of sheep. As he walked past the herd, he saw one particular young man moving his hand quicker than the others and shook his head helplessly. Everyone these days is an idiot, he thought. The speed at which this guy was operating the system panel was extremely impressive, and yet, he was also foolishly behaving just like the rest of them. Not to mention his looks that seemed to be a notch above everyone else who had gathered. Everyone by now knew that looks couldn't be altered in the game, and so Bharat couldn't help but feel a bit jealous and conscious. The person in front of him was lean and muscular and had the body of a personal trainer. His looks were also superb and he could really be one of the top magazine cover models. Ah! That must be it. Bharat banged his fist onto his palm. He must be a rich actor or someone secretly blowing off some steam playing video games. Have I seen him in a movie or something? Well, whatever. Doesn't concern me. Bharat shook his head and walked over to the town vendors who were handing out various quests. He had just now finished a bunch of them and was heading over to receive the next quests in the chain. Blacksmith, merchant, townscook, let's see. Next should be the old hag from tailoring. A frown appeared on Bharat's face since he did not like the granny at all. She kept finding faults at everything and nagging every player endlessly. Because of this, not many people even accepted quests from her in the first place. It was just not worth the bleeding from the ears. Bharat, however, was a completionist. So he picked every single quest that he could. He mumbled something under his breath and walked over to the old woman's shop begrudgingly. Grandma Bertha, I have brought your pelts. He knocked on the shop's door and an elderly woman whose face was full of wrinkles immediately showed up. Ah. Thanks, young man. You have helped me greatly. She took all the pelts from him and without the quest ending there, she sat down patiently and went through all the animal hides one by one, checking out and complaining about even the smallest of holes. Bharat started messing with his status panel in the meantime. He could already tell that this was going to take at least an hour and he was prepared to wait. As he absent-mindedly leaned on the small shop's door, suddenly another person walked in and Bharat looked up to see which other player had decided to bear with the nagging of the old man. And as soon as he did, a familiar figure came into his view and he was immediately surprised. Ah! This person! However, that expression quickly changed and a sneer appeared on his face. Hey! I am impressed. This guy actually saved some wolf pelts and came here to turn in. He nodded slightly and went back to looking at his status panel. But the next second something completely unexpected happened. The old woman who had been nagging him all this time suddenly dropped everything and attended to the person who walked in just now. His own quest wasn't even completed yet. Moreover, the treatment the other party received was also very different. Young hero. What brings you to my humble shop? What the heck? Bharat gawked, wondering why he was being treated like royalty, while he was treated like an unscrupulous thief, and it didn't stop there. I have brought some pelts for you, Grandma Bertha. He calmly muttered. Oh. Thank you so much, young hero. This old woman is very grateful. She even bowed politely. He handed her a set of wolf pelts and, like the other times, she did not bother to count or take a look and simply accepted the bundle and threw it into the back of the shop. Do you perhaps have more pelts for me, young hero? He once again handed her a huge bundle of pelts and she of course again accepted it without as much as once looking at the contents. To Bharat's surprise, this continued going on for a while and he could see the man's body flashing in pale white light, which could only mean he actually leveled up by just turning in a bunch of pelts. What the heck is happening? A few more seconds passed and then he finally realized something that he had completely overlooked. This person probably bought everything that was being sold and not the other way around. Chapter 36, Crouching Tigers and Hidden Dragons Part 3. Bharat peeled his eyes open and observed the shady interaction that was continuing to unfold in front of him for several minutes now. He knew that he had been gravely mistaken. This person wasn't a fool at all. Rather, he seemed to be aware of a specific loophole and Bharat wanted to know how he could also make use of it. He waited and watched and waited and watched and eventually the person stopped. Bharat was about to step forward and strike up a conversation when unexpectedly he heard the old woman say something weird. Thank you so much, young hero. Because of you, I will not be requiring wolf pelts for another decade. What the heck? Bharat ended up shouting out loud. He didn't know for sure, but it looked like this particular beginner's quest would no longer be available. However, no one paid attention to his panic mode. Liam had already started walking away and the old granny hummed contentedly before tossing out the pelts in front of her, the one that he had brought over. Ding. Quest failed. This quest is no longer available. Your reputation in the town drops by 10. What the fuck? Are you serious right now? Bharat was furious. He looked at the old woman humming happily and felt very frustrated. Grandma, you don't want any more wolf pelts? No, I don't need. Are you here to buy something? If not, don't crowd around the shop. Shoo. Aw shit. Bharat knew that he was getting this treatment because of the reputation effects, but he couldn't help it and asked the old woman again. Granny, how come you didn't check the wares from that young man? I heard a lot of people were selling bad pelts these days. He swallowed the bitterness in his mouth and spat out the words, pointing to Liam's disappearing figure. You are right. Young men these days are unscrupulous and always try to take advantage of an old woman like me, but no need to doubt that young hero. He had the strong stench of wolves all over him. I knew right away that he had a lot of pelts to give me. May heavens bless that kind hero. Bharat's lips twitched hearing the granny even praise Liam and he then silently walked away. He didn't ask her any more questions as he could roughly guess how the whole thing happened. The trick to trigger this quest was to probably come to the old woman's shop already having several stacks of wolf pelts. These could even be purchased and not necessarily looted, as he had personally witnessed the other party purchasing pelts in bulk. This was probably why the old woman sensed the stench of wolf on him and treated him differently. Either way, it was now useless for him, as the quest itself was no longer available, at least for the day. Bharat, however, did not know if this was just a fluke or if it had been something that was planned and thought out in advance. He wanted to think that it was the former, but such coincidences were too few and he would be crazy to believe that. This person was probably highly brilliant enough to figure out this loophole, or he was a beta tester or someone with more information about the game. Considering the way that VIPs, actors, and socialites are treated these days, he wouldn't be totally surprised if the other party knew a bit of inside information that wouldn't affect the game on the whole. I should definitely talk to this person at least. Bharat became curious and hurried out of the granny's shop to look for Liam and follow him for a while. He was unable to use this particular loophole, but he wondered if there were other fast-leveling Easter eggs hidden in the town. This could be a complete waste of time, but his curiosity got the better of him and he decided to do it anyway. Damn, what level is that guy at now? He at least leveled up 4 times with just that repeatable quest from the granny, and even if he was level 3 or level 4 before that, he should be around 10 now. Damn, if there are any leaderboards for this game, I bet his name would go upon them. Liam's speed was relatively high and so Bharat found it difficult to keep up with him. But luckily for him, Liam did not walk for long and soon stopped again at the trade building in the town. What is this guy up to now? Bharat hadn't yet explored this particular one, so he quickly followed Liam in and he heard him talk to the woman at the counter. I would like to book a crafting room for 4 hours. Several silver coins appeared on the counter and then the woman stood up to personally show Liam to one of the rooms inside. Da fuck? Crafting rooms? Don't tell me. He already has recipes? Bharat blankly stared at the guy, but he couldn't follow him any longer. Do you need something, adventurer? Another woman at the counter asked him and Bharat shook his head wryly. He walked out of the trade building empty-handed, but suddenly a small idea popped into his brain. I should go to the town alchemist and talk to him and see if there is another loophole quest there. If nothing works out, I can always come back here after 4 hours. Chapter 37, Not Yet. Liam comfortably settled inside the small but adequate space and took out all the herbs from his inventory. He now had enough gold and had also crossed level 10, so while he was taking care of the miscellaneous things, he also upgraded his inventory to hold 5,000 items, which was the maximum limit for the system inventory. To store more items or rarer higher grade items, other storage artifacts need to be specially crafted or looted and bound. So he pinned that task for another time. Let me see. Basic healing potion, basic mana potion, basic stamina potion, basic strength potion, basic agility potion. It should be enough to start with these 5 for now. Since these were all basic potions, simple enough to be concocted by a beginner alchemist, only herbs were involved in the recipes. Unlike his cleansing potion, they didn't require beast blood or bones or any other items. Liam then took out the cauldron from his inventory and started the heating by activating the rune on the side. He pressed his thumb and removed it, once again just using the automatic regulation. This was more than sufficient for the basic potions and only had the flaw of producing potions with 60 to 70% efficacy. This number could obviously be improved if he regulated the entire concoction process himself with complete focus and thorough control of mana. However, he didn't have any shortage of herbs or gold for now, so he placed more importance on speed rather than concoction efficiency. After the cauldron started heating up, Liam added a pail of clean water into it, and in a single batch, he tossed in the entire first stack of herbs. He had already arranged the stalks in an appropriate ratio, so he didn't have to do much else. He just squatted near the cauldron and swirled the liquid inside using a huge ladle at regular intervals. Before long, a series of notifications rang loudly. Ding, basic health potion created. Ding, basic health potion recipe obtained. Ding, basic health potion created. Ding, basic health potion created. Ding, basic health potion created. Ding, your alchemy skill proficiency has increased to trainee level. Alright. Time to move on to the next one. Liam cracked his neck and stood up, to quickly empty the cauldron. He scooped out the huge amount of basic health potion within the cauldron into several smaller-sized glass bottles and stored them in his inventory. He then activated another rune on the cauldron which incinerated all the leftover dregs and everything was cleaned out for another fresh concoction batch. Liam once again heated another pail of clean water and this time as well he threw in a huge stack of pre-arranged herbs, without bothering to adjust anything. As he watched the things boiling silently, he couldn't help but lazily smile and lean against the wall. The things that seemed so easy and effortless now had once been a nightmare to him. As a slave and a weakling, he himself was never allowed to practice alchemy. However, he was forced to stand near the cauldron and act as a punching bag every time his owner couldn't successfully concoct a potion. He had been whipped, he had been starved, he had even been held under disgusting piping hot liquid, just as a means for someone else to vent their anger. The memories of the past flitted past his mind and his smile was no longer lazy or amused. It was rather deeply disturbing. It was like the grin of a grim reaper as he was about to take a soul. Not yet, Liam muttered and closed his eyes to calm himself down. Ding, basic mana potion created. Ding, basic mana potion recipe obtained. Ding, basic mana potion created. Ding, basic mana potion created. Ding, basic mana potion created. Smells perfect. Next batch then. Liam ended up using the next 3 hours of his 4-hour time slot and concocted huge portions of all the 5 basic potions. In the end, he even managed to bring his alchemy skill level to intermediate. Pushing it any higher using just basic potions was near impossible and just a waste of time and resources, so he stopped. I still have the recipes looted from the dragon's nest. Let me take a look. Ding, chrysanthemum lethal poison recipe obtained. Ding, 9-color paralyzing poison recipe obtained. Ding, low-grade stealth potion recipe obtained. Ding, low-grade water breathing potion obtained. For special and unique alchemy potions. Oh. This is a great haul. Too bad I don't have the ingredients for these yet. Otherwise, I could have leveled the alchemy skill up all the way to master level today. Well, whatever. No need to rush things. He had finished everything that he could do here, so he packed up the miscellaneous items and left the crafting room. Chapter 38, Dinner and Dessert. Hey. This guy is still here? Liam smirked when he walked out of the trade building. Of course, he had noticed Bharat following him around, but he didn't see any need to act on it. Well, let me see if he still waits around. His grin widened and the next second his figure disappeared. What the heck? Where did he go? Bharat looked around here and there. His speed and agility are already so high that I cannot even track him anymore? No, wait. Did he learn some sort of stealth skill? Bharat was disappointed that he had lost his mark. Now how should I find him again? He racked his brain for a while before realizing something important. He then face-palmed himself for overlooking the obvious. Fuck. He must have just logged out. Why am I getting so flustered? He shook his head as if he was physically trying to make his brain stop overthinking. He let out a long sigh and sat down near a tree at the entrance of the trade building. I already wasted 3 hours. So what if I waste a few more? Fuck it. He had tried talking to the few alchemists in the town 100 different ways, but he was not able to find even a small clue about a possible loophole. At this point, he was so invested that he was obsessed with finding the loophole. It was either this or he was ready to quit the game altogether. At least for the rest of the day. Liam felt a jolt surge through his body and his consciousness returned to the real world. He then opened the game capsule casually and stepped out of it. Bro. What? You are finally back. Maylin immediately stood up and ran over to him, looking at the familiar yet unfamiliar figure curiously. Yes. Did you get hungry? Sorry, I am a bit late. No. I am all right. The girl flashed a big smile like always, batting her long lashes. Though her small face and phoenix-like eyes looked a bit tired and droopy. Liam couldn't help but smile. The girl was far too mature for her age. She had never once demanded anything from him even though they went to sleep hungry a lot of the time. He patted her and then quickly ordered some food for them from a nearby restaurant. He wanted to take her out to someplace nice, but tomorrow was going to be busy, so he decided to finish the day with a quick meal. The food soon arrived and Liam served the bunch of dishes on plates and bowls for the both of them. It was only the brother and sister pair in the house, so it was pretty quiet as the duo wolfed down the food. Brother, is this really okay? We are spending a lot. May. Do you want to move to a bigger apartment tomorrow? Liam smiled and shoved another piece of tenderly cooked pork. Bigger apartment? Brother, did we win a lottery? The girl giggled cutely. Hee. I guess we can call it that. Liam chucked. He added some more food to her bowl and also to his own. He was ravenous after expending so much energy. And also, there was the other thing. Brother, something looks different about you? Maylin couldn't put a finger on it, but her scrawny brother looked somewhat different today. Though he was still a skeleton, he seemed as if he was stronger for some reason. The pimples on his face had also disappeared and he had muscles. Stop staring at me and eat your food. We are eating better, so it's natural to look and feel better. Don't think too much about it. And no school tomorrow, all right? I am earning now playing this game. So we can afford to move to a better place. I don't want us to stay here any longer. You should eat well and take a proper rest tonight so you help brother when we move tomorrow. What? Brother, is this really true? We can earn money by just playing games? Liam smiled and ruffled her head, which made the young girl pout. Of course. Why will I lie to you? We will have a better life from now on. You can have your own room. New dresses. Whatever you want. You will see tomorrow. He nodded. The girl was completely speechless. Brother, then I should also start playing? I can help you? All in due time. Let brother get stronger first. Then I will take you to the new world. But. No buts. You should rest first. After you wake up, wait for me and don't head out to school. Remember, all right? Okay, brother. I will listen to you. Don't work too hard. Haha. I won't. Liam threw the dishes into the small sink and didn't bother to wash them. He then made sure that the door was latched properly, drank a jug full of water, and popped back into the capsule again. After he left, Chang Maylin looked at the capsule from a dozen different angles, but she was too afraid to mess up something and didn't come anywhere near it. She sat back in her corner, silently pulled out her textbook, and started reading. Chapter 39, Ambushed Part 1. After logging in, Liam walked out of the town and headed straight for the surrounding forests. There was only one more thing left for him to do in Basla town, and that was to finish the instructor's quest. This was also his first priority as he wanted to strengthen his body as much as he could before he moved on to the next step. In his previous life, after this specific piece of information, or rather this rule was discovered, countless people could only lament and regret as it was too late for them to start from scratch. Even the person who finished this quest couldn't fully reap its benefits. He got only 50% of the results, and just that much helped the guy shoot all the way to the top, and he became one of the major powerhouses. Liam, however, would be getting 100% of the reward if everything went according to this plan. Just the mere thought of it made him lick his lips in anticipation. He took a look at the quest one more time and sped through the forest. Unique quest: kill the Bear King Barabara and bring its head to the training ground instructor. Kata kata kata. His feet nimbly moved through the lush tall trees and the thick brambles. Bear King Barabara resided in the forest zone near the biggest city in the Gresh Kingdom, Alika City. This is the city where soon everyone would be spending the majority of their time in. Only second to the royal city where the royal palace was located, Alika was the biggest junction of trade and commerce, and several advanced magic institutes and trade skill institutes were located there. Major guilds would be fighting with each other tooth and nail just to get a foothold in this city, and the one who managed to get would inevitably be head and shoulders above the rest. And more importantly, players would finally come in contact with and interact with other races of the world like elves, orcs, goblins, and beastkin. In the beginning, everyone would be overjoyed to be able to talk to and bed elven beauties and furry beast women, especially because of the unbelievable immersive nature of the game. However, the viciousness of some of the creatures would only come to light when the game was no longer just a game. Thinking about the bleak future, Liam let out a long sigh and continued running through the empty forests. In reality, his current level was far too low to be running around freely like this. These forests were chock full of bandits and dangerous beasts, but there was no way he could afford to wait. For now, it was probably just him in these forests, of course, also the pest who was still sticking to him, and maybe a few more players. However, Barabara was the field boss of Alika City, and it was inevitable that these deserted places wouldn't remain so peaceful for too long. All the paths to and from the city would soon be brimming with players. The bandits and the beasts who might be threatening now would simply end up being easy experience points. Also, since it was located near such a highly populated area, it would become near impossible for any one person to monopolize the field boss. And for this particular quest, Liam definitely needed the Bear King all to himself. So he didn't dare spend even another minute doing something else and quickly hurried over to the dazzling city's outskirts. Several feet behind him, another figure as well dashed forward, but this person's plight was completely different from Liam, and he was sweating from top to bottom. His stamina was almost fully drained, that his body was shaking and shivering. Damn it. Huff. Huff. Damn it. How the hell is this guy running so fast? Shouldn't he be tired by now? Bharat buckled over and fell down from tiredness while trying to keep up with the monster in front of him as best as he could. He had already sunk several hours into this stupid idea of his, so he didn't hesitate and munched on a fruit, quickly scrambling back to his feet. Please wait for me, he muttered under his breath and continued running with a limp. Why is this fucking game so damn realistic? Just as he gasped for breath and jogged ahead with everything he could muster, he noticed something weird. The monster in front of him finally stopped moving. Lucky. Bharat's eyes curiously darted here and there to see where they were and what the person could possibly be up to now. However, he was instantly shocked. As his vision cleared and the blurriness reduced, he saw several men standing around. What the heck? Who are these people? Some kind of thieves or bandits? He took a step back, not wanting to unnecessarily lose his life. There were about 20 to 30 men dressed in black clothes. Even if he helped that person, how could just the two of them survive against so many people? So it was obviously better to run away and meet the person back at the town's graveyard. This would be the most logical thing to do, and yet Bharat found himself waiting for a miracle. He didn't turn around and run and curiously observed the person in the midst of the bandits, who was standing straight and unyielding like a mountain. And then something even more unexpected happened. Hand over everything in your possession. You should have never messed with our guild. Now it's time for you to face the consequences, bastard. Huh? Wait a second, are these players and not bandit NPCs? Bharat was completely dumbfounded. The game just started, so how on earth did this person manage to offend these many people? Chapter 40 Ambushed Part 2. As opposed to the bewildered expression on Bharat's face, Liam only wore a calm expression on his face. This coupled with his good looks, he looked like a kind and angelic person. Oh. It's been a while. You guys sure recovered fast. He casually smiled. Janeway gnashed his teeth in anger and annoyance. They had already lost too much because of this guy, and now he was even purposely mocking them about it. Bitch, you got away last time because of that dragon, but now you have nowhere to run. You are fucking surrounded. I am going to kill you and then again kill you and then again kill you. You are done with this game. Don't even think about logging back in again. Liam's sharp eyes flickered, ignoring the dog that was barking in front of him. Instead, he observed the group of players standing around him. Clearly, they all belonged to the same group and probably would join the same guild when the guild tokens start showing up. And having enmity with a few people was different from being hunted by an entire guild. They will most likely have even more members in the future, and it was inevitable that small insects and pests would keep bugging him from time to time. Liam scratched his clean-shaven chin. This is indeed very troublesome. The first time he ignored them and didn't punish them, and like clockwork, they came back for him again. He wasn't even surprised by this. Some people needed special attention and they would only keep coming back until they got what they needed. It looked like this time he couldn't just leave things be, or rather they didn't give him a choice. Others might have been intimidated and crumbled under this sort of pressure, but they had chosen the wrong person this time around. A snake with its tail injured needed to be fully killed, and he knew exactly how to slay this particular snake. Liam cocked his head to the side and looked at the player standing on his right. Unlike the guy who was arrogantly running his mouth, this person was rather quiet and observant. Just from a single glance, Liam knew that this person was the leader. So he directly addressed him. Are you sure you want to fight me? You and I are not enemies. We can part ways right here and everything is forgotten. Huh? Liam's words surprised the leader and the calm expression on the man's face visibly faltered. He had no idea how the person was able to pinpoint and figure out his identity. It looked like he was not as simple as he looked. His words also made him somewhat nervous. The game had after all just started. It was probably better for them to keep grinding and establishing a base first instead of picking on random players for no reason. Moreover, in this case, he knew very well that everything which happened was Janeway's fault. He had started this whole thing. So perhaps. He began to hesitate slightly. However, before he could respond to anything, Janeway's sharp voice rang loudly. Zemin. Don't even think about it. The group leader's eyes shifted from Liam to Janeway and he remained silent for a moment. Just from the look on the impatient guy's face, he knew that he had no choice. Janeway had already threatened to leave so many times in the past. He had a decent following in the group and this time he looked far more serious than before. If he didn't comply with his request, he could tell that he would really leave. The group leader Zemin sighed and shook his head helplessly. Though his instincts told him that he was making a wrong decision, he couldn't help it. They were just fighting against a single guy after all. So it was also not too risky. In the worst case, the guy would probably suffer under them for a couple of days, and then there would be a new target. So in the end, he didn't think too much about it and waved his hand. What are we wasting time for? Let's get this over with. Even as he said these words, an alarm was constantly ringing at the back of his head. But it was already too late. Zemin clutched the staff in his hand and started casting a spell. He was a fire mage. The other players standing around also followed his lead and started shouting aggressively and sending in all sorts of attacks. Janeway was leading the whole fight as he dashed forward even before Zemin could finish his sentence. In a matter of seconds, the calm forest without any warning suddenly turned into a raging battleground. Different attacks were flying around and all sorts of weapons flashed brilliantly under the sunlight flickering in through the canopy of dense leaves and branches. Bharat chewed his nails nervously. That's it. This guy is dead. He silently lit a candle for Liam and prepared to watch the inevitable massacre. Chapter 41 Kill Me Please. Can I commit suicide? Part 1. Liam smirked. A dozen close combat players were rushing towards him from all directions holding all different types of weapons. Well, there is no going back now. He took a deep breath and sidestepped, nimbly bending his body at an angle that dodged 5 attacks at the same time. A couple of fireballs hit his body but they only grazed his skin as he moved again and avoided the brunt of the attack. What? Where is he? Liam's figure was a complete blur and no one could even see him move, let alone figure out his movement patterns. To make matters worse, because of the realistic nature of the game, the various attacks did not differentiate between friend and foe. The ice shards and fireballs which did not land on Liam landed on the other group members standing nearby and hit them instead. Bang! 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 3 men suffered instant lethal hits and fell back, their bodies dead and lifeless. A bright glow enveloped them before they completely turned into dust and dispersed into the wind. What the fuck? Damn it. Aim properly, idiots. Idiots. Janeway screamed in fury. Nothing was going his way and this damned game also wasn't making things easy. Hey. You should have really taken some time to understand the game first. Liam chuckled, only his voice ringing loudly in the sudden silence. It hadn't been that long since the game started, so they hadn't yet figured out this crucial detail and the sudden development took everyone by surprise. Moreover, the group wasn't coordinated enough to recover from this instantly and their movements visibly slowed down. Don't get too cocky, motherfucker. This fight is not over. You are celebrating too soon. You are not getting out of here alive today. Only 3 of us died. There are still more than enough of us to deal with a loser like you. Tui. Janeway spat out. He had only barely finished talking when a figure appeared in front of him. Celebrating? On the contrary, I am not happy at all. I would have actually preferred that those 3 didn't die so easily. Liam muttered. Huh? What the hell is he blabbering about? Wondering about the meaning behind his words, Janeway snarled and jabbed at the hateful person. This time, surprisingly, Liam did not move back and evade his attack. Instead, his body spun and his fist thrust forward. Bam! Janeway froze, his entire body trembling. He couldn't move even if he wanted to. All of a sudden, he felt as if the strength in his body had completely disappeared. He looked down with a dumbfounded expression on his face as a pang of torturous pain spread from his lower abdomen. Liam's hand was still holding him steadfastly. His hand held his intestines, twisting his insides within the grasp of his palm. Ah. Aha. Ah. He screamed with unbearable pain. At this moment, he had no idea what was even going on. There was only one single thought in his head and that was, why the fuck am I not dead yet? His eyes almost popped out of his eye sockets as he continued screaming in pain. He desperately looked at his health bar but it was dropping rather slowly. Ah. Janeway cursed his bad luck. He even began wishing that his own teammates would kill him off with random attacks, but the damned jerks were targeting only the villain in front of him. Just how much health does he have? Just as the thought entered his mind, Liam's other hand moved and a shiny small glass bottle appeared in his hand. Glug glug glug. To Janeway's dismay, the person even casually lifted this glass bottle and gulped it all down, the empty bottle promptly tossed back into the inventory. That was a health potion? Wait, did he just save an empty glass bottle in the midst of a life and death battle? He didn't know which to be more shocked about. He didn't even know if he had gone completely crazy from the pain that he was thinking about such useless things. In reality, though the moment felt like an eternity to Jean Wei, everything happened in a fraction of a second. This, coupled with the effects of the health potion, Liam was easily able to maintain his condition, and taking a couple of attacks wasn't an issue for him. As he calmly stood, Jean Wei's face further paled, and the next second, he heard a distinct crunch sound coming from his body, and the pain he was suffering through increased 100-fold. Arg! Ah! Ah! He screamed again, and everyone else surrounding them, including Bharat, subconsciously shuddered. Though they were not sure what was going on, they could all see that something was wrong here. Zemin immediately decided to intervene and aimed his next attack at Jean Wei instead. His reddened eyes noticed this, and a faint ray of hope flickered in the midst of this misery. This was finally going to be over soon. I need to first find the damn pain settings for this game. Jean Wei closed his eyes, gritting his teeth in pain, but before the fireball could hit him, another notification popped up in front of him. Ding! Your mana meridians have been permanently damaged. Ding! Your mana is now 0. What? Jean Wei's gaze, filled with utter dread and fear, shifted to look at Liam one last time before he as well dropped dead onto the ground. Chapter 42. Kill me please. Can I commit suicide? Part 2. What just happened? Why was Leader Wei shouting so much? No one was able to grasp the meaning behind what they saw. All they could understand was the fact that Liam had replenished his health with a potion. Even the leader of the group, Zemin, was in the same boat. Regroup. Regroup. Attack with coordination. Don't blindly rush. Pay attention to where you are sticking your weapon. Jean Wei's death was like a wake-up call, and the battle once again started with Zemin giving more active instructions. He can't last long on just one health potion. Pay attention and bring down his health. Cast fewer spells and focus on accuracy, Zemin shouted loudly. In his hand, a huge ball of fire materialized, and he aimed it at the enemy. But Liam wasn't planning to stand around like a target dummy for others to practice their skills on him. His figure once again blurred, and this time he appeared in front of another person. And just like before, his fists flew out, one of them clutching the guy's throat and the other reaching for his lower abdomen, where he twisted the flesh and the man's insides. Ga. Ah. Ah. Gumu started shouting loudly in agony. His eyes bulged out in pain and his teeth bit down on his tongue, unable to withstand the pain. Meanwhile, a volley of attacks landed on Liam's body. Bang! 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 With both his fists still firmly in place, he leaned at various angles, dodging the attacks whilst his feet were rooted at the same spot. The movements he made were very minuscule, and yet he efficiently dodged most of the attacks, that too with the target in his hands tightly held in place. Gumu shrieked. Aha! What is happening? Someone kill him please. Someone kill me please. He was being waved around in the air like a washcloth rag, and the intense pain coming out of his abdomen hadn't reduced in the slightest. He struggled and twitched, his entire body thrashing around violently, but Liam's grip was unyielding. And before long, a loud crisp sound echoed. Ding! Your mana meridians have been permanently damaged. Ding! Your mana is now 0. Gumu stared at the notification which popped up in front of him, but he was in too much pain to make sense of anything. All he could do was scream and just scream. And the very next second, something hit his body and he finally fell down limp with his health drained out. His body as well became dust and was blown away by the wind. Everyone gawked at this scene with their mouths wide open, but Liam calmly took out another health potion and chugged it down, meticulously saving the empty bottle in the same manner. What the? Jean Wei and Gumu are dead just like that? Just what the hell was going on? As they continued staring at this madness dumbfoundedly, Liam's figure once again blurred. He now appeared in front of Zemin, the leader. Too bad you didn't listen to my warning. Hey. His words were like someone twisting the knife in a stab wound. Zemin shuddered. He gulped, thinking about how the other two had screamed in pain. He couldn't help but fear that the same fate awaited him as well. As he saw Liam's thin red lips curl up into a vicious grin, and his hands reaching out, a loud alarm rang in the back of his mind, and he knew that something was about to happen. The next second, everything happened too fast, and without being fully aware of what he was doing, he had already jammed his own throat with the sharp edge of the staff in his hands. Thud. His body dropped dead on the ground, becoming dust, leaving Liam's hand hanging mid-air. Huh? Not bad. This one has some brains. Liam chuckled. Shrugging his shoulders casually, he then moved on to the next target, a random person on his right. The players of the group who were already out of their wits watched this scene in a haze. This was the last and final blow to their morale. Even their own group leader committed suicide. What were they supposed to do? Earlier today, everyone had assembled in high spirits, as it was always very entertaining to gang up on a single dog and thrash him mercilessly, but the dog turned out to be a demon and was now claiming their lives one by one. But the worst part was the sight of their strongest member, their group leader, directly committing suicide before the fight even began. This made everyone frantic. Whatever composure they had left was long gone, and once again they started attacking the demon in front of them in a frenzy. Because of this, the close combat players started dropping down like flies one by one. In the midst of this chaos, Liam as well wreaked his own havoc by not stopping what he intended to do. He moved on to one target after another, crippling as many players as he could. He managed to cripple 2 more guys before the private group chat of the players blew up with notifications. Commit suicide. Run. Kill each other. Do whatever is necessary, get out of there. Gu Mu and Jin Wei were still psychologically affected after experiencing the torturous pain, but Zemin had luckily escaped from that plight. So he was conscious enough to talk to the other two, and what he feared came true. The bastard was using some sort of special technique to give them a weird status. Their mana dropped down to 0 and their meridians had been damaged. What this actually meant was still unclear to him, but the words permanent damage filled him with fear and dread. If this status was indeed permanent, then their guild would essentially become crippled before even it was formed. That too, the bastard also targeted the key members one after the other. Nothing the person did was casual, even though he appeared to be extremely nonchalant about the whole fight. At this rate, their group would be completely decimated. Chapter 43, Bear King Part 1. Bharat blinked, staring at the unbelievable scene in front of him. What the hell? He had indeed expected a massacre, but this seemed to be happening in the wrong order. Instead of many players hunting and chasing one person, the single person was hunting and torturing the big group. That too, the other party had completely given up and everyone scattered like marbles. Bharat gulped nervously. Just hearing the screams of the men as a bystander was just too realistic for him. As he continued watching the chaos unfolding in awe, suddenly a couple of men ran in his direction towards him. Bharat's gaze shifted and he spontaneously made a decision. Earthbind. Earthbind. Immediately the ground where the 2 men placed their feet liquefied and their legs got caught in the marshy muddy mess. Before they could get out of this, the soggy mud quickly solidified back again, binding them both in place. Fuck. Who the hell are you, bitch? Ah. Fuck. 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 Stop the spell, man. What did we do to you? Why are you even here? Bharat, however, ignored their pleas and waved his hand at Liam. Boss, I have 2 here. At this point, he knew that there was no way his presence hadn't already been noticed by Liam. So without hesitation, he simply called him over. Hey. No. 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 He is going to cripple us. Bastard! Who are you? The two men screamed at the top of their lungs. Liam hadn't expected this, so he was amused. Oh. Not bad. His voice sounded in the distance, and the next moment he was standing near Bharat. Both his fists shot forward simultaneously as he twisted the insides of both the men, and within seconds, they as well ended up dead with a special status added to them. Watching this up close was definitely scarier than watching it from a distance. Bharat couldn't help but take a step back. What was this guy doing to them? He had heard the word cripple in the midst of their screams. So he wondered what was happening. However, he didn't have the guts to ask Liam openly, as it would only take him another second to do to him what he had done to the other men. I think the others ran away. He awkwardly mumbled instead. Nachem, Liam hummed, dusting his hands, and taking a look around. Everyone had indeed run away, but he managed to catch and wrangle at least a dozen, which was more than enough to teach them the lesson that he wanted to. Well. That's that then. At least for a while, they shouldn't be bothering me. He casually picked up all the pieces of equipment that were dropped here and there and then started walking away without sparing another glance at anything or anyone. Ah. Bharat saw that and quickly ran to catch up to him. Boss, do you need any help? I am a bit free right now. Ahem. And I am already here, so. Liam chuckled and continued walking. You are free? All right then. Follow me. His words were so shocking that Bharat almost couldn't believe them. He agreed so easily? At first, he was pleasantly surprised, but then he began to feel nervous. Was this guy planning something particularly devious for me? He remembered those miserable screams and shuddered subconsciously. The two of them walked in silence for a while, covering a lot of distance. The more time passed, the more nervous Bharat became. Now he simply wished that he had rather rejected him outright. By the way, what class do you play? Liam's voice broke his thoughts and he quickly blurted out. Mage, boss. Not bad. Liam nodded, and then he suddenly paused in the middle of the forest. All right. Keep spamming your skills and try not to get in the way. Huh? What? Bharat looked around in confusion. Being constantly worried about the person next to him, he hadn't exactly paid much attention to the surroundings. He craned his neck from right to left in alarm to see where they were and what they were going to fight. Was this guy testing me? But he didn't have to wonder about this for long, as the very next instant, a loud roar sounded from behind them. Thud. A gigantic beast jumped out and galloped towards them from within a dense cluster of trees. It was a huge grizzly black bear with blood-red eyes. Fuck. It's here! Bharat shouted. The bear was gigantic and its shadow fell like a dark blanket around them. More surprisingly, the animal had a golden-silver glow around it, indicating that it was at least an elite monster. Bharat hadn't even crossed level 10, so when he tried to observe the health and status of this beast, it only came up as question marks. All players were only able to observe the strength and details of a beast in their level class, and judging from everything, this bear's level class was at least one above his. The beast's presence was so overwhelming that Bharat could feel a significant mental pressure weighing him down. He was not able to react easily at all. However, unlike him, the person next to him had already moved. There was even a hint of a smile on Liam's face. He was looking at the big black bear lovingly? Ah. Bharat became dumbfounded. Just what level is he at? The two of them were not in a single party, so he couldn't get any detail at all. He had been waiting for the guy to add him to his party, but clearly, no such thing was going to happen. Bharat wanted to cry quietly. He still suspected that Liam had strong connections which gave him extra information about the game, but his skills and techniques were even more terrifying. And somehow, he had ended up working as an unpaid intern for this monstrous guy. Chapter 44, Bear King Part 2. Hello, big boy. Liam grinned, eyeing the grizzly howling in rage. Bear King Burabara, Elite Boss. Level 15. Health, 50,000. The bear's health was almost 25 times more than his own, and Liam knew that its attacks would be of a similar scale as well. After all, this was a field boss which was not meant to be soloed by a single player. However, he was not scared or intimidated in the least, standing face to face with this gigantic mountain of a beast. In fact, he felt as if he was seeing a long-time childhood friend. It was a nostalgic, bittersweet memory. Back then, he never got the chance to fight against this bear, but now it was all his to play around with as much as he wanted. Liam's figure blurred and a long sword appeared in his hand, shimmering with its cold metallic sheen. He did not waste any further time and dashed towards the rampaging bear, meeting it halfway. Slash. 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 He nimbly moved, circling around the bear, and the sword in his hand danced. The weapon trembled with each strike as it only barely managed to scratch the beast. -10. -15. -10. Liam chuckled wryly, looking at the pathetic damage numbers, but how could he complain? This was a field boss. Its defense was just that high that it prevented him from displaying the full potential of his basic damage, which was at least 400 to 500 if he went all out. Instead, all that registered was only a sorry 10 to 15 damage. The sword he held also wasn't strong enough, and it shivered as it struck the thick hide of the Bear King, chopping off only small portions of its health. This was something Liam had already expected, so he was not too shocked by this outcome. Moreover, he came fully prepared. As his elegant figure flashed around the monster, taking advantage of his agility which the strong and powerful bear lacked, Bharat finally snapped out of his trance and moved. It took him a few seconds, but the raging growls of the bear woke him up. He quickly moved back. He was a mage and there was no reason for him to stand so close to the black bear. After that, he hesitated for a couple more seconds, waiting to see if Liam was going to give him any specific instructions, but both the man and the beast had entirely ignored him. Ah, so, this is what he meant by "don't get in my way." Bharat wiped the sweat off his forehead. "I will just do whatever I can." He wasn't disheartened and decided to take this positively as an opportunity. Not that he was planning to kill Steel or anything. At this point, he was merely curious to see how this single person was going to solo this boss. Though he couldn't see the damage numbers floating atop the beast like Liam did, he could still see what damage his own attacks did. So he could somewhat comprehend the effectiveness of Liam's sword attacks. Moreover, the other party hadn't even drawn the beast's blood yet. So he was very eager to watch the show and see what was going to happen. What special and secret technique was he going to use? He peeled his eyes and patiently waited and watched. A couple of seconds passed and then an entire minute passed. However, nothing happened at all. Liam was only calmly slashing and chopping down the huge bear from various angles, removing small chunks of its health each time. He was not really doing anything else. This in itself was very impressive, and he continued to evade all of the beast's attacks with extreme precision. Even a single attack would probably put him out of commission. So the pressure was that much more to accurately move every single time. The beast as well was extremely enraged because of this. It was literally being toyed around by an ant. Its reddened eyes glared at the pest angrily, and the beast and the man continued to tango. Bharat as well did his part and continued sending out fireballs and arcane bolts. These were the two skills he managed to acquire. While fireball was a normal elemental magical attract, the arcane bolt was a comparatively rare skill. It involved shooting out concentrated bullets of mana, and it was far more powerful than normal fireballs. Before he met this monster dancing with a sword in front of him, he had actually thought that this was impressive and he had gotten a lucky start. But now his whole perception was completely broken and he saw things in a new light. He knew that he needed to work much harder if he wanted to be anywhere near the top. Bharat narrowed his eyes and tried his best to coordinate with Liam, targeting the spots on the bear that were already injured. He paid more attention to the battle and did his absolute best. At least this way, he thought that he could amicably part ways with this person and perhaps add him as a friend. He carefully regulated his mana and moved closer and barraged the bear with his attacks. He really wanted to impress Liam. As the fight progressed, he grew more comfortable with it and was able to pay more attention. This helped him increase his rhythm as well, and his attack damage improved a lot. However, the next instant, just as he was about to target another flesh injury, Bharat couldn't help but notice something weird. There were charred marks on the flesh injury. His eyes widened and he stopped attacking, now paying more attention to the man rather than the beast. Almost immediately, Bharat became even more shocked. He could instantly tell that something was different. Other players might not necessarily recognize this just yet, but he was a mage, so he could see this. All this time he had thought that Liam was simply grinding down the bear, but now only he realized that he was gravely mistaken. This guy was once again up to something else. Chapter 45. Sometimes there is no shortcut. Damn it. This is taking longer than I thought. Liam moved, slashing down at the bear one more time. His other hand swiftly took out a piece of fruit and popped it into his mouth to recover his stamina. Though his health was not taking a hit, his stamina was dripping like water from a rusty bucket. So he quickly chewed on the fruit while the rest of his body continued moving with ease. However, he still didn't show any signs of stopping or speeding up his attacks. He took his time and only used a certain type of attack, which was a straightforward sword slash. At least that's what it looked like to others. He had other stronger attacks in his arsenal, but weirdly he continued to use only this single attack, despite the amount of time it took. It almost looked like he was stalling for something or simply passing his time wastefully. In reality, Liam was not either of those things. In fact, he was training. If he did this same training somewhere else, the target wouldn't last this long. It would have died in his hands within a second, and the training wouldn't be as effective. But thanks to the bear's strong defense and it being an elite field boss, it became a perfect target for him. Liam did not intend to let this opportunity slip by and trained to the best of his abilities, and as for what he trained, it was nothing fancy. He had no knowledge of any advanced sword techniques. If he had, he wouldn't have died such a pathetic death in the first place. Rather, what he had and what he knew were the basics. And in his previous life, because of his very low, which might as well have been non-existent mana affinity, he wasn't able to practice this particular skill. However, in this life, he was one of the blessed few. Though he was not born with a constitution that could make others envy him, he was surely going to get here very soon. And that meant his mana absorption, mana manipulation, and mana usage would be top-notch at worst. So how could he still not train in this special technique? After all, this was the basis for one of the strongest abilities everyone chased after and the foundation of one of the most powerful classes, the battle mage. Though Liam did not intend on becoming one, he nevertheless wanted to perfect this technique as swordplay was already drilled into his bones. It would only be a waste if he didn't try and combine it with the other thing that could bring out the full potential of the sword. And that was mana. Just like his spirit sword techniques that relied on his inherent spirit and soul strength, there were also arcane sword techniques. These relied on mana. To be more specific, one had to combine the power of mana with the strength of the sword. And Liam was currently practicing this exact same thing. Since he had personally not used this move before, he was also a novice just like the others, so he was struggling a bit, unable to execute it immediately. At the same time, he already knew the basics and also had seen these kinds of moves being used several times, so his progress wasn't too slow either. With every slash of his sword, he was improving tremendously and gaining a lot more experience in this technique. He even managed to almost achieve success a few times, leaving behind charred marks on the gigantic black-furred beast. However, before he could get any further, the enormous black bear couldn't hold out any longer and charged towards him with everything it had. Its red eyes further darkened in rage and it shouted, letting out an earth-shattering roar. Its speed and agility, not to mention strength, all of a sudden increased by leaps and bounds. Liam instantly pulled back. Every boss monster deteriorated into this enraged state when their health was reduced to the last 5%. So he treated this part of the fight more carefully and focused on evading. He also used some of his other long-range skills, Lightning Bolt and Fireball. The Bear King was more susceptible to these two elements, and combined with Bharat's attacks, almost the entirety of its thick black lustrous fur was burnt down and its body, riddled with several injuries, gave out. The rest of Barabara's health was also quickly brought down and the huge grizzly fell back with a loud thud. Experience points and notifications chimed in one after the other, but Liam clicked his tongue in annoyance. TCH. It won't respawn for another 10 hours. So no point in staying here. He had to continue his training with another new target. He kicked the bear's body into position and then brought down his sword to cleanly sever its head in one swift move. All right. This quest is taken care of. Time to head to the city. Liam tossed the bear's head into his inventory. There were a couple of equipment pieces that had also dropped, which he casually tossed in as well. Chapter 46, World Famous. Ding. Congratulations. You have killed the Bear King Barabara. You have gained 20,000 experience points. Ding. Congratulations. You are the first player to kill the elite Bear King Barabara and save the city from its terror. Your grand achievement will be etched in history. Liam tossed the two notifications aside with a smirk on his face. It has begun now. The very next second a loud ding chimed and bright letters flashed in front of him and also the several other players currently engrossed in the same world. Ding. World announcement: Player Chang Liam has successfully killed the elite Bear King Barabara. This achievement is etched in the walls of fame and his glory will be sung for all eternity. Bharat gasped. He was currently seeing the same thing as everyone else. Being announced on the server within 24 hours of the game starting was something unimaginable for someone like him. And considering that this was the first world announcement, he just dumbly looked at the person and then back at the flashing bright words. So his name was Liam? Every player currently in the game would have received this message. They would all know his name too. This was a good thing, even an envious achievement, but at the same time, fame always came with jealousy and hatred. Even this single announcement was enough to put him under a spotlight, which would inevitably be accompanied by harassment and ganking. Moreover, observing him so far, this person was definitely a solo player without any sort of backing. So Bharat wondered how he was going to handle everything by himself. He searched his face for the slightest trace of fear or concern. However, the other party seemed to be rather preoccupied, only barely paying attention to the world announcement. His observation was indeed spot on, as Liam already knew this was going to happen. While this video game's, or rather the tutorial mode's, initial purpose seemed to be to prepare everybody for the upcoming changes in the real world, it was far from the truth. While giving a helping hand to the inhabitants of the planet, this simultaneously festered chaos and commotion as well. This was why there was no option to hide one's identity or appearance in the game. The more one stood out, the more the game would be disadvantageous to that person. No one player would be allowed to rise to the top. This was going to happen sooner or later, and Liam had no plans of delaying anything or changing his plans because of this. Otherwise, he would only miss out on a lot of things, and in the end, he wouldn't be able to achieve anything that he wanted. So he might as well get this over with right here and now. Liam sighed, and he was already gazing at the next couple of notifications. The night was still young and he knew that the last of the notifications was not over just yet. Ding. You have leveled up. Ding. You have leveled up. Ding. Congratulations. You have reached level 15. Ding. Congratulations! You are the first person to be recorded on the world leaderboard. Your grand achievement will be etched in history. And just as he finished clearing this notification, another announcement rang loudly. Ding! World announcement: the world leaderboard is now available. Only the deserving, the truly strong and powerful will be recorded on the world leaderboard. Liam did not even bother opening this so-called world leaderboard option in the game screen and checking. He already knew what it would look like. There were 50 spots in total and currently only his name would be present, occupying the first of the 50 other empty slots, thereby putting another spotlight on him. As if this wasn't enough, killing any of the players on the world leaderboard would fetch special rewards, bonus drops, and generous experience points. Liam flicked all the notifications close as he subconsciously hurried his footsteps. Things were going to get very heated up a lot faster now, but his main goals still remained the same. He lifted his head to calmly gaze at the huge city sprawled in front of him and walked towards it steadily with an unwavering gaze. Bring it on. Bharat saw that he was once again being forgotten and ran behind the guy. Boss, wait for me. Why? Do you have more free time? Liam chuckled. Bro. You are famous now. Don't you think it's better to have someone by your side to watch your back? Bharat tried to strike the iron when it's hot. Hey. Yup. You are absolutely correct, but I already have companions. You don't have to worry about that. Boss, come on. Aren't you planning to form a guild in the future? Also dungeons and raids. I am sure this game also has something like that. Don't you want more players? You can call me whenever you need help. I have a couple of friends. We can help you out. Bharat hadn't expected it, but hearing his words, Liam actually paused in his footsteps. Okay. Let's do this. Add me as a friend and I will call you if I need anything. Chapter 47, Grinding Time. Bharat grinned wildly and quickly sent him a request before the person decided to change his mind. Liam as well fished out his request among the several others that came his way since the world announcements and accepted it. The two of them then parted ways as Bharat did not even have the necessary entrance fee for the city, which was a whopping 50 silver. Liam looked at his figure walking away and turned to head for the city. He was still undecided about a lot of things, like forming a guild or trying to expand his influence, but it was impossible for him to take care of everything. Even if he had all the knowledge, he still needed some underlings to do some of the menial labor. While trusting another person was always risky, he had some special items already earmarked for this purpose, so accepting a few underlings might not be entirely out of the question. But all of that can wait. First things came first, and he quickly tossed the 50 silvers to the city guard and casually walked in through the huge iron gates. Liam opened his quest menu and verified that the Bear King quest was marked as complete. To get the rewards, he had to meet with the instructor again, but he didn't plan on wasting time by traveling back and forth just for this. The instructor, along with several other big shots, would visit the city in a couple of days when the black market would be open. This was a bi-weekly event and a treasure trove of Easter eggs. And Liam's next target was exactly this. He planned to use this downtime to do some preparations so that when the time came he would easily be able to crack all the eggs. Liam hummed lightly as he looked around at the familiar tall buildings and the stunning architecture, which was heavily based on a conservative European style. He looked relaxed enough, but his speed was much faster than the city crowd, which was almost entirely NPCs at this point. He swung into narrow alleys, climbed on the walls, and reached his destination in a couple of seconds, taking the shortcuts he knew. And when he turned around the next corner, he was in front of the city's auction house, which was several times bigger than the small town's singular building. Very rare and special items were auctioned inside these walls, but it was not time for that just yet. Liam was still only hoarding all the lower-tier and mid-tier materials. He walked over to stand closer to the building, leaning on one of the stone walls. Almost immediately a menu popped up listing all the currently available items. His gaze flickered, quickly looking over the several herbs that were available and also for any recipes. It didn't matter what recipe, as long as it was something that he didn't know, he quickly purchased it. There were also a lot of ores and gemstones, but Liam did not bother giving these a glance. After making another bulk purchase of herbs, he stretched out his hands. His job here was done. Next stop is the supply shop. Liam hummed and visited a shop across the street. "Good day, sir." The merchant immediately brightened up as if he could smell all the gold Liam had on him. "Greetings. I need to purchase some pieces of mining equipment. Make sure to include pickaxes, hammers, shovels, and sturdy gunny bags. I need about 50 sets of this." The merchant's smile widened as his guess had been correct. "Right away, sir. Please let me know if you need anything else." He then scurried away to fulfill the big order. After a few minutes, he returned with all the items which Liam tossed swiftly into his inventory. "That would be 1 gold after the discount, sir." Liam nodded and quickly paid him the amount. He received a small discount because of his title rolling in debt, but it was nothing significant. He purchased a few more stamina refills, including smaller fruits that he could pop into his mouth at convenience, and left the shop. Liam then walked over to the Mining Association a couple of blocks away to purchase mining rights, which all players were required to do. This also bestowed the basic mining skill. Ding! Congratulations! You have learned the mining trade skill. Swiping the notification away, he then proceeded to directly walk out of the city. There was also a blacksmithing association right next to the mining association that gave out more basic quests and skills for the blacksmithing trade, but he completely ignored it. He continued to walk out of the city and into the surrounding forests. As he was one of the few players in the city, the guard recognized him. Didn't he just enter the city? The 2 guards suspiciously looked at Liam, who was already gone. He would only be returning back to the city in time for the black market. Chapter 48, A Little Too Late. While Liam was completely engrossed in his own world, the 2 world announcements which chimed in one after the other created an uproar throughout the game and all the players within it currently. Somewhere near the royal city, 3 figures dashed around in a huge pit of considerable depth. If one looked closely, these 3 figures were only moving around using the rocks and tree roots protruding from the walls of this pit. They were particularly very careful not to step near the center of the pit, and for good reason. At the depth of the pit laid several chopped-up green snake corpses, and at the dead center was an enormous green boa eyeing the humans with its sinister slit-like yellow eyes. Hisses. The boa moved at an incredible speed, aiming for the red-haired girl, but before it could strike her, a huge metallic shield was rammed against its head. "Ha!" Alex grunted, taking the full brunt of the attack. "Ray, what the heck? Why are you so slow?" "Ah. Sorry, sis." Ray stuttered and quickly shot 2 arrows one after the other. However, his aim wasn't all that great as he had hastily made the attacks. The boa managed to recover and struck again, this time first spewing a cloud of deadly poisonous gas. Alex jutted out her shield again. Her movements were visibly slowed down because of the paralyzing effect of the poison. "Damn it, Ray. The damn thing is almost dead. Why are you screwing up now?" "Fuck." Ray was more scared of the woman than the realistic anaconda-sized serpent. He quickly prepared to shoot the next arrow, this time activating the booster effect for extra strength and precision. The arrow zoomed across, slicing through the air. Fortunately for Ray, his aim this time was accurate. However, unfortunately for him, the boa moved at the last second, dodging the attack with its superb agility. The beast raised its head again to attack the paralyzed tank. "Aw fuck. I am so screwed today." Ray cursed under his breath. The beast they were up against was actually a field boss with an irritating regeneration ability. If they don't finish it within the next couple of seconds, then the fight was basically going to be reset and they would have to fight with it all over again. And of course, he was going to be blamed for it. Alex is going to kill me. Ray shivered. He watched the giant boa as a green light enveloped its body, slowly covering all its injuries and bruises. However, just as the light was spread, another flash of light appeared and the boa's head was cleanly severed. Divine retribution. Mia's voice rang out calmly. Ding. Congratulations. You have killed the giant poisonous boa. You have gained 13,000 experience points. Ding. You have leveled up. Ding. Congratulations. You have reached level 15. Ding. Congratulations. Your fame spreads far and wide. You are currently at the 15th position on the world leaderboard. Alex smiled contentedly at the fruits of their hard work and collapsed on the ground tiredly. Huff huff. Thanks, Mia. You timed it really well. She paused and threw a threatening glance at Ray before adding. I would have killed someone if I had to restart this stupid fight from the beginning. Ray took a step back and dug around the corpse for loot, pretending as if he hadn't hurt her, though his shaky hands showed that he was very nervous. But Alex did not let him be. She threw her shield at him and muttered in annoyance. Why were you so distracted? Ah. Ray was speechless. Did you both not see the world announcements? He looked at both his scary party members. Alex and Mia shook their heads. Unlike you, we actually turned the notifications off during the fight like a sane person would do. Alex scoffed. Ray chose to ignore that remark and shamelessly replied with a smile. Hee hee. You will be shocked. Check it fast. My big brother unlocked the leaderboard and killed a field boss. He got side-wide announcements for both. Blay. Useless. That guy won't even talk to you properly and yet you are calling him big brother. You are such an idiot. Alex scolded him while gazing at the two back-to-back announcements. Though there could potentially be other people with the same name, they had no doubt that this was the same person with whom they had partied. If only we had killed this thing sooner, we could have gotten that announcement. Damn it. I can't believe that asshole beat us to it by just a few minutes. Alex gnashed her teeth in anger, mentally imagining pummeling the guy with the hateful smile on his face. Mia, however, remained silent as if it had nothing to do with her. She bent down and took the skill book which had dropped from their field boss kill. Ray, here. This skill book is yours. Oh, nice. Tame skill finally. Sweet. He kissed the skill book and gave out a fist pump. Let's go. Let's go. I need a cool pet now. So you decided to become a beast hunter? Alex frowned. Yes. Of course. Liam advised me to stick to the training hall class recommendations and I am going to do it. He proudly declared. Idiot. Alex kicked his shin, making the guy yelp in pain. She then ignored him and started discussing with Mia. Shall we log out? We need to at least get some sleep. Tomorrow is a big day. On hearing her words, Mia's usual calm and composed expression slightly faltered and she nodded. The two of them then logged out while Ray decided to stay back and explore a bit by himself. Chapter 49, No Matter What It Took. In one of the tall high-rise buildings on the streets of New York, two women walked out of a boardroom into the elevator. One had long curly blonde hair while the other was a redhead. Mia, are you all right? Alex gently patted her. It hurt to see her best friend in so much pain. Mia lightly nodded with a bitter smile. They are trying to take advantage of me because of my age, aren't they? Alex sighed. Fucking selfish assholes. If Uncle and Aunt were alive. But they are not alive anymore, Alex. Mia cut her short. Alex didn't say anything after that as the two of them walked in silence for a long time. When they reached the gates of the tall building, Mia silently waved her hand for a cab. "Mia, just come home with me. I don't want you to stay alone." Alex caught her hand and insisted. "No. I need some time and space to think. I will call you tomorrow." Seeing the worried look on her friend's face, she added with a sad smile. "Don't worry. I won't do anything rash." Her words didn't comfort Alex even one bit, but she forced a smile and waved her hand as the cab took away. She in fact did not plan to leave her alone. "I will wait for a couple of hours and then go visit her with dinner." Alex took out her phone and scrolled through her emails as she flagged for another cab. The past few weeks had unexpectedly changed all of their lives. Mia's parents died in an accident, leaving her as the sole successor for all of their properties and shares. In the beginning, no one noticed anything as they were overcome with grief, but the business partner and Mia's parents' close friend Walter backstabbed the young girl while she was at her lowest point. He made the shares crash further, which were already low because of the unexpected accident of the CEO, Mia's father. And now, in the name of a hostile takeover, he was trying to swallow the whole company by joining hands with their competitor. Unless Mia somehow managed to gather a lot of financial support in a small time, it was extremely impossible for her to stop this. But how could a young girl gather that much support? That too, she had barely stepped into her undergraduate college and knew very little about business. Irrespective of her intellectual capabilities, she was still far from managing this storm without any help. Alex knew that Mia was ready to do anything and sell everything that they owned. This company was her father's big dream. He had worked hard to bring himself here, so she didn't want to lose that as well. In the same year she lost her father. Alex also didn't want to see that happen, but unlike Mia, she wasn't that rich. She had a healthy trust fund, but the two of them were in different categories. If she gave her everything she owned, it wouldn't even make a dent in the number that she needed. She was also completely helpless. But she didn't want to desert her friend and her sister when she needed help the most. She wanted to do something. Alex sighed and got out of the cab, reaching back to her apartment. Several thoughts swirled in her mind as she walked in absent-mindedly. Alex. Alex. Did you see this? This game is totally blowing up. Do you know how many players have already joined? And it has only been a day since the game launched? This is crazy insane. This is totally going to be the next big thing. Ray shouted in excitement, his eyes still glued to the esports news channel. However, in contrast to his cheerful mood, the person slouching on the couch next to him said and did nothing as she blankly stared at the television. Is this really growing so much? She muttered in a daze. Yes. Do you even know what is the gold-to-dollar ratio now? Alex shook her head, a few strands of her red hair falling on the side. By the way, our names on the leaderboard are already gone. People are grinding day and night and the... Ray continued excitedly chatting about the new developments both in-game and outside the game, but the woman was clearly no longer paying any attention to him. She had zoned out completely with several thoughts running in her mind. Several popular video games had come and gone. They all typically had a high game currency to real-world currency exchange rate, but this inevitably dropped in a few months. So even though this new game was shrouded in mystery and no one knew what exactly was happening, this hype as well probably wouldn't last long. But still, if she was a gambler, she would surely bet on the hype at least lasting for a year. This gave Alex several ideas. If she perhaps could somehow become extremely powerful and strong in a short period of time, then maybe, just maybe she could gather all the resources they need to keep the company afloat and stop the hostile takeover. So while Mia was busy dealing with all the company-related issues, she could potentially help her out by gaining resources in this manner. And by some chance, if the game somehow managed to last longer, then their company could even gain a lot by being an official sponsor of the in-game guild or esports team. The possibilities were truly limitless. All in all, this was a wonderful opportunity. Sure, she could probably work hard on some other route and achieve this same result, but the fastest, high-risk, high-reward route was this one. And call it intuition or gut feeling, for some reason, she knew that this was the way to go. Something told her that she needed to follow her instincts and invest more time and effort into this game. Alex closed her eyes and took a deep breath. Now that she had made this decision, her brain already started calculating what she needed to do to achieve her goals. How could she possibly rise head and shoulders above the herd of professional gamers and skilled players? She took a few deep breaths and thought about it from different angles, but no matter how hard she racked her brain, only a single person's image flashed in front of her again and again, and the obvious shortcut stared right at her face. If she could somehow use him. Alex gritted her teeth. She was determined to take things as far as it was needed. She was going to put everything on the line, so how could she hesitate about something like this? After all, it was just a game, right? Just how realistic could it be? Something like that couldn't possibly matter as long as it didn't happen in real life. She bit her lips and turned to look at her brother, who was back to watching the news. Do you still have that jerk on your friend list? Chapter 50. Meet me at the inn. Clang, clang, clang. Clang, clang, clang. Loud sounds echoed from within an empty mine in the depths of the forests. A single man was standing amidst several scattered corpses of green-skinned goblins. However, he paid no heed to these corpses. He simply stepped on them and continued hitting the mining pick monotonously on the node of metallic ore in front of him. Seconds passed. Minutes passed. Hours passed. And yet the young man's actions did not change at all. Targeting the 3 different nodes in front of him, he kept mining one after the other without taking a single break. And weirdly, the ores he was mining were nothing special. They were just common iron ores. In between this, 1 or 2 goblins also attacked him every now and then, respawning directly at the spot where he was standing. But it took the young man merely seconds to cleanly finish them, and then he was back to monotonously mining the nodes. Ding. 50 experience points gained. Ding. 50 experience points gained. Liam cleared the notifications, kicking aside the last 2 goblins. He didn't bother to pick up this loot, which was mainly loincloth and rusty weapons, so the bodies remained longer than usual on the ground. Just as he once again began mining, another notification popped up. Ding. Incoming call from Ray. Do you wish to answer? Y/N. Liam didn't pause his movements and continued working on the node. Nevertheless, he muttered yes. Hi bro. Congrats on the server announcements. You are awesome. Ray's cheerful voice rang and Liam shook his head helplessly. Thanks. Anything else? Ah. All right. I will get to the point. Alex wants to meet with you. Can you tell me your location, please? Huh? Why? Liam was surprised. He was sure that the woman hated his guts considering the way she had treated him all throughout their dungeon run. Ah, so this is weird, but she won't tell me. She says that she will only talk to you. Liam paused for a moment, only the clanging sounds resounding in the silence. Fine. Ask her to call me then. All right. Thanks, bro. Tell me when you are free so we can party again. Bye. A beep sounded and Ray ended the call quickly, as if he was afraid that he would be blocked if he continued disturbing him. A couple of seconds later, Liam checked the friend requests, and among the hundreds that he had received, he saw Alex's name in the most recent request. Accept. He muttered, and the next second the call arrived. Hello. Is this Liam? A hesitant voice came through. Who else would it be? Alex ignored the condescending remark and pressed on. Where are you? I want to meet you in person right now. Not possible. The immediate blunt reply came out. What? Why? Considering the way men usually treated her, she half expected him to fawn over her as soon as he heard her voice and that she wanted to meet him, but this turn of events surprised her. "Because I am in the middle of something," Liam indifferently replied. The other side suddenly became silent, and he shrugged and continued his work. A few more seconds of silence ensued and he was about to end the call when Alex quickly asked again. "Then when will you be free?" "I will wait. This is urgent and it will be worth your while. Can we meet?" There was a sense of urgency in her voice that piqued Liam's interest. Besides, he was not going to lose much by talking to her for a few seconds. "All right. We can meet tomorrow. I will be in Alika City. We can meet up at the local in around noon." "Okay, thanks. You will not regret this." Alex felt relieved and quickly cut the call, but she only realized what had happened after everything was over. She had thanked him and she had also blurted out that he wouldn't regret it. How humiliating. She was furious. "What happened, Alex? Are you all right? What did Liam say? What did you ask him?" Ray walked over to her and asked as he was extremely curious. He also didn't know why his sister had suddenly decided to be serious about this game. "Nothing. I have something to do. I will be back later." Alex turned around to hide her face and hurriedly threw out some vague words. She then quickly ran out of there, leaving behind the very confused guy. "Well, whatever the quest was, we could have done it together. Why is she running away like this?" The guy scratched his head in confusion. Because of the leaderboard, there was a sudden hype about leveling faster, so Ray quickly forgot about Alex and focused on what he was doing. Meanwhile, Liam as well continued busily mining. His schedule was fully packed for the next 24 hours and he didn't think about anything else. "Ding, your mining skill proficiency has increased to intermediate level." Normally, it was hard to increase mining skill proficiency just by mining common ores like iron, not to mention inefficient. But Liam had already sunk more than 24 hours of game time into this and he wasn't planning on stopping for the next 24 hours as well. After all, unlike others, his main concern was neither bringing his level up on the leaderboard nor amassing any sort of wealth. Those things were only going to become irrelevant in the future, while the thing that he was targeting would still accompany him. Liam grinned in excitement. Tomorrow was extremely crucial and all his future plans heavily relied on it. And if he somehow managed to become successful, then he would have taken the second step forward. Chapter 51, Quest Completion and Next Quest? As time ticked by, the next 24 hours passed just like that in the blink of an eye. Liam did not log out and continued slogging for the entire duration. In about 48 hours, he managed to personally mine 100 stacks of 100 iron ores, making the total count a whopping 10,000 iron ores. However, because of this, he had fallen behind all the top players and more players were pouring into the game just because of the sheer mystery enshrouding it. As Liam paid the guards the entrance fees and walked through the gates of the city, it was completely crowded with numerous level 15 to level 20 players. These were still low as some of the names on the leaderboard had reached as high as level 25. I wonder if guilds are already up and running. Liam hummed and crossed the street, stepping into one of the back alleys. Since there were no quest givers here, there weren't too many players, but there were still many NPCs roaming around. Liam knew that this would eventually change when the news about the black market spreads, but before that he wanted to reap all the rewards. He weaved through the crowd and went inside the bustling street with various vendors. Most of them had just a simple stall as if they were prepared to leave at any given moment. Exotic meat hawkers, rare herb sellers, black witches selling potions, several unique sights filled this narrow alley. Liam glanced at everything calmly before arriving in front of a specific old man. This person had his wares spread out on a blanket sprawled on the ground and yet several big shots stood in front of him. "Ah. Young man. Good to see you again. The training hall instructor, who was also standing there, waved at Liam, surprising the few players loitering near them. This was the first time they were seeing an NPC taking the initiative to talk to a player, and that too like they were addressing each other as if they were close friends. "Greetings, senior." Liam bowed and then took out the item from his inventory. The bear's head was still dripping blood as he handed it over to the startled man. For a moment, the man stood speechless, staring at the corpse of the beast that had ruined his future. He looked at the severed head and then at Liam in disbelief. You killed him." Liam simply nodded his head, saying nothing. However, his mannerisms were extremely respectful. "Thank you. Thank you so much, young man. I am forever indebted to you." The instructor wiped his tears away and then patted Liam with his face full of complicated emotions. At the same time, Liam received a string of notifications as well. Ding. Quest: kill the Bear King Barabara and bring its head to the training ground instructor has been completed. Ding. 10,000 experience points have been rewarded. Ding. You have leveled up. The reward for the unique quest was indeed generous. The experience points for the quest were almost comparable to the experience points he had gained after solo killing the field boss. Leveling was not Liam's top priority, but to reach certain parts of the continent and especially certain kingdoms required a high enough level. So he was quite happily surprised. But what he most looked forward to was the next part. Liam waited patiently, giving the instructor a chance to absorb everything and for his emotions to settle down. After a few seconds of silence, the man sighed and once again began talking. "If only I had had the strength to do this back then, alas, now, it's too late. It's too late for everything." The instructor repeatedly sighed. Liam smiled inwardly as he could tell that this was his cue. "Is there anything I could do to help you, senior? Please tell me what happened. You can count on this younger brother." His usual cold and indifferent temperament had disappeared altogether, leaving behind only a look of warm concern on his face. The instructor looked very touched and he patted Liam lovingly, shaking his head. "No, Liam. Please forget about this. I am only telling you to forget about this because I consider you to be my younger brother." Liam gave a bitter smile and continued playing his role. "Brother, don't say that. Even if it costs me my life, I want to help you. Please let me share your burden." The man let out a long sigh and then looked down at the ground, opening his mouth reluctantly. All right. Since you are insisting, I will tell you this, but I suggest that you stay as far away from this as possible. This is extremely dangerous and beyond your capabilities. I know that you are a very capable young man, so you shouldn't ruin your future by listening to this fool's words. Liam attentively nodded, not taking his eyes away from the man. I haven't completely given up yet." The instructor clenched his fists. "Because my foundation was irreparably crushed, I have been staying at the training hall all these years as a mere instructor. But I haven't given up yet." Chapter 52: Hands Covered in Calluses. The instructor looked at Liam resolutely and continued. "At the far south of the Gresh Kingdom, there is a small town and the lord of the town is a disciple of an ancient medicine master. I have heard rumors that this master knows how to cure one's body and can even save someone crippled like me. But this is all the information that I have managed to collect so far. The journey to the southern part of the kingdom is extremely perilous as the lands are mostly dense forests and those territories belong to savage beasts and also equally savage men. My only wish is to one day visit this village and find out if what I heard was indeed true. Maybe even someone as useless as me could again start over?" Liam's eyes immediately twinkled. There it was. And the very next second, the notifications chimed in. Ding, unique chain quest part B activated. Ding, quest cannot be refused. Ding, visit the town Jahiria and obtain the cure for crippled meridians. Liam read the quest thoroughly and scratched his chin. This was actually not the quest that he was expecting. The real quest that he was after was regarding an invaluable elixir recipe that would perfect someone's body to 100%, bestowing an ideal constitution that even heavens would envy. However, it looked like Liam was not yet at that point. This was to be expected as he only barely knew the chain quest details. After all, he was a mere slave in his last life, so how could he possibly be privy to the specifics? But just judging from how things were going, he could tell that either the next quest in the chain or the quest after it should give him his desired results. So all he could do now was patiently keep digging at this chain quest. Even if the end result was not what he expected, unique quests were still head and shoulders above the rest of the quests, and there would most definitely be one or the other pot of gold at the end. If it was not the elixir recipe, then perhaps it would be something related to soul cleansing or soul strengthening. Liam knew better than to doubt the usefulness of a unique quest, so he quickly accepted it with a smile. This brother will put his life on the line and obtain the cure for you, senior. He bowed. Sigh. All right. Be careful and always remember to take care of yourself first. My life is already over anyway. The instructor mumbled and walked away as if he was no longer in the mood for the black market. And seeing his leave, Liam's expression returned back to normal. What a dramatic guy. He chuckled and focused on the next task at hand. He walked back to the stall of the old man and bent down to talk to him. Sir, how much is this? What about this? He randomly started picking out items and asking for their price. The old man initially looked annoyed as no one dared to ask him any of the prices directly. All the wares in his shops were rare items that could not be obtained anywhere. So when Liam started touching things without any concern, he became angry. He was about to swat his hand away when the old man's expression subtly changed. He stared at Liam's hands that were covered in calluses. These were the hands of a hard-working man. He no longer seemed to be annoyed and eyed Liam up and down. The young man in front of him was wearing simple clothes and was drenched in sweat from top to bottom. The distinct smell of raw mineral ores wafted from him. The old man's expression immediately softened and rubbed his long thin beard. Don't dirty my wares, kid. Ah. Sorry, elder. Liam quickly backed away, putting on a humble appearance. Please forgive me. I didn't mean to offend you. Can I give some iron or as compensation to the elder? I have nothing else with me. Liam was reciting words from his memory as best as he could. In his previous life, these were mere coincidences that players had discovered by accident, but now he was carefully orchestrating each and every single thing. And unlike before at the training hall, this time he wasn't grabbing the fate of a person who had wronged him in the past. This was someone who was completely unrelated to him, but he didn't care. If it meant that he had to step on and steal 100 people's fate, he would still do it. In the end, this was simply a cruel fight for survival, and he had no other choice but to use the single weapon in his arsenal, which was knowledge. Knowledge about the future and the chaos that was about to descend. Chapter 53, Hidden Class Quest. Please forgive me. I didn't mean to offend you. Can I give some iron or as compensation to the elder? I have nothing else with me. Liam humbly muttered. Hearing his earnest words, the old man's face warmed up further. He truly had a soft spot for underdogs and people with the worst luck, whom even the heavens had given upon. Hey, lad. He looked at Liam with his piercing blue eyes. His old age and frailty had suddenly vanished, only the aura of an expert remained. Do you wish to become stronger? Ah. Liam revealed a surprised expression. You look like someone who is not afraid of hard work and getting your hands dirty with the stink of metals. The old man smiled. Do you want to pursue an ancient craft that can bestow a tremendous amount of power and strength upon you? Ding, hidden class quest activated. Ding, quest learn to smith and achieve mastery in the craft of making weapons. Ding, reward the unknown elder's trust and respect. Ding, do you wish to accept the quest? Hey. Liam chuckled inwardly. Though the reward looked completely useless, how could it be so simple? It was a hidden class quest after all. What was not mentioned in the description was that this reward would be further augmented based on the speed with which it was completed. The race was about to begin. I accept. Liam quickly bowed and then ran away from the stall with urgency. Haha. What a hardworking young man. The elder laughed and went back to talking to some of the other customers. On the other end, Liam had already slowed down. He knew that he didn't have to rush too much. He still had 72 hours to get this done. And more importantly, he had other things to accomplish as the black market closed in a couple of hours. Liam circled the place and once again arrived at another stall. This one was slightly more crowded than the previous shop, with several players haggling with excitement. It was a sort of gambling den and a hunter's pet shop. Surprisingly, a familiar face was also standing, and she gasped as soon as she caught Liam's silhouette. Alex was here trying to see if she could get Ray some good pets when she unexpectedly saw the person heavily weighing on her mind. You told me that you would only be here at noon? Alex hurriedly started blurting out words in a panic. She was still very nervous and apprehensive about the whole thing. What are you talking about? I only said I would meet you at noon. I didn't say anything about being here before that, did I? Liam did not spare her a glance and quickly walked over to the shopkeeper, a middle-aged woman with a big mole on her face. Welcome. She greeted Liam, and then her face brightened up seeing Liam's face up close. Welcome, Mr. Handsome. Do you want to make any purchases today? Look at all these eggs. They could have anything inside them. Even mighty dragons and powerful phoenixes. Want to try your luck? Liam looked at all the eggs of various shapes and sizes orderly arranged next to each other. Every single one had different patterns and shapes on the shell, which made them look very mysterious. The people who had gathered around were trying to guess what beast might be inside just based on these patterns and the shape and color of the eggs. Liam chuckled. Sure, he had heard some people getting lucky by purchasing eggs in this shop, but mostly it was a scam. And just like several other things, these in-game pets would also become irrelevant, which was why he hadn't even bothered to use the tame skill until now. That didn't mean he wasn't interested in pets as a whole. In fact, he was very much interested. To be more specific, he was interested in two particular rare pets, the likes of which would surely be unavailable here. Thank you, and before Liam could finish his statement, Alex quickly butted in and spoke before him, interrupting their conversation. Hello. Wait a second. I will be buying all the eggs here. Immediately the crowd surrounding them became chaotic as several other people had their eyes on some eggs, and they were only hesitating because the price of each egg was 1 gold. However, to someone like Alex, this amount was nothing. So she didn't even think twice before randomly buying all of these on a whim. As soon as she saw Liam here, the wheels in her brain had already begun to spin. He was clearly here to do something, and she was sure that it was related to the eggs laid out in front of them. Perhaps one of these eggs had a powerful beast companion. Yes. That was definitely the case. Why else would he be here? Alex's eyes twinkled and she wanted to beat him to the punch. She quickly exchanged the gold before Liam could do any tricks and placed all the eggs carefully in her inventory slots. With her arms crossed in front of her chest, she then turned to look at Liam with confidence and a smug smile. I bet now you would have time to talk to me, right? Liam, on the other hand, was trying his best to control his laughter. No. I am still busy. What a childish woman. He shook his head, ignoring her furious eyes and heaving chests, and continued talking with the shopkeeper. Congratulations, madam. You have sold all your wares so fast today. Would you perhaps have some spare time to take a look at something for me? Alex, who was still standing beside him, obviously heard this and she froze in shock. What the fuck? This guy wasn't here to buy anything? She felt as if she had been slapped hard and looked at him with a ridiculous expression, her mouth wide open. Chapter 54, I will decline. Liam took out the egg from his inventory space and handed it to the shopkeeper, who had a big smile plastered on her face. Anything for you, handsome? However, her eyes that were still glued to Liam, and looking at him with twinkles, suddenly shifted to the medium-sized egg on her hand. Her look as well turned serious as she began to examine the egg in detail. It was a white-colored egg that was devoid of any specific patterns or marks, and it was pristinely clean, almost giving a feeling that nothing could taint it. This. Where did you get this? Alex, who was rolling her eyes at the woman's blatant fawning over Liam, also became silent and listened in on the conversation intently. She now understood that this was why he had come here and not to buy the eggs that had been on display. Sure, it was embarrassing, but she was not in a position to care about these small things. She quickly put that aside and focused on the thing that was happening right in front of her. Ah. I just found it inside a cave. Liam answered politely with a smile. Handsome. This egg, can you sell it to me? I will give you 50 gold. This was the same amount which Alex had just paid her for her big purchase, and she opened her mouth in surprise. The egg which the hateful guy had was so valuable? She simply couldn't believe it. Why the heck was he stumbling and falling on all the good things? This was ridiculous. Both Alex and the shopkeeper were looking at Liam as if they wanted to swallow him alive, and Liam cleared his throat. Ah, I must apologize. I am not planning to sell this egg. The shopkeeper's expression once again changed, but Liam was not yet done talking. I was wondering if Madam could help me inspect this egg. I heard that you are the best when it comes to beast eggs, ah ha 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 ha. So please take a look at this for me? He flashed another smile which made him look all the more charming, and the woman immediately started blushing. Sure. Sure. I can do that for you, handsome. She once again went back to flirting with him just like that. Liam sighed in relief and he waited patiently. After a couple of seconds, a screen flashed in front of him with a string of details. Ding. Beast name? Ding. Beast type, spirit. Ding. Beast attribute, fire. Ding. Beast quality, rare. Liam gazed at the details and for a second was completely shocked and speechless. Even with all of his knowledge about the game, he still had not expected a spirit-type egg to fall into his hands this early. In his previous life, some players managed to get their hands on this type, and at first, they were not too outstanding as the growth of these pets was slow and they required a lot of resources. But when the trial stage ended, suddenly they all came out on top as it was revealed that only spirit-type pets and soul-type pets could be carried with one from this tutorial phase to the real apocalyptic world. Anything that was not a part of one's spirit or soul was basically just a mirage, just like these NPCs. This was also why Liam hadn't bothered to use the tame skill. He was sure that there was some sort of madness to the method, just like with mana usage and control, but he didn't want to spread himself too thin by focusing on everything at once. But since he had this egg, and he was already here, he decided to get this inspected, and it turned out to be an unexpected windfall. It looked like everything was nudging him towards something, and this time even fate was on his side. Liam grinned. His plans changed a little, but not too much. Young man, I must remind you. These types of eggs are very difficult to hatch. Even if you hatch them, they might still not amount to much. I would still be honored to take it off your hands. How about I offer you 1,000 gold for the egg? Hee. I can even give you some information. I recently heard rumors about a legendary beast pet. Ding. New quest available. Visit the royal city and meet with the innkeeper. Ding. Quest difficulty, S grade. Ding. Do you accept this quest? Y/N. S-grade quest, huh? Ha ha ha. Sorry, madam, I think I will decline. Our paths are different. I hope you can find someone else to help you. Liam politely bowed and took the egg back from the woman's hands. Ah. That is such a pity. The shopkeeper looked very disappointed and quickly ignored him, tending to her other customers. And since Liam had already gotten what he wanted, he didn't linger there any longer and started walking away. Alex looked at his figure disappearing in the crowd and she hurried behind him so as not to lose sight of him. Hey. Hey. Wait a second. Liam walked out of the black market zone to the blacksmith's association that he had previously ignored. Alex followed him there and watched him as he spoke with a person on the counter and learned the basic smithing skill. So this guy is just learning a bunch of trade skills without leveling? But then why did he hunt that field boss down? I can't understand his plans at all. Alex looked at the time and it was almost noon. So she stepped forward and reminded him. So can we talk now? It's noon. Yup. Follow me. Liam walked to one of the small workspaces located in the courtyard of the building where a lot of players, at least those who were interested in learning blacksmithing, were practicing their skills. Here? Alex gulped as she looked around, but the other party had already started setting up his bench. Chapter 55 Golden Opportunity or? Alex could tell that the hateful person was not going to make any special concessions for her. So she fidgeted with her fingers and began talking, her voice barely a whisper. That thing you told Mia. I am ready. This was the best that she could speak out despite stealing her nerves. Come on, at least now he should show more interest? She bit her lips in frustration and looked at the guy, and for a moment, just as she expected, his expression did falter. What are you talking about? Liam was genuinely surprised and decided to confirm it. When this woman spoke to him over the phone, he had assumed that it was something about a field boss or a dungeon. He hadn't expected this. He had an inkling that they were going to face a terrible fate in the future, so he had mentioned a way out that would be beneficial to him as well, but he didn't expect things to move so fast. In fact, he hadn't expected them to even think about this until much later, when they became absolutely desperate without any other course of action. But she was already here. Are you serious? You know what I am talking about. Alex chewed her lips out. She already knew how this was going to go happen, but she had no other choice except to put up with this hateful guy's attitude. Liam scratched his head, engrossed in his thoughts. He had thought that everything started after the trial phase ended, but could there be something going on now? Looking at him hesitate, Alex became impatient. What? I also have an S-grade affinity. Am I not good enough? Liam sighed, silently lifting the anvil and placing it on the workspace. It was not that he didn't pity the woman in front of him. As someone who had once been desperate for even the smallest of a chance to change his own fate, he empathized with her, but everything was just beginning. He didn't have the luxury to help a random stranger. Besides, when things turned for the worse, the people that he helped today might turn on him. This was his second chance and his only chance. He couldn't just risk it all for nothing. Liam remained silent for a while and then took out the other item he had purchased from the black market. He handed it over to Alex. This is a binding contract of sorts. You are right. I can indeed make you stronger, much stronger, but before that, you would have to sign this. Think about this and come back when you are ready. Huh? What is this? Alex sighed in relief as she scanned the parchment of paper which had some words inscribed on it. She didn't really care much about the contract. She assumed that it was perhaps a gold or cash or property contract. If it was reasonable, she had no problem agreeing to it. Whatever this is. I am fine. Wait a second. It took a minute for her to read and understand the words as they had been written in a weird calligraphy style. Hey, what is this? Alex looked up in shock. I am supposed to do everything you tell me? I am not supposed to harm you? Act against you or even have the intention of harming you? This is ridiculous. And how can this bloody game even implement these things? I mean, this is just basically a slave contract. Are you kidding me? Are you purposefully trying to humiliate me? I only came here so that we can both get mutual benefits. You were the one who suggested this in the first place, remember? Liam heard her words, but he continued to remain calm and took out some of the iron ores he had. He stacked them neatly on the table. Though it was not written clearly on the contract with dedicated labels, Alex wasn't wrong. He had indeed given her a slave contract. So he coolly explained it to her again, at least as much as he could. My intention is not to humiliate you. It is the opposite. This is an opportunity that perhaps you wouldn't get again. So take it with you and think about it. You don't have to accept it or reject it right now. Take as much time as you want. Your life might depend on it. Alex silently listened, not knowing what to respond. On one hand, this was extremely humiliating. On the other hand, the person in front of her was saying words with so much confidence that she couldn't simply ignore them as random nonsense. She stood dazed for a second but then shook her head, letting out a deep breath. What opportunity? Why would her life depend on it? Wasn't this all just random nonsense? The pervert just probably wanted to do some role-playing as slave and master. Fuck this. Why did I even think he would help me in this first place? She was hesitant about this from the beginning, and now this settled things. She looked at the man in front of her, tossing the ores one after the other into the smelting fire. He was just doing his own thing, completely ignoring her. Damn it. What was I thinking? I don't need anyone's help. Especially this person's help. She let out a deep breath and turned around, leaving the contract parchment behind. She had almost walked out when Liam's voice once again sounded. I will be busy these next few days. Do not contact me again to do some sort of negotiation. This is it. These are my terms. I will not change my mind. And if you still bother me, then you will only be forcing my hand to cut ties with the three of you completely. The woman, who was already bubbling with rage, clenched her fists, wanting to throw something at the bastard, but she continued walking out. Now is not the time. I need to think about Mia first. Humph. But one day or the other I will surely teach this guy a lesson. Chapter 56, Quick and Dirty. As his hands worked furiously, Liam had already forgotten all about the unexpected visitor and focused on the flames beside him. He watched the stacks of iron ore melting and forming a sort of lump together and then melting altogether. He quickly removed this molten ore and poured it over a sand-clay mold of a simple sword. Giving the ore only a couple of seconds to take the shape of the mold, he quickly retrieved the raw, unrefined sword and doused it in cold water. He then once again placed the sword in the furnace and reheated the metal, after which he placed it on the anvil. Hey! I never thought that I would be doing this again. Liam chuckled. He almost lovingly looked at the piece of weapon and started hammering it. Though it was not immediately obvious, this step was the most crucial in crafting a weapon. The more a weapon was hammered, the more powerful it became. Though Liam had simply planned to forge a bunch of mediocre weapons to increase his skill proficiency rapidly, once he started the process he completely forgot about everything. He hammered the simple iron sword again and again as if it was a priceless treasure. And when the metal had cooled down, he heated it again in the furnace and hammered it over and over. His entire body was drenched in sweat from top to bottom, and the grains in the sword were becoming finer and finer. However, Liam continued hammering away without showing any signs of stopping. He had been running constantly ever since he had received this miraculous second chance. But now that his mind was centered and steady, the familiar rhythm brought in all the memories of the past and flooded him. Dang. Liam grunted loudly without realizing and vented all his frustrations by using the hammer in his hand. Dang. 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 Sparks flew everywhere and the hammering sounds echoed in the crowded Smithing Association workspace. A few players already had their eyes on him as he had been talking to an extremely beautiful woman a while ago, and there were very few women in the game, to begin with. Now, he was also making exaggerated loud noises as if he was performing a Herculean task, which was quite annoying. Liam, however, was in his own world and ignored the dirty looks that were being given to him. He struck the sword in front of him, his every hit landing with utmost care and precision. An entire hour passed by in this manner, followed by another couple of hours and then another when finally a system prompt appeared in front of him, snapping him out of his trance. Ding. Forging successfully completed. Ding. Overkill iron sword. Ding. Rating, uncommon. Ding. Special effect, when the target is at the last 5% of health, attack damage is doubled. Ding. Your forging skill proficiency has increased to trainee level. Ding. You have obtained the title Perfectionist. Perfectionist, when the title is equipped, crafting success rates increase by 5%. Liam dropped the hammer in his hand and collapsed on the floor tiredly. He had almost used up the entirety of his stamina and he hadn't even realized it. Since it was just common iron ore, he was able to finish the sword. If it had been any other type of ore or even a more complex mixture of multiple common ores, then he would have sure collapsed before the weapon was completely made. Ha! 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 He breathed slowly, closing his eyes. There is still a long way to go. He only opened his eyes again after taking a couple of minutes to center himself again and checked out the notifications. Huh? Overkill iron sword? What the heck is this? Liam was perplexed. His gaze shifted to read the rest of the description of the equipment and he became even more shocked. The sword even had a special effect that was unheard of for common-grade weapons, and only common-grade weapons could be manufactured from iron ores. How the hell did I manage to forge a common or into an uncommon sword? He glanced at the name again and his face darkened on seeing how apt the name was. Damn it. I ended up wasting quite a bit of time on this, didn't I? Liam smiled wryly. He had indeed gotten carried away. Oh. I even got a title? Not bad. The title did not mention forging trade skill specifically, so it mostly applied to all trade skills. He nodded in approval and then moved on. It was a good thing, but once again, just like everything else, this was also only temporary. When the trial phase ended, everyone would be stripped clean of their titles and in-game status. So at the end of the day, it was merely another tool to achieve his goals. Letting out a deep breath, Liam stood up and took the sword in his hand. Well, time to get more serious. For getting the best rewards from the hidden quest, he needed to achieve a master proficiency in smithing. He was quite confident in achieving intermediate proficiency, which was the next step after his current trainee proficiency, but when it came to the master level, there were a few issues. However, these were nothing that couldn't be solved by throwing money at them. So he wasn't all that worried. Liam quickly began to work again, this time paying attention to his speed and efficiency rather than the quality of the forging. This was the fastest way to level, quick and dirty. He threw in another batch of iron ore and cleaned his station while the ore was being melted. He then used another common sword mold and poured it in like he was pouring water on the soil without any care. This time he restricted to simply hammering a couple of dozen times and once again repeated the process 3 times before sharpening the edges and finishing the weapon. Ding. Forging successfully completed. Ding. Crude iron sword. Ding. Rating, common. Liam glanced at the sword once. It looked lackluster, as if it was a piece of old equipment. Hey. Now, this is what I expected. 1 done, 100 more to go. He tossed it aside and indifferently started the next one. Chapter 57, Why are you in such a hurry? Ilika City was the trade hub of the Gresh Kingdom, and as such, the place was bustling with a huge crowd at every corner. Several players were swarming the area for interesting quests and golden opportunities that could help them crack the game and take a step further than their counterparts. However, even in this busy crowd, the Blacksmiths Association definitely stood out. Weapons were integral to most games, and it was a fair guess to give importance to them. When two players were at similar levels and had similar skills with similar attributes, the one thing that could distinguish them both was a weapon. Especially, the custom-made ones which most games offer towards the end game or higher levels. This was why a majority of the players had already learned blacksmithing and were currently gathered at the Blacksmith Association hunting for quests, recipes, and trying to level up the skill. All the NPCs in the association were also completely drowned in this mob, everyone competing with each other just to have a conversation with them. But amidst this chaos, in a dull and isolated corner of the courtyard, a single person was monotonously crafting one sword after another. While others were dancing on thorns to get everything right and do every single step to absolute perfection so that the product doesn't fail and the raw materials don't get wasted, this person looked like he couldn't care less. Liam did not stop at all. He was working like a machine. His experienced hands tossed one finished product after another in a pile, and he simply kept going on without showing any signs of tiredness or mental exhaustion. Several people noticed him, but everyone was busy with their own progress to pay attention to the lunatic who was wasting iron ores. From the manner in which he was tossing the swords on the ground, they could only assume that all of his forgings had failed, giving ruined products. Look there. Don't be that guy. I think you should spend more time melting the ore thoroughly. I heard it improves the quality and can even give a boost to attack power. That guy's products are probably failing because he is not hammering the raw weapon longer. No, he is barely even doing tempering. Even though Liam wasn't doing anything extraordinary, his sheer concentration, focus, and monotonous perseverance attracted a lot of attention. But luckily for him, after taking a look, no one paid him any further attention. His actions and forging technique were just that bad. It looked like he was only doing the bare minimum of what was necessary, and sometimes not even that. Besides, everyone was engrossed in their own training, so no one bothered him and went back to doing their own thing. However, there was an exception to this. The Blacksmiths Association was a tower-shaped structure, and on the 20th floor, a pair of eyes continued keenly observing Liam. This pair of wrinkled eyes belonged to an old man. He was calmly sipping on his tea in silence, his face not betraying any emotions. However, he noticed even the smallest of Liam's actions. No one knew what was going on in his mind. As to why he was amused by the young man whom others had ignored was also a mystery. "Shall I call him over, master?" A person standing next to him bowed respectfully and asked, for which the old man simply raised his hand, waving him away. But the next second, his figure disappeared and appeared near Liam. As the next batch of iron ores sizzled in the hot flames of the furnace, his voice sounded aloud. "May I take a look at this sword?" Liam almost dropped the clay mold he was holding in his hand in surprise. He had completely failed to notice the presence of someone else near him. What happened? But he let out a deep breath and quickly recovered. After all, he was paying his full attention to forging, so he probably did not notice. He didn't think too much about it and looked at the NPC standing in front of him. The old man was clearly trying to strike up a conversation with him, and he seemed like an NPC. Though NPCs and players were almost indistinguishable, it was still easy to differentiate between both, especially at the beginning. This should be an NPC from the association? Yes, senior. Liam quickly passed on the sword that the old man was pointing to and then continued focusing on his forging. He already had the quest that he absolutely wanted, so he didn't bother fawning over the man for another quest. In fact, he hoped that the guy would leave soon so that he wouldn't be disturbed by a horde of rowdy eager players swarming at the place where he was forging. The old man, however, did not share any of Liam's concerns. He leisurely ran his fingers over the piece of weapon that was merely common grade. His eyes glinted as if he was analyzing every grain in the sword that lacked any sort of special properties, and when he was done, his gaze surprisingly shifted to Liam himself. Ho ho! Almost immediately, a subtle flicker of surprise appeared in his face which quickly faded away. Lad, why are you in such a hurry? The old man calmly asked. Huh? Liam was once again taken aback. If the person was criticizing his technique, he would have said something like, why are you not doing this, and why are you not doing that? He could have commented about any of the forging steps as Liam was madly rushing through everything, but to ask why was he in a hurry, as if he could tell exactly what he was capable of. No. I am overthinking this. Liam shook his head. He put his thoughts away and gave a generic reply, still continuing to hammer his next weapon. Ah. Sorry, Elder. I am still a trainee. My techniques are not that good. Please forgive my incompetence. I hope that I have not offended you. Chapter 58, I will come find you. While talking to NPCs, it was always best to show humility and respect, so Liam as well followed this blindly. He might not need any quest from the guy, but he didn't want to randomly decrease his favorability, especially with someone from the Blacksmith Association. So he ignored the actual question and gave a generic reply while not stopping what he was doing. The elder, however, did not seem to want to let him off that easily. Not that good, huh? Then I wondered just how you managed to craft this one here. He. Among the dozens of iron swords scattered around, he reached his hand and pulled out the very first sword which Liam had crafted to perfection. Liam was once again surprised. What was going on here? As far as he knew, there were only 5 hidden quests and 2 unique quests in the entirety of the Gresh Kingdom. So this person in front of him possibly couldn't be someone important, and yet, his instincts were telling him otherwise. Based on their conversation so far, Liam could already tell that the man was not as simple as he looked. It is very kind of you to take a look at my sword and my crude forging technique. He bowed and immediately got to the point. If possible, may I please repay this kindness in some manner? Ho. 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 Of course, you can, but there is no rush for that right now. I can already see that the path you wish to take. I will come to find you when the time is right. Liam didn't even get a chance to question the vague answer as the old man had already started walking away from him back to the Blacksmith Association Tower building. What the heck? Liam was confused. Even though he was a reincarnate and had a lot of knowledge about the game, he was not exactly omnipotent. There were surely more tricks in the tutorial that he was probably not aware of. But if he ran behind every trick in the game and tried to accomplish everything, then that would only end in failure. There wasn't too much time left for the things that he wanted to accomplish. He did not want to waste this precious little time on vague hints that might or might not amount to anything. Liam quickly put his thoughts away and continued grinding his forging skill. However, in the midst of these confusing thoughts, he completely failed to notice something. Though the elder walked among the sea of players crowding around the other Smithing Association NPCs, no one in particular seemed to approach him. It almost seemed as if no one realized that he was even present among them. Unaware of this, Liam continued forging the remainder of the swords for the next few hours, fully emptying out his supply of iron ore chunks. And just as he was done forging the last sword, the notification that he was expecting rang loudly. Ding. Forging successfully completed. Ding. Crude iron sword. Ding. Rating, common. Ding. Your forging skill proficiency has increased to intermediate level. Alright. Now comes the difficult part. Liam wiped the sweat off of his forehead and then proceeded to toss a couple of fruits in his mouth. Munching the berries, he walked out of the association towards the Alika City auction house. Enough time had passed by now, so Liam was sure that more raw materials had been put up for auction, especially because of the high in-game gold versus real money trading ratio at the moment. Bigger groups of players might still try to hoard the materials and not sell them, but the temptation was more than enough for individual players. And just as he had expected, several stacks of tin ores, bronze ores, copper ores, and iron ores were available. There was even a stack of striped iron ore available. Liam did not hesitate and quickly purchased whatever was available. Several players had greedily put up sky-high prices, but he didn't care about that and purchased a rough amount of what he thought he needed and then some more extra, just to be safe. Ding! Congratulations! Tin or X500 have been purchased. Ding! Congratulations! Bronze or X500 have been purchased. Ding! Congratulations! Copper or X500 have been purchased. Ding! Congratulations! Iron or X500 have been purchased. Ding! Congratulations! Striped iron or X20 have been purchased. The last one was the most expensive raw material, as the seller had put it up for 1 gold apiece, which was almost 10 times its worth even if calculated generously. But Liam quickly purchased this one as well as he ran through the several recipes in his mind. This should be enough, he silently muttered and then walked back towards the Blacksmith Association. This time he didn't return to the courtyard and instead booked one of the expensive smithing rooms at the reception. He paid the 5 gold coins charge and booked the high-grade smithing room for a surplus amount of time. There was nothing too special about the room, but there was a variety of molds available, plus the hammer quality was rare. This was Liam's target, as forging uncommon grade equipment would be a lot easier and faster with a higher grade forging hammer. Also, after what happened, he decided to buy himself some privacy. Just iron ores might not attract attention, but if he took out an entire array of ores and herbs, there would once again be unwanted people gathering around him. Liam did not particularly care about this, but for the current period, he absolutely wanted to make sure that he wasn't disturbed. This was crucial in order for him to complete the quest within the best possible duration, as this time simply speed alone won't be sufficient. He took a deep breath and once again started throwing stacks of ores into the burning furnace that slowly melted on touching the fire. Chapter 59: Mana Forging. 2 copper bars, 2 tin bars, 1 iron bar, and lastly 1 bronze bar. Liam added all the required ores in the respective ratio, and while they melted, he also added a few stalks of stone flour. Sparks flew as the herb quickly mixed in with the molten ore mixture, and the crimson color of the flour and the leaves spread quickly, making the entire mixture blood red. Liam carefully took this molten mixture and poured it into the mold of a sword. He then doused it in cold water and once again heated it before beginning to rhythmically hammer. In spite of the fact that it was borrowed and only for forging, he was still excited to be holding a rare-grade hammer weapon in his hands. He could vividly hear his heart pounding in his chest. Just like his mind, his blood as well was coursing wildly through his veins. Dang! 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 Crisp sounds echoed inside the private crafting room. As Liam continued to pummel down the ore into submission, his movements suddenly slowed down and he paused. In his previous life, when he had first started playing the game, he had selected blacksmithing as his main occupation. And the recipe he was currently working on was a fairly common one. So he had already crafted this particular sword before. At that time, he had suffered a lot because of his pathetic starting attributes. Moreover, he only started playing the game later when it was already a huge thing, so he was severely lagging behind. This was one of the reasons why he fell so quickly when things took a turn for the worse and in the end, even became someone else's slave. However, in this life, he had something that he previously did not have, and that was the ability to use mana. Liam's gaze flickered over the setup in front of him and the rare-grade hammer in his hands. It doesn't matter if I fail, I will give it a try. He took a deep breath, and this time, he was more focused than before, if that was even possible. His hands once again started to rhythmically pound the raw weapon on the anvil. But now, each stroke had a little more to it. Just like how he had tried to incorporate mana into his sword slashes while he was fighting with the Bear King, Liam tried incorporating mana into his hammer strikes as well. This was not something new. Only white grade, common grade, and uncommon grade weapons could be crafted using normal methods. Anything higher than that required special raw materials and, more importantly, special techniques. Even the rare grade hammer he was currently holding was probably crafted using such special techniques. And one of those techniques was to infuse mana when forging the weapon. Liam commanded the few strands of mana swirling in his body to gather around his arms, and it enveloped the hammer as well. Dang. 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 The sounds this time were even louder as heavier strikes landed on the sword on the anvil. Oh. After trying it out a few more times, Liam's eyes widened in surprise. This suddenly felt easier and more plausible than he had previously assumed it to be. While fighting with the Bear King, he had to focus on a million things and predict its attack trajectory, so he was only able to practice so much. But now, he didn't have a knife hanging over his neck. He could focus more concentratedly. He was able to control and regulate the flow of mana more, at his own pace, hammering it into the weapon so that it becomes a part of the grains of the metal. He knew that doing this would probably help him push the grade of his forging even to the next level, but that was only secondary to Liam. Learning how to control and manipulate mana was his main goal. Even if he used every single shortcut he knew, he would never be able to attain the strength and power that was required to change his fate without this one thing. But if he could just achieve control over mana, then all his future steps would become a lot easier. Liam grinned as his muscles pulsed with every move he made. What he was doing was extremely taxing and not to mention mentally exhausting. However, he kept going. He had yearned for this very exact ability countless times, and now it was a reality, so he was not planning on letting something like exhaustion stop him. This was the first shackle that had imprisoned him in his last life, and now that he knew how to, he wanted to shatter it completely. Once and for all. Dang. 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 The metal trembled, but it held on as more and more mana was packed into it, tempering it from inside out. Slowly but steadily everything was falling into place, and almost after an hour, the completion notification popped up. Ding. Forging successfully completed. Ding. Crimson Sword. Ding. Rating, uncommon. Hey. Liam chuckled, picking up the sword and examining it. It had a bright silver appearance with a red sheen on it, as if it had just now drawn blood. He swung it around and the metal had perfect balance. It was like an extension of his hand. No doubt, this was definitely better than the sword he was currently using. Even if he sold it, it would fetch him at least 20 to 30 silver coins. Not bad. He tossed the sword aside casually, just like how he had tossed the previous common grade weapons. This was good, but it was still not enough. If he had been truly successful, then the grade would have increased further and this would have been a piece of rare grade equipment. It looked like he still had a long way to go, but he did not care about that. He wiped the sweat off his forehead and continued repeating the same forging process again and again and again. Chapter 60, Quest Complete. As he was engrossed in the forging process, time quickly went by and soon Liam had forged more than a dozen swords, and when he finished the last weapon, he finally completed the quest requirements as well. Ding. Forging successfully completed. Ding. Crimson Sword. Ding. Rating, uncommon. Ding. Your forging skill proficiency has increased to master level. Liam flicked away the notifications absent-mindedly. This was good, but he still wasn't able to achieve the proficiency he desired in mana control. Clang. He tossed the finished sword along with the piled-up weapons that had a crimson sheen. He then put away all of them in his inventory and walked out of the crafting room and out of the blacksmith association. He only had to reach the master forging level within the first 72 hours. The time at which he submitted the actual quest did not come into account. Besides, even if he wanted to submit it now, he wouldn't be able to submit the quest until the black market event starts again. So without bothering to do anything else, Liam simply walked out onto the streets of the city and exchanged a portion of his gold coins for currency. He then swiftly logged out. He had ended up spending a lot more time than he originally intended to, and it was noon the next day. He knew that his sister was capable of taking care of herself, but he did not want to be irresponsible and leave her alone for hours together. Luckily, 48 hours in the game equaled 24 hours in the real world, so he hadn't screwed up too bad. Liam's vision darkened before he once again regained his consciousness and opened the game capsule. As soon as he lifted the exit, two big anxious eyes greeted him. "Brother. You were gone for so long. Are you all right? Ah, did something happen?" He chuckled and patted the little girl who was probably the only one who cared about him in the entire world. "Sorry to make you worry, Mei Mei. I am all right. I just became a little late. Did you eat your meals properly? Did you do some exercise?" Nodding her head, the little girl gave him a quick hug and then ran away to heat up a plate full of food for him. "Brother, you eat first. You skipped so many meals." "Yes, madam." Liam pinched her cheeks and obediently sat down to eat some food. "So what do you want to do today?" he playfully asked her. "Ah. I don't want to do anything. Please sleep and take some rest." Mei Mei looked flustered and quickly rejected the generous offer. Was her brother suddenly not human? He had played games all day and he looked so fresh and energetic instead of looking like a zombie. "What? You don't have anything that you want to do?" Liam chuckled. "I have something in mind though. Can you guess what?" he teased her lovingly. "Ah. I am so confused. Why are you messing with me?" "Ha ha ha. All right. All right. It looks like you forgot already. Did I not tell you? We are moving to a new place today. Why don't you change your clothes and then we can leave?" "Ah. For real? Brother, are you serious?" Mei Mei stood up in shock and surprise. She couldn't believe his words at all. Of course, she remembered this, but she assumed that he was simply saying things to make her feel better. She didn't want to bring it up and ruin the good mood. And now. A few minutes later, the brother and sister pair got ready and walked out of their small cramped apartment. "Brother, this apartment is just fine. Do we really have to move?" Mei Mei turned to look at their small rented place and then at her brother's lonely back as she ran to catch up with him. She didn't want him to overwork himself and ruin his health just for the sake of a little extra comfort. "Ho ho. So what you are saying is that you don't want your own room? You will miss me too much? What a crybaby." Liam chuckled. "Ah. No way. I am not a crybaby." The little girl found herself tongue-tied. She nudged him with her elbow and continued to walk with a pouty face. "I am joking. I am joking. I know Mei Mei is a strong girl." The two siblings chatted and walked along enjoying the nice day outside. Liam bought her a few snacks on the way and then they took the public transport to reach another part of the city that was completely different from the one they were living in. The streets were clean, the buildings were new and sparkling and only high-end shops were present on either side of the road. Just from looking at the scenery, one could tell that only the rich and elite could possibly live here. "Brother, why did we get down here?" Maylin got nervous just by walking on the streets. Everyone was looking at them and giving them weird judgmental glances. It was clear that they did not belong here. "Brother, let's go back." The girl clung tightly to Liam's arm as if she was afraid. Liam sighed and gently patted her. He never wanted to see her afraid again. "No need to be afraid. We are almost there." He had already looked up a place for the both of them. It was a cozy apartment in a newly built apartment complex and had many of the features that he was looking for. Not to mention the high security that came along with living here. He wouldn't have to worry about the safety of his sister when things started to get tricky. This would be their house for now, and later on, it would become their base. Liam clenched his fists at the thought of their future. He was anxious about it, but at the same time, he was also excited. After all, everything was going to be different this time around. As the brother and sister pair chatted with each other and turned around the corner, unexpectedly a few familiar faces came in front of them. Eh? Isn't this our missing punching bag? Chapter 61, We Are His Friends. Liam instantly grabbed his sister and moved back a few paces as fast as he could. He didn't have to look up to see who was talking. He already knew who it was. He was neither a stranger to that voice nor to these friendly faces, but to run into them here? He quickly looked around and saw that there was a small alley to his right, just beside the apartment complex they were about to enter to take a look. He grabbed Maylene's hand and ran over there. Of course, there was a burst of loud laughter and the group of young men followed him in excitement. He. If I see trash on the road, as a responsible person, I need to deal with it. The short and the fat one at the front dropped his empty soda can on the floor and kicked it, aiming for Liam's head. However, it missed him and hit the wall behind him, or rather Liam dodged it. It banged on the wall and fell down on the ground, making a loud clanking noise, scaring Maylene, making the young girl shriek. Haha. Would you look at that? Punching bag has a girlfriend. Wah! What a beauty. Yes, you are right. If you ignore the shabby clothes, then her figure is not bad and her face is not bad too. Maylene trembled on seeing the group of thug-like people walk over and surround them. They were also talking weird things and behaving very rudely. Brother. She clutched Liam's hands tightly in fear. Oh. Brother? Now it makes sense. Ha ha ha. How could this trash have a girlfriend? Ha ha ha. Hello, little girl, why don't you come here? I will buy for you whatever you want. In return, you just have to give me a kiss. What do you think about this deal? Not bad, right? Ha ha ha. Stop it, dude. She is too young. Hey punching bag, do you have another sister by any chance? Preferably one with bigger boobs. This one seems too flat for my taste. Ha ha ha. Maylene trembled even more as the men in front of her kept on saying weird things. Brother. She looked up to see Liam, unusually quiet. However, as soon as she did, she froze and let his hand go. For some reason, the man beside her terrified her more than the thugs standing in front of them. Ha ha ha. Did you look at that? His own sister thinks that this bitch is useless. Ha ha ha. You have got a good head on, kid. Why don't you run along and wait for your brother at home? He is going to play with us for a bit and only then come back. He. Don't worry. We are just going to help him with homework. He missed school these couple of days, right? Hey. If you don't want to go, then feel free to stay back. He. We can teach you about some things. Maylene was not a frail young girl. Having somewhat recovered from her initial shock, she was able to look at everything more closely. Especially when the thugs talked about school, she instantly understood that these were the people who had been beating and bullying her elder brother all this time. All those countless times, she had helped him clean up his wounds. All her fear immediately disappeared and she gritted her teeth angrily, bending down to pick up a stone from the ground. However, before she could throw it, a hand grabbed hers and took the stone away from her, throwing it in her stead. And as for the target of the stone, it was not one of the bullies. It was rather a car parked on the street by the alley. Crash. The force with which the stone was thrown was enough to trigger the loud alarm, and immediately the car started making an ungodly blaring noise, attracting everyone's attention. And since it was the middle of the day, a few people quickly walked over to that side. Fuck. Let's just leave. Malin dumbfoundedly watched as the people who had cornered them disappeared just like that. Brother, you. She looked up at her brother again, and this time, the scary expression on his face was long gone. Sorry. Are you all right? Liam gently smiled. They seem to have disappeared. Shall we check out our apartment? Malin dumbly nodded, and the two of them stepped out of the small alley and went into the apartment complex. She still turned around to see if those people were following them, but it looked like they were really gone. Only after the gate of the apartment complex closed behind them, she sighed in relief. Things could have gotten really worse, but her brother had acted in the nick of time and defused it easily. But there was one thing that she still did not understand. If he had not taken them both into the alley, then this wouldn't have happened? And also, the look on his face. She had never seen her brother look so angry. Why are you blanking out? We are here. Liam's voice snapped her out of her thoughts, and the young girl looked ahead to see a nice spacious living room in front of her. What? So big. She gulped and walked in. Too many things were happening, and the young girl found herself at a loss for words. Liam leaned against the door and patiently waited for his sister to take a tour. He also gave her some time to catch her breath. Malin walked around and took a look, but she also peeked at her brother every once in a while. Unlike her, whose heart was still pounding crazily, he seemed very calm and relaxed. In fact, he was just like that for the entire time, as if they had just not been nearly assaulted by the bunch of bullies who had been terrorizing him for the major part of his life. The young girl really could not make heads or tails of what was happening. Chapter 62. Did you sell your kidney? An hour later, Malin had already taken multiple tours of the apartment, but when she looked over at her brother, he still seemed to be standing at the same spot, doing something with his phone. She did not understand what they were still doing here. Brother, shall we leave? It's getting dark outside. Leave where? Liam looked confused. The little girl was about to say something when loud footsteps echoed near the door, and a group of 3 men stepped out of the elevator, carrying what looked like newly packaged boxes. Chang Liam? Yes. That's me. One of the men took out a bill of sorts and handed it over to Liam, who took a step away from the door, allowing the 3 men to enter the apartment and keep the packages inside. Come here, Mei Mei. Don't stand in the way. Okay, but brother? Liam pulled the girl aside, and then the two of them stood outside the apartment in the hallway while the 3 men made several trips up and down and placed a bunch of boxes inside. Malin stared at everything wide-eyed. She had absolutely no idea what was going on, and she finally couldn't stand the suspense anymore and blurted out. Brother, what is all this? Whose things are these? Ahahaha. Doofus, are you zoning out or what? It's obviously our things. How can we live here without any furniture? Liam flicked the girl's face as her eyes widened further, and she stared back at him anxiously. After a minute, her eyes even reddened and the little girl started sobbing. What happened now? Are you crying about that thing earlier? Liam asked worriedly. No. Woo. Brother, can you please tell me the truth? Okay? Liam patted her. The little girl looked up with tears clinging to her lashes and asked sincerely. Did you sell your kidney? Say what? Liam did not know how to respond and ended up laughing. This is what you were worried about? He clutched his stomach and laughed hard. You idiot. I didn't sell anything. If you keep asking me things like this, I am going to sell you. He pinched her cheeks and wiped her tears away. Don't cry, okay? Malin nodded obediently in a daze, and looking at her blank face, Liam explained a little with patience. I am making good money playing the game. So you don't have to worry about anything for now. In the future, things will be even better and we can live a peaceful life. I will make sure of that, okay? Trust your brother. Though Mei Lin nodded her head, she still couldn't help but worry about the person in front of her. Was he working himself to death just to give them both these unnecessary comforts? Brother, then, can I also play the game? I will be able to help too. She quickly exclaimed. Ha ha ha. Yes, yes. That is the plan. Give me 1 month and then we can both play the game together and make lots of money. Sounds good? Mei Lin did not expect her brother to agree with her so readily, so she was instantly overjoyed. She nodded her head hurriedly. You already said it. You can't change your mind later? Ha ha ha. I won't. Don't worry. The two continued chatting while the men inside assembled everything and almost set up the entire apartment for use. Since all of this created quite a bit of ruckus, the neighboring apartment door opened and its occupant stepped outside to take a look. Are you both renting this place? Liam turned around to see a young woman, probably in her 20s, munching on a bag of chips and looking at them. She was wearing a pair of high-waisted shorts and a small shirt, which did not do a good job of covering any of her curves properly. Her long black hair hung loosely in curls and she looked very beautiful like a model. But surprisingly, she also wore a pleasant smile on her face, revealing small dimples, which made her seem like a polite and friendly person. Liam did not want his sister to feel lonely, especially when he was going to be gaming full-time the next few days, so he decided to put effort and make proper introductions. Hello, I am Liam and this is my sister Mei Lin. Nice to meet you. Following his actions, the Mei did the same thing. Hi, big sis. We are your new neighbors. Please take care of us. The woman also smiled and looked somewhat surprised. I am Xinyu. Nice to meet you too. You guys are so polite. Where are you from? Are your parents inside? Ah, it's just us. Haha. Mei Lin replied. Eh? You are living alone with your brother? Liam had already moved away and started doing something with his phone, leaving the two girls to talk and become acquainted. He took care of all the necessities for the new place, settled the balance amount for their old apartment, and lastly got the gaming capsule moved over. He had also ordered another gaming capsule for his sister that was delivered promptly. By the end of the day, almost all the work was done and food arrived as well. He invited their new neighbor over even though he was unsure if the person would be offended. However, Xinyu was more than happy to join them. She even praised Liam, looking around the apartment. Not bad. Your taste in interior decorating is not bad. He, on the other hand, simply nodded as he didn't know what to say. He had just casually ordered whatever had the best review. The three sat down and ate dinner at the dining table, making small conversations. Well, it was mostly the two girls chatting and Liam silently wolfing down his portion. He also did not linger longer than necessary. He quickly finished eating and washed up. Chapter 63, I am here to issue a job. Mei. You both have fun. I will be inside. Lock the door properly before sleeping. The little girl nodded, while Xinyu switched on the TV and was fiddling with the remote. All right. I will see you both later then. Liam smiled and went inside his room, closing the door behind him. Mei, what is your brother doing? Xinyu asked curiously. Ah. He is a professional gamer, sis. There was a proud smile on the girl's little face. Oh. Is he playing that new game everyone is talking about? I am also going to try it soon. Apparently, it is very realistic and we can have cute animals as pets. Have you also played the game? How is it? Do you like it? Mei Lin shook her head. Haha. I don't know. I might play it next month. The two continued chatting for a bit, after which Shinyu left and Meilin locked the door just as her brother had instructed her. The apartment was a 3-bedroom apartment, so she had her own space now, and the young girl had a face full of smiles as she looked around her new room. Everything was brand new and shiny, and there was a soft bed, dressing table, study table, and also a desktop computer. Ah, brother bought all of these? She gulped nervously. A couple of minutes later, a determined look appeared on her face and she quickly switched on the computer to learn everything that she could about the new game. She didn't know if she was going to be any good at it, but she wanted to do her best to help out her brother who was carrying all the burden by himself. Meanwhile, inside Liam's room, the gentle and loving smile he had worn on his face all this while had completely disappeared, leaving behind only an unmasked look of anger and coldness. He silently opened the capsule and stepped into the game world once again, finding himself in the midst of a crowded street. Several players had entered the city, and it was now much livelier than before. This was only going to worsen in the coming few days, as Alika City was one of the key places in the Gresh Kingdom. Liam, however, did not care about the crowd. He in fact preferred it. His figure did not stand out in the crowd, and he inconspicuously walked over to a bridge that connected the two halves of the city. But instead of walking over the bridge, he went under it and opened a door which led to somewhere dark. This was one of the entrances to the underground sewage network of the city, and at least on the surface, it looked completely abandoned. There were a few rats that scurried over to Liam from some corner, which he quickly finished off with a swing of his sword. He kept walking deeper and deeper until he reached a particular place where there was another door. Liam did not hesitate and he opened this door as well. Surprisingly, this time there was no dark tunnel or a bleak atmosphere. Rather, bright disorienting lights flashed like that of a nightclub's, and loud boisterous noises spilled outside. Liam calmly stepped in and closed the door behind him. This was the infamous notorious underbelly of the trade capital of the kingdom, purely a den of thieves, mongrels, and criminals. Even the safety of the city, which applied everywhere, preventing any players from getting attacked or injured, did not exist here. There were a lot of hawkers selling suspicious items, women of the night, pickpockets, drunkards, and gamblers littered around everywhere. A couple of brawls were taking place here and there. Even the air inside was nauseatingly intoxicating, as if it was filled with drugs. Liam kept his head down and weaved through the crowded place, making sure not to engage anyone. He only stopped when he reached a fat, disgustingly dressed drag queen. "Hey handsome, do you want to go for a ride? Only 1 gold for an hour." He. The man playfully flashed his plunging neckline, making a supposedly seductive pose. However, Liam's face was still emotionless and indifferent, as if he was untouched by the depravity surrounding him. "I am here to issue a job." Oh. Such a pity. I would have loved to ride a handsome guy like you. Right this way, darling. He lifted up a curtain on the left and Liam entered a small tent-like space. Weirdly, inside the tent, there was no one present. However, Liam fished out a couple of gold coins and placed them on the empty table, along with a piece of paper. "I need information on the whereabouts of these people." After which, without looking back, he exited the tent and walked out of the raging underbelly, back onto the sewer networks, and then out from under the bridge. He was back above the ground, in the main city again. Liam silently walked over to a shop, filled up on all of his essentials, and proceeded to walk out of the gates of the city. And just as he was about to leave, a prompt notification chimed in with a list of names and places. Already? Not bad. As reliable as always. Liam's lips finally curled into a smile. Time to take out the trash. Originally, Liam had not planned to deal with this particular issue this soon, but even he didn't have the discipline to remain calm after what happened earlier today. He would have taken care of them, right then and there, back in that small alley. It didn't matter that they had the advantage in numbers. He could have still turned every single one of them into lifeless dolls, but he did not. It took him every ounce of control he had to not do that and unnecessarily complicate his future and his sister's future. But that was his limit. Now in the game, there was no need for him to hold back anymore. He really did not have that much patience or self-control. Chapter 64, Settling Some Debts. Dude, this is an amazing quest. Oof. I can't wait to get the rewards. Yeah, brother. Your luck in this game is simply amazing. I think we should be the first one to land a chain quest. I don't think anyone else had triggered anything like this before. Aha. I am psyched. I am getting goosebumps. 5 young men were standing in a group and fighting with plagued wolves, beasts that were affected by some sort of disease. Their skills weren't too bad and their group formation, as well, was good. 2 of them tanked all the incoming attacks, 1 person healed and the remaining 2 were damage dealers. Surprisingly, these 5 people were the same 5 bullies that always stuck together and had been making Liam's life a living hell ever since middle school. In his previous time around, these people were also one of the main reasons why he was forced to live as a slave, and his sister suffered a miserable ending. Liam owed a lot of debt to a lot of people and he did not intend to pay it all back this early, but these people went out of their way to remind him about it. So who was he to refuse their wishes? Unbeknownst to the 5 guys who were stalking a huge plagued ape, there was another predator stalking them at the moment. Liam waited patiently. He wanted to savor this. A couple of seconds later, the tank provoked the giant ape using his majestic roar, and the ape started running towards the group. Oh. Aha. Oh. Aha. A volley of attacks swiftly landed on the beast. Though the 2 tanks struggled a little to hold the animal's enraged punches, heavy damage numbers floated on the ape's head and before long, its health almost bottomed out. Oh. Aha. One of them imitated the ape and grinned wildly, as he was about to land the last hit. This was the leader of the bullies, Lin. He dashed ahead and swung his hammer when unexpectedly a bolt of lightning landed and before he could attack, the ape already fell down on the ground, dead and lifeless. What the fuck? Who attacked it? Lin turned around and shouted like a lunatic. Bro, none of us made any moves. One person answered. Yes, bro. No one did anything. Also, even if we did, we would have gotten the experience points because we are all in the same party. Another one pointed out the obvious. Lin's eyes widened in realization. That was right. This couldn't have been done by any of his underlings. Him getting the last hit in had always been merely a sign of respect. So who the heck stole their kill? Was there someone else here? Hiding in stealth perhaps? All of them turned around and looked here and there, but the place was ominously quiet. Not even the leaves in the tree moved. Everyone was confused and remained silent, but their misfortune was not yet over. A smoke bomb landed in the middle of the 5 players and from it, thick white smoke started pouring out. What the fuck is happening now? Gao, use wind blades or something. However, the person named Gao did not respond and the next instant, a party notification sounded. Ding. A member of your party has died. Hey. Heal me. Heal me. Someone else shouted and a second later, another notification chimed in. Ding. A member of your party has died. Ding. A member of your party has died. Ding. A member of your party has died. Lin wanted to tear out his hair. He looked around in a haze like an idiot, having absolutely no idea of what was happening. One by one all his group members were dropping like flies. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. Wasn't everything going smoothly? What is wrong? Just what the fuck is? Ding. You have died. Just as Lin's body fell down, the smoke cleared as well, revealing 5 dead bodies on the forest ground and a bunch of scattered equipments. Of course, there was another person as well, the person who was responsible for everything. Liam did not know whether to laugh or cry. The smoke grenade's effect was only for 10 seconds, and within that time, all 5 had been easily attacked and killed. He did not even have to break a sweat in order to kill the group of people who had made his entire life miserable. How pathetic! Regret and anger filled his heart. If only he had stood up to them, if only he had been a bit better, then probably everything wouldn't have turned out the way it had. He let out a sigh and casually bent to pick up the drops. There was no point in thinking about the past anymore. His figure then blurred and he channeled his mana to his feet to increase his speed and then moved to the big cemetery nearby. This was the nearest grave and it was located near the neighboring village. This was also where Lu Xinlin and his gang had obtained their quest. And this was also going to become their permanent graveyard. As the dead bodies littered on the ground became dust and dispersed into the air, the 5 of them promptly spawned at the village graveyard. And just as they spawned. Guys, what exactly? Fuck. Again? Lu Xinlin did not even get a chance to look at the enemy's face when the notifications poured in all over again. Ding. A member of your party has died. 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 Ding. You have died. 5 dead bodies fell on the ground, one after the other, and a couple of seconds later, they disappeared, leaving behind only a couple of items. This time Lu Xinlin was more aware that something suspicious was going on. So he opened his status screen to log out as soon as his consciousness returned. Chapter 65 Even Death Cannot Save You. In the Evolution Online game, graveyards did not have any immunity and players could be killed just as they respawned. And they also could not log out until they summoned their status screen after they respawned and selected the logout option. So technically, if one managed to attack a person before they could log out, they can infinitely keep killing their target as long as they wanted, or rather as long as the other person's soul was still existent. This only came to be known later in the game, and by then graveyard massacres had become a common occurrence. This single loophole made all kinds of stealth skills highly valuable, as that was one of the ways players could escape from the potential graveyard massacre. However, the current players had no idea about these things, especially the 5 fumbling young men who were getting slaughtered right now mercilessly. Liam had no intention of holding back. It was inevitable that the strong trampled on the weak. The difference was that this time he was the stronger one. So why would he hold back? The people whom he was killing over and over had never shown him that same kindness. The world was never fair to begin with in this game, and the apocalypse that ensued only made this worse. The dice have already been rolled, and this was just the beginning. Lu Xinlin and the rest of the group wailed inwardly as they began to experience torture that they had never even dreamt of before in their wildest nightmares. The game's realistic feature made this 100 times worse. How painful was a small cut on a finger? And how painful would the same cut be if it was aimed at a person's throat and ended their life? By now, Liam's identity was no longer a mystery to them. Their dead, lifeless eyes stared at the death god in front of them every single time they were killed and brought back to life. They hadn't recognized him yet, as his features were somewhat different in-game compared to real life. But they could tell that they had seen him somewhere before, even if they couldn't exactly pinpoint him. Liam also did not put any effort into hiding his face. Today was their last day. What was even the point of hiding anything? Only a small blissful smile hung on his face as he continued slashing his sword without batting an eyelid. Every time the 5 bullies spawned, his hand moved with perfect coordination and cut them down. All their equipments fell down one after the other, and after the first 20 times, their levels were also brought down to 0. Lu Xinlin and the others were at the end of their wits. They had just started playing the game and hadn't really offended anyone, so they didn't have the slightest idea of why this was happening to them. By the time they saw that they had again become level 0 characters, some of them were secretly overjoyed. At least now this insane torture was going to stop? However, unfortunately for them, Liam was not a kind person. His target was never their level. He also did not intend to simply cripple them. He altogether wanted to erase their existence. The 5 naked bodies hoped and prayed that the god of death had departed, but when they respawned again. Slash. Ding. A member of your party has died. 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 Ding. You have died. Phew-uck. Lu Senlin writhed in misery. He hated that he was the party leader as he received all the extra notifications which made it even more painful. Weren't they already bankrupt, naked, and at level 0? What more did this person want? Just who the heck did they offend to bring this inhumane torture onto themselves? Out of nowhere, for no reason, a familiar face crossed Lu Senlin's mind, but he put that thought away as he knew that it couldn't possibly be that loser. But now that he had considered it, a slight doubt arose in the depth of his heart that too, if he squinted his eyes, the person in front of him was somewhat similar. So maybe? But how could that loser possibly be so strong? He was just a fucking spineless worm. He did not have time to think about it anymore as once again another round of torture descended upon them. And to add to their already maxed out misery, another thing started to happen. After they reached level 0, losing all their experience points, skill proficiency, and stat points, something felt weird. Every time they died now, there was first a burst of terrible stinging pain that accompanied the death, but after this, a dull pain echoed even in the fraction of a second where they were supposed to feel peace before they respawned and died all over again. And this only became worse. Little by little this dull pain became a throbbing head-splitting ache that seemed to spread all over the body without having a particular point of origin. It hurt so badly that it felt like their brain was being squeezed and juiced. Every single sense or rational thought their minds possessed disappeared and they were about to lose it completely. And eventually, the 5 people altogether disappeared. Meanwhile, Liam yawned lazily. He had already forgotten the total counts of death. It didn't matter. There was no point keeping track of it. Everybody's innate soul had a different strength and there was no set number of deaths for erasing someone out of existence. As he prepared to once again kill, no one appeared this time. This could only mean that this goal was successfully accomplished. Done already? He coldly chuckled and stood up. Did not even last for 5 hours. How pathetic. Liam closed his eyes for a moment, let out a deep breath, and walked away from there without looking back. Unexpectedly, a system notification popped up in front of him. Chapter 66, Soul Devourer. Ding. You are the first person to obliterate a soul. Ding. You have obtained the title Soul Devourer. Soul Devourer. When the title is equipped, undead affinity is increased by a grade. Ding. You have obtained both the title Soul Devourer and possess SSS grade undead affinity. You are now able to enter the Nether Realm at will. Ding. Unique quest available. Devour the souls of a 100. Ding. Quest reward, skill book. Liam paused in his footsteps and looked at the notifications that had popped up curiously. As his eyes gazed at the few words from top to bottom, he was more shocked. The title was a new title that was unheard of, probably because the person who got it did not want to advertise the fact that he killed someone. Irrespectively, it was useless to him. Next was the notification about the Nether Realm. This was not entirely new to Liam. After the first month, there would be an event and at that time, everyone would be able to go to this place. But now, it looked like he could go there already before the event started. Liam clenched his fists as he already started calculating in his mind all the things that he could do there. If everything worked out the way he wanted, he could really gain a lot of advantages there. This perk alone was extremely rewarding. But the last one, the unique quest. It might have been worded normally, but without a doubt, this quest was asking him to do something unspeakable. Devour 100 souls, that means that I have to kill 100 people? Liam's expression only faltered for a second before returning back to its normal cold appearance. This was completely unexpected and he had not heard of any such quest even before. However, it was a unique quest. So he was not planning to let it go. Yes. He muttered without any hesitation. At the beginning of the game, every second and every minute was precious, but even then, he had wasted 5 hours dealing with a ghost of his past. He had to do this because he didn't want what happened on the street to repeat again. He didn't waste his time moving to a new apartment with his sister just to live alongside trash again. Trash needed to be taken out. Otherwise, it would only stink up everything. This had been his only goal. He had no idea that this would lead to something else, another unique quest at that. What were unique quests? They were quests that gave out unimaginable rewards. They were the quests that could single-handedly raise someone to the top. In his past life, there were even some rumors that there were only 10 such quests in the entire game. And yet currently, Liam alone possessed 2 of such quests. A 100 people. Hoo! Liam let out a deep breath and squatted on the ground, scribbling in the mid with a small twig. Spirit pet egg, forging, perfect foundation, and now the nether realm and the new quest. There were too many things that he needed to do and not enough time. Apart from this, there was also the prison key and the gem shard he had obtained from Neria's lair. These were not his top priority at the moment as he was still not sure if this would amount to anything. He had to finish all of these and then a few other checks on his list before he could implement the next phase of his plan and bring his sister into the game as well. Liam settled his mind a bit and then once again started moving. After thinking about the various options he had, he decisively chose his first step, the spirit pet egg. Spirit pets required a lot of attention, a long time to mature, and more importantly, a lot of resources. Since he was going to be traveling to quite a few high-leveled areas and places with thick mana density, he decided to hatch the egg first to be more efficient. Besides, every spirit pet was different, so even though he knew a method to hatch it, he was not 100% sure that it was going to work. When it involved higher-tier items and pets, people generally tended to be tight-lipped and it would have been easier if he had been someone of importance. But Liam had only been a slave and when he broke free from that fate, he had been one of the people at the bottom, scraping for whatever he could find to become stronger. He had scoured every single piece of information that was available at that time to see if he could somehow change his fate. Everything he now knew was also because of this. He had worked day and night to change his place in society and now he was going to enjoy all the fruits of his labor. Liam continued casually walking through the forests. He was still roaming around Alika City and did not appear to be going anywhere secretive to hatch his spirit-type pet egg. After walking for a few minutes, he stopped in front of a chain of mountains. This set of hills was neither tall nor extensive. There was simply a huge crater of barren land and in the midst of this were 4 hills, standing erect. But surprisingly, there was smoke coming out of the top. Liam quickly jumped into the barren crater and started walking ahead. A few players were present here and they're grinding lava salamanders that were crawling all over the area. These beasts had thick hardened scales that provided them tremendous physical defense and on top of that, they also used fire magic. Their level was also 10 times higher than that of Liam's current level which was level 15. However, he casually walked around heading deeper and deeper into the crater towards the mountains. Sheehius. A lava salamander soon jumped in front of him, opening its mouth and throwing a fireball. Chapter 67, Did you call me? Healer. Can't you cast holy protection beforehand? This fucking fire attack hurts like my dick is on fire. Damn you. Shut up. I am taking more damage than you. What the fuck are you crying for? You shut up. Watching the tank and the damage dealer fight with each other, the healer was just about to lose her patience. If you guys both don't shut up and stop fighting, I am going to let you both die. The tank turned around and was about to say something when he noticed the presence of a new person. Who the hell is that? He used two of his fingers to whistle loudly and waved at the solo person moving a bit ahead of them. Dude, we are farming here. Can't you see? Get the hell out. Liam smiled. He had also noticed them, but they would have to wait. Another opponent had already appeared in front of him. Hey look. The next one has spawned. He is fighting with the salamander. Let's go steal his. The bunch of players chuckled and quickly ran over. Idiot. Did he think that he could deal with a level 25 salamander all by himself? Even the leaderboard big shots are still hovering over level 22, and this guy wants to take down a magical beast all by himself. Coo. He has the balls, it seems. Coo. Well, it's about to become roasted balls. The 5 players slowed down their speed, wanting Liam to get injured and die first before they started attacking the beast. Also, if they were lucky, the beast would have already been damaged a little, so it would be easier for them to finish it off. However, just as they were about to slow down, they saw a bright flash and a crimson sword appeared on the man's hand. And before they could clearly see anything, Liam had already slashed the lava salamander multiple times, his figure nimbly dodging the fire attacks. Significant damage numbers floated atop the salamander and its 2 eyes were blinded. Not bad. Liam grinned. After monotonously struggling with mana control for several hours, he was now able to fuse mana with his sword attacks more easily. It was still not quite there, but he was slowly and surely getting there. Liam continued fighting with the salamander just like how he had battled with the elite boss. He was using it as a training dummy and sparred with it while honing his own skills. Because of the level difference, he couldn't finish it off easily and was slowly grinding it down bit by bit at the pace that he was comfortable with. And those who were watching him could also see that clearly. The fuck? How the hell is he freaking soloing that thing? Did you see? He blinded it first. That must be the special strategy to fight lava salamanders. The tank looked at the person who had spoken this wise statement and then spat on his face. Idiot. Every beast has a pair of eyes or many. What special strategy are you talking about? The mage quickly turned away, hiding his embarrassment. He had blurted out stupid words because he was too engrossed in the way the person was moving. Every single move he had was accurate. He was not using any flashy spells or powerful techniques. From what they could see, all he was doing was the basic sword slashes. And apparently, that alone was enough to take down a beast that the 5 of them were struggling to handle. Do you see his footwork? Yeah, he is avoiding all the fireballs. Wait, is there an attack pattern? Maybe the salamander throws a fireball every few seconds? The group once again started discussing and studying Liam's actions as if he was a walking battle guide. They even forgot about their original plan of intimidating him and stealing the beast for themselves. The fight continued for a while as the group watched Liam with their eyes peeled open. Soon another salamander spawned at the spot where they had been fighting one, and they hurried back over to it to try and imitate him. Mage. Aim for its eyes first. Thief. Attack the head. Dude, shut up. We were all watching the same thing. Just shut up and start the fight already. The group quickly started sending out a volley of attacks towards the lava salamander, and the fight this time was much simpler. They had reduced their time spent on the beast by more than a half. And just as they brought down the salamander to the last of its health, a sharp voice sounded nearby. Did you call me? Liam had appeared right next to them silently like a ghost. The tank was so startled that he dropped his shield. Luckily they had already almost killed the beast, so they weren't affected much, and he quickly picked his shield back up to finish tanking the fight. And to their surprise, the person was still waiting for them. The five looked at each other blankly before the tank finally spoke up. Bro, are you planning to grind here? Sorry. I am only asking because we would then go somewhere else. We don't want to disturb you. Hee. All the others looked at the tank, who had done a complete 180, but there were no complaints. They only gave him a silent thumbs up. The person in front of them was obviously a strong player. It was best to not make enemies out of people like that for no apparent reason. So one by one they all started to say flattering words to appease the expert. However, the so-called expert did not look pleased at all. Unexpectedly, he looked disappointed for some reason. Did you guys really call me over just to talk about this? Liam sighed. Forget it. You guys carry on. Good luck. He then turned around to leave without saying anything else. Chapter 68, New Pet Part 1. Liam hummed lightly and wandered deeper into the crater towards the few mountains. He was in a much better mood lately, as a chore that occupied a corner of his mind was taken care of. When he went closer to the mountain, he slowed down. He could feel the temperature becoming hotter and hotter. Liam took a deep breath and then started circling the mountains once. The information he had about this place was that there was no entry to these mountains, like a cave of sorts, except one at the very top. So he moved around searching for this cave and managed to find it after a few minutes without any issue. But the real challenge only began now. To reach a cave of that height, there was only one way. And that was to climb the whole damn thing. Liam rubbed his two hands and then placed his right hand in a small crevice. He then placed his left hand a bit higher in another crevice, pushing himself up. His body casually obeyed his command, his muscles working the weight with ease. This was not really a surprise to him, but it still made him happy to do something like this casually. It even provided a kind of release. The more he climbed, the more relaxed he felt. Falling down from this height would surely mean his death, but it was still quite enjoyable. In a few minutes, he had already climbed halfway without any issue. Liam then quickly took out a berry and tossed it into his mouth to recover some energy. Things were about to get tricky. When he climbed up for another minute, suddenly loud screeching noises started to sound and a group of birds descended down. Wind rippers, Liam muttered as he looked up. These were common aerial mobs that one had to deal with at an altitude. The bluish-gray-colored birds had medium-sized bodies like that of a common dog, and their feathers were sharp and metallic, which gave them the name, wind rippers. The four birds immediately started attacking Liam, surrounding him on all sides. They did not seem to possess any special attacks, but their physical strength was commendable and they drew blood quickly. And since he was dangling midair, he didn't plan on using this as a training opportunity. He quickly spammed some of his mage skills. Ice Shard, Lightning Bolt, Fireball. Damage numbers immediately began to float atop the birds and injuries on their bodies piled up. Their movements as well were disrupted, especially because of the slight freezing effect the ice shards possessed. However, Liam was also taking equal parts of the damage. He was after all clinging to the sides of a mountain, and there was only so much he could evade from that position. But the birds were only level 10, so the damage he was dealing was higher than the attacks coming from the other side. Otherwise, he would have grinded a bit more and increased his level before starting this expedition. After casting the spells a couple of times, Liam noticed that Lightning Bolt had the highest damage numbers among the 3 spells he had, so he spammed it more. Is this because I practiced it a lot more? The fight continued on for a few more seconds when the birds eventually dropped dead, unable to handle the attacks any longer. Ding. 10 experience points have been rewarded. Ding. 10 experience points have been rewarded. 2 of them fell down along with the loot, while the other 2 fell nearby, landing on the mountain itself. Awaken. Liam quickly muttered, and the dead birds once again looked alive. They flapped their bleeding wings and flew next to him, waiting for his command. Liam nodded contently and then began climbing once again. If more birds come, he at least had these two to deal some extra damage and lighten his load. As he once again resumed the climb and went higher, soon another issue began to crop up. The sturdy wall of the mountain became somewhat difficult to touch as the rocks were sizzling hot. There it is. Liam chuckled. He grunted in pain as he took his next step, but he kept pushing himself, climbing further up and faster than before. With this speed, even with his physique, now he was starting to become out of breath. But this couldn't be helped, since the slower he was the more the rocks burned his hands. At this point, just the act of climbing started nibbling away at his health. Adding to this, another wave of birds next appeared. Whoosh! 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 Their metallic wings sliced the air as they dived in to attack him. Liam paused with a bitter smile, once again beginning to spam his mage skills. The two undead birds fought on his behalf as well, but this time, apart from the attack of the birds, the hot sizzling rocks were chipping away at his health as well. Liam knew that he couldn't afford to let this continue. He looked around and saw a bigger crevice and quickly swung himself up to hold that. Since the holding was firm, he only needed one hand. He took out his sword from the inventory using his other hand and started slicing the birds with his crimson blade. The tables suddenly turned and the birds were now quickly pushed back. He easily gained the upper hand again, and soon, with a very dangerous balance of losing health and dealing damage, he slashed down all the birds that were coming at him. One by one all of them dropped dead, and his two undead summons were still active, though one's wing was badly shredded. Ding! 10 experience points have been rewarded. Ding! 10 experience points have been rewarded. Not bad. That was so close. Liam quickly took out a health potion from his inventory and recovered his health points as the next second another damage number showed up for him from holding the hot sizzling rock. His hand as well was stinging with the pain of holding the scorching hot object. Fuck. He switched his hands and used the other hand to hold onto the crevice and looked at the dead birds sprawled. Awaken. For more undead birds were summoned, but since his current limit was controlling only 5 undead, one fell back down. All right. Time to finish the last stretch of the climb. Liam sucked in a big mouthful of air and stretched his chest before sprinting upwards with a burst of energy. He was clearly pushing his limits, and for someone looking at him from the ground, it would seem like he was running up the mountain, rather than climbing it. He focused all of his mana on his hands and his feet, moving up with the utmost strength and agility that he could muster. This would be difficult even for him to maintain throughout the entire climb, but now he could almost see the cave opening, so Liam sprinted up without holding back. By the time he reached the cave, he almost crashed into it. However, he was not done yet as a huge bird stared back at him from inside. It was guarding a bunch of eggs near it, and a silver glow covered its body. Twin-tailed Wind Ripper. Elite Boss. Level 15. Health, 50,000. This was the regular elite boss, Twin-tailed Wind Ripper. As one of the elite bosses in this area, it was obviously a famous one, and Liam was already aware of its attack patterns. Huff. Attack. Huff. He readily sacrificed his undead birds to catch a breath. His vision was also blurry and his body was also feeling faint, both because of the altitude and exhaustion, not to mention the heat. Without hesitation, he downed another health potion and then joined the fight after a few seconds. 3 of his undead were already dead. Since the undead summons was weaker than their original counterparts, it was already enough that 2 of them survived, probably because the elite boss was guarding its eggs while it was also trying to fight. Liam was still surprised to see the eggs near the elite, because eggs were rare, to begin with, especially that of flying pets. Even if the pets did not transfer from the virtual game world to the real world, flying pets were still very valuable as they saved a lot of time if they were raised to be mounts. But the previous time around, there hadn't been any news about anyone finding eggs in this cave. Eh? So many people hid things, I see. First come first serve, I guess. Liam grinned and then unsheathed his sword to deal with the huge bird in front of him. This time there was no other restraint and he was able to finally fight freely. Slash. 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 The crimson blade flashed as he danced around the bird, especially from an angle as if he was targeting the eggs. Chapter 69, New Pet Part 2. Cow. Cow. Liam's attacks made the twin-tailed Wind Ripper's speed slow down and he managed to get in a couple of decent attacks. He continued attacking the elite, switching between using his sword attacks and lightning bolts. Compared to the Bear King, this one did not last long as the bird was trapped within the cave, unable to exhibit its full agility, which was its strong point. It was also guarding the eggs, which made it restless and unfocused. This has to be the easiest elite. Liam grinned. It was perhaps designed as a reward for the player who managed to climb atop the mountain first. But this was not his final target, so without wasting a lot of time, he quickly brought down the Wind Ripper to its final bits of health. As a last-ditch attempt, the bird tried to use everything it had and sent out blasts of sharp winds by flapping both of its wings. Liam rooted his feet to the ground and stabbed his sword into a rock crevice, strongly holding on. He then swung forward to land behind the bird, swiftly bringing down his sword to slash the bird's neck when he noticed that the eggs were about to be blown out of the cave. Liam missed the attack on purpose and instead managed to grab an egg, saving at least one of them. He then sent out a bolt of lightning to finish the bird that was already severely injured. Ding! Congratulations! You have killed the twin-tailed Wind Ripper. You have gained 10,000 experience points. Ding! You have leveled up. The experience points this time were not as much as when he had killed the previous elite, but the difficulty had also been less as there wasn't much of a level difference. And this was just as an unexpected windfall. The main event laid ahead. Liam put the bird's egg into his inventory and then walked to the end of the cave, which surprisingly was also open. Liam walked all the way to the opening and peered inside as the hot scalding waves of warm air assaulted his face. In front of him, inside the mountain, was a pool of gurgling lava, and in the midst of this lava was a huge rock. Liam sucked in a big mouthful of air and jumped from the cave onto the rock, landing steadily. He lost a bit of health as the rock, just like everything else, was scalding hot, but he quickly emptied a flask of health potion to recover back his full health. Now let me see if this works. Liam sat down cross-legged and took out the egg he had gotten from Neria's lair out of his inventory space. He placed the egg on the scalding hot rock and then stepped back from it, observing it curiously. He had only read about this vaguely, so he wanted to see how exactly this was going to work. Within seconds, wisps of burning red fire essences arose from the lava and flew towards the big egg, one by one. They swirled around the egg and then disappeared as if they had entered the egg itself. Interesting. Liam mused. He took out the other egg as well and placed it near this one. The second egg was the one he had obtained from the twin-tailed Wind Ripper. But as soon as he took this one out, cracks started forming on the egg. Fuck. Liam immediately put it back into his inventory. He had never dealt with pets or the even rarer pet eggs in his previous life. He assumed that the Wind Ripper's egg might also benefit from the lava as its nest was located on the same mountain, but from the looks of it, it was probably not. Well, I will check it out later if it is still salvageable. Liam scratched his chin and once again started observing the first egg. More and more fire essence had gathered around the egg and they were all slowly being absorbed by it. So a spirit-type beast is born from the essence of that element? Can I also absorb this essence? Liam reached his hand forward to touch the red wisps of energy. He expected it to be scalding hot, but these were rather warm, even relaxing, and nice to touch. And as he was moving his hand around, a small bit of the fire essence went inside his finger as well. What? Liam quickly pulled his hand back. Ding. Congratulations. You have gained an affinity for the fire element. All you fire-type attacks have 5% increased damage. Liam was completely speechless. He had heard about this specific term called affinity and how certain mages had extremely high affinities, but he didn't know anything about it, let alone expect to gain it at such an early stage of the game. This kind of information was highly regulated and not available for everyone to know. All he knew about spirit-type pets was that they were likely to hatch in their element. And people who had contracted spirit-type pets were strong enough to hold their own in the real world when the madness descended. But there was clearly more to this. Liam flopped down on the rock and threw his head back to laugh loudly. It seemed like he needed to keep his eyes and brain working all the time. Even the smallest detail could apparently hold tremendous significance. He let out a deep breath and once again started hovering his hand near the egg. From what he could see, it was the egg that was acting as a sort of magnet pulling in all the wisps of fire essence. When he placed his hand directly over the lava, this did not happen. And he did not dare test it out by placing it inside the lava. His hand would probably be burnt to a crisp in a fraction of a second, and he did not possess any healing spell just yet. Chapter 70, New Pet Part 3. From what Liam could tell, it was clearly the egg that was kind of refining the fire essence from the lava, and he was stealing bits and pieces of it. This gave him an idea. Liam lifted the egg and sat down on the rock, then placed the egg on his lap. After which, he continued absorbing whatever essence that he could steal from it. He carried on with this for several minutes without any disturbance. However, as time passed, the lava started bubbling and gurgling more, and a hissing sound echoed in the pool of molten rocks and fire. Liam quickly placed the egg back on the rock and stood up. Surrounding him on 4 sides were 4 lava mambas. Did you guys show up because we were stealing your essence? He grinned and made his move. After absorbing a little of the fire essence, he was beginning to feel a bit more comfortable in the lava-filled hellish place, but he was not a fool to think that this would be of any help. These snakes held the absolute advantage as they were standing in their domain. Moreover, they were also level 25, just like the lava salamanders. Liam cautiously went all out from the very beginning and cast a lightning bolt before slashing his sword at the red-scaled reptile. -150. A huge damage number popped out, blood spurted from the injury, but the very next second the health drop was replenished and the blood dried up. The mamba's health went back up, leaving behind only 30 residual damage. Liam then watched this as well disappear as the mamba dipped its head in the lava and hissed proudly once again. As if this wasn't enough, the other 3 snakes all attacked at the same time, and not him. They aimed for the egg that was silently collecting the fire essence. Fuck. Liam quickly backed up and stood in front of the egg. He suddenly found himself in the same position as that of the twin-tailed Wind Ripper, trying to protect his egg like a mother bird. He waved his sword, parrying the advances of the 4 mambas from the 4 sides, but he only successfully blocked them. Dealing them damage seemed almost impossible at this rate. He didn't even get a chance to think of a better strategy as the 4 lava mambas continued hissing and coming at the egg relentlessly. Liam started sweating. Considering his skills and abilities, it looked like he had still acted overconfidently. He could have dealt with these snakes in a more relaxed manner if he had leveled just a bit more, but then again Liam did not regret it. He had dealt with worse before. This sticky situation was nothing more than a golden training opportunity for him, or rather he decided to look at it that way. So I cannot deal any damage and I have to keep blocking their attacks at least until the egg hatches. All right. Bring it on. Just like he tried to combine mana with his forging technique, he once again started practicing mana with his sword moves. The damage numbers instantly went up. -230. -190. -220. -240. However, the 4 mambas easily took care of it by taking another dip in the lava pool. Hisses. 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 They came back at him with the same strength and vigor, and the cycle once again started without any change. Liam smiled bitterly at this frustrating sight and continued fighting back patiently. Time ticked by slowly, and every minute felt like an hour. His reserves of mana potions, health potions, and stamina berries were also slowly dwindling one at a time. In reality, it was harmful to use these supplements, as every time anyone used these things, unless it was of the highest grade quality, a certain amount of residual impurities remained behind. Liam only ignored this part, as he was eventually going to fully cleanse his body. Otherwise, even this wouldn't have been an option. But even so, it was slowly becoming more and more difficult to keep up, as there was also the mental fatigue that came into the picture. Liam could only hope that it would be the same for the 4 Mambas, but unfortunately, before he could find out if that was true or not, something else happened. All of a sudden, the amount of fire essence seeping out of the lava increased, and it looked like more and more wisps were swirling around the egg. The eggshell as well was glowing brightly and radiating some sort of strange energy. Is this finally over? Liam tiredly exhaled as he swung his sword again. As if answering him, the lava surrounding them gurgled again, and adding to his misery, another 4 lava mambas arose from the bed of magma. His face instantly darkened, seeing all 8 snakes coming at him, or rather the egg, at the same time. Motherfucker! I am screwed. He slashed his sword around in a frenzy, trying to block and parry with all 8 snakes, but that quickly drained his reserves in the blink of an eye. All 8 of them took a dip in the lava pool, replenished their reserves, and came back hissing angrily. They looked determined to break open the egg and take out all the fire essences that had gone inside. Liam only needed a second to know that this was going to end badly. He was going to die and at the same time lose the egg as well. While the former was not absolutely irreversible, the latter would set him back quite a bit. Huff. It looks like there is no other way. I will have to use that. Liam sighed and then calmed down and composed himself for a moment before closing his eyes. This better work. He was no longer looking at the 8 mambas or their movements. He looked like he had given up completely. And as the 8 snakes came hissing at the egg, just when they were about to shatter it open, Liam finally moved. Chapter 71, Not 1 but 2. Liam's figure was a blur, and the crimson blade in his hand let out a shrill cry before breaking apart into several fragments. At the same time, 100 swords appeared out of nowhere and pierced the snakes from top to bottom. -2000. -2000. -2000. -2000. -2000. -2000. -2000. -2000. One-hit kill. All 8 snakes dropped down dead, sprawled on the rock, and Liam as well was lying amidst them unconsciously. An ominous silence prevailed on the inside of the volcanic mountain, and a few minutes later soft cracking sounds echoed. Kayuu. With the sizzling heat waves constantly assaulting him, Liam was only unconscious for barely a minute. Besides, there was something wet and dripping on his face. He scrunched his face and stirred awake, feeling the wet sticky liquid all over his face and neck. And as soon as he was able to think clearly, he jolted to sit upright. Damn it. The egg. Liam's eyes widened as he was about to hurriedly see what was happening around him and if he was in any immediate danger, when unexpectedly he came face to face with something else. A small creature was standing on his lap, looking up at him with its big wide eyes. Phew. It purred, and before he could react, it immediately jumped on him and started licking his face like a small puppy. What the? Liam was baffled. He plucked the baby beast by the scruff of its neck and took a look at it. It was a fox spirit beast, and its fur was a ruby red color. He stared at the creature for a second, and then lightly chuckled, as everything fell into place. So you are the spirit beast, huh? Unexpectedly a soft voice answered him back. Papa. Oh. Liam was amazed once again. He had never dealt with companion beasts before. Though he knew that a companion beast and its master shared a mental connection, this was the first time he was experiencing it personally. Wait. Are you bound to me already, or am I yet to tame you? Liam knew that pets hatched from eggs were automatically tamed and belonged to the owner of the egg, but he still wanted to verify it with his own eyes. He hurriedly opened the status screen to check when a number of notifications bombarded him. Ding. 300 experience points have been rewarded. Ding. 300 experience points have been rewarded. These must be the experience points from the 8 lava mambas. He swiped them away and looked at the next few notifications. Ding. A new skill, Spirit Wrath, has been created due to your actions. Spirit Wrath consumes 50% soul strength. Million swords arise from the earth, each dealing 1000% damage to the enemy that had incurred the wrath. Cooldown, none. Ding. Your soul strength is too weak. The skill has been locked. Liam tiredly smiled at this familiar skill. This was the second and most powerful attack he had comprehended by himself in his previous life. He was not fortunate enough to run into any of the famous sword heritages or swords will like the other players. After he had broken free from his life of slavery, this was all that he could manage to pick up, Spirit Slash and Spirit Wrath. Perhaps if he had comprehended more about the way of the sword he would have had a chance to learn even stronger attacks, but he never had that opportunity. However, that was going to change this time around. This was why Liam did not hesitate and used this trump card in his possession. Now both the spirit sword skills he possessed were locked, but it wouldn't be long before he unlocked them and finished his comprehension. Liam let out a long tired sigh and then looked at the last few remaining notifications. I even used my trump card, so this better be worth it. Ding. Egg is hatching. Ding. You have obtained a new pet. Ding. Egg is hatching. Ding. You have obtained a new pet. Huh? Liam was confused seeing 2 notifications of egg hatching. Both the eggs hatched? He looked around again, this time lifting his head up, to finally see a small wind ripper chirping above his head. Come here. He muttered, waving his hand when the bird quickly flew down to him. It was only barely the size of his palm, the same as the red fox. How are you able to fly already? He chuckled. The bird shook its head, but it didn't speak back to him like the fox. Of course, this difference was to be expected. Even though he shared a mental link with both of them, one was a normal beast while the other was a spirit beast. So while the fox could freely converse with him, or at least speak something rudimentary, the bird could only understand his commands. He glanced at the 2 tiny beasts circling him and looking at him with their big wide eyes and shook his head helplessly. Looks like I need to spend some time leveling you guys up. Liam also didn't want this incident to repeat itself once again. Though leveling up was not his top priority, it was something that needed to be done to progress further in the game. His gaze casually dragged over the corpses of the lava mambas as he checked for any loot, and a few copper coins and a couple of silver coins were scattered around. There was also a pair of flaming red braces and a skill book. Liam first picked up the skill book to take a look. Lava Rain consumes 20% of base mana, 5-second cast time, calls down a rain of fire and lava, burning all enemies within the vicinity with 50% spell damage. Not bad. Liam quickly learned the skill. This combined with the boost he had for fire magic as a result of collecting fire essence would together pull big numbers of damage on multiple targets. He prepared to leave, but he suddenly paused, thinking of something. Can you still absorb fire essence from the lava pool? The tiny fox spirit beast stared at Liam and then at the lava pool, shaking its head. No, Papa. Is there no more fire essence in the lava pool, or you are no longer able to do that? The fox looked at him blankly and then again shook its head. Sorry, Papa. Don't know. The beast's face immediately changed and it looked down sorrowfully. Such a sight was capable of melting anyone's heart. Even Liam felt awkward. Don't worry. You will be able to do it when you grow up. He rubbed its head gently, and only then the fox brightened up again, smiling back at him with its extremely adorable appearance. Tisk, tsk. If I had known this beforehand, I could have planned this better and absorbed some more fire essence before you hatched. He flicked the fox's head, but the beast seemed to like even this and purred happily. Liam sighed at this sight and smiled bitterly. At times, looking at the beauty and marvel around him, it was difficult not to enjoy this life, but in reality, this was like the calm that came before the storm. He simply didn't have the time to entertain these two and show them the love and affection a baby beast required. You guys will have lots of attention when I bring Mei Mei over. Until then, just be good. Ha patted the fox and then the bird. Let's leave this place. Getting out of the lava pool was just as difficult as getting in here in the first place. Liam hopped on the small rocks floating atop the lava and then reached the sturdy rock wall of the mountain. These were even warmer than the ones outside, and he was barely able to touch them without seeing a drop in his health. But thankfully, this climb was short as the cave jutted out at the top just a few hundred meters up. Liam sucked in a big breath of air before he started climbing up, or rather running up the mountain. He placed his hands and feet in a mad rush in whatever crevices he could find, holding on to whatever rock that was near, and climbed up as fast as he could. Even if he reduced his speed a little, he would begin to lose huge amounts of health rapidly. So he didn't hold back and only let out the next breath when he reached his destination. His pets, on the other hand. One casually flew up while the other hopped and skipped and landed softly next to him. Liam walked out of the cave, reaching the other end, and then took out a tool from his bag. It was a sickle-like weapon that had a long rope tied to it. He hooked it to the inside of the cave, securing it properly, and then began climbing down the tall mountain using the rope to slowly lower himself down. Chapter 72 Dawn and #39 Try anything shady. With the small fox clung to his neck, Liam climbed down, holding on to the rope and lowering himself bit by bit. The climb down was also much easier and faster compared to the upward journey. He was already back on the ground, standing on the crater before any more mobs of Wind Ripper birds could assault him mid-air. Time to head out. Liam started walking with two little things hovering around him, one in the air and one on the ground. Coincidentally, the 5 members party team who had been hunting lava salamanders when he had arrived here were still wandering around the area. They all noticed him and greeted him as soon as they saw him. Much to their surprise, Liam as well lightly nodded back. Do you guys want to run a dungeon together? Who wouldn't want to be carried by a strong expert? Without thinking much at all, the tank immediately blurted out. Yes, sir. He even readily kicked out his own teammate, the mage, who looked back at him dumbfounded. Bro. My damage is better than this guy's. He immediately pointed his finger at the thief as he also wanted to shamelessly tag along and have fun. But alas, it was too late and no one was paying any attention to him any longer. He could only silently protest and watch as the others continued discussing. There is a dungeon nearby called the Moon Lake. We can run it. You guys can keep all the equipment drops and the money. I will be taking the skill books and the materials. Does that work? Liam suggested. He laid out all the conditions up front. The tank quickly nodded his head up and down and agreed. These terms might be disadvantageous in general, but not in this case. In fact, they had also been grinding here for the past few hours so that they could enter that same dungeon. It was a level 20 dungeon and all of them were currently level 19 or level 20. However, a dungeon difficulty was always higher, so they wanted to be at least level 21 or 22 before attempting it, which was why they had been grinding here. But now that Liam had asked them, they didn't want to let this opportunity go and decided to team up with the experienced player. Even if they fail, it didn't matter much, as it was quite common to run a dungeon a few times and fail before finishing it successfully. Running it once with a skilled player would only help them a lot. Seeing that none of them had any issues and a ready-made group was available for him to insert himself into, Liam quickly finished the discussion. All right. Make a party and send me an invitation. He muttered and started walking out of the crater towards the Moon Lake dungeon located in the forests surrounding the Alika city. The others as well hurried after him, even the rejected mage. Not long after Liam received the notification. Ding. You have been invited to join a party. Ding. Do you accept? Yes/no. Liam selected yes and then he immediately received another notification. Ding. You have been marked as the leader of the party. Ding. Do you accept? Yes/no. Liam smiled a little and unexpectedly refused this one. Do you not want to be the leader? The tank asked in disbelief, but the other party simply waved his hand. No, that is not necessary. The tank looked startled. He couldn't help but feel touched by this kind gesture. What a nice and friendly person. Not only did he show them how to quickly grind lava salamanders, but he also invited them for a dungeon run and didn't even want to be the party leader. How generous and lofty. This was how an expert should act. The group started walking out of the crater into the forests. Liam was walking at the front, along with the two tiny beasts near him, and the rest followed him, all their eyes fixated on the two beasts rather than Liam. Now that they had some time to talk to him, they had already noticed the two new pets who were not with him before. Inside their private chat group. Kim Hyun, thief guys, did you see those two pets? He didn't have them before, right? Right? Shin Soo, tank yes. I also didn't see any pets with him before. He should have gotten those somewhere in this area only. Kim Hyun, thief fuck. I knew it. Aren't flying pets supposed to be rare? How the heck does he have one already? And the fox also looks like it's something special. They are so small, like babies too. I bet he hatched an egg or something. Shin Soo, tank yes. I also think so. Kong Mina, healer Hyun, I know what you are thinking. Stop. Don't do anything shady. Don't ruin this. Chung Hee, mage 1 haha. Bang on. I am sure this guy is thinking about something like that. Kim Hyun, thief sheesh. You guys. I was just saying. Sunho, at least you support me, bro. Gu Sunho, mage 2 fuck. Who the hell cares? Why did you kick me out, bastard? Shin Soo, tank guys, settle down. Let's not screw this up. His pets don't seem that rare. It's just a bird and a fox. We can come back here and search again for more eggs later. I am sure it will respawn. We can even ask him how to get those. So I am warning again, don't try anything shady. Kim Hyun, thief, alright. Alright. Whatever. Let's first see what he is made of. We just saw him kill a salamander. He might not be all that. Kong Mina, healer, I bet he is still better than you. Kim Hyun, thief, what the hell, Mina? Why are you always against me? I am only saying that if he is not that strong, then we can easily steal his pets. Wait, pets drop, right? Gu Sunho, mage 2, kick this guy out and invite me back. Chapter 73, Heavenly Retribution. Liam could almost feel the burning gaze on his back as he walked ahead. Were things going to get interesting? Hey. He silently chuckled to himself. It would indeed be simpler to level elsewhere without attracting much attention, but dungeons were the fastest and most efficient method. Besides, he needed more souls to finish his quest. So he did not mind even if someone wanted to try something. The Moon Lake was a dungeon located near the northern part of the forests surrounding Alika City. The place was supposed to be a flourishing city, an extension of Alika City in fact, but instead, it was currently a deserted land, haunted by ghosts and ghouls and all sorts of undead creatures. This was also one of the reasons why Liam had wanted to run this dungeon several times. This video game was like a tutorial for everyone to gain the basic knowledge of the class of their choosing. Thus far he had somewhat grasped using a sword and even a bit of mana control and regulation. However, this was still not even close to what he wanted to accomplish. Perhaps he can become one of the stronger human beings and manage the chaotic world with just this much, but it was not nearly enough to deal with the monsters that also were going to inevitably show up. When he had fallen, these sort of cunning and cruel creatures were just beginning to show up, and even he did not know how much more awaited them. He would only be a fool to not use this opportunity to gain everything he could so that he would eventually be able to face no matter what came his way. Not to mention the mysteriously high affinity he had with the undead. His mana affinity was only S grade, but his undead affinity was SSS grade, which according to his knowledge was the highest. Liam wanted to understand more about the undead and the magic that was associated with their power. In his previous life, there had been a player who had unlocked a hidden class associated with the undead and had brought over with him an army of undead soldiers when the apocalypse started. Liam was not interested in this hidden class, but he wanted to understand everything behind it to gain the same benefits. In reality, this was even more difficult than if he simply wanted to switch to the particular hidden class, but he was determined to take that risk. One reason was because he wanted a power that was above what a hidden class could provide, but the main reason was because of the affinity testing results that the system had given out when he entered the game. So he firmly believed that not choosing a specific class and relying on his insight and knowledge to make use of all of his affinities was the best path ahead for him. And if he was not able to make any progress in the next couple of months, he could always fold and pick up one of the many powerful hidden classes scattered around this world. Many of these were only unlocked later in the game, so he had time to take the risk first. While Liam was engrossed in his own thoughts, his other new friends were busily chatting about the dungeon. He was not paying attention to them until he heard a familiar name. Heavenly Retribution Guild is still holding the highest record time for the dungeon clear, right? Kim Hyun, the thief, excitedly rubbed his hands. I wonder if we will be able to beat that. Can you ever open your mouth and say something not stupid? Kong Mina hit the guy with the staff that she was holding. I can't deal with this stupid anymore, Shin-Soo. I'm going to quit this shitty team and join Heavenly Retribution. That girl Alex looks so cool. As if they would take in a shitty healer like you. Kim Hyun angrily retorted back. HAAA. Sure. Always put the blame on the freaking healer. If you literally stand at the mouth of the salamander when it is throwing fire at you, even Jesus can't save you, stupid. Just as Kim Hyun was about to say something back, Liam instead stopped in his tracks. Guilds are already up. The world announcements for the guilds would only start when there were 50 or more guilds, directly opening up to the Hall of Fame, so this information was not announced in-game just yet. Liam did not really care about this, but he admittedly was a little startled to hear an unfamiliar guild name and a familiar person's name linked together. Ah, yes. There are a total of 31 guilds so far. The tank Shin-Soo quickly replied. Liam had no doubt that this number was going to skyrocket soon. And what were you saying about this Heavenly Retribution Guild? Oh, that. They are one of the top guilds at the moment. 3 of their core members are even on the leaderboard. They have also started setting records for the dungeons. Shin-Soo elaborated. Not just started. They hold records for the level 10, level 15, and level 20 dungeons. Kong Mina corrected him. Yes. Yes. Ahahaha. I didn't forget that. Bro, if you follow Alex or Mia or Ray on Instagram or Twitter, you can see all the details. They have been promoting their social presence heavily. Their guild also has so many members already. I heard that they already filled their first 50 members quota and now everyone else was on a waitlist. The tank continued talking about things, but Liam was no longer paying attention to him. Things were already starting to change compared to his last timeline. And this particular change, he had no doubt that he was the sole reason behind it. After a while, the tank stopped talking and Liam nodded. All right. Thanks for the information. He then chuckled and muttered under his breath to himself. Heavenly retribution, huh? Interesting. Chapter 74, Freeloader? When the group arrived at the Moon Lake dungeon area of the forest, the entire place was crowded with people. Various players were shouting loudly as if they were selling their wares. Open party for Moon Lake. Looking for level 20 players and higher. Healer required. Level 18 minimum. Everyone else is level 20 inch. Tank required. Level 15 and above okay. Must have Dragon Roar skill. Level 15 to level 22 players were everywhere and many were grouping together to form parties to enter the dungeon. While the level 15 ones were looking to be carried, the level 22 ones were discussing rapidly, coming up with various ideas to break records. Even the group of Korean players currently walking along with Liam were discussing about the same thing. However, Liam had no such intentions, at least until the level 50 dungeons opened up. When a record was set in the higher level dungeons, there would be a sizable reward that included precious raw materials. And this could be looted every time a record was broken and set. In the past, this was one of the favorite methods of the top guilds to farm precious materials. They used these to craft powerful weapons and in turn used the weapons to break the record again. But below level 50, the dungeons were pretty much useless. At most, they were a tool of publicity for guilds to establish themselves. And Liam did not have any such plans at the moment. Establishing, managing and expanding a guild would take a considerable amount of his time that could be better spent on other things. Moreover, a certain amount of strength and power was required to command a guild. He hadn't obtained that just yet. Bro, isn't another mage better for the run? Gu Sunho scratched his head awkwardly and tried his luck again. But Liam shook his head. I am also a mage. So a thief is better. Mage weren't you using a sword? Gu Sunho was left confused and all he could see was the dirty thief grinning back at him. Seeing that the two of them were about to go at it again, the tank intervened and gave the poor rejected mage a stare preventing him from saying anything anymore. Kim Hyun. Gu Sunho. That's enough. Group is already settled. Let's start now. Is everybody ready? His words were like the final nail that sealed the coffin. The other guy could only sigh and watch everyone walk away, disappearing into the crowd. Multiple groups could enter the dungeon at the same time, but they wouldn't interfere with each other's run. So after a couple of people walked in before them, this group as well entered the dungeon portal that was a mass of swirling black energy. As soon as they touched it, they were instantly teleported to the inside of the dungeon and they found themselves standing on the deserted streets of a rickety abandoned village. It was night time and a chilly wind swept past everyone, further enhancing the ominous atmosphere that was prevalent. At first, everyone waited for Liam to give some sort of specific instructions, but he was just silently standing as if he was waiting for the run to start. After hesitating, Shin Su, the tank, quickly began talking. He was not sure if everyone, particularly Liam, was aware of the mechanics of the dungeon. Just because he was a skilled player, it didn't mean that he had to have prior knowledge of this specific dungeon. So he gave him the benefit of doubt. So in this dungeon, there will be several mirages of the Moon Lake. We need to go to each of these mirages and essentially find out where the real Moon Lake is. The complete dungeon guide wasn't available online yet, but there were still some forums and threads talking about the various mobs. Shin Su elaborated on whatever was available online, adding on his own theories, but all throughout it looked like the expert was not paying him any attention. This clearly defeated the whole purpose of his attempt, as except for Liam they had all researched about the place together, so there was no point continuing with the explanations. Smiling helplessly, the tank waved his hand, signaling that he was going to start and dashed ahead the next second. As soon as they took a step forward, a gust of wind blew and 3 wailing white specters immediately emerged out of thin air. Provocate, Shin Su was a bulky person and he was playing a warrior tank holding a shield in one hand and a hammer in the other hand. As soon as he attracted the attention of the 3 ghosts, the mage started casting fireballs and the thief rushed ahead with his dagger. Even the healer started chanting spells to cover the tank's health, preventing it from plummeting unexpectedly. Damage numbers began floating atop the specters one after the other. Their shrill wailing was especially hard to hear, so everyone subconsciously tried to finish the fight as soon as possible. They had almost forgotten about the expert who had come along with them. Only when the fight was going somewhat slow for the first mob at the entrance of the dungeon, something felt awkward and out of place and the tank realized that a member was missing. Huh? He turned around to look for Liam and saw that he was still standing at the entrance and doing something in the system interface without having taken a single step forward. Block, he yelled out his next skill in anger and continued tanking the remaining 2 specters with his teeth grinding together indignantly. It was fine if this person did not do anything exceptional and defy their expectations, but the least he could do was come forward and fight. Did he expect to be carried through the dungeon? Did they look like fools and buffoons in his eyes? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and just when he was about to completely lose it and shout at the other person, irrespective of the consequences, a notification popped up. Chapter 75, I am ready now. Ding. Your overflowing rage has increased your physical defense by 5%. Shin Su was dumbfounded. There was something like this for the warrior class? He stared at the stat boost dazedly for a second before realizing that he had forgotten the main reason why he had been furious in the first place. Damn it. He turned around and pointed the hammer at Liam, shouting gruffly. Hello. Are you planning to join the fight or not? Especially with the backdrop of the 2 specters wailing loudly, his voice sounded very angry and vengeful. The other members of the team were also equally disgruntled, so everyone nodded, agreeing with him. But unfortunately, it looked like the other party was still not paying any attention. Liam only casually raised his hand and showed him his palm, signaling him to be patient. Shin Su's eyes twitched. He turned around and first focused on the fight, throwing his shield at the 2 specters. The fight had already started, so he needed to finish this one first before starting another with this so-called expert. Others as well shot deathly glares at the guy before showing all their anger on the 2 specters. And soon, the 2 stopped wailing and dispersed into specks of light and a couple of copper coins. Ding. 20 experience points have been rewarded. Ding. 20 experience points have been rewarded. Shin Su bent down and picked up the copper coins. He wore a solemn expression and walked in long strides towards Liam. Liam, we pulled a mob and you didn't join. Isn't that a bit careless? What if there were more specters? We would have been wiped out in the beginning itself without ever stepping into the dungeon. Were you serious or not? We only came here together because you requested us. Yeah. If you are not interested, then why ask us in the first place? One by one the accusations and complaints started popping up, and unfortunately, this was all that they could do. This was no longer a beginner's dungeon. One cannot simply exit at will, otherwise, they could have just walked out the same way they had walked in. Now they either had to finish the run or die inside the dungeon in order to exit. This was what infuriated everybody even more. Since the person had been so skilled and powerful, they did not expect him to troll them all like this. What a waste. Shin Su grunted. They were going to probably lose a fraction of their level, and if they were unlucky, some pieces of equipment also. He glared at the man who was still standing like a stone and spat out in anger. Let's just go continue. If we die, we die. Whatever. The others as well nodded and followed him. They walked on the deserted streets of the village, amidst the worn-out huts and the half-demolished houses, and soon another mob popped up. A. The specters wailed loudly, and this time 5 of them showed up. Shin-Su quickly stepped forward, trying to hold them back, but 5 specters were a bit too much for him to handle. He started taking heavy damage, and the healer's mana quickly drained. The damage from the thief and the mage was simply not enough to bring them down fast, and their movements were all over the place. Fuck it. Looks like this is going to be a fast party wipe. Shin-Su sighed and gave up. He could already see where this was going. What was the point in trying any longer? This was a difficult dungeon, and that was why they had continued leveling without attempting it, so how could possibly handle it with just 4 members? What a complete and utter waste of time. His health was about to fully bottom out when unexpectedly, a scorching ball of flame landed on the specter that was going to scratch him. -200. A huge and insane damage number floated atop the specter's head. Chung-hee, what skill is this? How is your fireball doing this much damage all of a sudden? Shin-Su muttered in puzzlement. But instead of Chung-hee, another voice sounded. I am ready now. Liam was calm and composed as he immediately defused the bomb that was about to explode. He tossed a health potion to the tank, and Shin-Su caught it with a surprised look on his face. Health potions were expensive commodities. Was it really okay to use one just like that? Fuck. What am I thinking? He quickly downed it as he was just a breath short of dying. You know, we wouldn't even be in this mess if you hadn't been simply standing like a rock. Stop talking and focus on the fight. Liam's words made the 4 of them want to stab him instead of the specters, but they did not have time to be angry right now. The wailing specters continued waving their huge sharp claws, or rather overgrown nails, in a frenzy, and the tank and the thief were having a hard time trying to dodge their attacks and fight back at the same time. The mage alone was not pulling enough damage to settle this situation, but all of it changed when Liam joined the fray. He did not take out his sword this time. He wanted to rely on mana more and fine-tune his mana control and understand more about casting spells. Fireball, fireball, fireball. Liam cast the same spell over and over again, each time picturing a ball of energy gathering and shooting out forward. He tried to increase it and decrease it at his will without worrying about the actual damage numbers he was dealing. And standing right beside him were his 2 pets, who were yet to do anything. The 3 of them looked quite relaxed and carefree when compared to the rest of the team, who were barely breathing and struggling to get a grip on the fight. Chapter 76, Warren and #39, TU in a hurry? Ding. 20 experience points have been rewarded. Ding. 20 experience points have been rewarded. Ding. 20 experience points have been rewarded. After Liam started sending out fireballs one after the other, the fight did not last long, and the 5 specters burst into specks of astral light one by one. Shin-Su and the rest of the team were too stunned to see this sight that they began to doubt if the specters were a mirage in the first place. But the string of experience points that popped out was undeniable, so they could only accept the harsh reality. This was the difference between their skills and the skill level of a person that was above and beyond their imagination. Instantly, all the prior grievances they had about the person completely disappeared as if it had never existed before, and they could only hope that Liam did not hold any grudges. Ahem. Sir. Shin-Su awkwardly scratched his head and was about to say something when Liam smiled calmly and all of a sudden sent out another fireball, pulling in more specters that were roaming inside of the run-down huts. He had already begun the attack on the next wave of specters. Usually, it was the tank who first approached the mob and pulled the aggro, but Liam casually stepped forward and started bombarding the group of specters with fireballs ceaselessly. Shin-Su snapped out of his trance and scurried forward to salvage the situation and correct the aggro distribution. The others also panicked and quickly began attacking. Ah. Hyung. Wait. Liam calmly chuckled. Didn't you guys tell me earlier that you were in a hurry? He ignored their pitiful looks and continued to blast the specters. This was something that would have typically earned instant hate from everyone, as a tank was always supposed to initiate a fight for the purpose of stability, except for special situations that needed some other strategy. But in this case, no one dared think that way. After all, with the high damage numbers he was pulling, the fights suddenly became easier, and even if the tank hadn't started the fight, there was no OT and messy mass damage. This was even more impressive, especially considering the dungeon they were currently in. Moon Lake's main difficulty laid in the wailing sounds of the specters. If one were to hear this sort of wailing sound for a long period of time, then they would fall into confusion, their brain completely muddled and unable to think clearly. Adding in the realistic feature of the game, the effect would even prevent the players from doing anything else for the next hour. Such was the heavy impact of the wailing cries on the mind. So in this type of dungeon, speed was the top priority, and Liam was focusing on just that. He set the pace of their progress as he continued pulling in more and more specters towards the group, just as the last one died. Brother. Su wanted to say something, but he swallowed the words. He didn't even know if Liam was doing this on purpose or because the dungeon called for it. So what could he possibly tell? Slow down? Shield impact, block. He shook his head helplessly and quickly tried to balance the fight. Only he looked busy, as the healer suddenly found herself with nothing else to do. The other two players were also in a similar boat, as the thief's attacks were like tickling the specters and the other mage's attack was like a mosquito bite. Liam alone was single-handedly pulling more damage than their DPS combined together. The specters were getting utterly slaughtered by him. In the blink of an eye, they had gone from complaining about a party wipeout to clearing the first haunted street of the Moon Lake village. Look! There is the lake! Mina suddenly shouted and pointed her finger to the eastern side. Everyone immediately turned to look in that direction. Just as she had said, there was a huge lake in the distance, and at the center of the lake, there was an altar that was mysteriously floating, and atop this was a bright shining necklace. The necklace triggered a quest that gave decent experience points. Oh my gosh! We are totally going to break the record! The thief and the healer exclaimed together, and the group hurriedly ran toward the lake, with Liam casually walking at the back in silence. He was calmly checking out his special quest progress. He had obliterated a lot of souls in the dungeon so far, but it looked like these specter souls did not count toward the quest completion. Well, it was worth a try. He shrugged and checked the experience bars of the two tiny beings stalking him. He had asked both of them not to interfere in any fights as they were too weak at the moment. This was because of Liam's own conjecture. Dying in this tutorial game too often affected the souls of human beings, so he couldn't help but come to the conclusion that the same applied to the companion beasts as well. So at least until they reached level 5, he had forbidden the two to fight. Their infant status would disappear at this time only. Moreover, this was also when a companion beast's unique skills would begin to get unlocked, as right now, they were only able to scratch and claw. Liam gazed at the status of both the pets, and it looked like the bird was already close to leveling up once, but the fox still had a lot left to fill. So a spirit beast needs a lot more experience points to upgrade compared to the common beast. I guess this is to be expected. Liam patted the two who looked up at him with their big eager eyes and then proceeded to follow the group. Su and the others had already reached the lake, but as soon as they neared it, the lake completely disappeared, and standing in front of them was a huge mob of wailing specters. Chapter 77, We Shouldn't Waste. Seeing that everyone was standing around without starting the fight, Liam smiled and calmly muttered. What happened? Liam. The lake disappeared. The tank looked stunned. Huh? Didn't you read about the contents of the dungeon beforehand? There are several misleading mirages around. Yes, but... Su opened and closed his mouth wordlessly. They indeed knew of this before stepping in here, but no one had expected things to be so realistic. And besides, the sight of the huge mob of wailing specters was nothing short of terrifying. The only saving grace was that this mob could be avoided if one was careful enough. Hun, can you cast stealth on the whole group? Shin Su nervously mumbled. Though this was not necessary, he wanted to avoid a confrontation with this mob as much as possible. The thief as well nodded and quickly activated the skill, Stealth Blanket. He was lucky enough to pick up this rare skill that was able to extend his stealth to a whole bunch of players. When the skill proficiency increased, this number would further increase. However, this was all for naught as a certain member of the team raised his hand and cast another fireball, pulling the huge mob. New. All four shouted at the same time, but the train had already left the station. Why bro, why? Shin Su hurriedly stepped forward and tried to pull 5 of the dozen specters onto himself. Why? We shouldn't waste any mobs. Liam replied as a matter of fact. He was calm and confident as usual. However, the situation this time seemed completely out of hand, as there were still 8 or so specters dashing towards them at a fast speed. Bro, this time you really shouldn't have pulled so much. Please only attack after I. Before the tank could finish his words, fire started raining from the sky. Eh? What is this? The specters have magic attack? Everyone was confused. Only when they saw massive damage numbers appearing on the whole group just as every drop of fiery rain pelted down on the specters, did they understand what was happening. The god that they had teamed with had an AoE skill to boot. You guys know that even friendly fire can damage, right? Make sure to watch your steps. Liam reminded them. He was quite satisfied with this random group that he had run into. Even if their skill level wasn't anything worth mentioning, they at least did not do anything stupid and drag the speed down. They followed his lead and coordinated decently. Ignoring their shocked faces, Liam focused on the effects on his body. From the beginning, though he was churning out fire magic attacks one after the other, he was never doing it blindly. He was always paying attention to the control and after effects of the skills. He could distinctly feel the mana in his body drain after using the Leva Rain skill. Just a bit more. I feel like I am on the verge of grasping something. He clenched his fist and inhaled deeply, sucking in the mana from the air and replenishing his own reserves. He then once again started casting fireballs one after the other. The Firefox Spirit Beast was particularly happy to see this as it was raining fire everywhere, with Liam shooting out more fireballs. Hue! Hue! It jumped up and down, clearly very happy to see this sight. While the others were trying their hardest to not get damaged by their own teammates' skill, the little fox was hopping and skipping and trying to catch the drops of fire in its small mouth as if they were water drops. This sight only added insult to their injury. They would have been more upset about pulling this unnecessary mob if not for the constant notifications of experience points raining down. Their bars were filling up so fast that they began attacking back even more fiercely. They had also gathered a lot of money and a couple of equipments just from this mob. We already cleared this much, shall we head over to this street and check if the real lake is here? Shin Su suggested and everyone including Liam nodded in agreement. The group started moving down the street when unexpectedly, just as they had guessed, the lake really did appear in front of them, a few blocks away. Let's go! The tank shouted energetically. Everyone was full of joy as they ran towards the lake as fast as they could. However, just as they neared it, the lake and the moonlight dancing over it once again completely disappeared, and instead, there was another nasty mob of wailing specters. Hearing their cries over and over again and again made their heads hurt. They could simply turn around here and run, but they already could tell that that was not going to happen. Ah! Shin Su looked up, only to see the rain of fire greeting them again. Bang! 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 One by one the specters turned around to look at their target and they began rushing to the group, a big chunk of their health already taken away by the fire drops. Without using any of his other attacks, Liam continued relying on only these couple of skills for this mob as well, smoothly finishing the fight from start to finish. And at the end of it, the tiny Wind Ripper finally received its first upgrade. Its body and its wings slightly grew bigger in size. Before it was smaller than palm size, and now it was exactly the size of a palm, one that belonged to a huge burly man perhaps. It was not much, but the other party looked at it with a yearning, wondering when it was going to grow up as well. Soon. Soon. Liam shook his head and continued paying attention to the specters. One was almost close to attacking the healer, so he focused on that specter and finished it first. Chapter 78, Move Aside. Each Moon Lake dungeon run typically took around 3 to 5 hours. This was including any unexpected scenarios one could potentially run into. However, Liam's group was now already at hour 8. Except for him, every single member of the team was currently collapsed on the ground and resting. Their clothes and armors were fully drenched in sweat, and they were clutching their stomachs in pain as if they had just run a marathon. The worst part was that they still hadn't tackled the final 3 mini-boss and the last boss of the dungeon. "Let's go. Get up," Liam muttered. He had just now been breathing deeply and focusing on the mana reserves in his body automatically getting replenished. Everyone had a mana regeneration rate, but it was far from enough. The key was to bring up this rate. Leveling blindly without concentrating on these factors was just a waste of time. "Boss, just 2 more minutes please." Shin-Su and Hyun whined at the same time. As gamers, they had been used to a certain level of comfort, and this ultra-realistic model of the game was killing them. Why did they have to replicate even the pain and the tiredness? Wasn't stamina stat going down enough? Did they really have to hone in on the actual feeling? Everything from head to toe was tired. They had run into several of these so-called mirages so far, and without fail, every single one of them had been a disappointment. Of course, things wouldn't have been so bad if they had simply sneaked away without butting heads with each and every single mob, but unfortunately for them, Liam had other plans. "Hey! Come on. Get up. I don't think that this one is a mirage. Your fatigue and tiredness should be relieved as soon as you take a sip of the Moon Lake. You guys don't want it?" Liam chuckled and started walking towards the lake at the end of the street. The moon above shone with more brilliance and the lake waters sparkled like diamonds. Behind him, rustling sounds echoed, and without any other choice, the other members of the group dragged their tired bodies over. Pissed. He is not lying, right? The thief bitterly smiled and whispered to Shin-Su as the latter let out a long sigh. Even if he was, what could they do? All they can do and have been doing is looking at the experience bar filling up at lightning speed and consoling themselves. After level 20, it was extremely difficult to level up further. Even a single level required hours of hard grinding, but their experience bars were filling up quite easily. Liam's fireballs, or rather cannonballs, coupled with the presence of so many mobs in close proximity with no other competition from players nearby, made their progress a lot faster. But was this enough to justify this hard and painful grind for hours together? Wasn't it just a game? Why were they working so hard? The 4 of them continued grumbling inwardly. However, their hands and feet kept moving, not wanting to miss the opportunity until the very end. And just like Liam mentioned, this time when they neared the lake, it finally did not disappear. Kim Hyun couldn't bear it any longer and shouted at the top of his lungs as he drowned his body and his limbs in the lake, jumping into it hurriedly. "Watch out for mobs, idiot." Shin-Su panicked, but nothing seemed to have been triggered, so the others as well rushed in and dipped themselves in the lake water. The cool waters of the lake washed the tiredness from their bodies and was very refreshing. Liam also walked over and drank a few mouthfuls. As soon as the lake water entered the stomach, a warm, nourishing feeling swept past the body, and all the physical fatigue and mental fatigue from hearing the non-stop wailing of the specters was fully erased. Fuck bro. This is amazing. How come we didn't find this in the forum? So tasty. This is the tastiest thing that I have ever put in my mouth. Che. Shut up and go that side. You are stinking up my space. The group immediately started playing like small kids and didn't look like they were going to stop anytime soon. Only when Liam cleared his throat threateningly, they reluctantly got out of the lake, one after the other. The altar is on the other side, let's go. As soon as they arrived, loud clanging noises resounded, and 3 pitch-black wraiths descended from the darkness of the night, their chains dragging on the ground. The 3 wraiths looked extremely grotesque and terrifying, but after having defeated waves after waves of specters, no one felt any fear and the tank quickly rushed forward. I will get the attention of all 3. Only attack the one on the right. Let's bring them down one after the other. Shin-Su quickly yelled out the instructions and then strutted forward with his huge body. The 3 wraiths screamed loudly, and the next second a ball of swirling energy appeared in front of them, seemingly made of white and black gases. They tossed this at the tank and his health instantly dropped to 1/3. Fuck. How am I supposed to heal this? The healer immediately panicked. To make matters worse, the wraiths already started chanting something in a weird archaic language, and the next set of balls appeared. No, 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 no. Arg. Shin-Su activated all his skills preparing to block the attack, but he knew that it was still probably not enough to nullify this damage. If they couldn't withstand just 2 of their attacks, what was going to happen to the rest of the fight? He clenched his weapon and stood firmly, unwilling to be the reason they all failed when a sharp voice reminded him calmly. A tank doesn't always have to receive the attack. You can also dodge it. Move aside. I will tank this fight. Chapter 79 Dungeon Boss. Shin-Su turned around and stared at Liam dumbfoundedly. In the spur of the moment, he didn't have any time to make any decisions. The only thought that was running in his mind was that this was insane. A mage can use a sword, sure, but how the hell was he going to tank? Did he even have the defense to absorb a single combined attack from the 3 wraiths? This was simply foolishness. If it was anybody else, he would have just sent a kick their way, asking them to shut up. However, this was Liam. So he instinctively stepped aside and listened to him. Before the attacks from the wraiths could land on his, he dodged and did not provoke them after that, thereby losing their aggro. Almost immediately, the 3 pitch-black wraiths turned their attention to the man at the back with 2 tiny creatures beside him. Liam sent out 3 fireballs back to back, drawing the attention of all 3 wraiths. The most common tanking method might be using the various taunt skills, but this worked too. His damage numbers were almost double what others were dealing, so it was very easy for him to make the wraiths target him instead. But this was just the beginning. The real skill of a tank laid beyond this. Liam's figure blurred and he immediately appeared in front of the 3 wraiths. The other mage took a step back and the thief and the ex-tank started attacking from the back while Liam dealt with them from the front. His movements were a lot less restricted, and when the next attack of the wraiths landed, it barely grazed him. The healer sighed in relief, quickly using this time to heal the ex-tank. The group then targeted the one on the right, continuing to grind down its health bit by bit. And Liam as well contributed to this damage once in a while, but his main focus was on something else. His gaze was firmly fixed on the 3 wraiths. He was observing everything about them, including their movements, attack patterns, and every detail that he could see. These were the only undead in the lower-leveled zones closer to the cities. If he wanted to interact with more undead, he would have to go to higher-leveled zones. So he tried his best to understand the 3 wraiths. As these wraiths and specters were a level higher than the mindless undead that arose from using the spell, his goal was to use them to gain some sort of insight. After slaughtering several specters, he wasn't any closer to comprehending his undead affinity, so he could only hope that this would work. Liam nimbly moved, dancing around the 3 wraiths as he continued maintaining their full attention. He casually evaded their attacks, but he also allowed some of them to hit him, taking the full brunt of the impact head-on. Every time he did that, the healer panicked. The main difficulty in this particular fight seemed to be avoiding this attack from the wraiths, as it was almost a one-hit kill sort of an attack. Liam's health points were decent enough to at least eat 3 of their attacks, but still seeing the health drop so much was flustering. And moreover, he had no plans of making this easy for her. He was fully engrossed in his own world, leisurely playing around with the 3 wraiths. Completing the dungeon successfully seemed to be the last thing on his mind. In this manner, the fight continued, and with Liam skillfully maneuvering as the tank, the 3 wraiths looked more like mobs rather than a mini-boss, and the fight was over in no time. Ding. 1,000 experience points have been rewarded. Ding. 1,000 experience points have been rewarded. Ding. 1,000 experience points have been rewarded. Juicy experience notifications rang one after the other, and both Kim Hyun and the Wind Ripper leveled up. Fuck yes. I am finally level 20. Kim Hyun jumped around, and seeing him, the bird also did the same. Chirp. 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 Ugh. Don't pick up any habits from this guy. Liam immediately reprimanded the bird, and it quickly settled down. Kim Hyun could only smile bitterly and act as if he wasn't just labeled as a bad role model for a freaking bird. I suggest you all take one more drink from the lake. Liam reminded them, he himself taking a sip as well. Not long after, the last and the final boss of the Moon Lake arrived. The entirety of the lake water started swirling around like a whirlpool, and above it, a tornado started forming. Pitch-black wisps started descending into this chaos, and a monstrous wraith slowly started forming. Unlike the other specters and wraiths, this one had a red glow surrounding it. Demonic Wraith General. Level 20. Health, 5 million. The sheer health of this giant black thing struck fear in everyone's heart as they saw the massive 5 million health points. This had 100 times the health of the elite boss Barabara, which Liam had slaughtered. Around level 20, this was the strongest dungeon boss. Why is it so high? Wasn't it supposed to be just 1 million? Shin Su cried in disbelief. He also received another notification which made him further stiffen. Ding. The evil eye lands on you. You have been targeted by the Wraith General. Ding. All your stats are reduced by 5%. Everyone else as well received similar notifications. I can't breathe properly. Mina took a step back, her body shivering. She was a holy healer, and the presence of the boss affected her the most. Instead of 5%, she received a 10% reduction in stats. Liam, on the other hand, felt invigorated in the presence of such a strong, powerful undead. Not only that, but he also received a different notification. Ding. The evil eye lands on you. You have been targeted by the Wraith General. Ding. All your stats are reduced by 5%. Ding. You possess a SSS grade undead affinity. Ding. All your stats are increased by 20%. Chapter 80 Hard Mode. This is unexpected. Liam smiled, his lips curling upwards. Why are you happy, bro? Shin Su looked at the debuffs and wanted to cry. Not only did the final boss of the dungeon have more health, but also their debuffs were worse. This was completely different from what everybody had mentioned in the forums. Pay attention. Stop thinking about other things. Liam raised his hand almost at the same time as the wraith moved its arms. While a big fireball materialized in front of him, black wisps of energy leaked from the wraith and spread all over the lake and the neighboring ground. The next second, the ground started to quake and sputter as if something was trying to break through to the surface. Crack. 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 Bony hands started sticking out of the ground. Dozens of skeletons arose from within and started running towards the group of 5. Lava Rain. Liam immediately activated his AoE skill. Form a circle and attack whatever is closest to the circle. Don't worry about the ones in the back. Everyone nodded and quickly adjusted their formation. With their backs to the lake, they sort of stood in a semicircle with the healer and the other mage in the center. The tank, the thief, and Liam stood on the outside and bombarded their attacks on the incoming skeletons, clearing the army of undead one after the other. Bro, only a few of the villagers buried around the lake were supposed to resurrect. Why is our run extra difficult? Shin-Su asked Liam for the nth time, and just as he muttered those words out loud, he realized the answer to that question finally. Their run was extra difficult. What did that mean? They were running it on a different difficulty level compared to the rest of the players. While others were yet to unlock any hidden bosses or the various modes for the dungeons in the Evolution Online game, they had undoubtedly stumbled into one. Or at least that's what the tank thought. Liam, on the other hand, was completely aware of what he was doing right from the beginning. Every dungeon except for the beginner's dungeon had varying difficulty levels, but one cannot simply select a difficulty. It is automatically determined by the skill level of the player's training in the dungeon. In fact, this was only the second stage. If they had cleared it even faster, then the difficulty level would have risen some more. Everything in the game was basically designed to train human beings to unlock their hidden potential and prepare them for the life that laid ahead. The group continued with the painful clearing of the resurrected villagers one after the other as they dashed towards them endlessly. These provided experience points as well, so they were essentially farming for experience points right now. This was both a test and a reward for the dungeon. It was difficult, but if somehow one managed to clear it, they would get a lot of experience points. After breaking apart a few of the undead, Liam took a second to cast his basic necromancy spell, Awaken. Immediately the broken bones that had fallen down at their feet combined together and started to once again become undead warriors. 5 skeletons appeared next to Liam and started fighting against the incoming horde of undead. They did not last long, but they took down 3 to 5 enemies along with them. And it was also easier for Liam to cast fireballs and focus on the mana regulation when he was not paying attention to the close combat part. As they were in the middle of a chaotic situation, the tank and the thief standing beside him and fighting did not notice this, but the healer and the mage noticed. Chung-hee, who had not opened his mouth so far, had a frown on his face as he asked Liam. Liam, are you really a mage? How are you able to control the undead? His words startled everyone as they all stared at Liam with a look of bafflement on their faces. Sword, magic spells, pets, and now undead. Liam, however, simply smiled. This is also a mage skill. There is nothing special about it. He didn't explain anything further and continued culling down the undead herd. Chung-hee was unwilling to accept this answer and looked like he wanted to ask something, but Shin-Su interrupted him. We can talk about these things later. Let's first clear the dungeon. The mage nodded and continued throwing spells at the undead. He just couldn't understand how the other person with the same occupation as him was doing so much better than him. It was one thing if it was just a matter of a few tens of damage plus or minus, but to have hundreds of differences in their damage output was simply shameful. Not to mention the wide variety of spells the other party possessed. He couldn't help but feel very envious. Chung-hee sighed. However, he didn't have a lot of time to feel down and depressed. The horde of undead was unrelenting, so everyone had to give their best in order to not be completely overrun. At the same time, experience points were also showering endlessly. After a while, the wraith shouted loudly, once again muttering something in an archaic language, and a red aura appeared on the undead villagers who were still standing. These undead suddenly became much stronger and tougher, and it was becoming more difficult to deal with them. They give more EXP too. Liam chuckled, reminding everyone about the bright silver line. This continued on for a few more minutes when finally none of the undead villagers were remaining. Only a pile of broken bones and dust was heaped around the group. Raya! Raya! The boss started loudly shouting as if it was enraged to see all of its summons being slaughtered. Is that going to summon more undeads? Shin-Su wiped the sweat off his forehead and nervously muttered. Chapter 81 again. No. Liam shook his head. Watch its health. It lost a lot of its health while summoning these dead villagers. We should start targeting the boss now. As he finished explaining, he started bombarding the boss with more attacks, and everyone else quickly joined in as well. Fighting this boss was initially supposed to be extremely complicated as it swarmed the players with undead mobs while also attacking simultaneously. But now, because of the strategy and positioning they used, this became overly simplified and all they had to do was grind down the remaining health. When the big 5 million health bar was reduced to the last hundreds, the Wraith General started casting something once again, but Liam interrupted it by throwing a fireball right at its mouth. Spells could also be interrupted like this? Everyone was dumbfounded. This brought a new meaning to the words "eat my attack." The Wraith was completely enraged and it screamed, making everyone including Liam shudder as its shrill voice assaulted their eardrums. As a last-ditch attempt, it hurriedly muttered something in archaic language and a red glow started appearing on Liam's body. Since he was dealing the maximum damage, the last attack of the boss was to possess him. Everyone noticed this and started panicking. They were so close to finishing this damned dungeon and that they had insanely worked hard for. How could this happen now? Mina. Shin Su shouted and the healer started casting a variety of spells to recover him or cleanse him, but the red glow continued to darken. Bro, try running around or jumping. Kim Hyun randomly suggested. However, Liam was still standing. This time they wanted him to be as calm as always, but he had a slight frown on his face and was gritting his teeth. This made everyone even more uneasy. Shin Su could tell that the situation was not looking good. Just start attacking the boss with everything you have. It doesn't have much health left. Move. 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 He shouted urgently. Everyone started pummeling the boss and it was easier because the Wraith had its attention on Liam. Their attacks were heavily debuffed, but it was enough to bring down the last parts of the boss. And before long. Ding. Congratulations. You have successfully defeated the demonic Wraith General. Ding. 10,000 experience points have been rewarded. Ding. You are the first to clear Moon Lake Dungeon on hard difficulty. Your grand achievement will be etched in history. Shin Su, Mina, Kim Hyun, and Chung Hee were utterly stunned. Though they doubted that the difficulty was weird for some reason, they never dared to imagine something like this. Their no-name team had actually obtained a first clear. They had all gone up by a whole level and the boss had dropped several glittering things on the lake shores. This was absolutely ridiculous. They had known all along that Liam was a bit skilled, but this was completely above and beyond. Even Chung Hee, who was feeling jealous earlier, now only had a look of reverence on his face. In fact, everyone looked at each other with similar expressions on their faces. This golden thigh. They absolutely had to cling to it. No matter what. And just when they thought that the surprises were over, another notification chimed in. Ding. World announcement. Congratulations to the Just Chilling Party for the first clear of the Moon Lake Dungeon on hard difficulty. Party members, Shin Su, Kim Hyun, Kang Mina, Chung Hee, Chang Liam. Fuck. Shin Su dropped his shield on the ground. They got a world announcement. No one could believe what they were seeing. Everyone cheered and celebrated as now their names would forever be on the walls of fame. And while they were celebrating, the person actually responsible for it had a frown on his face. Liam shook his head helplessly. He had wanted the Wraith's possess skill to last for just a bit longer as he was trying out something, but these guys were too eager and ended up killing it. All right. It doesn't matter, I guess. I should be able to get it the next time. He clicked his tongue and paid attention to the fox that was jumping up and down. This time both the bird and the fox had leveled up. It had indeed been a good decision to grind in this dungeon. Now just a few more rounds. As all the members of the team turned to look at Liam with big adoring eyes, he also had a smile when he looked back at them. Bro, shall we start another run? Liam chuckled. He had spoken exactly what was on everyone's mind. Shaking their heads vigorously, all of them quickly agreed and Liam was pleasantly surprised. He shrugged and started walking back to the portal when Shin Su remembered the other important thing and quickly stopped him. Bro. The drops. Oh. I forgot. You guys go ahead and see what we got. Liam stopped and turned around. Shin Su became nervous as he felt the spotlight on him. What if he picked up the loot and everything was worthless? Ah. Mina, you are the luckiest among us, so you pick it up. Fuck? Since when? The healer wanted to curse loudly, but since Liam was watching she squeezed out a smile and stepped forward to do the deed. Otherwise, if they continued arguing back and forth, she was worried that Liam might desert them for bickering and pick another group to run with. After all, they were just playing together randomly. 2 gold. The girl picked up the coins first and announced it as she did. Everyone gulped and waited for the next one, only to hear the girl shriek. Ahawk. Oh my god. 3 rings. 2 uncommon and 1 rare. Ah. There is a skill book too. What are the stats? Quick. Quick. Hyun gasped, but Mina shook her head, quickly walking over to Liam. She handed everything over to him without any hesitation. Bro. This is all yours. She muttered with a shy smile. Chapter 82 Unassigned Stat Points. Liam chuckled and did not say anything to the girl. He calmly took the 2 rings and studied their attributes. Spectre Halo, uncommon rank. Intellect +3, agility +3. Undead Halo, uncommon rank. Strength +3, agility +3. Wraith Halo, rare rank. Intellect +8, agility +5. Additional skill, mana regeneration is increased by 2%. Great. It's not just uncommon rank. After reading the item's description, Liam was quite pleased. Rings were already good drops as there was no limit to how many rings one could wear. Most players roamed around with all their fingers covered by 3 to 4 rings each. On top of that, these stats looked quite good, and especially the rare rank rings attributes were good enough that it could be easily used until one reached level 50. The equipments in the Evolution Online game were categorized into several ranks starting from white, common, uncommon, rare, unique, epic, and legendary. Unique, epic, and legendary rank equipments could only be obtained from mobs in high-level areas, so getting rare rank equipments was quite good at this stage. However, Liam did not go back on his words just because of this. He had already told them that the equipment drops and money would be theirs, so he looked at the healer and muttered. Show me your hand. Mina nodded and opened her palm, only to see him give all 3 rings back to her. You guys should feel free to distribute this among yourselves as you all see fit. I will be taking the skill book. It was a skill named Flame Burst, which was basically a stronger version of Fireball and consumed more mana. Liam also couldn't help but wonder if this had dropped because he did the major damage and he relied mostly on fire magic. It was something that was worth testing and another reason for running this dungeon again. I will give you guys 5 minutes, then we will start another run. Since the outside of the dungeon was extremely crowded, Liam sat down on the first street ahead of which the dungeon entrance portal was located. Now when they were ready, they could simply walk out and then walk in. He also used this opportunity to check his current status and attributes. Underscore 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 underscore. Name, Liam. Species, human being. Gender, male. Level, 17. EXP, 200/18300. Class, not applicable. Titles, Rolling in Debt, Perfectionist, Soul Devourer. underscore 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 underscore. Health 7500/7500. Mana 5000/5000. Stamina 60. Strength 60. Defense 60. Vitality 60. Agility 60. Intellect 60. Unassigned points 84. Underscore 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 underscore. Skills: throat punch, slash, sword dance, demonic summon, awaken, stealth, pickpocket, unlock, tame, ice shard, lightning bolt, fireball, lava rain, spirit slash, skill locked, spirit wrath, skill locked. Trade skills: alchemy, intermediate level, forging, master level. Underscore 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 underscore. Liam gazed at the status window with a pensive look on his face. He still had a lot of free unassigned points that he had not bothered to assign to anything just yet. In the Evolution Online game, all stat points were equally distributed until level 10, but after that, the player is given the opportunity to choose and distribute the points according to their wish. Each level upgrade gave 2 stat point boosts to each attribute, and thus Liam had managed to collect 84 points in total. Boosting agility and strength will help my swordplay. Boosting intellect will help my mana control. In reality, each and every single attribute can be independently developed and improved by doing specific things. So no matter what he chose, he could always correct the decision by working on the other attributes. But Liam had no plans of doing this, as all of this was temporary. The strength that he was gaining right now was only so that he could access the higher level areas. It wouldn't translate to the real world. Only one's soul strength, spirit strength, and what they comprehended in this tutorial could be carried over. Everything that one gained an understanding of inside the game would remain with them. No one can take that knowledge away. All right. No need to think so much. I will just add some points to all the attributes, giving intellect a bit more. Liam quickly distributed 13 stat points to all the other attributes and 19 stat points to intellect. He decided to do this as he was planning to mainly rely on his mage skills and necromancy skills for the rest of the game to understand them better. Unless he came across a sword heritage, this was his best bet. There had been a few others who had managed to stumble across these sorts of heritages and wills, which was essentially an explanation of all the concepts. Since everyone's main goal was to learn to use mana and such intuitively, these sort of heritages and wills were the real treasures, as they were shortcuts that gave the players instant spoilers. But the main problem was that no one revealed anything about these things. There was not one piece of information available about them. That didn't mean that Liam had completely given up on these. He after all knew all the players who received these heritages and wills thanks to the Walls of Fame feature of the game. Some of them even belonged to famous guilds. So he could roughly estimate which region they could have possibly gotten the heritage. Liam chuckled wryly. If he knew he was going to get a second chance, he would have tried remembering more details. For now, the only one he had a solid lead on and doubted the most was the necromancy heritage. This had to be inside the Nether Realm. That was the only logical possibility, and the player who had received this heritage also got it when the Nether Realm event started. So putting 2 and 2 together, this was the one he had the highest chance of obtaining, and hence, Liam decided to invest more in the intellect attribute. As he was deeply engrossed in his thoughts, the small fox that was jumping around him, trying to jump up and catch the bird, noticed the skill book lying near him. It got bored of playing with the bird and started playing with the book curiously. One thing led to another, and the next second, a light glow enveloped the fox as it ended up learning the skill book. Q. Chapter 83, Check the World Announcement. The small fox immediately panicked as it had done something wrong by accident. It had a constipated look on its otherwise adorable face, staring at Liam like a thief. What happened now? Papa. Liam cringed every time he heard that term. It made him feel very uncomfortable. Ahem, just call me, master. Hugh. The fox quickly nodded its head up and down. At this point, it was ready to do anything to make up for its mistake. Okay. Tell me what happened now. The beast looked here and there, and seeing that there was no way to salvage the situation, it finally spat out the truth. Master. I ate the book. Eh? Liam immediately stiffened up. He picked up the fox and looked at it from all sides. It was only level 1 and it could already learn skills. As soon as he picked it up, the small fox began panicking even more and started to cry. What happened now? Liam was speechless. Ah. Don't worry. It's okay to eat books. I will give you more books to eat later. Seeing him interact with the fox with a warm expression, the others standing around were flabbergasted. Was this the same guy who had grilled us all for the past few hours? Among them, Mina, the healer, had been eyeing the fox from the beginning. She was a girl who liked cute things, and the fox was adorable as hell. So with a bright beaming smile, she decided to use this chance and talk to Liam, but before she could, a private message popped up in their group. Inside the private chat. Shin Su, Tank, stop trying to flirt with him so blatantly. You will drive him away. Kim Hyun, thief ya. You will drive him away with your ugliness. Hee hee. Kong Mina, healer, you both are idiots. Kong Mina, healer Kim Hyun, I won't heal you bastard. Chung Hee, mage 1, what are the stats on the 2 rings? Are they good? And what skill book dropped? Shin Su, Tank, the rings are good. For now, Mina will equip 2 and I will equip 1. Forget the skill book, it wouldn't be polite to ask for more details. Chung Hee, mage 1 AI. I was just curious. Shin Su, Tank, I am also planning to give the rare ring back to him when we finish all the runs. If anyone has any objections, speak up now. Chung Hee, mage 1, I am fine with that. Kong Mina, healer +1. Kim Hyun, thief +1. Shin Su, Tank, alright, good. You all better behave during this run. Do better. Since these people were busy chatting, and several messages popped up in the group chat, the other rejected mage also chimed in. Gu Sunho, mage 2, don't tell me. Who? You guys just finished the first run? Kim Hyun, thief fuck. Why is this guy still in the group? Kick him out. Gu Sunho, mage 2, bitch, please. Who do you think has to carry your lazy ass in the next run? I only need a couple more hours, by the way, I will be level 20. Humph. Kim Hyun, thief, hee. Gu Sunho, mage 2, kek. All my equipments are uncommon. Now do you understand? Kim Hyun, thief, hee. Gu Sunho, mage 2, what? Have you gone crazy from jealousy? Kim Hyun, thief, hee. Gu Sunho, mage 2, your mother. Shin Su, Tank, alright. Stop. Both of you. Just stop. Kim Hyun, stop spamming in this chat and get ready for the next run. Do I need to tell you more? Gu Sunho, mage 2, you guys are really going to go for another run? Are you serious? Gu Sunho, mage 2, just the first run took so long. Isn't this a waste of time? Gu Sunho, mage 2? Gu Sunho, mage 2? Gu Sunho, mage 2? Kim Hyun, thief, look at the world announcement properly, stupid. Hee. The 4 of them no longer were chatting in the group, so Gu Sunho quickly opened up the Wall of Fame feature to take a look. He hadn't seen it before, as he was also running a dungeon, but now he had some spare time to pay attention to it. Besides, he was also very curious about Kim Hyun's cryptic words. The bastard had spoken as if the announcement had something to do with him. How absurd. His eyes hurriedly swept past the initial congratulatory message and finally landed on the party name and the names of the members of the party. Phew-cuck. Gu Sunho felt his head spin and his eyes were full of shock and disbelief. How the hell is this possible? He knew about the strength of their team better than anyone. So how the hell was something like this even remotely possible? Unless the person they had teamed up with was an insane monster. Damn it. Why was I the one to be kicked out? Ah. His luck was absolute dog's hit today. This was not fair. But Gu Sunho was not the only person to see the world announcement. The Moon Lake dungeon had become even more crowded ever since the world announcement was made. Several elite teams from top guilds once again returned to the dungeon to redo their runs and figure out the secret of triggering hard mode. The hard mode dungeon record was not set yet, and more importantly, there could be yet another level of difficulty that was worse than hard mode. So to obtain these clears, everyone hurriedly scrambled towards the Moon Lake dungeon. And among these people was a certain redhead. Damn it. How the heck is this possible? Alex gnashed her teeth and swung the axe she was carrying onto the ground. A loud thud resounded in the air. Chapter 84 again. Calm down, sis. Ray smiled awkwardly, but he quickly looked away as soon as his sister gave him a death glare. We fucking ran that dungeon a dozen times and still did not unlock the hard mode, and this bastard somehow did that. Alex was furious. Sis, we already have the first clear and the dungeon record for the normal mode. So why not just let this go? Are you serious? I already told you about our situation and why we are investing in this game, and you still dare to be carefree. Seeing that Alex was ready to grill Ray, Mia sighed and finally intervened. Let him be, Alex. I don't want you guys to be stressing out so much. My parents wouldn't have wanted that either. I already told you. If it means that we have to let go of that company, then we will. It will be fine. Sorry. I didn't mean to. Alex didn't want to hurt her feelings. She knew that she was very upset and just not showing it outside. It's all right. Mia patted her with a sweet smile and then asked. So what are we going to do now? A golden glow surrounded the woman as she had advanced further in her healer class. What else? Alex grinned. We are going to the Moon Lake dungeon. Hey. Alex. Mia was speechless. You wanted me to not stress, right? What other better way is there to relieve my stress? Hee hee. Sis. Ray had a bad feeling about this. I am going to hunt that guy down and send him all the way back to zero. I might even camp next to his body and continue beating him to pulp some more. Want me to sign a fucking slave contract? We will see who signs what. Humph. Past level 25, it was not possible to enter the Moon Lake level 20 dungeon, so just like the other guilds, Heavenly Retribution led by Alex, Mia and Ray also hurried over to the dungeon. With several elite teams suddenly scattered all around Alika City, the entire place became chaotic. A lot of fights broke out and a lot of people also started selling wares outside the dungeon. They only sold consumables, but they sold them for a higher price than what they were available for in the city and raked in some fast profits. Meanwhile, near the dungeon portal, Liam and the rest of the members of his team appeared shortly and then disappeared back into the dungeon in the next instant. The fully cleared village now once again was brimming with specters at every corner. Liam saw that everyone was staring at his face and waiting for him, so he chuckled. You all know the drill, right? Then what are you waiting for? Let's start. Shinsu gulped and double-checked just to be sure. So everything same as the last run, brother? I mean everything including pulling all the mobs? Liam nodded. Yes. Just like that. Does anyone have a problem with that? Everyone nodded their heads like dolls, and the tank quickly stepped forward to pull the first mob. His movements were much more fluid and confident compared to before. Damage numbers started appearing, and everyone could see the results of their previous run. Kim Hyun and Chung Hee had both leveled up and their damage output was not higher. The healer as well had gotten a good boost from the new ring, and she was grinning wildly from ear to ear to see everyone's health bar filling up with just the weakest healing spell. However, unfortunately for them, this was all temporary. When Liam stepped in casually and started casting his fireballs, each attack zoomed through the air like a cannonball. Chung Hee was especially dumbfounded as he gawked at the new damage numbers. It was already unbelievable, and now it had increased even further. After distributing all the stat points, Liam's damage numbers improved by a decent percentage as he had been accumulating them all this time. So the sudden change was very noticeable. And it did not end here. After Liam tossed a fireball, another huge ball of fire shot towards the specters. Fire blast. And the caster was none other than the small fox jumping up and down near Liam's feet. The bird did not make any move yet, but the last attack was undoubtedly from the fox. Coo. 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 The little thing looked very happy. Everyone looked at Liam and then at the tiny fox next to him. They didn't know who was more monstrous. Not many people had pets at the moment, and the formation available was not much. So it was shocking for them to see a tiny little pet casting a magic spell, especially considering that Liam was a mage. Chung Hee wanted to cry. It was shameful for him to see that his own class could be so much more powerful. Just like him, another person also wanted to cry, though it was for a different reason. Kong Mina wanted so badly to lift that tiny little fox and run away. Unfortunately, she was a bit too terrified of Liam to do that. The group continued grinding the specters in the same way they had done earlier, and though they all assumed that things would be a lot easier this time, considering the numbers Liam was pulling, it ended up being just as taxing as before. They still chased after each and every mob in the dungeon and, surprisingly, Liam was also somewhat slower in attacking. It looked like he was engrossed in deep thought and took his sweet time sending out the fireballs. The others did not know what skill book had dropped, so they waited for him to use the new skill. However, that never happened. He even used Lava Rain sparingly and only kept sending out fireballs. Of course, it would make their lives a lot easier if he did something more, but who was going to complain? The man was still doing the majority of the damage. At this point, the rest of the team's sole consolation was that their damage numbers were at least higher than the little fox's. Chapter 85 again. A few hours quickly passed, and by this time, everyone had run the dungeon 2 more times, one after the other without any break. All the members of the group, including Liam, had leveled up 1 more time, and the Wind Ripper also leveled up to 3. However, the fox was still at level 1. The total experience points required for a spirit beast to jump from one level to another was actually worse than that of a human being. Liam patted the tiny thing and then fed it a berry. It didn't need it, but it was staring at him while he was munching, so he gave it one as well. Shin Su watched this wholesome scene and decided to speak up his mind, but as soon as he opened his mouth, Liam spoke up before him. Again? Let's go. The tank smiled bitterly, looking at his teammates. Everyone was draped from head to toe in lots of new gears, and their pockets were also full. Liam had been very generous, and they had gained a lot, but still. They couldn't bring themselves to repeat the same thing over and over again, especially considering how difficult the run was every single time. Even though their bodies were fully recovered and their minds as well had somewhat recovered by drinking the lake water, it was still very stressful to undergo this sort of continuous strenuous training. This sort of thing was different from sitting in the same spot and grinding for hours together. They had to physically move and run and fight and perspire. This required discipline and a certain type of will to work hard. Not everyone had the ability to train like this non-stop. Shin Su really wanted to pull his hair out. Just as much as he was tired, he also didn't want to let go of Liam. Something told him that it wouldn't be possible to meet with this person again. He cried inwardly at his plight and lightly nodded his head. Everyone behind him gasped in shock silently. They had wanted Shin Su to say no, but he agreed just like that. Shin Su, guys, please cooperate. This should be the last time. I think even he will feel tired after this run. Kong Mina. Kim Hyun. Chung Hee. Seeing this, another person shamelessly popped in. Gu Sunho, if anyone wants to switch out, I am free to hop in. Shin Su. Kong Mina. Kim Hyun. Chung Hee. Gu Sunho, Hyun, you too? Fuck. You guys are all going a bit too far. Everyone might be tired, but no one wanted to lose their place and switch with the guy. They could only grit their teeth and continue with the run. And then another one. And then another one. And then another one. And finally, at the end of the next run, no one even had the will to stand up anymore. Luckily for them, Liam this time had a smile on his face as opposed to his usually stern face. All right. I reached level 20. You all should be at least 22 or 23, right? It's not efficient to grind here anymore. Shall we leave? He even seemed very lively compared to the usual and very relaxed, as if he had just gotten some sort of massage. On the other hand, everyone else was in a different state. They could only silently nod again. In the end, only Shin Su was able to muster his strength and talk back. Bro, are we now going to another dungeon? What is the plan? He hesitantly asked, afraid to know the answer. Hearing his words, the others were stunned silly. Another dungeon, ah? Was this fellow trying to kill them all? They had alarmed looks on their faces and they wanted to protest right then and there. But it looked like their good luck, or rather bad luck, had finally come to an end. Liam shook his head and muttered. No, I have something else to do. Let's part ways here. He did not even finish speaking when he heard a collective sigh. He couldn't help but chuckle. Good luck. He left the party right away and then walked out of the dungeon casually. The four who had just now sighed in relief suddenly had different expressions on their faces. Fuck. Kong Mina was the first one to shout. Ah. Friend request. She didn't wait for Shin Su and directly sent Liam a request. The next second, she also got the notification. Ding. Your friend request has been accepted. He accepted it. He accepted it. She grinned and jumped up to stand in shock. He accepted it? Shin Su also hurriedly sent one. Ding. Your friend request has been accepted. Oh. He accepted mine. He felt relieved only after seeing this message. Now if they wanted to call him again in the future, things would be a lot smoother. Seeing the two of them get positive results, the other two as well hurriedly sent in, but unfortunately, no return notification came in as their request was probably not viewed. They knew that because they had also received a lot of friend requests after the world announcement. So by the time Liam checked again, theirs would probably already be buried. It's fine. Why do you have long faces? We will be playing together anyways. I will just talk to him and later, you both can also send in requests again. Don't spam him now. Shin Su as well got up. He already had a plan to contact Liam later as he wanted to give back all the rare drops from the dungeon. Since every single one of their runs had been on hard mode, their luck was quite good and they had actually gotten 3 rare drops in total. Liam did not care about it and simply asked them to keep, but Shin Su wanted to return it. At that time, they could once again team up and play. While he was thinking about this, Kong Mina continued proudly showing off. Yeah. Don't worry. I can also message him on your behalf. Kim Hyun couldn't stand it any longer and scoffed at her. What are you so happy about? Did you think you hooked on some rich whale? He looks like a mixed-race person, and judging from his name Chang Liam, he is probably from China and you are from Korea. And more importantly, have you looked at yourself in the mirror? Even if he is some big shot, he won't spare one look at you. Humph. Kim Hyun. I swear I will let you die in the next run. Chapter 86, I Think You Are in Love. After stepping out of the dungeon, Liam weaved through the crowd with his two pets clinging close to him. As he was walking, suddenly the sea of crowd parted, allowing a group of people to walk through. Liam paused and moved aside to stand on the sidelines. He knew exactly who these people were and why they were getting this sort of treatment. The group of American players in front of him belonged to the guild Mithril Dominance, and it was one of the top 10 guilds not just in the game but also in the outside world. And the 7 members walking towards the dungeon portal were the main powerhouses of the guild. He quickly flipped open the leaderboard, and just as he had expected, he could already see their names on the chart. He could almost recognize every single name on the chart. These were the people whom he had yearned to be like and looked up to as a role model in his previous life. Back then, it was like a distant dream, but now. Liam shook his head and began to walk out of the crowd, heading away from the dungeon, when he suddenly felt as if he was being watched. It was a distinct feeling, and he immediately activated stealth, his figure blurring away from the place where he was standing. Seconds after he had stepped away, a feisty redhead appeared at the same spot and she looked around with her eyes peeled. I swear. I just saw him here. Alex sighed in exasperation. All the other players standing around immediately stiffened up as all of a sudden a gorgeous creature had appeared near them. Sis. Ray spoke seriously. I want to tell you something. What? Alex growled back. I think you are in love. He scratched his chin and continued speaking as if he had just now analyzed something complex. What? What did you say? Alex turned around, no longer searching for Liam. Her focus was only on her younger brother standing in front of her. Ahaha. I mean, you're even seeing his face everywhere. Ray was already regretting his words. No. I dare you to repeat. What did you just say? Alex took a few steps towards her brother, making the latter want to run away. Sis, guild members are watching. Please have mercy. Humph. Do you think I care? Next time do not speak rubbish like this. Else forget the game, I will beat you up when you get out of the damn capsule. Alex took a deep breath, after which she returned back to her group once again, more calm and composed and with none of the earlier anger on her face. Though every now and then she still looked around, still searching for the figure she had fleetingly seen in the crowd. Liam, on the other hand, was long gone. There were still a couple of days left for the black market to open up again, and he only wanted to leave Alika City after submitting his smithing quest and receiving the next part of the chain quest. Every single place I need to visit after this is a high-level zone. So I should just focus on leveling up for the next couple of days until the market opens up again. I should also probably log out and make sure that everything is alright. When Liam logged out of the game and exited the game capsule, he could instantly hear loud music blaring through the whole apartment. He also heard a few voices. Huh? What is this girl up to? He scratched his head and walked out of his room to the living room when the scene in front of him made him utterly speechless. A bunch of random girls were jumping or dancing or working out or whatever it was that they were doing. He also spotted the next-door neighbor and his sister at the front. Hope you don't mind. My apartment's power circuit tripped. Shinyu muttered with her usual polite smile, slightly out of breath as she continued her movement. Please, brother. Class is almost over. Just 5 more minutes. Mei Mei chimed in, mirroring whatever the other person was doing. She was also out of breath. Liam was speechless. Things around him were jiggling and shaking and moving too much. He took one look at this chaotic scene and did a U-turn, returning back to his room. He could even hear some giggling behind him, but he didn't care and quickly shut the door. He had heard the words 5 minutes, so he decided to take a shower first. He also ordered a bunch of food for dinner. By the time he was done showering, the food had already arrived and it looked like the crowd in their apartment had also cleared out. Only his sister and Shinyu were collapsed on the floor of the living room. "Oh my god, the food smells so good," Shinyu immediately exclaimed. "Brother, sis is a big foodie." He. Mei added. "You are welcome to join us for dinner." Liam smiled politely. He didn't mind the intrusion as he was pleased to see his sister finally happy and smiling like a normal teenager. "Wah. Thanks. Your brother is so nice, Mei." Shinyu chuckled and lifted her sweaty body from the floor. "It's all right. I don't want to impose on you guys too much. Thanks for letting me use your apartment." She waved goodbye when her stomach made a loud embarrassing grumbling sound. Mei couldn't hold it in and ended up laughing loudly. "Sis, you don't think too much. Just join us for dinner." She smiled brightly. "Ahaha. Okay." Shinyu nodded and agreed with an awkward smile. "Then I won't hold back. Let me wash up and come first." After she left, Mei turned around to give Liam a big thumbs up. "Huh? What is that for?" Chapter 87, They All Died. He. The young girl giggled and winked at Liam. "I know everything, brother." "Eh? What do you know?" He. "I am not that small, you know." She winked at him when Liam finally understood what she meant. He gave her a bitter smile and pinched her cheeks. "Don't talk rubbish." While the two of them arranged the dishes on the table, a surprised yelp came from within Liam's room. "She went to my room?" Liam walked over to check what had happened when he saw Shinyu admiring his game capsule with her mouth open. "Whoa. This is so big." "Yeah, it's an advanced full dive game, so the capsule is quite complicated. By the way, there is another washroom in the corridor." Liam pointed her to the one outside his room. Sorry. My bad. I saw this and just walked in." Shinyu was really embarrassed this time as she had crossed a line and wandered into another person's private room. "Don't worry about it." Liam shook his head. "Join us when you are done." He left her and returned back to the living room. He was starving, so he dug in without waiting for anyone. Shinyu clapped her face with her hands and shook her head. She then quickly ran out of his room and used the washroom outside. She splashed water on her face and looked up to see the mirror when she noticed that her shirt had been fully drenched in sweat and extremely transparent all this time. Even her breasts and her nipples were clearly visible. "Ah!" She yelped once again, and before any of the two siblings could stop her, she ran out of the apartment first. "I will change clothes first." Only her voice could be heard. "What happened now?" Liam asked his sister, who shook her head and shrugged. She also did not know. When Shinyu returned back, the TV was switched on and both Liam and Meilin were already sitting on the couch and munching their food. "Did he see everything?" Shinyu gulped and took some dishes onto her plate, acting as normal as she could. She looked at Liam, who seemed as expressionless as always. But this only made it worse and her face became bright red. She silently sat on the other end of the couch and continued eating. On the TV, once again news about the latest video game was being broadcast. No one was still able to find how everything was hacked and who was the game developer of this revolutionary game. "Well, I guess this is all the same, they are paying attention to the wrong things." Liam sighed, muttering to himself. "Brother, did you say something?" Meilin asked, to which he shook his head. Nothing. "Brother, by the way, did you hear the news yet?" The young girl looked so excited to tell him that she put her plate down and shouted with her mouth still full. "First swallow your food, idiot." Liam chuckled. Humph. You wouldn't be this calm if you heard the news. She pouted. Shinyu silently watched the two, wondering what they were talking about. The bullies that cornered us the other day? You remember? Liam casually put another scoopful of food in his mouth. He already knew what she was going to tell. Brother. They died. They actually died. Oh really? He slowly chewed, enjoying the taste of the fried chicken. What happened? Their gaming software apparently malfunctioned and they died within the capsule itself. Their parents only found out about it when they hadn't come out for a couple of days together. Mei Mei started recounting the whole incident as she had read in the news. It was being talked about a lot, and the specific gaming capsule manufacturing company was also being sued. There were also several talks and serious protests about how gaming was the cancer of society and etc. So they chalked this up to game capsule malfunction? Liam could only chuckle inwardly hearing all this nonsense. He knew very well that nothing was going to change even after all of these. Human greed was boundless, so despite the situation being risky, ultimately no one was going to care. When the serious gamers started earning a lot, it was only inevitably going to grow more and more until the big balloon burst open and revealed the reality to everyone. Snapping him out of his thoughts, Mei Mei clutched his hand and asked worriedly. Brother. Maybe you should also play the game a little less? Liam smiled and ruffled her head. Don't worry, dummy. I am using a different company's gear. He must have skimped on money. That's why it malfunctioned. Both of ours are pretty high-end, so you don't have to worry about that. Shinyu finally mustered the courage to join the conversation and spoke up. Oh. Which one do you think is good? I am also thinking of getting. Liam nodded and gave her some details before finishing his food and returning back to his room. He then switched on his desktop. He opened up the official website for the game, which was basically the most popular games website now manually made into the Evolution Online website by some of the gamers and the company. Since no other company came forward and claimed a lawsuit for doing this unlawfully, they continued posing as the official website. Liam signed in as a guest and posted. I died a few times in game today and I am feeling a bit sick when I logged out. Did anyone else experience this? I died a few times in game today and I am feeling a bit sick when I logged out. Did anyone else experience this? I died a few times in game today and I am feeling a bit sick when I logged out. Did anyone else experience this? He made the same post on a few threads and then signed out. This was it. He could only hint at these things, and just doing this was already risky enough. Otherwise, he would be subjected to the unnecessary spotlight that he didn't yet have the strength to defend against. Chapter 88 It and #39 S Raining Black. Mei Mei. Lock the doors properly before you go to sleep. After reminding his sister again, Liam then stretched his arms and let out a big yawn before getting back into the game capsule. Your brother is always this loving and caring? Shinyu asked enviously. She herself did not have any siblings, and her parents also kind of stopped talking to her and were cold and distant from her when she did not listen to their orders and study medicine. She wanted to become a dancer instead, and in the meantime worked as a personal trainer to make ends meet and support herself financially. Yes, my big bro is nice to me all the time. Maylin replied, but after that, she grinned widely and then winked. Hee hee? Why do you ask, Sisyu? Ah. Nothing. Nothing. Was just curious. Shinyu immediately became conscious again and turned her face back to the TV. Watching her actions, Mei Mei became more excited and continued teasing her. He also doesn't have a girlfriend, Sisyu. Hee hee. Shinyu did not say anything and quickly stuffed her mouth with a spoonful of food. However, her beautiful face was already red like a ripe tomato. Meanwhile, back in the game, Liam looked at the two leeches staring at him and then patted them with a smile. Time to get to work. Cool. The trio started walking around Alika City as Liam was trying to make up his mind. He had 48 hours plus another 48 hours before the black market opened up again. This was a significant amount of time and he needed to spend it properly. The most important task now was to level up, and he knew a lot of juicy spots to do this. However, he had a feeling that he could be spending this time better. He opened the world map in his system interface and gazed at the blackish dark red blinking icon near the right bottom corner. The Nether Realm. According to the details of the reward he received for obliterating those worthless souls, he should be able to enter and exit this at will. In his previous life, Liam had only entered this well past the event, and by that time everything good was already gone. He also didn't know much details about this place as he had hardly paid any attention to it, but now that his undead affinity and demonic affinity were SSS grade and S grade, it would be foolish to ignore this part of the tutorial. If he was simply going to be leveling, he might as well do that here and explore the Nether Realm at the same time to be more efficient. Without the details of the treasure spots and juicy Easter eggs, combing through a place like that was going to be a difficult job. So the earlier he started working on it, the better. He might be sacrificing his leveling speed a bit, but it didn't matter as he would also be looking around the place at the same time. Making up his mind, Liam pressed the blinking button. Immediately a reddish-black swirling mass of energy appeared in front of him. This was a portal. If I am not wrong, this should be a single-use portal. It should disappear after I use it until I summon it again. Liam carefully observed it first and then extended his hand to reach the portal. At the same time, he was also prepared to react immediately as he had no idea what awaited him on the other end. It wouldn't be anything that he couldn't handle, but Liam doubted that the system would go easy on him. If anything, it would be the other way around. He looked at the bird and the fox and pointed to the portal once before directly touching it. The two as well did the same, and the next second, all of them were pulled in. The lush green forests around them disappeared and they now stood on what looked like a vast desert, except the sands were brownish-green in color. The sky above them was crimson, blotched with pitch-black clouds. Ding! You have entered the Nether Realm. Ding! You are the first player to discover the Nether Realm. Ding! 5,000 experience points have been rewarded. Ding! You have obtained the title Pioneer. Pioneer, when the title is equipped, drop rates are higher and experience points gained are boosted by 5%. Hey! This is a very useful title. Liam clicked his tongue and then opened the map on the system interface once again. It indicated that he was in the Zodal Empire in the Eastern Zone. If I remember correctly, this should be a demon kingdom. The Eastern Zone should be mostly demon kingdoms while the South should be beastkin lands. He gazed at the map, which was mostly blanked out, and tried to remember as much as he could. But his exact starting point didn't matter too much as necromancers were typically scattered throughout the Nether Realm. As he looked at the map trying to jog his memories, a loud thunder rumbled, snapping him out of his thoughts. Black raindrops fell from the sky, wetting the barren desert lands and forming small black puddles. Liam collected a drop of the black rain in his finger and flicked it casually. This was the trademark debuff of the Nether Realm. Players avoided this rain like plague as it not only decreased their stats but also sizzled and burned as it touched the skin. However, Liam currently did not feel any pain. He was also not injured. The drops that fell on him momentarily drenched his clothes but were later absorbed by his skin underneath, leaving his clothes once again clean and dry. The raindrops falling on his hands and his face were also readily absorbed, and before he could wonder why this was happening, he received the answer. Ding! You have been empowered by the Nether. Ding! All your stats are increased by 10%. Chapter 89 On Their Own. Ding! You have been empowered by the Nether. Ding! All your stats are increased by 10%. Ding! Experience points gained are increased by 10%. Ding. Your pet 1 is inflicted by the nether. Ding. Your pet's stats are decreased by 10%. Ding. Your pet 2 is inflicted by the nether. Ding. Your pet's stats are decreased by 10%. Liam waited for all the notifications to roll in one after the other. He had expected some of these, but he hadn't expected his pets to get affected by the nether debuff. But now that he thought about it, everything made sense. One pet was the common type and the other pet was the spirit type. Both didn't have an affinity to the nether energy as he did. Well, it doesn't matter. My experience points should transfer over without any problems, so you both can still level up. As he looked around, wondering which direction to head in first, suddenly small skittering noises sounded behind him. Liam instantly turned around and unsheathed his sword by habit. But when he looked at what was making the noise, he relaxed a little. It was just a horde of demon larvae passing by. Demon larvae. Level 4. Health, 400. Liam glanced at their stats and they were just ants in front of him. You two want to try fighting them? He looked at the fox and the bird. He wanted both to be more accustomed to fighting. And that was something that needed to be learned and trained the hard way. There were no shortcuts. Otherwise, they would simply just be glass cannons leeching his experience points and nothing more. Coo! The fox excitedly jumped up and down. The bird was even more excited, eyeing the demon larvae that had the potential to become powerful demons as simply mere food. It liked that they looked like wiggling worms. Liam did not have to tell them twice and they quickly jumped into action. In the meantime, he continued to think about where to move next. But he also paid attention to what they were doing from the corner of his eyes. After all, there were about 50 or 60 demon larvae wiggling towards them. He didn't plan on intervening unless things became very bad. Nevertheless, he still kept an eye on the two. The fox did not approach the horde yet and started sending out fire blasts one at a time, aiming for the horde. Hue! 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 It jumped up and down in joy as if it was playing an aim-and-shoot video game. Liam was actually having trouble focusing on his thoughts as the adorable thing was putting on a good show for him. It was like fireworks and the attacks wreaked havoc amidst the previously coordinated and orderly horde. The bird, on the other hand, used this chaos to pick up the pieces. It swooped in and pecked the injured larvae that were trying to run helter-skelter. You guys even know how to work together. Liam nodded in approval, and for a change, he was getting experience points from their efforts. This was not much so when he spotted a nearby group of poisonous scorpions. He started tossing fireballs at them. He didn't want to just simply stand while waiting for the two to learn fighting. He also had a lot to learn and figure out. Aiming for the scorpion at the front, Liam tried to focus on the mana flowing inside his body and cast a fireball, when he abruptly stopped in his actions without casting anything. He didn't know why, but the mana inside his body at the moment felt a bit different. It wasn't anything bad, but rather it felt more chaotic and restless. Liam used both his hands to better picture the image in his mind and then again conjured a fireball in front of him. Now he had no doubt. This was definitely different from the other times he had cast the same spell. Was it because he was in the Nether Realm? Liam did not know if this was why he also had received notifications about his attack boost. Since when did I become so sensitive to mana to spot such small changes? Something was different and he pondered about it as he sent the fireball flying towards one of the scorpions. These were level 15 beasts, and considering that Liam's stats were already enhanced because of his body cleansing and this coupled with the Nether Realm boost, the beast was completely overpowered. The flames roared as they destroyed the scorpion's shell in one clean hit, thereby killing the beast along with it. Ding! 75 experience points have been rewarded. The experience points were rather low as there was a significant level difference, but Liam was excited nevertheless. He was slaughtering beasts that were only 5 levels below him as if he was slaughtering level 1 demon larvae. He was also gaining a better and better sense of the mana coursing through the body. Perhaps he was influenced by the joyful look on the fox's face. Liam also had a big smile on his face. It felt truly nice to not be weak and powerless, scrapping just to get hands on leftovers. Ding. 75 experience points have been rewarded. Ding. 75 experience points have been rewarded. Ding. 75 experience points have been rewarded. After killing the 5 scorpions, Liam stopped for a moment. There were a few more ahead of him, but he didn't move to attack them just yet. Awaken. He tried casting the only undead spell he had learned so far. If he could feel so much difference when casting a fire magic spell, then how would he feel when casting an undead spell? No. I have to get it this time. He clenched his fists. Liam closed his eyes and carefully paid attention to the changes in his body, while he muttered the spell and then tried to sense everything to the fullest that he could. Chapter 90, Just Out of Reach. Zoo 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 zoo. The roiling waves of mana crashed inside his body as they churned and circulated everywhere. They were turbulent and unsteady. As Liam tried his very best and followed this trail of thought, he suddenly caught the feeling of an unfamiliar presence. It was as if a black stream was intermingling with a vast blue river. The two did not mix with each other, but there were splashes which made them both more turbulent. Liam gritted his teeth and tried to focus more and grab this insight, but before he could, everything shattered and scattered like a glass vase on the floor. Damn it. He stretched his limbs in frustration. He almost had it, but it slipped out of his hand. He took a few deep breaths and calmed down. It's fine. Everything is just beginning. Calm down. I should not be hasty. After settling his thoughts, Liam looked at the 5 undead scorpions in front of him, all waiting for his command. The other 2 had also finished fighting with the demon larvae, so he whistled and started walking, signaling everyone to follow closely. The group wandered around the red barren desert for a while. Everything was cracked and devoid of moisture, and there wasn't any vegetation as far as the eyes could see. Every now and then the group ran into some lower-level beasts which either Liam took care of by himself, or if they were weak enough, he let the other 2 pets handle the situation. He didn't particularly use the undead as he was still training his spell casting, so they simply wandered near them like unused bodyguards. He only continued to use the fireballs one after the other. After a few minutes, Liam paused and realized something that he hadn't observed before. The mana in the nether realm was thinner. Mana was still there and an adequate amount at that, but there definitely was a lower concentration of it in the air around. He wondered if he was only able to notice this because he had cleansed his body once. Other than removing impurities from his body, it had also made him more sensitive to mana. Even for a low-grade potion, he was seeing this much effect. Just how effective was a high-grade or a rare elixir going to be? Just the mere thought of it made Liam lick his lips in delight, or perhaps because he was parched after walking around in the desert for so long. Okay. This is not going to work. I need to find a viewing spot and get a grasp of things. He looked around and saw a small range of pointy hills in the distance. He walked over to it and then started climbing it. Thankfully, it wasn't too steep, so all his summons and his pets were able to follow him without any difficulty. They hiked for a while and then they finally arrived at the top of the tallest hill in the cluster. Liam looked around and sighed. The air here was much cooler. He also came prepared. So he took out a bottle of water from his inventory. The cool water felt refreshing and he drank several mouthfuls. As he did that, the small creature next to him jumped up in delight and ran towards something. Coo! Liam's gaze shifted to see the fox running to a small thorny bush that had some berries on it. Stop! Don't eat that. He immediately warned the furry ball of energy. He knew that nothing here was edible and even the beasts were poisonous beasts. So most probably those berries were poisonous too. The small fox stopped in its tracks and did not disobey him. It, however, drooped its head in sadness. Liam looked at the fox and then at the bird. One barely even showed its presence while the other behaved cutely every chance it got. He was amazed at this difference. He chuckled and took out some berries and meat from his inventory. My bad. I should have fed you guys a while back. Both the pets instantly jumped onto the food while the undead continued to stand as if everything happening around them had nothing to do with them. After settling the matter of food, Liam walked back and forth, going to the various edges of the cliff and peering down and ahead to get an idea of the place he was in. Unfortunately, this height was still not enough and he could only see the red sand desert spreading across the horizon, interspersed with some hills and rocky terrain here and there. What the heck? He scratched his head, deciding to try his luck by climbing onto another cluster of hills nearby. As he was about to give up and climb down, suddenly a slight whizzing noise sounded in the distance and Liam turned to catch a glimpse of a red flare going up into the sky. Oh! That should definitely be a demon settlement. Liam's eyes brightened and he noted the direction before climbing down from the cliff. The fox and the bird looked reluctant to come down as the air above was nicer, but seeing Liam walk away, they could only follow him. The group continued their journey once again and before long they ran into a group of rabid dogs that had longer tails and horns protruding from their heads. There were totally 10 of them, all seeming to belong to the same pack, and they were baring their teeth at the big juicy prey in front of them. Rabid Hound. Level 21. Health, 20,000. Get back. Don't engage. Liam immediately warned both of his pets and he stepped forward, retrieving his sword. Rabid hounds were demon beasts that excelled in strength as well as agility. Besides, some of them were also capable of using demonic magic. So he didn't dare to simply use fireballs in this situation and use these guys as sparring partners, especially considering that it was 1 versus 10. He had to go all out. Chapter 91, Friend or Foe? The pack of rabid hounds scraped their feet on the ground and snarled at Liam before bounding towards him collectively. Their ferocious snarling sounds were terrifying, and the sight of an entire pack together was even more terrifying. Liam stood calmly, unfazed by the fact that he was outnumbered. Since he still had a couple of seconds before they reached him, he quickly activated his skill, Lava Rain. Black rain was still pouring endlessly around him, but now laced with these droplets of corrupt water, there were beads of lava falling from the sky. The hounds hissed in pain as the lava seared their skin, and within a second, injuries started piling up and damage numbers were popping out. Growl. The bunch of rabid hounds became extremely enraged as they leaped towards Liam, wanting to rip him apart, limb from limb. Liam smirked. He instantly unsheathed his sword and blocked the hound that came for his throat. Clang. The paw nails of the hound scratched his sword, producing a screeching metallic noise as the beast was flung aside. Liam did not stop there. Clang. 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 He parried with 3 more hounds that were aiming for his vital spots. As for the rest of the rabid hounds that were coming at him. Sword dance. His lean muscular figure spun around, slashing unceasingly at every enemy that daringly bared its teeth at him. Aim for the hounds that are bleeding and send out fire bursts. Attack the 2 on my left. Hearing Liam's instructions, both the fox and the 5 undead scorpions quickly got to work. If they had attacked right from the beginning, then the beasts would have aggroed onto them completely, and the level 20 rabid hounds were a bit too strong for either to handle. The level 4 fox would probably become a snack in a second for the level 20 hound. This was why he had asked them to wait first. But now that he had the full attention of every single enemy, he was comfortable asking the fox and the undead to join the fight, leaving the pet bird in reserve. Bang! 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 The small fox had good eyes to pick out the targets with the most number of injuries, and it aimed for them, shooting out fire bursts one after the other. The 5 undead scorpions stabbed the 2 fallen down hounds with their pincers, and when they were struggling to get back up, they dealt the final blow by stinging them with their venomous tail. Ding. You have gained 165 experience points. Ding. You have gained 165 experience points. As the undead finished their target, the fox took down 3 as well since these hounds were already heavily injured by Liam. Ding. You have gained 165 experience points. Liam, meanwhile, also finished 3 hounds, and the big pack of ferocious rabid hounds that could strike fear in many players' hearts were suddenly reduced to a pair of stray dogs. Growl. Growl. The last 2 came running at Liam and he slashed down at one while gripping the other one's throat with his left hand. He then materialized a ball of fire right where its head was directly blasting the hound apart. Ding. You have gained 165 experience points. Ding. You have gained 165 experience points. As the last one also dropped dead, all the 10 hounds laid scattered around. Their heavy bodies lifelessly sunk inside the red desert sands. Good job. Liam did not forget to compliment the fox on a job well done, and he then looked around to see if any skill books had dropped. No luck, huh? That's fine. He placed the copper coins that were nearby into his pockets and then also placed all the rabid hounds into the inventory space. He then once again proceeded to walk towards the place where he had seen the red flare go up. Liam was still quite unsure of where exactly he was. Unlike the Gresh Kingdom map, he didn't know this one all too well, but if he reached the city or town, he had the confidence to at least vaguely guess where he could be. There would also probably be NPCs whom he could talk to for information. So he just had to reach a settlement. After a few minutes, the group reached the place without running into any other monsters, and Liam walked ahead to talk to the 2 guards standing at the entrance of the city. It seemed to be a small city juxtaposed in between rocky barren hills, and the 2 guards standing were also quite peculiar. They looked very gruff and angry, and they had scales covering their bodies. These were undoubtedly demon and beast hybrids. And as soon as Liam laid his eyes on these 2, he immediately remembered something important. The event. He had completely forgotten about the significance of the event that had opened up this nether realm to everyone. When the nether realm was opened for everyone, it was because the divine army wanted to use the chaos in the nether realm and massacre the beings of the nether realm. But in the end, only some of the human factions joined the divine army. The rest ended up joining the demon army. Now that this hadn't happened yet, there should be no other players or even many humans here except for Liam. More importantly, humans would be considered as a hostile party. Damn it. Should I not have tried to enter a settlement? Liam silently pondered. He did not want to be captured and massacred, his death made into a spectacle. More importantly, he didn't want to be imprisoned by some lusty demoness and used as sex slave, which was a very common occurrence in the nether realm. He keenly observed the 2 guards as they stared back at him, both observing each other's reactions. After a while, Liam decided to back away as this was his last chance. He was about to activate stealth when the demon beast opened his mouth, pointing his spear at Liam. Chapter 92 Reeks of Death. Either shit or get off the pot, bitch. Which is it going to be? The demon beast hybrid muttered as he twirled his spear, still pointed at Liam. Liam was shocked for a moment. He is asking me to go in? This guy really did not have a problem with me being human? What the heck? He was very confused. Even after 2 lifetimes, he was still not able to understand some aspects of this world. What? Are you deaf? The other demon half-breed, who had scales on his upper body and something spindly on his lower body, covered up by his clothes, now started making gestures at Liam. He clicked his swollen thumb finger and index finger. Money. 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 Do you have the copper coins? It will cost you 20 coppers to go in. Do you have it or not? The first one took his spear away from Liam's face and banged it on the ground. Ah. Yes. I have. Liam snapped out of his thoughts. This was the second main point about the Nether Realm. Everything here was cheap as hell. He fished out the copper coins and handed them over. Humph. You can go now. The demon half-breed stepped aside. Liam nodded and he was just about to walk in when the other guard propped his spear in front of him and spelled out his worst outcome. Wait a second. The guard started circling around Liam. Doesn't this lad look suspicious to you? He reminds me of those stinking uppity motherfucking. Nah, what are you talking about? This guy reeks of death. Can't you tell? Look behind him. Liam only heard that much of their conversation as the two demon half-breeds started murmuring among themselves, every now and then glancing at the undead behind him. Initially, Liam had considered dismissing these undeads, but now it looked like these were his ticket inside the city. He waited for a few seconds, but the two guards continued chatting, completely ignoring him. So he started heading into the city. He now felt more confident as he walked around. It looked like he would be able to get in and get out without any issues even though the Nether Realm event hadn't started. Liam took a few minutes to look around the city. There wasn't that big of a difference between the human settlements and the Demon Kingdom settlements. The buildings and structures here were cruder and the crowd had a huge variety of shapes, sizes, and colors. Liam was in fact the only human being in the vicinity. He was getting a lot of attention as he walked by, but no one dared to look twice at him as soon as their gaze fell on the 5 undead scorpions closely following him behind. The lesser demons and demon half-breeds scurried away, not wanting to butt heads with a necromancer. He was now also able to open the map and see his exact location, Fall City. However, that didn't help much as he had never heard of this city before. Okay. Time to get some quests and start grinding. Liam muttered to himself and first walked over to a blue-skinned demon who was busy repairing a pair of leather boots. Demons or beasts or humans, flattery worked the best. So he started from there. Sir, do you perhaps need some rabbit hound leather for your amazing craftsmanship? The blue-skinned demon lifted his head up scrutinizing Liam from top to bottom. His eyes then landed on the undead crawling near him and only then he opened his mouth. Oh. I indeed need some. Do you happen to have a bundle of leather with you? Ding. New quest available. Ding. Bartha needs some leather. Ding. Reward, 1 copper coin, 500 experience points. Ding. Do you wish to accept the quest? Yes/no. Bingo. Just as I thought. The monetary reward was abysmal but the experience points were generous. Liam grinned and immediately handed over the rabbit hounds he had placed in his inventory earlier. Ding. You have received 1 copper coin. Ding. You have received 500 experience points. The blue-skinned demon accepted all the hounds but he had a frown on his face. These beasts are yet to be skinned and their leather is not usable as such. Ding. New quest available. Ding. Assist Bartha in skinning the rabbit hounds. Ding. Reward, skinning skill. Ding. Do you wish to accept the quest? Yes/no. Liam nodded. I would be GLA. Interrupting him, a loud siren blared and another red flare was shot into the sky. This was similar to the one he had seen from the distance. What is that? Liam asked the demon, ignoring the quest for the moment. You don't know what that is? The demon looked surprised. We are at war, lad. That's the call to duty. You must have heard about the recent decree our Lord has given. We are actively gathering more resources in preparation for the war. So our warriors will be dispatched using portal magic to various realms. We scour and scavenge those places. And if we can't find any by ourselves, then we plunder from those who have it. Foo. The demon grinned suddenly and then continued talking as if he was recollecting a fond memory. The last time I joined the forces, it turned out to be a lot of fun. Foo foo foo. We found a group of elven beauties in the spot where we were dispatched and we had a lot of fun with them. Not only that, we even brought a few back with us and sold them off for lots of coppers. So if you are planning to participate, you will definitely be in for a treat. Foo foo foo. But remember, it can also be very dangerous. Do you see that demon over there? He was pointing to a big-bellied burly demon that laid in a corner, seemingly wasted. Chapter 93 First Mission. He was my good friend. He lost both his hands in the war. So beware, wealth or misery, it will all depend on your luck, lad. The blue-skinned demon muttered somberly. Liam patiently listened to him, and when he was done talking, he nodded. I appreciate the warning, sir. I will keep that in mind. Things were slowly becoming more and more clearer to him. Though he hadn't heard about such a quest in his previous life, he still had a vague idea of what this was about after hearing the explanation. He now knew what he had to do to explore this realm more. And as an added plus point, he might even be able to explore more realms through these invasion portals. This is definitely worth trying. Liam clenched his fists in excitement and hurried. There was a tower building in the center of the city from where all the flares were being shot and the siren was being sounded. So Liam walked over to that area. He saw the crowd thickening as he approached closer and groups were starting to assemble. There were all sorts of demons in various sizes and shapes, mostly grotesque looking, and they gathered around in dozens. Liam cautiously observed everything before walking up to a tall and lanky demon who was dressed in leather and metallic gear from top to bottom. He even saw this one commanding a couple of other demons, and it was clearly one of the many in charge. Sir, I would like to report for duty, Liam briskly declared. The tall-horned demon immediately turned to pay attention to him, and it looked at him, especially at the few undead trailing close to him. You can do magic? The demon curiously asked. Yes, sir. Liam nodded, only answering what he was asked and not giving away any other information. The demon continued to scan him for a while as if it was deep in thought. With every passing second, Liam began to grow more nervous. In the next moment, however, the demon burst into a fit of loud laughter without warning. Good. Good. You came to me at a perfect time. With you, I can rest at ease that our mission this time will be successful. Ding. New limited quest available. Ding. Survive the mission and bring back adequate resources. Ding. Reward, plus 50 contribution points, plus 50,000 experience points. Ding. Do you wish to accept the quest? Yes/no. Liam could feel his blood boiling as he looked at the quest. This was ridiculous. To gain the same amount of experience points, he had to take care of an entire dungeon that to utter completion, which took several hours. And from the looks of it, the invasion mission should only last for a couple of hours at the maximum. Not just that, but Liam also observed something very crucial. The quest mentioned adequate resources, so there was a high possibility of there being different grades of rewards. If he by chance managed to gather more than necessary, then there was a chance that he would be rewarded more. What are these contribution points? Liam flicked open his status screen to see if there were more details when he saw a new term soldier added below his name. Rank, soldier, 0 to 250. These should be the contribution points. So if one invasion mission gave me 50 points, I should be able to rank up when I finish doing 5 invasions. Liam stopped thinking about this as he heard the loud voice of their squad leader. We will begin now. The demon banged on his chest and jumped to stand at the front. Let's all fight. We need to show them our power. We, demons, are below no one. Kill. Plunder. Devastate. After the rousing speech, everyone quickly stood in order and the tall leader demon dragged its gaze over, taking out a parchment. He then dropped some blood onto the parchment and the next second, a red glowing circle immediately started spreading. This is an inscription. Liam's eyes observed everything carefully. Inscriptions were spell papers that were usually crafted using mana, but this was the first time he was seeing one activated by blood. This spell shouldn't be too strong, he hypothesized. Otherwise, it wouldn't be possible to casually activate a portal spell like this. This was probably why it was random. Liam doubted if the leader demon himself knew where the portal was about to rip open. Just as he was mulling over the potential dangers they could be soon facing, his vision turned dark and Liam found himself standing along with the demons in a vast grassland. Behind them, there was a reddish-black colored swirling mass of energy. This should be the return portal. Liam's thoughts were interrupted by the leader demon as he began shouting loudly. Go forth and wreak havoc. Whoever brings back the most spoils will get a special remuneration from me. Hurrah! 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 All the demons immediately began cheering. The group of 30 then dissolved into smaller units as the demons scurried hastily in different directions. Won't they do more damage if they stick together? Liam shrugged. He observed his new surroundings and opened up the system interface to check where they were. However, he was instantly shocked to see almost no details on the map. World? Kingdom? Zone? Just where the hell are we? Which continent is this? Liam did not linger around any longer and headed out to explore. No matter what, this was a juicy experience reward quest, so at the least, he would gain that. He ran across the vast grasslands, the 5 undead and his 2 pets still following him. There was no black rain here and the mana concentration also seemed normal. What is even here to loot and plunder? Liam planned to go in another direction as there was nothing ahead of him and he didn't want to stray too far from the portal. But just as he turned, a loud hissing sound echoed. Chapter 94 Hisses. Liam unsheathed his sword, distancing himself several paces from the source of the sound, while simultaneously turning around to face the enemy. What the? Standing in front of him were 3 lamia beasts with long coiled serpentine tails and voluptuous upper bodies, barely contained in the breastplates each were wearing. Blue-tailed Naga. Level 30. Blue-tailed Naga. Level 21. Blue-tailed Naga. Level 25. It took him a second but Liam snapped out of his trance. He would only be a fool if he was entranced by their beauty and not notice their level or long forked tongue laced with venom, flickering in and out seductively. So we are in the serpentine beast territory. Liam muttered inwardly as he already began to cast Lava Rain. You both run back and hide for the moment. The 2 pets quickly scurried away, obediently listening to him. These 3 Nagas were no doubt going to be tough opponents, probably the toughest he had faced. He was not even sure if he was going to be successful as there were 3 of them and there was a 10-level gap between the 2 of them. While the 3 were momentarily distracted by the raining fire which sizzled their skin, he silently entered stealth mode and circled the 3 women. Liam contemplated attacking the lower-leveled Naga first as his undead kept the other 2 busy. That seemed to be the only option even though sacrificing his undead would probably only give him a couple of seconds. However, that should be more than enough to deal with a single snake. Casting a fireball, he dashed towards the woman standing at the center, slithering away from the lava droplets raining from up above. At the same time, his undead scorpions screeched and ran over to the 2 other lamias. The women did not stand simply, waiting to be slaughtered. They took out long spears from their spatial rings to counter. However, Liam did not allow his prey to do so. He slashed her hand that had donned the ring and then aimed for her weak points. He repeatedly slashed at the lamia who was hissing loudly in pain and frustration. The strength of her opponent made her too stunned to think properly. She became anxious and decided to use the best attack she had. Venom burst. She cocked her head back as if she was going to spit out something, and Liam used this chance to cleanly sever her head from the rest of her body. He had been targeting this exact same spot for the past few attacks as her scales had been considerably strong, giving her a lot of defense. But as he repeatedly hacked her at the same spot, he was easily able to land that final blow, immediately ending one of the three. Highs! Highs! The other two immediately became enraged. Demon! How dare you kill my sister? These can speak? Liam once again moved back several paces. He looked over to see that all his undead summons were already destroyed and scattered around as chunks of bones and decayed flesh. We can understand a demon's tongue, you fool. You will pay for your sin. The two Lamias thrust their spears forward, aiming for his head. Liam grinned and easily evaded their attacks. He stepped forward to meet their attack with his own and slashed at the weaker of the two. 2 against 1 wasn't too bad. The only attack he needed to watch out for was their venom. Krya! You cannot defeat us. One of the two snakes shot forward towards him with her extremely agile body twirling behind her, the long coil aiming to wrap around Liam's figure. Liam quickly sidestepped to dodge the attack, but 2 sets of heads and tails were coming for him. He could no longer dodge this attack and spun his body rapidly, slashing his sword at every single weak point that he could reach. Sword dance. Sword dance. Sword dance. Liam could feel his stamina plummeting and he was taking a lot of hits as well, but those were nothing compared to the damage numbers that he was delivering to the opponent. Seeing that they were not going to be able to physically harm their enemy, the two Lamias slithered and hissed loudly, releasing a huge cloud of venous breath. Liam had already prepared for this and moved back several paces. He did not allow the two to heal themselves and started conjuring another round of fireballs, aiming for the previous injuries. The two Lamias skillfully avoided his attacks, but they found it difficult to evade both lava rain and the fireballs. In the end, they had to move out of the venomous bubble as this was also the spot lava poured from the sky. And as soon as they stepped out, Liam was waiting for them and he immediately slashed at the two, finishing the fight to completion. Ding! You have received 226 experience points. Ding! You have received 845 experience points. That took long enough. Liam collapsed on the grassy ground, stuffing several berries in his mouth to recover his stamina as his eyes spotted the drops scattered around. What luck! A skill book had dropped. He had only dealt with 3 snakes and he had already gotten a good reward. He crawled over to take a look at the book lying nearby. He hoped that it was what he wanted, and it indeed was. Venom burst. Liam did not even blink as he instantly learned the skill. Poison skills were one of the most valuable skills. He was probably not going to gain any insight about this particular one, but it was extremely useful at least to level in the current game and deal with sticky situations. Guys, you both can come back here. Liam did not forget to summon the 2 pets as they scurried out of a nearby bush. This was not really a decent hiding place and only really worked if he was alive, but it was good enough. So he complimented the 2. Good job. Both the pets looked warily at the dead Lamias sprawled on the grassy ground. They are dead. Don't be scared. Liam chuckled and he quickly cast the spell to revive the 3. Awaken. However, as soon as he activated the spell, a stinging pain arose somewhere inside his body and made him twitch head to toe. Chapter 95: A Trap. Ding. Spell failed to activate. Liam stared at the notification once his vision cleared and the pain subsided. It looked like he was not able to summon these undeads and even suffered some sort of backlash from trying to do so. Was it because their levels were comparable to mine? He pondered for a few seconds and that seemed to be the most plausible answer. There are too many things I don't know about this class. Too bad these would have been useful in the fights. Liam clicked his tongue and unwillingly left the 3 snake corpses behind. He looked around and decided to head towards his right, where a group of demons had gone. Before long, he heard loud battle noises, and a few feet ahead of him a group of 5 demons was fighting against 4 Nagas. There seemed to have been casualties on both ends, with 2 Nagas and 3 demon-beast hybrids already down. Liam observed the scene in front of him and saw that it was a losing battle. Of course, things would be different if he joined the fray. Well, why not? He grinned and walked over to silently stand at the back. From there, he again started casting fireballs one after the other, making sure he hit all the targets at least once. He was not sure how the experience distribution here was going to be, so he tagged all the snakes once and then began targeting the ones with the least health, with the intention of getting the last hit through. Standing beside him, the fox as well was sending out bursts of fire. This situation was perfect for them as they didn't attract any aggro and didn't have to deal with the problematic venom burst. Surprisingly, the demon-beast hybrids standing at the front seemed to be immune to this poison, so they continued thrashing at the Nagas. With Liam's damage numbers added in, the Nagas were slowly forced to retreat. However, weirdly none of them had died yet. The demons hadn't noticed this, but Liam's sharp eyes were already scrutinizing the Nagas to learn their secret. He didn't know a lot about these beasts, but he knew that some of them were capable of casting magic. So perhaps they had a healer with them? Liam searched the group for any potential healers and did not find any. He then targeted one particular Naga that had only a sliver of health left. Bang! A huge ball of fire sliced through the air and hit the snake's head, finally, one dropping down dead. Ding! You have received 75 experience points. The demons immediately shrieked in joy and started fighting with even more gusto. Joining in on the boisterous atmosphere, the fox as well was in a good mood and started jumping up and down while sending more attacks. Only Liam frowned. He was still unable to pinpoint the method these Lamia beasts were using to heal themselves. More importantly, something else was also worrying him. The Lamias were slowly but surely leading them somewhere. Within a span of couple of minutes, they had already moved further away from where they were standing. Liam also observed that these Lamias had different fighting styles compared to the 3 women whom he had fought before. Something was definitely fishy. Were they leading them all to some sort of a trap? The demon beasts didn't seem to care and continued fighting and pushing them further back. Liam didn't want to let things progress any further and be ambushed by a Naga army of some sorts. His brain spun thinking about how to deal with this when he remembered his second pet. He eyed the Wind Ripper flying a bit further away from them and waved his hand. The bird immediately flew down to him, zooming through the air like a bullet. It was already at level 9, so it was considerably bigger compared to when it had first hatched. See if there are more Nagas up ahead. Liam muttered to the bird. Make sure you are not in harm's way. His eyes trailed the little bird that flew around them, paying heed to his warnings. Liam nodded in approval. He watched it as it disappeared from his vision, and then a couple of seconds later, it reappeared again. Caw! 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 The Wind Ripper shook its head, side to side. You didn't find anyone ahead? Liam was once again surprised. If they were leading them towards something, then, perhaps they were leading them away from something? Liam had a gut feeling that his hunch was right, so he decided to hang back and see what was behind them. He circled back to the area where he had confronted the 3 Lamias, and before long, he came across a group of hooded figures running away. But Liam stopped in his tracks and did not confront them carelessly. There were a total of 5 figures, and Liam was not sure if he would be able to take all 5 of them at the same time. If perhaps he had some help. His gaze shifted to see if there was anything that he could use when he noticed the couple of heavily injured demon-beast hybrids. Liam hurried over to them and without hesitation quickly activated his new skill, Venom Burst. Sorry, buddy. Nothing personal. You are just more useful to me dead than alive. He moved away so that he was not affected by the toxic gas. Kuhawk! Kuhawk! In just a couple of seconds, the two injured demon-beast hybrids choked on the venom and dropped dead. Awaken, Liam immediately used his skill, and this time it was successful. Perhaps because he had failed the last time and become successful this time around, he even grasped a certain fleeting sensation as he cast the spell. Okay. This ought to do it. Liam then hurried after the hooded figures with the undead and the pets closely following him behind. Chapter 96 Halt. Lead and hashtag 39, S not fight. Ka-ta ka-ta ka-ta. Liam focused his mana on his feet and sprinted across the grassy lands, circling the group of hooded figures. He then landed directly in front of them and blocked their path. Bang! He greeted them with a fireball, simultaneously unsheathing his sword. The two demon undeads as well jumped on the group from behind, finally catching up. They started frantically attacking whatever they could get their hands on. This combined with Liam's nimble and agile attacks, the group of hooded figures became completely flustered. However, to Liam's surprise, they did not fight back. One of them removed the hood, revealing a very handsome face. He was a level 22 Naga and he was decked out in shining jewelry and armor from top to bottom. There was something about him that was different from all the previous Nagas Liam had faced. Demon. Halt. Let's not fight. What do you want? Who are you? I can give you treasures. Move and do not block our path. Liam's eyes widened in shock. This was a dialogue and yet a quest was not initiated. He knew that he had to be very careful here. It looked like there wasn't a particular set outcome and what he says might probably determine what happens next. I am sorry. I cannot do that. I am under very strict orders to gather resources. My companions are right behind me, heading over here as well. Liam even looked back as if he was hoping to spot them any second now. Yes. Yes. Resources. I can give you. Here is a gold coin. This should be more than enough, right? The Naga hurriedly tossed a coin at him as if he was throwing something at a beggar. Liam sneered inwardly, looking at the gold coin that disappeared amidst the tall grasses. 1 gold coin? Just 1 gold coin? Who are you trying to scam? After thinking about it for a second, he continued portraying a solemn face and shook his head without saying anything. At times like this, it was always better to let the other party decide what their worth was. Or rather, he wanted to see what was the maximum he could obtain from them. He had no idea what this interaction was. So he was also genuinely curious. What? What more do you want? Here. How about 2 gold coins? Shouldn't this be more than enough? What more do you rats need? The handsome Naga started to become really agitated and this time he threw 2 gold coins at Liam, more forcefully and more angrily. He looked very upset, but in reality, Liam was far more ticked off than him. This person was bargaining with him 1 gold coin at a time? Dream on. He shook his head again and the Naga immediately hissed in anger. He was about to say something when another Naga standing at the center of the group stepped forward instead, interrupting him. Shut up, Razvarox. A woman's voice sounded. She removed her hood, revealing her stunning beautiful figure and an even more astounding face. The Naga slithered forward, her eyes betraying her anxiety. Stranger, we really need to leave now. The fate of our entire clan depends on this. I will personally compensate you. Generously. Please move aside. Liam calmly listened to the Naga's words, but inwardly he was very shocked. Did she just say the fate of the entire clan? He couldn't believe her words as her level was only level 20, even lower than the previous Naga who had spoken. At the same time, she was also decked out from top to bottom in luxurious jewels and equipments. Something was weird about this whole situation. Perhaps these Nagas were high-leveled monsters whose levels were temporarily reduced? This was the only explanation he could come up with. Liam slightly nodded, still looking very much hesitant. Seeing that he was not convinced, the beautiful Naga immediately fished out something from her robe. Here. These are my personal pearls. With this, you can summon me twice. I can come to your aid in the middle of any kind of danger. The woman earnestly looked at him, extending her palm that had 2 white pearls. Are you serious? Liam couldn't believe this nonsense. At least the first one was better. Why would he need the help of a level 20 Naga? Unless what he hypothesized was indeed correct, but one way or the other he was determined to find out the truth. He shook his head and didn't accept the 2 pearls. I think maybe you should use these 2 to save yourself right now? He seriously replied back with a straight face. The snake woman's expression instantly changed and the man beside her became even angrier. Liam was obviously mocking them and he did not even bother hiding it. You fool! You dare to reject Her Highness's offer. Leave right now, Your Highness. The Naga took out his spear and thrust it towards Liam, who only had to lean slightly to avoid it. I don't care if I die fighting this moronic demon. I would rather die than let Your Highness be humiliated like this. The Naga shouted. Finally. This was what Liam had been waiting for all along. At least now, he knew the identity of the Nagas in front of him and this treasure also seemed to be somewhat valuable. But what lore was associated with the Royal Naga clan? No matter how much he thought about it, he just couldn't remember anything like this. Moreover, this could also be a part of a special quest. Now that he had gotten whatever details he could get from them, he quickly changed his tone and did a 180. I am very touched by your loyalty. Such loyalty is very rare to see. You have my respect. I have decided to help you. Please leave. I will gladly accept these treasures. Liam muttered with a grave tone. Chapter 97 Daylight Robbery? The Nagas immediately became joyful and the beautiful woman slithered forward to personally hand Liam the 2 pearls. Unlike the others, she had a golden serpentine figure which was very eye-catching. Liam looked at her from top to bottom, carefully observing all the details, and as she extended her hand, with the 2 pearls on her palm, he abruptly gripped her hand tightly. Having not expected this, the soft hand tried to pry out his hold but to no avail. You. What are you doing? Didn't we reach an agreement just now? The Naga anxiously hissed at him. Yes. Yes. We still have an agreement. I merely stopped you because you are forgetting something important. He let her hand go. Huh? What? Please remove all your cloth, armor, and jewels and leave them here. What? The 5 Nagas looked utterly shocked and angry as they glared back at Liam. Pervert. Get away from Her Highness. One of the Naga guards standing on the right took out a spear and came at Liam. But his level was only 18 and Liam casually blocked it. He almost wanted to laugh at this pathetic display of strength, but he didn't take it too far. Even if their levels were suppressed, they might still possess some sort of life-saving trump card. It was best not to underestimate them. Wait and hear me out. He raised his hands in front of him and signaled them to stop. If you leave everything behind, then I can convince my allies that I killed you all. This way you can rest assured and no one else will come chasing after you. He explained with a calm smile. Oh. After hearing Liam's words, the guard turned to look at his companions as he was now confused. All the other Nagas also had similar expressions. It looked like they weren't able to figure out if the person in front of them was simply robbing them in daylight or sincerely intended to help them. After a couple of seconds, the astoundingly beautiful Naga bit her lips and finally relented. This seems to be a good idea. Just leave everything here. We need to get out of here right now. A cold glint flashed in her eyes as she gazed at Liam one more time before removing several things that were donned on her slender seductive upper body. She now only had a piece of cloth wrapped around her chest, covering her big melons, and even her spear was placed on the pile. All the other Nagas did the same as well, and everyone threw Liam a dirty look before hastily fleeing from the spot. Liam no longer held them back. He watched the group of Nagas slither swiftly, disappearing somewhere in the distance. He wondered they were going. Well, that doesn't concern me, I guess. I should put these back quickly. As his two pets and his undeads watched him curiously, he pocketed every single item that was left behind by the Nagas. He didn't bother looking at these right now and just hurriedly threw everything in his inventory before the other demons could spot this pile of loot. He had no intention of turning in any of these as a war contribution. Only after fully cleaning out every last piece of loot, he fell back onto the grass, completely relaxed, and took a deep breath. This invasion quest was turning out to be extremely rewarding, giving him one surprise after another. Liam grinned. His conversation with the trigger-happy male Naga had already given him an idea. He now knew exactly how to finish this quest and reap the maximum rewards. In fact, he should have thought of this long ago. All he needed to do in these invasion quests was simply survive. As for gathering resources, he just had to take out a few gold coins and give them to the leader. It was as easy as that. Liam sprinted back to the group of demons and once again joined them in bashing down the few Nagas. He stood at the back and tossed out one fireball after another, paying attention to his training. Ding. You have received 75 experience points. Ding. You have received 60 experience points. Small lumps of experience points started accumulating and the fight continued for some more time, proceeding smoothly as expected without any other surprises. Liam also continued to be a team player and provided support from the backlands. A couple of hours later, suddenly, everything became dark and Liam's vision blanked out. He couldn't see anything and he also felt a sort of pull on his body. The next second, he found himself back in the Nether Realm, other demons as well standing beside him, all of them cheering loudly in unison. Oh. That was it? Liam looked around his surroundings when a series of notifications chimed in. Ding. You have received 50,000 experience points. Ding. You have leveled up. Ding. You have leveled up. Ding. Your pet one has reached level 15. Ding. New evolution paths available. Ding. Your pet 2 has reached level 5. Liam glanced at the notifications calmly, but he was interrupted by the leader of the squad. You don't have anything to contribute, soldier? Oh. Liam was surprised by the hostile tone, and when he looked up, he saw all the other demons going up to the front to drop equipments and several things on the ground making a huge pile. Yes. Yes. I do. Liam took out a single gold coin from the inventory and gave it to the leader. I only managed to pick this one up. He hesitantly answered. He wanted to test the waters first by starting small. And just as he had expected, the leader's eyes widened in surprise. Oh. This is a gold coin. Bravo. You have done well. You have done really well. You have made our Lord proud by collecting so many resources. Ding. You have been rewarded 100 contribution points. Chapter 98, Fast Leveling. 100 contribution points for one gold coin? Liam grinned and called after the leader who had started walking away. Boss. I also found this one. He gave another gold coin to the leader. The demon was perplexed. His huge nostrils flared in excitement. You have outdone yourself, soldier. You have shown true potential and excellence. Ding. You have been rewarded 100 contribution points. Another 100? Liam had in fact expected only 50 or so, considering that the reward probably capped after a certain limit, but clearly, if there was a limit at all, this wasn't one. He had to try again. Leader, wait a second. Ah. I found another coin. He shamelessly fished out another gold coin and handed it to the demon. Lad. How did you get your hands on so many gold coins? Ah ha ha ha, these were gold coins? I just picked them up because they were shiny and I thought they might be useful somehow. Ah ha ha ha. What a lucky fellow. You have such good luck and intuition. Your skills are also excellent. These are the traits of a good leader. I hope you will be able to successfully lead your own squad soon. Ding. You have been rewarded 50 contribution points. Ding. Your rank has been upgraded. Rank, Senior Soldier, 0/1000. Liam saw that he was now a senior soldier. The points this time were lower and coincidentally they helped him level to the next rank as well. This should be the limit. 250 contribution points for one invasion quest. I should join another invasion quickly and see what these upgrades are useful for. Liam looked around and saw another demon squad assembling nearby. Since it was wartime, multiple squads were doing this day in and day out, in preparations for gathering more resources for the upcoming war. So there was no lack of teams to join in. He quickly approached the leader and the quest notification chimed in. The leader was in fact more than happy to accept him as he was a senior soldier. Ding. New limited quest available. Ding. Survive the mission and bring back adequate resources. Ding. Reward, plus 50 contribution points, plus 50,000 experience points. Ding. Do you wish to accept the quest? Yes/no. Yes. Liam muttered and joined the team. A few minutes later, the portal was once again activated and this time they were transported to somewhere dark and dingy. The demons started scrambling, trying to look around and Liam as well materialized a fireball. If possible, he wanted to start fighting before his companions started dispersing by themselves. Luckily for him, the very next second a group of short skinny creatures ran towards them. Their heads resembled that of a rat and they had sharp protruding teeth. Kobold. Level 18. Kobold. Level 14. Kobold. Level 19. The creatures were not high-leveled but their numbers were not small. They continued pouring out from everywhere. He. Intruders. Intruders. The demons who had moved away from the group immediately ran back. Attack. Kill everything. The squad leader demon shouted loudly. And immediately, an intense battle erupted. This time it was completely different from the grasslands where they had landed for their previous mission. But Liam didn't mind at all. This in fact worked out well for him. He casually moved from his spot at the back and settled in the center, in the midst of the demons. From here, he started once again casting fireballs, the fox as well repeating his actions. He specifically aimed for the kobolds that had low health and were already severely injured. And bang! Ding! You have received 10 experience points. Bang! Ding! You have received 10 experience points. This is ridiculous. This has to be the easiest way to level in the entire game. Liam grinned from ear to ear. He had a lot of good things meticulously planned, but this was a pie that had fallen on his lap out of nowhere. It looked like those pigs whom he had slaughtered were in reality piñatas. He had broken them and the candies were still dropping one after the other, long after their eternal death. Hey! Liam chuckled. Can I reach level 30 in the remaining 48 hours? He began pumping out more firepower and sending the kobolds to their deaths faster. The Nether Realm was really treating him too well. The second invasion mission ended faster than the first one, or rather it simply seemed that way, since right from the start until the very end, the group had continued slaughtering kobolds one after the other. They had landed smack dab in the middle of their nest, and there was nothing else that they could do. The gains this time were also not much, as the kobolds were just as poor as the demons. However, that was only for the rest of the squad. Liam, of course, handed over 3 gold coins and earned the maximum contribution point rewards and the experience points boost, also gaining another level. He was smashing through this laborious part of the game at an insane pace. Leveling in this manner was extremely efficient, quick, and not to mention addictive. As an added bonus, he was also able to train properly with so many demons tanking for him. Liam was fully pumped up and he did not plan on stopping anytime soon. After completing the second invasion mission, he immediately dived into another one. This time they had landed in an impoverished orc village. There was really nothing in the village except for mundane common items. These orcs did not rush to fight them either. In fact, all the orcs that were remaining in the village were either elderly or women or children. However, the demons still continued slaughtering and pilfering, and Liam as well did the same. If he hesitated here now, then he would be facing the same situation later on. Only the strong had the right to survive, and only the truly powerful had the right to show kindness. Since he was neither, at least yet, he simply slaughtered everything in sight, just like he had done before without skipping a beat. Chapter 99, Slapping with Gold. Ding. You have received 50,000 experience points. Ding. You have leveled up. Ding. You have leveled up. Ding. You have received 250 contribution points. Ding. You have received 50,000 experience points. Ding. You have leveled up. Ding. You have received 250 contribution points. Ding. You have received 50,000 experience points. Ding. You have leveled up. Ding. You have received 250 contribution points. After the kobolds and orcs, it was the goblins and lizardmen's turn to get wrecked, and in the blink of an eye, Liam was already at level 26. Every single invasion mission he had joined in had ended successfully. Even the 4 or 5 squads assembled in the central area had noticed this, and everyone was extremely excited about it, both the leaders and soldier demons alike. Their success rate had never been so high. And their coffers had never been so full. The last squad leader held Liam by his shoulder as he praised him endlessly. You are a true warrior. Your potential is limitless. As a reward for your meritorious deeds, you have now been promoted to a leader position. I wish you good luck. For the Lord. Huzzah. Huzzah. Liam mimicked his actions while already beginning to look through this new development. He had filled up his contribution points by shelling out gold and running through invasion missions back to back, but he hadn't at all expected this to happen. He could now command a squad? Did this mean that all the demons under him would listen to his commands? Was this going to be temporary or permanent? What about the experience points? Was he going to get more experience points now? After all, this time he would be leading the invasion mission and would no longer be just a soldier. What about the resources gathered? Could he possibly pilfer some before submitting the total resources to the higher-ups? Just how high was he in the hierarchy? A million questions popped up in Liam's brain as he had absolutely no prior knowledge of these things at all. No one had done such quests in his past life. All right. No need to rush too much. I should take it one step at a time. Let me start with the first invasion mission. He opened the system interface as he saw a new notification pop up. Ding. Your rank has been upgraded. Rank, Squad Leader, 0/1000. Ding. You are now able to recruit up to 5 soldiers. What, only 5 soldiers? He was quite shocked, as every single invasion mission he had participated in had at least 30 or so demons, which was why they were able to handle things easily. What was he going to do with just 5 soldiers? I need to talk to someone first and gather more information. Liam walked out of the crowd and started observing the other squad leaders for a while. The procedure seemed to be easy enough. They purchased the inscription for the invasion portal from a big bulky demon at the counter, where they submitted the resources as well. It looked like one was a prerequisite for the other, but Liam decided to worry about that later. After purchasing the portal inscription, the leader walked up to the front of the square. All he then did was clear his throat loudly and a dozen demons quickly assembled before him. Seems simple enough. Liam scratched his chin. He decided to do the same and imitate them. He went to the counter and tapped. I need an invasion portal inscription. The big bulky demon snorted coldly and looked up at him, his gaze very stern and cold. A newly appointed leader? He looked at Liam from top to bottom and was clearly not pleased with what he saw. Humph. It looks like these days just about anyone is capable of becoming a squad leader. What is with this attitude? Liam was amused. He waited for the demon to respond, but the other party returned back to whatever he was doing after he was done passing judgment. The invasion portal inscription? Liam patiently asked him again. Hey. The bulky demon sneered and did not look up at him this time. It will be 50 silvers. Can you afford 50 silvers? I don't know how you got promoted to this position, but don't think that it is so easy to be a leader. You probably got lucky and received a windfall, thus collecting a lot of points. Or maybe you managed to bribe someone. Indeed. We do have demons like you once in a while. Just give up and join more fights and gain more experience on the proper route. Or perhaps you wish to die a fiery death. The bulky demon started ranting and he didn't look like he was planning on stopping anytime soon. And Liam did not have the luxury of sitting here and listening to him all day. He silently took out a few gold coins and banged them on the counter. That should buy me a few portals, right? The demon, who was still continuing to talk whatever came to his mind, absent-mindedly looked up to see what the lucky fellow was blabbering about. A few portals? Did you hit your head? Ah. Taken aback by surprise, he jolted to stand straight from his desk. He had not seen these many gold coins at the same time. His eyes glistened with greed as he stared at the amount of wealth, and a thick tongue stuck out, the demon licking his dry, chapped lips. He gulped and looked at Liam blankly, wondering just what sort of luck this greenhorn demon had run into. His level was 50, almost twice as high as the tiny demons, and yet he had never seen such wealth. What a shame. His blank look turned sour and he seemed even more upset than before, but in the end, all he could do was gnash his teeth and take out 30 scrolls for the 15 gold coins. Chapter 100. There is always a way. Useless thing. So what if you have the money? Did you really think invasion portals are child's play? Liam could hear the bulky demon ranting once again behind his back, but he did not dilly-dally and quickly walked away, putting everything in his inventory. He knew that he could possibly be attracting some unwanted attention by purchasing so many scrolls at the same time. However, he had a few plans in his mind, so he purchased in bulk. Portal, check. Now for my recruits. Liam walked over to stand in the square beside the other leaders. Recruiting for invasion. He shouted at the top of his voice. He was even louder than the other leaders. However, once again he was completely ignored. None of the demons even turned towards him or threw a glance at him. Are these guys avoiding me because I am a new leader? Liam chuckled helplessly. He did have a backup plan, so he wasn't too worried. He changed his tactics this time around and shouted again. Recruiting for invasion quest. Need 5 soldiers. Paying 10 silver each. Huh? What the hell? Who is this new guy? All the demons finally started paying attention to him. A few even gave him the stink eye, as he was clearly bribing others into helping him. But Liam didn't care, as he got the result that he expected. Almost instantly, a group of demons rushed over and started lining up in front of him. Oops. I only need 5. Liam chuckled. He took a look at the group gathered and a sudden thought popped into his mind. He was not yet sure if he would be able to forge some sort of long-term contract with them. But if he could. You and you. Liam pointed at 5 young demons who looked considerably weak and inexperienced. How many missions have you guys been on before? None, leader. Same here. None, leader. Me too. Me too. I have also not joined any quest before. They looked worried, thinking that Liam was going to reject them. 10 silver coins was a lot of money for them. But he instead gave them a thumbs up. You guys are hired. What? Why would you choose a complete beginner? Leader. I have already completed several missions. You should take me. A few demons started complaining, disgruntled with the situation. Liam, however, simply shrugged. Next time. He did not engage them further and quickly started activating the invasion portal inscription. As soon as he did, a notification popped up. Ding. New limited quest available. Ding. Survive the mission and bring back adequate resources. Ding. Reward, plus 500 contribution points, plus 50 contribution points for each surviving soldier, plus 100,000 experience points, plus 10,000 experience points for each surviving soldier. Ding. Do you wish to accept the quest? Yes/no. It looked like the rewards for being a leader were double that of being a mere soldier. Moreover, there were also sizable bonuses which made this whole thing extremely rewarding. Yes. Liam grinned, rubbing his hands together. He was feeling both nervous and excited at the same time. For the first time in this new life, he truly had no idea what was going to happen next, and this pumped his body full of adrenaline. 1, 2, 3. A big mark of blood appeared around them, entrapping them in a circle, and the next second, Liam and his group appeared on another vast grassland. As soon as they were transported, the demons started to run in all directions. Even though they had no experience, they seemed to still act on instinct. Stop. Don't run. Liam immediately commanded them. Unlike the other squad leaders, he decided to be more hands-on. He only had 5 soldiers to begin with, so he couldn't afford to let them run wild. And even if he had 20 soldiers, staying in the group formation or smaller groups was far more productive. After hearing his orders, the demons immediately stopped running and came back to stand next to him. Liam also still had the 2 undeads with him, and his 2 pets, including him, brought their ragtag team to a total of 10 members. Not bad, Liam muttered, looking around the grasslands. They were already lucky not to have landed in the middle of a sticky situation. So he didn't have any complaints. He first took a few seconds to observe everything around them, and when nothing appeared out of the ordinary, he immediately gave the order. Move. Follow me. He wanted to keep the pace of this expedition, as the portal was only going to last for a couple of hours. They did not have much time. Liam started by systematically exploring the area on his right. Fly ahead and tell me if there is any danger. He gave the Wind Ripper its usual command. The bird would have been able to contribute much more if he were to visit the Beast Association. Both of his pets were ready to evolve. And all he needed to do was visit the Beast Association in any city and buy the required ingredients for their evolution. This would give them a significant boost in their stats. They would become a lot stronger and contribute more actively in battles. They would also be able to learn skills, or at least the Wind Ripper. The Fox Spirit Beast was already able to learn skills after all. Liam, however, decided to take care of this when his 96 hours window ended. He was able to enter and exit the Nether Realm at will, but he wanted to use this golden opportunity that fell on his lap to the maximum that he could. Things could change at any given moment, so he didn't want to take any unnecessary chances and test his luck. Then, later on, he could only regret this missed godly leveling opportunity. Let's go. Move. Liam commanded his small motley group of 5 repeatedly. The level 15 to level 18 demons could barely keep up with him, so he had to reduce his speed quite a bit. But Liam had his own plans. Despite its disadvantages now, he had a feeling that in the long run, it would play to his advantage.